An unusual event happened one evening. A man appeared in the sky above New York City and it attracted the attention of all the news TV channels. Reporters have already started covering the scoop live to the world. All the channels were saying that this young man dressed in black clothes with a look like a demon had appeared here an hour ago. No one knew who he was or where he came from, but it was only known that during this time he managed to defeat 26 superheroes in a row. Everyone in the office of the main TV channel gathered to watch the live broadcast and discuss this grand event. They were grateful to the guy for such a show. Many people also watched the broadcast thinking that once again good will triumph over evil. Meanwhile, from one of the rooftops of the high-rise buildings, a man was watching what was going on, and he turned out to be sub-god Plastic Superman. He jumped down from the high-rise and began to put on his superhero costume, which as he flew it became more and more powerful. His armor was gaining power very quickly. His armor was quickly gaining its power. When Plastic Superman landed, the launch of the system controlling his armor was complete. The hero was ready for battle. Meanwhile, reporters broadcasting to the world were wondering who would challenge the mysterious young man. Nearly hitting the news channel's helicopter, the superhero flew up to the young man and stopped some distance away from him. And the reporter was saying that Plastic Superman, the world's 5th-ranked superhero sub-god, had arrived and he had decided to challenge the unknown. Having hovered in the air opposite each other for some time now, the opponents were silent. The first to break the silence was an unknown person who said that he was the head of the Heavenly Spirit clan in Xuanzhou Yansen and wanted to know where he was. To which Plastic Superman simply decided to increase the power of his armor to its maximum. The reporter who was observing all this was very excited when he realized that the hero wanted to use his special punch. It seemed that the opponent had no chance because he concentrated all the power in his hands, going to use his trademark technique of Storm Fist. When Janssen tried to speak again, he replied that the one who talks a lot will die the fastest and that he doesn't talk during battle. As Plastic Superman accelerated to engage the young man, he flew toward the young man, but he was able to strike first. The impact was so powerful that the hero flew off and began to fall down without giving any signs of life. This was clearly not the outcome Janssen wanted after all. He just wanted to ask for directions. The reporter watching was shocked when he realized that Plastic Superman had fallen in this battle. He asked to call for help, having decided that the carefree life of people comes to an end, and in the world there appeared a strong villain who crushed the hero with one blow. And the reporter began to tell us that centuries ago when the whole earth was covered in darkness, it was ruled by monsters, weirdos, and evil scientists, until the heroes showed up and destroyed everything in their path. And then the monsters were defeated by the determination of these heroes. This went on for 11 years, and eventually all the monsters that remained became the heroes' pets. The heroes began to lead ordinary lives, and many of them even started working to make ends meet. All of this was being told by the reporter in a live broadcast until he was interrupted by his cameraman pointing at a dot, approaching the Heavenly Spirit clan's clan head. It turned out that in the sky appeared another hero, Superman, who has not appeared in public for a long time, and now decided to fight with a new opponent. The reporter, who had not expected to see such a high-ranking hero, was so excited that he forgot about the camera he had blocked. Our hero also noticed Superman approaching and thought that another one had arrived. The first to speak was the newly arrived hero who thought that Janssen was no match for him in terms of strength. Although he recognized his tremendous abilities, defeating Plastic Superman wasn't easy. And also offered the young man to be his pet, which would help him avoid trouble, and he himself increased his rating. A reporter who was watching and hearing the conversation excitedly clarified that Superman would rise in the rankings by several ranks. Not knowing what he was talking about, our hero asked Superman what kind of pets they were and made a joke about not being interested in men. This refusal really surprised the hero, and the sarcasm clearly infuriated him. And when he went into a rage, he began to exude incredible power, and now even the helicopter could not get close. As the dialogue continued, Superman accused the young man of not being very smart, but that problem was solvable. This message interested Janssen, and with another sarcasm, he asked how the hero was going to solve the problem. And he solved the problem by dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. He gained full power and moved to attack his opponent with determination. But he didn't have time to strike as the clan leader's fist had already hit him in the chest. So much so that even the costume Superman was wearing burst. From such a powerful impact, it flew so far and fast that it hit the TV channel's helicopter, which exploded. After flying very far, he hit a building and destroyed a wall. Our hero's victory was clear. Superman was unconscious. Thinking that his opponent really had strange hobbies, Janssen lightningly fled. Even the reporters couldn't figure out where the guy went because they were trying to land with parachutes after their helicopter crashed. They also couldn't figure out where Superman had gone or what had happened to him. Already in his world on the continent of Xuanzhou, which was otherwise known as the continent of perfection, Janssen, sitting on a rock, was pondering. And he was thinking that he was 2,603 years old, and having got to the other world, he did not know anything about it even after 2 months. He also pondered that there were almost 10 times more people living in this world called Earth than his continent of Xuanzhou. People living there don't need weapons to fly and don't need magical abilities to move quickly on the ground. For that, they have two things, as they call them: airplanes and automobiles. He was also surprised that girls in this world didn't wear pants when going out. Although to his delight, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this world was quite dense, otherwise he didn't know how he would be able to survive here. Meanwhile, in the same forest, one of the girls was trying to stop the bleeding of another girl using her magical powers. The bleeding seemed to stop and the girl thanked her friend for her help, who replied that there was nothing to thank her for since they were classmates. Coming out of the forest, they found themselves near a ravine through which they would be safe. Beyond this gorge was Sanyu Castle, as the inscription on the mountain stated. The girls didn't know what this place was, but for some reason the name was associated with a tourist area. Deciding to find something to eat, the girl left her weakened friend waiting for her at the hot spring. She stayed waiting by the water body and asked her classmate to be very careful. Then dipped her feet into the hot spring and was very surprised when she realized her wound was gone. She thought it was unlikely that anyone else would be here and decided to bathe in this spring. But it turned out that she was not alone in this place. Not far away also decided to swim Yansen. She climbed into the water, wondering where the healing springs could have come from in this place since it wasn't a crater. The unsuspecting girl had accidentally bumped into the head of the Heavenly Spirit clan. Seeing her, he was surprised as he thought he was the only one here and got angry at the girl. Turning around, he told the girl to get away from the source. At this time, her friend returned and was puzzled, trying to figure out what was going on. Still continuing to sit in the water while Yansen climbed out of the spring, the girl inquired who he was and what he was going to do. He replied that he understood that she had gotten here by mistake and would not hold her responsible, but he wanted her to leave as soon as she finished washing. Not understanding why this young man dares to chase them out of this place, the girls asked him about it. He told them that they must have seen words on the stone wall at the entrance that meant it was his house. The girl was confused because she thought it was a place for tourists. Already dressed, Yansen replied that now they knew where they had gotten to. To leave this place, the girl needed to get dressed, and she asked her friend Xiao Ying to hand her some clothes. But she suggested asking the clan head for permission to stay here for a while and rest. He seemed nice, but at the same time, he would hardly help them. He seemed to have a very strange way of speaking and dressing. Their thoughts were interrupted by the rumble of an approaching helicopter, and everyone looked up to see what was going on. It turned out to be a helicopter of a news channel. Reporters were looking for the young man for a very long time and finally found him. He was sought out for a month after the events in New York so that another hero named Steel Beetle could fight him tonight, who believed that his opponent was recognized as strong enough, and if he killed him here today, he could become invincible in the eyes of others. The reporter asked if the hero would wait for his team to show up. He replied that this time he would handle it himself and rushed down to the canyon. He landed near our hero of two girls with such force that the ground beneath him cracked. And after he landed, he announced that a professional hero had arrived. Xiao Ying rushed towards him, pulling her friend behind her, and thought they were saved. But she stopped her as a fight was about to break out. She wondered who this guy was if he was being challenged by Steel Beetle, one of the 10 strongest heroes in the world. The two opponents stood opposite each other, and Steel Beetle was the first to break the silence. He recognized Yansen as strong but also arrogant, which annoyed him. He also said he can't fly, but if the battle is on land, he's no match. Clearly annoyed by this speech, Yansen told Steel Beetle to shut up. But the hero did not remain silent and sarcastically replied that since he can fly, everything said just applies to him, adding that since they will be fighting on the ground, he will allow our hero to attack first 3 times. Barely having time to say this, Steel Beetle received a powerful, unexpected blow. After his attack, Yansen wondered why everyone always ignored other people's words, and the unwilling spectators who watched this spectacle clearly did not expect such a development. And the girls also started discussing how incredible it was that Yansen was so fast. His speed was clearly above that of a rank 7 hero, but no one knew where he came from or why he had such strength. The girls discussed how strong Yansen was and decided that maybe he could really win. But on the other hand, maybe they were wrong, and even with that strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat Steel Beetle. After all, Steel Beetle was one of the top 10 heroes of this rank, and nothing could compare to his strength. Also recognizing Yansen's strength, the opponent said that apparently Plastic Superman had a tough time in the fight. While he was musing about being one of the top 10 godlike rank heroes, airplanes appeared in the sky above them. It was the members of the Steel Beetle's internal support team who appeared. All of its functions were normal, and they were ready to start transferring the armor, with which the hero was going to show his true strength to Yansen. With the support of his team, he prepared for the transformation process. Shouting his heroic nickname, he began activating the special device. It was on his belt and was flashing multicolored lights. As soon as he turned it on, bright flashes of light began to appear around him. When one of the girls was a little girl, she saw this transformation on TV and couldn't imagine that she would ever see this process in person. And the TV news helicopter was still broadcasting live, and the reporter announced to the world that Steel Beetle had transformed. It was a sensation because the last time the hero transformed 11 years ago. Then he destroyed several hundred monsters in this armor. Everyone expected it to be a great battle because Yansen had forced the Steel Beetle to transform. Meanwhile, the armor was already ready and the hero decided to start the battle. Grinning, our hero said that was good and he too was ready for battle, adding that since Steel Beetle was so persistent, he would accept his challenge. A sacrificial weapon appeared in his hands, and Yansen, whose body had almost reached ascension, asked the higher powers to give him guidance. The situation was getting more and more interesting, and Steel Beetle, the godlike rank hero, told him to attack. Our hero was clearly against this battle, but there was nothing left for him to do but start the fight. Both opponents rushed towards each other with lightning speed, and this battle was going to be a great battle. Steel Beetle was very excited since he had finally met someone of his level. But this joyous excitement was short-lived as Janssen grabbed him with a mighty grip and threw him with all his might. After flying a considerable distance, Steel Beetle landed with his head entering the ground. But even after this maneuver, he quickly regained his senses and got to his feet and prepared for further battle. And the reporter who continued his broadcast was impressed with this terrific battle. He said that the rivals had climbed thousands of meters into the sky, and it was clearly the most exciting battle in the last 10 years. And Steel Beetle was a little confused because he did not realize what happened and did not even have time to see his opponent. Until now, he thought that Janssen looked rather weak. But now he saw the aura of the head of the Heavenly Clan and it looked terrifying. But at the same time, he believed that his Steel Beetle armor was the strongest on Earth and told himself that no one could scare him. Now he has decided to show our hero his legendary ability and prepared the powerful plasma weapon built into his armor for battle. He fired and a powerful charge of plasma energy moved towards his opponent at lightning speed. But Janssen was completely calm and used his weapon chi to easily block this strike. The hero did not expect such a development of events. He was amazed that the opponent was able to repel such a strong blow. The girls watching the battle from hiding were also surprised that Janssen was able to repel the Steel Beetle's special skill. It was worth recognizing that it was really a chance to win, because the hero had no other weapons with which he could win. And if Janssen can defeat the Steel Beetle, the news will definitely spread around the world. But the hero was not going to stop and decided to use a hitherto unknown weapon. And no one watching the battle could figure out what he was going to do. The members of Steel Beetle's team wanted to stop him, because what he was up to was very dangerous. The weapon he was about to use was in the experimental stage, and the hero was tried to warn that his body might not be able to withstand it. But it looked like he was no longer unstoppable in his determination to put Janssen in his place. He stated that he wanted him to know that this world belongs to the heroes and they are invincible, then activated an unknown weapon. All the while, a TV helicopter was flying nearby, and the live broadcast said that the battle had reached its climax, and the rivals were showing their strongest sides. Steel Beetle seemed to have a new skill. His whole body began to shine like lightning. The reporters wondered what he would do, and his teammates urged the hero to stop immediately, because the concentration of power had exceeded the limit. He was told that he was unable to control this ability and it would get out of control. Observing the glow around the Steel Beetle, Janssen didn't really understand what was going on. This superpower is still under development. It is designed to defeat Rainbow Man, but he will try it out today, said Steel Beetle. As an experiment, he decided to use it against Janssen, but promised to keep him alive. After which, he activated a plasma flash of very high power. When that plasma flash was already near Janssen, he used a chi weapon to stop it. There was a powerful explosion, and the Steel Beetle's armor couldn't withstand it and collapsed. This explosion was so powerful that the hero was carried away at lightning speed in an unknown direction. And our hero was left standing and looking at the receding dot in the sky. The flash was so bright that for a second, everyone thought they were blinded, and after it was over, they didn't realize what was happening. Even the eloquent reporter did not understand how to comment on this situation. Janssen, who was left standing at the scene of the battle, simply said after Steel Beetle that he was weak. Meanwhile, in the Northern Hemisphere, people gathered to see who had fallen from the sky. This man looked a lot like Steel Beetle. Now they were discussing the fact that just seconds ago the hero was fighting very far away from here, and now exhausted and completely naked, he lay on the ground and realized that he had lost this fight. After everything happened, Janssen sat in the distance on a rock silent and didn't eat anything all day. The girls left here decided to offer him their food that they had prepared. Xiaoying came over to him and suggested that he try the fish they had prepared since he hadn't eaten all day and might want to have a snack. Janssen refused this offer, saying that he wasn't hungry. Then she wondered what world he was from because, judging by his abilities, he wasn't from this one. A conversation ensued and Janssen asked how she knew about it. She said that with powers like his, he could do anything he wanted in their world. And since no one knew about him, he wasn't from here. She wondered where he came from and how he was able to become so strong. He introduced himself and said that he was a cultivator from the continent of Xuanzhou, told that he started cultivating at the age of 6. At the age of 10, he reached the peak of martial arts, and at 12, the peak of chi cultivation. At the age of 16, he mastered the art of spiritual cultivation. At 17, he began training spirit refinement and laid the foundation to immortality. He became the Lord of the Heavens in less than 100 years, turning into a meta-deity. That is, he did something that people could not do for millions of years. In his old age, he became the patriarch of the sect and passed on his knowledge of martial arts and ways to become a deity to his disciples. Then one day, he sensed a change in the heavens and realized that he had reached the highest rank within the heavens, becoming an imperial deity. In order for the sect to exist and improve, he decided to go into closed cultivation. But he didn't think there would be no results from the breakthrough. While he was in seclusion, hostile forces came to steal the most precious treasure, the heaven-shaking halberd, and eradicate the entire sect. The battle began, and the enemies were ordered to send everyone to the other side. The sect leaders tried not to give in to panic, urging everyone to stand in formation. But it turned out that the center of the formation had already been destroyed by enemy forces, and the enemy clan leaders still knew no pity. In just one night, the sky of his world turned scarlet. Janssen's disciples were humiliated and everyone in his sect was sent to the other world. For 300 years, the lifeless bodies of his sect members hung on the doors of the sect under the sun. And now it was time to return from seclusion. Although Janssen was still a half-emperor deity, it was enough to be considered invincible. When he came to the dilapidated gate of his sect, he saw the bones of his disciples there, and it made him very angry. His rage was so strong that he wiped out half the population of the heavens just by raising his hand. This cruel revenge caused the heavenly realm deities and the demon clan to unite to get rid of Janssen. They've stated openly that they're going to get rid of him, and they're going to do it in front of the world. In the end, they managed to seal our hero in the prison tower of deities, but a lot of the strongest deities died in the process, after which he was thrown along with the tower into the crack of the time dimension, so that his lifelong imprisonment would be guaranteed for sure. And when Janssen woke up, he realized that he was already in a foreign world. After telling this story, he saw that the girl was sad and asked what was wrong with her. You replied that it was a pretty weird story, but she liked it. And her friend wondered what he was going to do now. He replied that he wanted to revive his sect after restoring his spiritual energy, but the world he found himself in was much more complicated than he thought. The girl asked Janssen what he understood by the expression more complicated. In this world there is what is called technology. Here there is no place for cultivation, replied he. But he was wrong about that, and this world needed someone with powers like the head of the clan. The girls were students of the Jiaxia Superhuman Academy, and offered our hero to become a teacher there if he was interested. They wanted to help him rebuild his sect, but to do that they first needed to change their world. Meng Qi's father was the headmaster of this academy, and the girl could help him write the application form. He got up, turned around, and went somewhere, to which the girls told him that he still had time to think and he could take his time. But he replied that there was no need to think about it, and he had already decided that he would go to the academy. Xiaoying was surprised at such a quick decision because in her mind, she had already matured many reasons to convince Janssen. And Meng Qi said that since he had defeated 2 superheroes in a row, he should change his image because if he went out on the street, he would be surrounded by reporters. He didn't understand why the girls didn't like his image because he had been in it for years. That was their decision. The academy was opening in 2 weeks and he still had time to prepare and apply. And so 2 weeks later, our hero was on his way to Jiaxia Superhuman Academy to become a teacher there and rebuild his sect. He was already in the city and was now in the car of the train that was heading to the academy. During his trip, he thought about the fact that he had lived for several thousand years and couldn't even imagine ever going back to a private school. His job was to teach people the way of cultivation. But even he had no idea how to begin this training in this special world. A young girl entered the carriage who looked at Janssen and thought that he was very strange. And he noticed her and thought she was adorable and felt that she had spiritual energy in her body. And then a man came up behind her and pressed the girl against the glass, clearly not intending anything bad. Seeing this, our hero thought that this is sexual violence and only fools can do it in public view. While he was thinking about it, the girl herself couldn't handle it and begged for someone to help her. Meeting our hero's gaze, she asked for his help with a pleading look in her eyes. But he thought that he had lived on the Zhuangqiu continent for very many years, and his experience told him that meddling in other people's affairs was not a good idea. The girl, who had not expected that this young man would not help her, looked at him sadly. At this time, Lan Qiqi was watching. As soon as she saw this refusal to help, she decided that she would not accept this man as a hero. But her interlocutor tried to calm her down by saying that this person was recommended by Meng Qi and had previously defeated divine-class heroes. She countered that with that attitude, a person who wants to get a license and become a teacher will not achieve that, and perhaps his victories are a sham. She refused to believe in his abilities because it was quite possible that he just bribed the heroes, because some of them were willing to do any work. Her interlocutor reasoned that this person had been recommended by Meng Qi, and this wasn't the first time she had recommended reliable people and could be trusted. But the girl replied that she didn't know what his strength was or if he could even get through the back door. Taking the walkie-talkie, she ordered the man in the wagon to do what they had agreed on earlier. He replied that he understood her and spat at our hero. Janssen, who had been sitting unattached all this time, only thought that the man had wet his boots. The monitor screen showed how he was starting to become enraged, and Lan really wanted him to finally show his abilities. She was waiting for him to finally get serious and for everyone to finally see the true strength of the man who defeated the divine-grade heroes. But instead of using his strength, Janssen simply spat back at the man's face. Then he simply left the carriage, and the man and the girl who remained standing there looked at him in surprise. Seeing all of this on the monitor screen, the girl was enraged. She did not think that Janssen would not use his strength and decided to finish him off. The interlocutor tried to stop her because he was somehow related to the daughter of the headmaster of Meng Qi Academy. But she was furious and chased her interlocutor away by punching him in the face and said what she couldn't stand. Most of all was someone going through the links. And she promised to eat her hat if she didn't finish off Janssen today. After these words, her interlocutor thought that everything was over for our hero because she went after him. It turned out that Lan Qiqi was a divine-grade hero, and she decided since the young man didn't want to show his abilities, she would test them herself. Knowing that when Lan is angry, she completely loses control of herself, her interlocutor decided to stop her. Meanwhile, in the subway car, a distraught man was wiping himself, and his older sister was trying to comfort him. Just then, a voice came out of the speaker to announce that Sister Lan was angry and was going to fight Yansen. It's a man with glasses, and he was telling them that they had to stop land or they would be in big trouble up to, and including being fired. A man and a girl standing in the carriage in bewilderment asked what they should do, turning to the man calling him Four-Eyed Brother. He told them that he would try to stop Yansen, and the two of them were to stop Sister Lan, and added that they need to hurry up and split up in order to accomplish their tasks. And he ran faster and faster, activating his superpower and increasing his lung capacity. And at this time, our hero was walking through the city and thought that he has long had a feeling that someone is following him. He thought about the fact that it was nice weather today and there would probably be a fight again. Then he heard a shout behind him and turned around and saw a man wearing glasses running towards him, shouting at him to wait for him and stop. Finally, he caught up with our hero. The man stopped and tried to catch his breath. At this time, Sister Lan was looking at the monitor and became increasingly angry. As the man approached, Yansen clarified with him whether he was addressing him. He replied that it was to him and what happened was a hero test. He tried to explain everything to him and asked if Yansen understood what was happening now, but he didn't understand a word of what the man was trying to tell him, and asked for permission to leave if it wasn't important. But the man in glasses still decided that he would try again to explain what had happened to our hero. Without waiting for these explanations, Yansen put his hand on the man's forehead and just stood silently for a while. With the help of our hero's healing powers, the man regained his breath and was very surprised by it, and went on to say that if he had a healing type, he wouldn't be able to defeat Sister Lan since her abilities were mostly martial. He thought it was necessary to explain the situation to him again in more detail, but he replied that there was no need to do so because he realized that he was being watched, but he noticed that he felt absolutely no spiritual energy. The man was very surprised that Yansen was able to read minds, and it was strange that so many different abilities could coexist in one person. This method was called the soul research technique, and our hero tried it on a man with glasses and also injected some spiritual energy. If he could use so many abilities at once, he should definitely get a hero's license, and the man suggested he make an application. Yansen didn't understand why he had to do anything since Meng Chi had promised him a teaching position at the academy, and his main goal was to rebuild the sect. But as it turns out, without getting a hero's license, he can't become a teacher at the academy. And when once again the man started begging him to go and apply, Yansen agreed. The man was very pleased and expressed his sincere gratitude to him. Well, a strange event happened when Sister Lan appeared using the Hellfall technique. It was a grand appearance, and the man with glasses didn't realize at first what had happened. The girl who appeared said that she had heard everything and Yansen would never be able to get a hero's license. It was only now after the clouds of smoke cleared that the man with glasses saw Sister Lan and was very surprised how she had gotten there so quickly. She was followed by the two young girls who had been transformed into two young girls, who were involved in the carriage accident. They were supposed to stop Sister Lan, but they couldn't. They said he should look at them as they would stop her, and indeed, the two were all bruised. He looked at them and stated that this woman had no heart, and most likely even he couldn't stop her, or he would really lose his job. Then, turning to our hero, he said that it might be worth canceling their scheme with the license, because Sister Lan he obviously cannot win. An intensely enraged Lan Qi started shouting for the four-eyed man as she called him to shut his mouth, or he would also be beaten. Yansen in turn calmly asked what this girl wanted from him. Still furious, Sister Lan shouted that she wanted to punch his face. It was obvious that she had already actually prepared for battle. The transformation process began and a golden glow engulfed her entire body. This technique really surprised Yansen because he had never seen such a technique before. The man with glasses was also shocked that she was going to use such a powerful technique right away. He said that he didn't know how Yansen defeated the other heroes such as Steel Beetle, but the woman standing in front of him was clearly not like the others. Having said that, he decided it was time to flee the scene of the upcoming battle. But our hero did not understand what was so special about it, because personally he did not notice anything compared to the previous heroes. The enraged girl was ready for battle. She wanted to see what Yansen was capable of. But he tried to find out from her why they don't like the peaceful life, why all the warriors he meets in this world immediately rush into a fight. She replied that this is a world with superpowers and power is all that matters. He should have read the introduction before coming here. He wondered if she was going to shoot beams like Steel Beetle had done before, to which the girl replied that he would probably be disappointed. She shouted that she was a battle mage and rushed to attack, but since Yansen dodged, she decided to use a magic blast. And the man with the glasses, realizing what was about to happen, told me to run away. With a ray, Sister Lan also knew how to shoot and had already prepared to attack. The magnitude of this fight was very frightening to unwitting spectators. Getting even angrier, Lan Chi said that he was quite interesting, and he answered her that she was indeed much stronger than previous people. To which she angrily shouted that it was just a warm-up. The academy staff in hiding were discussing that they didn't expect this guy to be so strong and light a spark in Sister Lan's eyes. She was pretty hot-tempered now, but 3 years ago she was very different. 3 years ago they met, and it was then that Sister Lan and the man with glasses began to collaborate, deciding to train a new generation of heroes together. They began to work together diligently to recruit and train a new generation of heroes. During this time, he and Sister Lan had managed to meet completely different people. They've seen weird things like the concrete wall breaker, Legendary stuff like cannon fart and many more special techniques from weirdos. Even increasing lung capacity seemed much better. But as time went on, Sister Lan began to change. She started beating up all these weirdos and talking rudely. She thought a magical girl shouldn't be nice and threatened to beat up anyone who told her so. They sat in the shelter and discussed the fact that it was no wonder she had such a temper, but she wasn't like a mage at all. Meanwhile, continuing the battle, Sister Lan admitted that Jansen had indeed turned on her, and that after 3 years she had actually waited for someone worthy, and Jansen asked if he could get his license right now. She told him that if he wanted that license so badly, he would have to show his full strength. But our hero thought that if he showed all his strength, the girl would probably be scared. But in her whole life, no one has ever been able to scare Sister Lan. Maybe this guy can do it. And throwing a powerful charge of energy at him, she suggested he try to scare her. She then began to transform and her magic power reached 100%. Our hero apologized for his rudeness and punched Lan Chi. And when from this blow the girl flew aside, added that immortals do not like violence. There was a powerful explosion watched from the shelter of the academy staff. Clearly not expecting such a development, they tried to figure out if Sister Lan was still alive. Meanwhile, climbing out of the resulting crater, she used a healing spell and was about to continue the fight. After getting out, she shouted to our hero that she didn't understand how he dared to hit her in the face. The academy staff in their hiding place were discussing whether Sister Lan had this kind of healing ability before. It was called a healing spell, and the last time my sister had to use it was a long time ago, back in the days of the old heroes against monsters. She had high critical damage, long-range magic attacks, and healing abilities. For that, she received the title of Divine Class Hero. The girls didn't know that Sister Lan was so strong, but for some reason the four-eyed brother was trembling. He said that he was trembling because if Sister Lan was forced to show her abilities, then it meant that the opponent's strength was off the scale and she was in trouble. And it seemed to Lan Chi that 100% magic power was not enough, and she decided to go beyond that. But then Jansen approached her very quickly, and the girl was surprised at how huge the speed was. Even less than a millisecond ago, she was over 500 meters away from him, and now he was standing beside her at a speed even faster than the speed of sound. She thought it was scientifically impossible because he didn't even move before approaching. He decided to show her this technique, saying it was a fighting technique, and hit the girl. The blow was so strong that the girl flew very far away, cursing at our hero. After which, Jansen raised his hand and applied a spiritual pressure technique. This pressure was so strong that the girl was carried far upwards, and Jansen turned into a small dot standing below. But that didn't stop her, and she activated her magic power at 500%. From this energy, explosions were heard all around, and rocks flew. The academy staff from their hiding place begged them to stop. Then Jansen disappeared into the sky, and the girl thought she had missed him. And our hero outside of Earth thought it was only 1,000th of his spiritual energy and attacked again. The impact this time came to the place where the academy staff was sheltering, and they flew apart. As the dust from the explosion began to settle, they tried to find out if everyone was still intact. A huge rut had formed at this point, and everyone realized that just a little bit more and they would have gone to the other side of the world. Meanwhile, Sister Lan was trying to recover from the powerful energy strike and cursed her opponent. He stopped nearby and, like a true gentleman, inquired if he had startled her, to which she simply replied that she wouldn't be afraid of anything like that. Looking out from his hiding place, the man with glasses asked Sister Lan to stop fighting, because her opponent had monstrous strength. She refused because she believed that peace on Earth reigned only because of their determination, and was not about to admit defeat. As long as she believes in it, she will not lose, and if the power of 500% is not enough, she will use 600. If even that is not enough, she will use the whole 1,000. And she was about to rush back into the attack and continue the battle. But Jansen stopped her with one gesture, saying that it was good to be young and active, but he was already clearly far from that age. In his world, it's known to attack when you're sure of your strength, and run away when you see a stronger opponent. And her determination won't help her. She countered that this place is called Earth, and he is not in his world. Well, since his basic cultivation level wasn't enough to convince her, he would have to show her his full strength. The man with glasses thought that it didn't look like he needed much strength for these attacks, but what would happen if he used all his strength? And Sister Lan was glad that she would finally be able to see all of his true power, or at least part of it. He informed her that he could probably afford to exercise a power like the Golden Pill. No one knew what a Golden Pill was. Perhaps it was some exploding golden-colored ability. Lights of bluish energy flashed around him, and Jansen asked some unknown force to come over. As soon as he did so, some kind of crackling sounded in the tower in which he was imprisoned by the Millennium. Everything went dark, and no one could understand what was going on. And our hero, gaining more and more strength, said to prepare for what's about to happen. She too was surprised at what was happening and didn't understand what those blue lightning bolts were. He replied that it wasn't lightning but distress rockets, but it didn't matter because it was just the beginning. Meanwhile, in the Academy of Super People, Jia Xia students of the first class to look out the window because something incredible was happening outside. Even the class head Meng Qi seemed interested in what was happening outside the window. Outside the window, it was so dark that the sky seemed black. Someone even thought that the end of the world had begun. And then the students thought there was someone inside the lightning bolt. It was hardly possible since even a divine class hero wouldn't be able to withstand being hit by such lightning. The head of the class asked if Sister Lan was the one in charge of issuing the license today, and she was very angry that it was her. And then the girl realized that Sister Lan seemed to have run into Yansen, and she took her companion's equipment in the form of a ring on her finger. The girl deftly jumped down from the balcony and rushed towards the scene of the battle. Flying headfirst off the balcony, she began the transformation process. Her comrade only had time to yell out who she was going to save. She replied that she needed to save Sister Lan, already flying to the scene. And on the other end, a terrifying sight was taking place. Yansen explained that when practitioners started to apply their golden pills, they would cause this phenomenon. And after 10 breaths of Janssen, the pill will reach its full potential. Observing all this, the academy staff was very frightened. They did not even understand why they were kneeling. The man in glasses recognized that there were different powers in this world, but he had never met such forces and he was afraid to even raise his head. Sister Lan was also on her knees, but she told herself that she was not afraid of anything since she was one of the greatest heroes. But she wasn't going to give up and only wondered why she couldn't look into Janssen's eyes. That's when she decided to use the magic surge for the full 1000%. But Janssen didn't look at her. His eyes were raised upwards. And at this time, our hero became just huge, and it turned out that Lan's sister was just sitting in the palm of his hand, looking at him, realizing that she screwed up. She recognized that now was the time to focus on escaping, because to him she was a speck of dust. If he blew on her, she would disappear. Already flying towards the battle site, Mengqi realized that the thunder had stopped, and she no longer felt such pressure, but thought it was bad and she should hurry up even more. About 10 minutes later, she flew up to the area and saw an ambulance below and people standing around it. She landed sharply and rushed to find out what had happened there. As the girl came closer, she realized that the ambulance had come for Lan's sister. She was lying on a stretcher unconscious, and it turned out that she had cerebral ischemia. As a result of severe shock, and hospitalization would last at least 6 months. The girl was angry because there were many people with healing abilities in their hospital, and Sister Lan was one of the main characters. The doctor replied that there was no other way out because she had used up too much energy and was alive by a miracle. And the academy staff who had been around the whole time were discussing that this guy was a real monster and much worse. Mengqi approached Janssen and started shouting that he didn't dare to do that to Sister Lan. He replied that she herself wanted to know his true strength. He explained that he was just manifesting a golden pill. He couldn't think she would be frightened to hear just 2 peals of thunder. She had no idea what he was talking about, but from the look on his face, she thought he was faking it. She asked if he had passed the test and received his hero's license, without which he would not be able to teach at the academy. He didn't know, and asked the man with the glasses if he had gotten his license, and the man said let him take it, and that he hoped they would never see each other again. Knowing that he had nowhere to go, the girl offered to escort Janssen to the dormitory where the staff lived so he could start work tomorrow. One of the participants in the events, Chen Ke-shan, suggested to the class head to go together as she was about to return to class. And they all set off together. Mengqi asked why the clan leader was flying. He replied that there was no need to go if you could fly. He wondered what it was about these classes they were talking about, still not understanding some of the things of this world. It was explained to him that in this world, the hero's abilities were divided into classes based on levels and abilities. The highest grade divine heroes in Janssen had managed to defeat 3 of them already. He realized that the people in this world were too weak and he could crush them all with one hand. Mengqi countered that the people here weren't so weak, and according to the records, there was a class of heroes above divine. Our hero was surprised and wondered what this another class was. This class is called the Ancient Heroes, and their abilities are very different from those who use equipment and superpowers. It was said that among them were those who controlled time, used the power of the sun and moon, and even knew how to create worlds. He found it interesting that mortals could have the ability to conceive worlds, and he jokingly wanted to kidnap someone from them as an experiment. The girl clarified that it was just a legend, and she hoped he understood that. According to the records, they were the first to awaken their abilities, which means they're sort of the ancestors of all superhumans. Now he understood why these people had no idea what cultivation was. He said his goal was to rebuild the sect, Mengqi reminded her. And why would a strong man like him even care about that, she asked. When the deeply respected master, his teacher, was gone, he left the sect in his care, and the words he spoke are still in his memories. He was saying that even if he became one of the strongest deities in this world, it didn't mean that there was nothing more to learn. The master had lived among the deities all his life but had failed to become an imperial deity, and now with the onset of old age, his body was dying from lack of energy. Janssen did not agree with him because the master was one of the strongest deities, and the young man thought that he could not die. He replied that his time would come someday, as only imperial deities were immortal. He handed his disciple the title of sect leader, hoping he would lead her to immortality, and admonished him to never go too far. And at that moment, Janssen made his master promise that he would always keep his teachings in his heart. The master then asked him to leave as he was getting a little sleepy. Our hero told the girls this story, and they understood why he wanted to revive the sect. He added that it was his negligence that led to the destruction of the sect. That was why he had to rebuild it and make the master's dreams come true. There was another way to rebuild the sect. He could destroy the deity imprisonment tower to find peace somewhere and birth a new life. The girls opened their mouths in amazement and wondered if he could create a new life so easily. Yes, he could have done it, but this method seemed too unscrupulous, and he would be letting down his esteemed master by doing so. Still in astonishment, the girls clarified whether he could really create artificial life, and he answered in the affirmative. A mystic deity can create worlds, and an Empyrean deity can create a pair of newborn cultivators with golden pills. And then Mengqi asked if he was so powerful, then how could he have been caught and sealed in the tower? When he returned from seclusion and demanded the title of emperor, the feud began. It was unavoidable, and at some point went wrong. The old man said that this legendary imperial deity had killed 5 people with one blow and crippled dozens more. There were many other victims, and he believed that the Paradise Kingdom was doomed. It was all Kuyu's fault for destroying someone else's sect for no reason. He said that if Yansen had proclaimed himself as an imperial deity, he was not omnipotent, and he would never escape from the deity imprisonment tower. But he just said that the old man was trying to trap him by relying only on his wreckage. Then the old man yelled at him to get in the tower and check it out. The old man added that he might not be shy, and Yansen climbed into the tower. And the old man was just glad he'd fooled the kid. After which he slammed the deity imprisonment tower with Yansen inside. Realizing that he is in a prison, our hero tried to get out, but without success. Meanwhile, the old man opened a portal through the tower in there and told it to get lost. Then he ordered all mystical beings to use their powers to shut off access to other worlds. Thus, Janssen found himself in this world. The heaven realm was also carefully hidden inside the small worlds, and he couldn't find them. He was very angry at this old man who dared to deceive him, and once he regained his strength, he would show who he shouldn't have messed with. During this conversation, they were already approaching the school building, and the girls showed him the school and said that the dormitory where he would live was behind it. Reporters were working at the school to cover the fact that final exams were about to take place and to discuss whether someone would get a higher education this year. And then the reporters saw a group of people approaching. It turned out to be Yansen and the girls. They recognized him as the man who made the divine class hero fly to the northern hemisphere. That's when Mengqi reminded him that she had asked him to change his conspicuous image so as not to attract attention. Meanwhile, reporters were already rushing over to interview him. They started asking him a lot of questions about how he was feeling after so many victories over high-profile heroes. Turns out he already has over 1 billion fans around the world, and was asked to say something to them on air. When Janssen saw the cameras in front of him and a bunch of microphones pointed at him, he was confused. Besides, he didn't know who the fans were. He was asked what his name was, to which he replied that his name was Yansen. He was from the continent also called the Paradise Kingdom. When asked about his superpower, he replied that it was called the Immortal Technique, and his companions were discussing that for the first time they had met such a patient man with a good temperament. And then this gathering of people was distracted by a group of heroes who suddenly appeared. Everyone turned to look at them. The reporters couldn't believe their eyes. It was the Rainbow Rangers, but what were they here for? No one in the audience could believe the Rainbow Rangers had shown up. Our hero was also surprised as he didn't know who these people were at all. The Rainbow Rangers were the pinnacle of this world by the 5 divine grade heroes. Some of those present could not believe their appearance and even wondered if they were asleep. One of the reporters rushed over to interview them. He wanted to be the first to talk to the top class heroes. They introduced themselves. There were 5 of them, and they were all named according to their color. The Red Ranger was in charge. The way they introduced themselves inspired the reporter. In his opinion, they were as unique as ever. Reporters wanted to know if the Rangers had arrived for the exams, and they answered in the affirmative, which was according to the rules. This time they will be the chief examiners and hope that the future generation will be able to defend the land like them. But they said to protect the land, and they had already destroyed all the monsters, and most likely the only reason they were here was boredom. Mengqi said that she had seen it many times before, and still she starts to shake in such a situation. Reporters were chasing sensation. They asked questions about the monsters caught for the exams, and whether the students would be able to survive for a while. Janssen thought that they must be crazy and said that all people in this world are strange. Years ago, all sorts of heroes were leading figures in this world. They protected it with their determination and unwavering spirit. They stood on the front lines when Earth was in peril, and after the defeat of the monsters, peace finally reigned. That's why they're so popular, and reporters are excited and added that it's a time of peace on the planet. But there are still negative consequences. The thing is that many heroes have nothing to do. Some of them became otaku, and some of them started working in cities using their superpowers. Well, superheroes with combat-type abilities were in an awkward position, so they tamed the remaining monsters as pets. In addition, some superheroes like Steel Beetle and the Rainbow Rangers started having fights amongst themselves. And since heroes don't like to lose, they've often competed with each other. All of this has led to this world eventually becoming one that admires the strongest. The girls were discussing that since the examiners would probably be rangers, it was unlikely that they would pass the exams. They were 1,000% sure of it. Chen Kojian had no hope of her passing this exam and thought that this was the end of her life. Our hero wondered if this exam was like the one in his sect. In order to become a hero, you need to get a higher education. It was explained to him that the heroes release monsters at the exam that the students must defeat, and then they can get an education and pass the exam. Mengqi's strength was already higher than the required 10th grade strength, but it still didn't allow her to pass the exams and graduate. He answered her that it was unreasonable since her power had already reached the necessary standards. All because even the heroes fought for the students before they were insane. They could argue argue about one having more students this year and the other being stronger. Yansen heard all this and agreed that people in this world were really strange. Mengqi was worried that her father would be in big trouble, to which he decided to do them a small favor and teach them a technique that would help them pass the exam. The girls couldn't believe it, and he told her that immortals never joke. While they were talking, they were noticed by the Rainbow Rangers. They said that they had seen Yansen on the news and that the man in the black robe had become popular due to the fact that he had defeated many heroes. Some said that the news now couldn't be trusted. Others argued that Yansen's strength was still unknown in this world. The Red Ranger ordered the Yellow Ranger to test Yansen's abilities, to which Yellow replied in agreement and began to activate the super powerful combat system. The sensors built into her helmet recognized the age height, weight height, and strength of her future opponent. After all the stats were determined, Yellow Ranger reported that Yansen did not have superpowers. But the other Ranger said that since he was still floating in the air, maybe Yellow's sensors had lost their power. But she objected that even if Yansen was using some equipment, it should be supported by super strength as a source of power, but there was none. The Black Ranger said he might be using some sort of battery-powered flying device, and apparently the news exaggerated his power. They asked the leader if they should come up and greet him, and he replied that it was not necessary. The girls were trying to find out Yansen's superpower, and if he could show them techniques that would help them pass the exam, he said it should work. But first, our hero decided it was time for them to get into the school. On the way to the school, Yansen and the Red Ranger accidentally collided. The reporters noticed this and decided that there must be a good news tomorrow. The people around them were standing around and discussing who would be the first to pass the school gates, because usually even for this moment, everyone fought to be the first. The girls accompanying Yansen were speculating how they could even collide in such a free space and whether or not it would end in a fight. Our hero stopped and courteously decided to let the Red Ranger go forward, to which the latter turned to him and asked him to come along with him. It was a surprise to everyone, for they had seen such politeness for the first time. The reporters standing behind them were discussing that if someone showed courtesy to the Rainbow Rangers, they would laugh at him. Apparently, the heroes were no longer the same. Mengqi told our hero that she thought he would start a fight with the Rangers, and he replied that their leader, the one with the mustache, is really strong. He said that the red-clad Ranger was the strongest he had met so far in this world. The Rangers were surprised because their leader had been silent ever since he faced Yansen. The Yellow Ranger assumed it was because of the guy who stayed behind and wanted to go back. But the Red Ranger shouted to her not to turn around or she would die. The Rainbow Rangers asked their leader if he was talking about the guy he ran into. He answered in the affirmative, saying that he was very strong and he was no match for him. The Pink Ranger said that it can't be like that because the leader is one of the strongest second in the world in terms of his power. Plus, they checked him out. He didn't have superpowers, but Red said his combat instincts told him this man was very dangerous. He also said that numbers and superpowers wouldn't describe how strong our hero was, and while it's frustrating for the Ranger leader, he can't beat him. The Yellow Ranger couldn't believe it and decided to test his power again. Turning around and meeting Yansen's gaze, she changed her mind and decided to do it sometime later. Then I decided it was time for the whole team to get out of here. And Yansen decided that the people in this world were really hostile and they needed to learn at least the basics of manners before cultivating. Just like that, Mengqi brought the new teacher to the academy, told him the rules, and tomorrow he was supposed to have his first day of work. In the morning, our hero was disturbed by the doorbell, but he was not asleep and just sat on the bed. It was the head of the class standing outside the door. She asked him if he was awake yet. Opening the door, he replied that immortals don't need sleep. She gave him his hero license and told him that he was now 7th among the heroes since he had defeated Sister Lan. Also showed him a recent paper that said he was a fake hero. But he didn't pay attention to the paper, saying that everything was fine and he didn't care. And he asked how many students were in his class. He opened the license and saw that he was called a man in a black robe. That name seemed strange to him. The girl said he should be thankful he had a name at all because he didn't say what hero name he should be called. She added that she told his classmates that the news was fake, and might be able to help him settle the situation with reporters. But he objected that cultivators shouldn't be in a hurry, and he was willing to spend several thousand years to rebuild the sect. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the students were already discussing that they had a new teacher who was going to teach them superpowers. A student who had been studying at the school for 10 years, Zhang Zichao, and could never graduate, hoped that his new teacher would give him a surprise. Another student doubted that with his strength, even thanks to his teacher, he would be able to get a diploma because the examiners were divine class heroes. Zhang Zichao turned to Lan Bin, who also couldn't graduate, and called him a four-eyed chicken. Sun Xiaolu, who was also unable to graduate, intervened and asked them not to argue because there was no hope of passing the exam anyway. While they were discussing all this in the academy, the signal for the start of class sounded. Yan Sun entered the classroom and the students started discussing how tall he was. And this was the first time a teacher from the 10 Heroes Divine class was teaching here. He introduced himself and said that he had come to teach them how to become cultivators and hoped that they would start working to become true immortals. And as one of the disciples in the Tianquan sect, he will start with the basics of first grade, namely courtesy etiquette and knowledge of the sect rules. A week later, Zichao reasoned that this teacher would be able to give him hope of graduating, but they were copying 36,000 rules. He said it was to train their minds, and Zichao had already made over 200 copies. But that's not all after his arrival. Absolutely everything has changed to the way the office looked before his arrival. And after the new teacher came in, he looked completely different. Even the uniforms the students wore were completely different. He had long endured the teacher to train his mind, but the basics he taught amazed even his young man who had received a modern education. Everyone was taught that the world is round, but this teacher said that in his class everyone knows that the world is flat. In addition, it is divided into 2 layers where 2 types of people live in the first mortal and the second immortal. He then began to tell me that cultivation was divided into 4 stages for mortals. It was the cultivation of chi, cultivation, purification of the spirit, transformation of the spirit, and the merging of the Tao. And the next stage was laying the foundation for becoming immortal. He talked about how the immortals are also divided into 4 ranks. These are heavenly deity, golden deity, meta deity, and transcendent deity. And those who are above the transcendent deity are not called deities, they're called mystical beings. Not all the students understood what he was talking about and asked him who the immortals were. He replied that immortals can ascend to heaven, descend to hell, and destroy the world. If they become immortal, they can have the longevity of heaven. One of the disciples asked him why they needed cultivation in the first place. To get a higher education status of the strongest heroes in history, answered for the teacher Meng Qi. The teacher said it was wrong and the head of the class got hit on the head with a scroll. And he said that cultivation is needed not only to dominate others, but also to strive for more. Namely, to strive for true immortality and eternal life. The disciples asked him when they became immortal and obtained the longevity of heaven, why would they then continue to cultivate? And he in turn asked them what would happen if the sky disappeared. The uncomprehending Zichao decided to endure for the sake of passing the exams. The master said that although mystical beings can create heaven and spiritual energy, they are not eternal. And an example is the 5 he killed. And Zichao was getting more and more annoyed, but still tolerated it. Master continued to say that only when they became emperor deities could they attain true eternal life. In the end, Zichao shouted out that he was sick of putting up with this. He said the teacher doesn't teach them anything useful, they just copy the rules. He should be teaching them how to use their superpowers. He jumped up from his seat and said he was leaving the class. They tried to stop him and asked him where he was going. The young man replied that he was going to meet girls because others didn't have time for that. Everyone was shocked that Su Chao had snapped, but at the same time, they thought that to last even a week was an achievement for him. They reasoned that their teacher was ranked 7th among the divine class heroes and would most likely get angry. But Janssen merely told the disciples that they would continue onward. They were even amazed that the teacher wasn't angry and didn't care. And Lan Bin was thinking about how he far surpassed Zichao's resilience, and how the one with his persistence was even going to get a higher education. The disciples were discussing that only Lan Bin would dare to talk about Zichao like that because they were equal in strength, and to some he seemed crazy. And he sat in the shower crying and thinking that he wanted to go home. After a while, a beep signaled that the lessons were over. Yan Sen and the class headman went to the back of the schoolyard, which was the place where students and teachers displayed their strength. She asked not to blame Su Chao because he really wanted to get a higher education, to which the teacher replied that he did not blame him. He believed that success in cultivation also depended on one's own luck, and one could not force someone to do it. She reminded him that he had promised to teach her a trick that would help her pass the exam. He didn't think it would be a problem. This is a cultivator technique that any martial artist can use, and it's best for passing the exam. She wanted to learn the technique as soon as possible, but he said she had to feel the spiritual energy first. Meanwhile, Zichao was standing by the river and swearing at the new teacher and throwing stones into the water. He thought the teacher's powers were fake and refused to believe in them. He also thought that the head of the class had cheated him. Now he was going to get a higher education on his own. And then he saw 2 people in the distance and he wondered who it was. It turned out to be the head of the class, and the new teacher and the young man wondered what they could do together. This seemed suspicious to him and he decided to follow them. He took cover behind a large rock and watched Meng Qi practicing without realizing what she was doing. And she was learning to sense spiritual energy, and she succeeded. Janssen said it's because in their world, spiritual energy is very strong. Glowing lights appeared in the sky and the girl thought it looked very marvelous. She thought that spiritual energy was air, but he said that many people think that, and it is actually life. And Zichao, still hiding behind the stone, couldn't feel the spiritual energy and see it, and wondered why these 2 were standing there and not moving. So Meng Qi felt the spiritual energy and asked the teacher what's next, and he told her that the next thing to do is to look at him. He began to explain to her that there is yin and yang in the whole world, and she needed to feel her qi to see the yin-yang change in spiritual energy. When she can unite yin and yang, they will become true life. He showed her how to do it, and everyone saw a big golden kite appear. The young man in his hiding place could not believe his eyes. Meng Kai also saw this serpent, to which the teacher said that this is what spiritual energy looks like when it turns into real life. And Zichao looked out from his hiding place and was surprised at such a superpower because he had never seen anything like this before. The golden kite turned into a small golden glow, and she asked the teacher what he would do, and he said he was going to set off some fireworks. He snapped his fingers at that golden glow and the kite flew out of the earth at a tremendous speed. From his hiding place, Zichao couldn't understand what it was that flew out and what was going on. And our hero ordered the golden glow to explode. It exploded, and that explosion was so powerful that Meng Qi flew off to the side. The young man was also struggling to hold onto the rock to keep from flying away. Floating in the air, the girl begged the teacher to save her, and he gave the order to stop. Still holding onto the stone, Zichao thought that a normal person was not capable of such a thing. There was an earthquake that even the students of the academy felt. They decided to look out the window to see what was going on, and it turned out to be an explosion. The explosion was very powerful, and they thought it was a nuclear bomb. They were so scared they wanted to go home. Watching the spectacle, Mengqi said that this was truly insane and called the teacher a devil. Yansen said that the greater a person's chi capacity, the greater the strength. And what happened is only a small part of his chi capacity. This technique was that one should not use one's own spiritual energy, but use the life formed by external spiritual energy. She still didn't understand what he was saying. Then he gave her a scroll to study. The scroll he gave was called Dragon Chi Capacity Formation Technique. This is a secret technique of cultivators that doesn't need to use internal spiritual energy and can be used to defeat someone who isn't immortal. Reading that she wasn't using stamina and spiritual energy, she wondered if the teacher was writing the scroll. He admitted that the technique was a bit dishonest, and he wrote it at the age of 6 to take part in an exam when he first joined the cult. And the girl said that she understood why Master didn't allow Yansen to fight at full strength, because he could accidentally kill someone. And Zichao had been standing by the stone all this time in shock and couldn't even move. The next day, everyone saw Zichao kneeling in front of the classroom entrance as if admitting his mistake. Other students could not enter the classroom, and he would chase them away and tell them to use another door. Then he saw someone else come up and looked up to ask why they weren't leaving. But the people who approached were teacher Yansen and the class head, who asked him why he was kneeling. The teacher said students shouldn't kneel and told him to go to class. To which the young man tearfully told the teacher that he was a wonderful person. He let Yansen go ahead and told him to get ready for class, and that it turns out he had manners. Mengqi was surprised that Zichao was so obedient, and the teacher concluded that he had most likely seen them cultivating. Yesterday's explosion that the teacher had made by simply moving his fingers and releasing an incredible amount of energy was still in the young man's memories. He wanted to tell Lan Bin about it, but changed his mind since he had to get a higher education before him. His deskmate told Su Chao that he stinks, and he told him to shut up. And all because he threw his uniform in the dumpster the night before, and spent the whole night looking for it in the morning trying to wash it, but it still smelled. The other students whispered that Zichao couldn't just come back after kneeling outside the classroom all morning. The signal to start class sounded, and one of the students grinned that once again they would be rewriting the rules. To which the teacher said he thought everyone had memorized the rules by rewriting them many times, and it was time to take a short break. The students were very happy that they would finally stop writing these rules, but their joy was short-lived because now they had to write the rules from memory. Since not everyone used the template when rewriting them, they needed to write now 36,000 rules in reverse order, and so they rewrote the rules until the day of final exams came. On the day of the Superhuman Academy exam, a reporter from the BB channel was going to broadcast these fights, and this day was very much awaited. When the reporter showed up in the commentator's booth, he was asked what he was doing there, and he said he would broadcast any fights wherever they were. He said that it was very rare to see a good battle even if it was students. It was an event no one could miss. The Academy hasn't had a graduate in 21 years, and if no one graduates this year, it will be recognized as the oddest to go bankrupt. Principal Wu Academy was also watching the exam, and he wanted his daughter Mengqi to do her best. The reporter talked to the commentators, and none of them thought anyone would graduate from the Academy this year. After all, this will be the most difficult exam since the examiners are Rainbow Rangers, and the teacher of the graduates is Yan Sen, who was written about in the newspapers. The reporter who saw our hero's strength with his own eyes was sure it was real, and thought he was not mistaken for coming here. The commentator asked the reporter what he thought of Yan Sen's strength, but the reporter replied that he was only live streaming. The exam was about to start, and the reporter wondered why the Rainbow Rangers hadn't shown up yet. They were at this time practicing on the cliff under the command of the Red Ranger. After the stopwatch beeped, the Blue Ranger launched an attack on the Black Ranger. Although they were all brothers in battle, the Black Ranger showed no mercy, so he easily repelled the attack, after which the Black Ranger used a technique called Flash. At this time, the Pink Ranger entered the battle by applying her superpower cluster bombs and fire coating, and those bombs and fire coatings flew at the Black Ranger. But the Black Ranger used his superpower to send them to the sender. Before the Pink Ranger knew it, there was a massive explosion. At this time, Yellow Ranger had already activated the super powerful battle healing and power amplification system. In the same minute, the Blue Ranger was healed and his power increased. He rushed to attack and the Black Ranger asked if it was healing. The Blue Ranger replied that it was not only healing, but also strengthening. But the Black Ranger continued to stand calmly and said that even though Yellow had strengthened Blue still, his punch was still soft. Blue's superpower was body enhancement, and he could even grab a nuclear bomb. However, the man with the speed superpower dared to challenge it. Black replied that at times when a superpower is particularly strong, you can ignore certain types of superpowers and apply to Flash. He saw the Yellow Ranger and said that her powers could really cause trouble during combat. Recovering from the outburst, the Blue Ranger didn't realize where Black had gone, and the Yellow Ranger decided to surrender and recognize Black's victory in this battle. She recognized that Black had gotten stronger, but didn't understand why he was the hero of the 4th grade, and he replied that Blue was older, and therefore should be 3rd. At this point, the Red Ranger stopped the stopwatch. Black's performance was much improved, and then he remembered an important task and ordered the mechanical eye to open. Last month, the military was asked to help investigate a nuclear explosion over the Pacific Ocean, and the Ranger asked the eye what it had found out. The divine-grade monster Mechanical Eye replied that after looking through all the cameras on the ground, he had discovered that a human had done it. The Red Ranger was interested in the message, and the eye decided to show him the videotape. On it, he saw Janssen and the class elder as he tutored her and set off fireworks. The Red Ranger thought that this man was indeed stronger than he thought, but the fact that it was only a fraction of his strength seemed ridiculous to him. I said that he had researched this man, and what he did was not a superpower, it was called cultivation, and then asked what to do next. The Red Ranger said to send this tape to the hero department and report that it was done by the person setting off the fireworks and not to follow him anymore. The exam was about to start, and the Rainbow Rangers were discussing which animal they would take this time. Black suggested his. His research showed that most of the students in the academy had a fighting type, and he decided that with the help of his animal Nightmare, they wouldn't pass the exam. He went to school at the age of 5 and couldn't graduate for a long time, and Yellow thought he was taking it out on the students so they wouldn't pass their exams either. The Red Ranger broke through their dialogue because the exam was about to start and they had to be ready. And since the Red Ranger was their leader, they obeyed him. The exam was about to start, and from all over the world, 20 major TV channels were covering the event. The reporter shouted into the microphone that just a little more, and the whole world would witness the birth of new heroes, and soon everyone would see it. Spectators in the stands cheered on the graduates before the exam. One man shouted that if they passed the exams this year, they would be the new saviors of the world after the older generation was gone. One commenter really didn't like the words this man said. Then it was time to welcome this year's graduates along with their mentor, and the first class of superpowers entered the arena with their teacher, Janssen. He heard the onlookers discussing him, calling him the man in the black robe. This nickname seemed strange to him. Everyone was discussing whether his students could pass the exam, but someone said that since the examiners were Rangers, no one would be able to. And then the Rainbow Rangers appeared. The spectators in the stands turned around and cheered as they greeted them. The teacher and his students also noticed the Rainbow Rangers. Someone saw them for the first time. The Ranger leader said that this time the exam will be different. If before it was one-on-one, then now they want it to be a team fight. They also decided to do a favor, and the exam would be passed if the students could last 3 minutes. The students rejoiced since the rules only let out half-divine class monsters and they would easily last 3 minutes. But Zichao interrupted their joy by saying that there was some kind of trick here, or else they would have finished studying long ago. Meanwhile, Mengqi was telling Janssen that she was very nervous because it was hard for her to grasp the yin-yang, and she was afraid of failing the exam. To which he replied to her that a cultivator need not be impatient, and if it didn't work out this year, she would definitely try next year. She emotionally countered him that this year was very important to her. He put his hand on her head and said that if she let go of her attachments, something unexpected might happen. When he took his hand off her head, she felt her face burn. She felt that she was no longer nervous and realized that the teacher had helped relieve her stress. The class called him the devil, but he was very good, she thought. And Janssen said that they should be patient, and he believes that if they don't pass the exam this year, in 100 years they will definitely pass it. The students were shocked by this instruction. Some had nosebleeds, some began to cry, realizing that they could not stand it. Just 5 minutes later, a second class of superpowers joined the exam. They were discussing their teachers and what they had been able to teach them. The first grade students said they learned how to copy the rules and can now do it so many times in a day. The second grade students didn't understand what they meant or what the teacher was teaching them. The second grade students suggested that they unite since they knew what kind of monster would be released, and together their forces could suppress it, and they would pass the exam. He nudged a first grade student his forward, saying that they would be the first graduates to take the exam on this one. Meanwhile, the reporter was saying that the students were finishing their preparations, and the exam was about to start. Everyone wanted to know what kind of monster would be released this time. And the exam began, the reporter shouted it into the microphone and decided to stop talking. The Rainbow Rangers dropped the monster card from their podium and gave the order for the exam to begin. The monster card fell on the field and everyone was discussing who would appear now, and whether the students would be able to last at least 5 seconds. The reporter said the first team consists of 2 pairs of twins from different classes, and wonder what they will do since their strengths are not offensive. A first grade student asked a friend if he was sure what kind of monster would be released, and he answered in the affirmative because that's why they grouped together. And then in the clouds of dust appeared the silhouette of the monster, who in turn reasoned that if he defeated these boys, he would be famous as a monster. The dust clouds cleared and everyone saw that a green monster had appeared in the arena and greeted the students. Janssen had never seen such monsters and stood there looking at him in bewilderment. Mengqi was also shocked by the appearance of this particular monster. She said it was a physical monster like Nightmare or the exploding green turtle. The teacher didn't know what it meant. She explained that it was hard to defeat him with combat-type superpowers. When it comes in contact with the turtle, there is a powerful explosion, and then the monster quickly regenerates, which means that the combat type cannot defeat it. The disciples couldn't touch the monster. Most of them had combat-type superpowers, and Mengqi felt that it was unconscionable to release such a monster. The audience at the podium also thought that this year no one would be able to get a college education since they released the exploding turtle. The commentator also thought the students would have problems, but some students still believed that they would win. The second grader was right when he thought they'd release this particular monster. And then the monster decided to launch an attack and activated his superpower Indiscriminate Reach, after which he swelled up and there was a big explosion. One of the students only had time to yell that the timer hadn't started yet. The explosion was so strong that the wave from it knocked even the commentators off their feet, and their judging seat was 100 meters high. The explosion reached the spectators and they scattered in different directions. Many people thought that such power couldn't belong to a monster of half-divine class. Barely holding onto the fence, Meng-Chi shouted that in addition to this explosion, there had to be a secondary explosion, and everyone in the stadium was in danger. But then Yun-Sen decided to intervene, and she was trying to figure out what he was going to do. The teacher only moved his fingers as a huge tornado formed. This wind pressure even blew the Rainbow Rangers away. They were barely held back by their leader. They thought it was the green turtle. They discussed that the pressure of this wind was clearly stronger than the explosion. It was so powerful that it blew away the second explosion. The spectators in the grandstand rejoiced that they were saved, but still didn't understand what had happened. Xiao Liu was the only one with wind power, but it wasn't her doing, or else she would have graduated long ago. And the only ones who didn't get blown out of the stadium were the teacher and the head teacher, who didn't have that kind of power, so she couldn't do it. Which means the only one who could do it was Master Yan-Sen. And in the ruined cockpit, the commentator continued his broadcast, saying that the power of the explosion exceeded all expectations and the exam was very difficult. Even the monster reasoned that he had surpassed the requirements of this exam, although he belonged to the half-divine class just he had prepared. He had the Black Ranger throw him into a swamp of poison gas, and he was ready to show the power of the blast after months of buildup. And the Green Turtle activated that power by ordering the gas to open. The monster became huge and muscular, and even the commentator was surprised that he had such a skill. Apparently he had been preparing, and it doesn't break the rules. And the students mocked him, telling him to shut up, because they were going to get a higher education, and he would become a disgrace. The first grade students could combine the rocks into a huge dome above them, but they still got hurt when they exploded. But the second grade students had healing powers and had treated their comrades, so they thought that lasting 3 minutes would be easy. Even the reporter thought it was a perfect combination of 2 healing and the other 2 protecting, so they could last and maybe pass the exam. The spectators cheered in the stands. The team seemed strong, and many thought they could top the team if they lasted 3 minutes. Meng-Chi and Yan-Sen were discussing the twins. She thought they were awesome, and he thought that if the monster had prepared, he had probably envisioned something like this. The monster guessed that they might team up, so he decided to show them his new trick. What the monster was doing was disgusting, and someone in the audience said they saw a similar move in the manga. And what happened was that the monster spit out the same monster, only smaller. But that wasn't the end of it. The second monster tensed up and spat out the next one. And so each spit out the next until there were several of them. The first was the biggest, and the next were smaller and smaller. The end result was something like a Matryoshka doll, and the audience didn't like that the monster seemed to be mocking. The students who were fighting the monster from hiding were also watching all of this, and thought that something was coming. And then the very first main monster gave the order for its underlings to attack the students' hideout. They all attacked the shelter at once, and the first grade students could barely hold on to the rocks so much it hurt them. The second grade student told Xiao Liu to be patient because as long as he treated him, they wouldn't lose. But he replied that it was easy to talk when you didn't take any damage. The second grade student couldn't do anything about it because he was a healer, and then someone behind them greeted them. They turned around and saw one of the green monsters that had infiltrated their hideout. And then there was a huge explosion in the UK Sarutia, and all the students scattered in different directions. The head of the class could not believe her eyes how it could happen, because everything was going well and the teacher calmly said that most likely they lost. The healers were useless, and the first grade students thought they would never have messed with them if they knew that. Meanwhile, a signal announced the loss of will to fight and the end of the exam for these students. Even the reporter didn't realize what had happened to make them fail the exam because a minute ago they were being praised. The spectators also couldn't understand how the exam ended and said that this monster was very strong as it had accumulated a lot of energy. But now the question was not whether they would pass the exams, but whether they could survive at all. So by the afternoon, more than half of the students were defeated. The exam was getting boring because the monster was winning all the time. The audience was bored and was about to go home to watch the recorded exam because no one could last more than 3 seconds. There was a break for lunch, and the spectators decided to take a break. And since they did not see any good fights, at least they will eat at the expense of the school. During lunch break in the backyard of the school, Zichao practiced calling out fireworks. He was failing and thinking about why it was so hard to learn this technique. Even teacher Yan-Sen already doubted that he would be able to use this technique. At this time, Meng-Chi brought him lunch. Yan-Sen said that eating is not necessary to fill the stomach, but still began to eat. The teacher saw that she not only wanted to offer him food, but also wanted something else and told her to speak up. She told him that his technique was too complicated and knew he had other techniques he could teach them. To which he replied that this technique is the only one that does not require spiritual energy and the others do. They can't even learn it yet. She couldn't believe it since he had only written one of these techniques in thousands of years of his life, and now he would watch his students being humiliated. And Zichao in turn suggested that maybe the teacher should come up with another technique that wouldn't require spiritual energy. He believed that a teacher with his ingenuity could create an invincible technique and they could train in seconds. After thinking about it, the teacher replied that he could probably do it and create a technique with which they could pass the exam. The disciples were happy about this because they knew that teacher Yan was not so simple. But his master had once warned him never to create more techniques, and those words were forever in his heart and he would not break them. The disciples started to argue and say that with the master, but Yan-sen said that one should not speak ill of the master mentor. At that time, Zichao wondered why the master had forbidden the teacher from creating techniques. Master told the mystical being Liu about this technique, saying that it could be used without restriction and was the only one of its kind in the heavenly realm. This disciple was only 6 years old, and if you took all of Liu's disciples, he was tens of thousands of times stronger than them. The one shouted at the master that all the recruited disciples were either geniuses or demons, and his disciple was just a psycho, and whether the old man was afraid of the consequences. After that, they had a fight, and the master said that nobody should care because the most important thing is that he is very strong. Liu said he was leaving, and the master could now play chess with the abnormal student, and the latter shouted that he would introduce him to Yan-sen next time. But then he noticed that his apprentice's technique scroll was missing. The technique created led to resentment and battles in the heavenly realm, and in hundreds of years, many more people had died than when Yan-sen was enraged. After that, his teacher forbade him to create any other techniques and confiscated the brush he used to do so. And he realized that because of his youthful energy, he had brought much devastating chaos to the people of the heaven realm. So he refused to create new techniques and asked the guys not to make him do it anymore. The students wanted to object, but he said the conversation was over and remained adamant. Their dreams of learning a powerful and easy-to-use technique were shattered. Mechanical Eye was released into the stadium to protect it with beams so that the explosion wouldn't hit anyone, which meant that the students were in great danger. Meanwhile, one of the academy's strongest teams, consisting of 4 students who were personally united by the headmaster, was about to come out. The director reasoned that how could the Rainbow Rangers release such a strong monster? And the disciples who entered the arena were Zichao, Lanbin, Sun Xiaolu, and Mengqi. Their superpowers were controlling fire, ice, wind, and objects. The monster told them that since they were the strongest, as soon as he finished them off, he could go home and rest. The audience thought that if they beat the green turtle, it would be a real miracle, and some even thought they were ready to give up the fight. Some viewers were so bored with the spectacle that they went home to watch the show on tape. Lan Bin offered to surrender as he thought that they could not defeat the turtle even with the 10 of them, because it was almost impossible to defeat it. And Mengqi thought they still had a chance and she wanted to try. Lan Bin told her that she was out of her mind and they were at a disadvantage. But the head of the class asked her comrades to give her just 1 minute. They asked Mengqi if she was going to use it and she answered in the affirmative. She couldn't guarantee it would work, but she promised to try her best. Zichao said that they would have to risk their lives to buy time for the headman while she would activate the nuclear weapon. The uncomprehending Lan Bin interjected about nuclear weapons. The audience discussed that the first-grade students were not going to give up at the same time, thinking that they must realize their disadvantage. The fight was about to begin, and the comrades told the headman to get behind them. Monster saw that they were preparing and said they should try next year. And without thinking long, he ordered his little monsters to take them. The battle began, and Xiaolu had to use a gust of wind. Su Chao in turn set off an explosion and created something like a huge exploding tornado. And the reporter commented that although the students were wise to use their powers in this way, they would still be able to last for 3 minutes. Even the monster realized that they were using the wind to intensify the flames. A smirk appeared on his face and he wondered how long the students would last. He drew air deeply into his lungs and began to spit, and soon there were a huge number of monsters like him around the turtle. Even the reporter who saw their numbers said it was a low blow. The spectators in the grandstand also began to discuss that there were too many of these monsters. The Green Turtle ordered the monsters to take apprentices so that all the young heroes would learn of their powers. Xiaolu noticed that under this onslaught, the power of Zichao's fire was beginning to weaken. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the young man to control the power of the fire. He shouted to Lan Bin to help them, but he objected that if he applied ice according to the laws of physics, it would extinguish the flames. Lan Bin thought about the fact that his ability to turn air into ice, and he could only make things worse. His ability was a burden in this situation. The monster, who had experience as a punching bag of heroes, reasoned that only idiots would drag out a fight that could be ended in one move. Once again, he took a deep drag of air and began to rapidly increase in size. Turning into a huge monster, he called the students fledglings and said that maybe they would succeed next time. The students realized that he was going to use a large explosion of non-selective coverage. Realizing that there was about to be a powerful explosion, Zichao asked the headman if she was ready. Meanwhile, she was trying to relax, being calm and letting go of her attachments. During lessons, she asked the teacher what to look for when learning this technique. He replied that she just had to be gifted. The girl was puzzled when she heard the teacher say that. He added that cultivators should be gifted because there are some people who learn everything at a glance, and some take a long time to learn everything. Confused, she asked how to figure out if they were gifted or not. He said she'd find out as soon as she got rid of her attachments. This time she succeeded. She saw her golden dragon and thought it was a huge life force. She wondered if that meant she had celestial abilities. And the spectators were discussing that because of the wind, nothing could be seen, and why the head woman was not doing anything, since her power was most suitable for containing explosions. Janssen saw what she had done and thought that it was an excellent talent. As they walked, everyone noticed the monster. It became so huge that if it exploded, it would do a lot more damage than last time. And the monster laughed at the students, calling them chickens and saying they shouldn't be heroes. At this time, Lanbin angrily decided to activate his abilities. Xiaolu shouted to him that the headman was still behind them, but it was too late. There was a massive explosion, but it was contained by the ice dome created by Lanbin. Onlookers were startled when the blast wave almost reached them, but Mechanical Eye showed up and said he could protect people. Through the thick smoke, nothing could be seen, and everyone was wondering what had happened to the students. Commentators believed that no one could pass the exam given such a powerful force, and whether anyone could even survive such an explosion. And the disciples shook off the ice residue, and Zichao said that Lanbin had activated his strength in time, and that he had said that he had spent all his strength and was unlikely to be able to repeat. But Xiaolu yelled at them because they had to protect not themselves, but the head elder who was behind them. And indeed, being frightened, they had completely forgotten about her. The headman would hardly have time to hide. But at that moment, Zichao saw the headman. She was fine, although it was scientifically impossible, thought Lanbin. It was Xiaolu before the explosion, knowing that her comrades could not be relied on, who used her last strength to protect her. The whole stadium was discussing that the students were unharmed, but had used all their strength, but not even a minute had passed, and everyone wanted to know what they were going to do. And the green turtle, who had been gathering strength for months, was planning another big bang. It was time for Mengqi to enter the battle, and she began to release the concentration of yin and yang. The audience paid attention to her and tried to figure out what she was going to do. And the class elder concentrated her energy, and the Sea of Shi transformed into a resolute dragon. Zichao, who was watching the headman's actions, was pleased when she succeeded. And two huge golden dragons suddenly appeared in the stadium between the monster and the headman. The audience saw them too and at first thought it was a joke because Mengqi had displayed superpowers. The live broadcast said that the gifted head elder of the first group, Mengqi, had done something unusual. And her father, the director of the academy, even asked the secretary to bring his family's pedigree. After researching his family tree, he didn't find anyone with such superpowers. Zichao shouted to the headman that it was time to deal with the monster instead of pontificating. But the monster thought she was bluffing, but since there was still time, he wanted to find out what this superpower was. A golden light shone in her hands, and she told the monster that if he was brave, let him stand there and don't move. But at the same time, she wondered if it could destroy everything here. And he tauntingly said that in those 4 fights, she had the most bad luck and could go to the dust. She told the monster not to worry because he was going to die today and attacked, but the monster thought she was just releasing a blast wave. And the Red Ranger, realizing that a massive explosion was about to occur, shouted at the monster to move away. The monster turned around and looked at the ranger, not understanding what he meant. And then something happened that even the audience had to duck and cover. There was a very powerful explosion like a nuclear monster flew out of the earth, and the wave covered the entire stadium. Commentators and spectators could not believe their eyes and opened their mouths in amazement. The Rainbow Rangers were also surprised that an ordinary disciple could unleash such powerful energy. Even the presenter who had been working them for over 20 years didn't know what to say. The audience could not come to their senses. Some of them wanted to go home, and some of them reasoned that this girl was still a student and how she could do such a thing. Standing in the stadium, Lanbin was surprised to say that the bang was not bad, and Mengqi said it was her mistake because she originally wanted to blow him up in the stadium. Zichao asked her why she didn't blow it up in the stadium. The girl replied that she didn't realize that the speed of this technique was too fast. That's when the monster returned. He couldn't recover, and if the Red Ranger hadn't warned him, today would have been his last day. Mengqi replied that she had missed a bit, and for nothing the monster thought it was tough and impenetrable. But the Green Turtle only replied that they had pissed him off for nothing. Zichao asked the elder if she could use this technique again. She said that she would be able to use it again because her strength was not exhausted, and the release was limitless. The commentator was saying there was still 1 minute left after the headman only hit half of the turtle's body with a nuclear strike. But then he heard her words and couldn't believe what she'd said about limitless release. The Green Turtle was also surprised. He clearly hadn't expected this development, and the audience in the stands thought that the head of the class was joking. Just the kind of effect they needed, and Zichao told the headman to kill this monster as soon as possible. But then the unexpected happened and the girl felt sick. But Mengqi didn't understand why she felt bad so abruptly. The audience also noticed that something was wrong with the head teacher, and the students asked the teacher if it was a side effect of the nuclear bomb. He replied that it wasn't a side effect, just that when releasing energy you have to be calm and it fluctuated, and in a couple years things will get better. One of the disciples asked Janssen how he could know this. Since the students were constantly copying the rules of the school, none of them knew that this technique was created by Teacher Yan. And Green Turtle, realizing that the girl wasn't working out, decided that she was just scaring him. And he said that his explosion was a limitless release of energy. She replied to the monster that she'd look at his audacity if the explosion happened in the stadium. She didn't know if she could use this technique again because her mental state wasn't stable and she needed time to gather chi. Zichao shouted that they were running out of time, and while she was collecting chi, the exam would be over. She said she thought she'd get it right the first time and didn't keep her cool, so it's all about her pride. Meanwhile, the monster took a big breath and decided that he could still win this battle, but then Xiaolu entered the dialogue, advising the turtle to take back her words. The comrades turned to the girl to see what she meant. Anne saw Xiaolu about to use the same technique as the headman before. The green turtle was clearly not expecting this either. He looked at the girl with his mouth open. At first, these exams were held without any intrigue, but the nuclear explosion that the headmistress set off injected some interest into the event, said the reporter. The arena was in disarray and no one present could tell exactly what was going on. The other disciples couldn't understand how Xiaolu knew this technique since it wasn't scientific. She said it wasn't particularly difficult, and if you just look at it, you can learn the only thing was that it wasn't familiar. But they asked her to think about it because in front of the teacher she couldn't do anything. But now she looked at it once and was able to repeat it. And so her companions looked at her too excited and one intensely stubborn. She replied that teacher Janssen had said that one aspiring to become a celestial should not be in a hurry, and they long copying the rules should have realized this. Xiaolu did not care about the exam, and her character is calm apparently. That is why she learned so quickly, and her comrades decided to follow her example. But then Zichao felt that Lanbin was emitting chi energy. He asked why he was emanating chi if he could do that too. The one replied that he had been watching Zichao for a month, as he was very secretive and had seen this technique as well. The young men were very stubborn and started arguing. No one wanted to lose to each other. Observing, Janssen thought that in such a short time the technique could only be learned by a genius, and he never thought that he would meet 4 geniuses at once. After a brief moment of thought, he concluded that he had found a treasure, but the beginner will need time to concentrate his chi and the opponent will not stand around waiting for him to use his strike. The teacher looked at the green tortoise, who was standing and gaining air, obviously preparing to attack, and he decided that they should not be allowed to be crippled there, for the future Celestials must stop in their tracks because of such a minor exam. And the reporter was saying that all the participants had gathered their remaining strength, and there were no more than 30 seconds to the end of the exam. The monster already wanted to attack the students and see who was faster. But then Green Turtle's attention was distracted by an object flying in the air. This object turned out to be an unknown white cloth. The reporter shouted that the first group was turning in and the exam was over. It turns out it was Janssen who threw away the white cloth, and the disciples didn't understand why he did it. But he just told them to come back next year. It was a surprise to the audience, and even Mechanical Eye said he wouldn't show up at this school's certification again. The students were outraged as they could have won, and the teacher decided to give up. But Xiaolu said that waiting a year wouldn't solve anything. The comrades called her indifferent, and it was understandable why she had mastered the technique so quickly. But she explained that the green turtle was faster than them anyway, and the teacher just didn't want them to get hurt. But at this moment, the monster still decided to use a large blast of non-selective coverage. Even the reporter shouted to him that the grading was over and the first group had surrendered. But the explosion did happen. Its wave almost hit the audience, and they didn't realize what was happening. And the reporter realized that the students were still inside the epicenter of the explosion. The green turtle was happy that he had succeeded in his plan and said it was better. But the disciples were helped by Janssen with his power. He created protective bubbles in which they were now floating in the air. They asked each other if it was really the teacher protecting them. Janssen stomped his foot, and even the spectators felt that an earthquake had started. They began to discuss whether the earthquake could have started so suddenly, and it seemed that it was not a simple earthquake. Standing in front of Janssen, Green Tortoise didn't understand what kind of power this was or what was going on. The monster was short of air, he couldn't breathe, and the teacher exhaled quietly. The green turtle felt so much pressure that he couldn't even take a breath and wondered where this man got such power from. And then the earth shook and opened up so that even the spectators flew apart. And the students floating in the air reasoned that apparently the teacher was angry and it was like the end of the world. Janssen looked at the monster and asked him why he didn't appreciate the rules properly. And the man cried out in fright that he was wrong and begged the Red Ranger to save him. Things were bad and the Black Ranger ordered the monster back. But Janssen, who was in a rage, decided to send the monster to the other world. The pressure had become unbearable and now the monster fell to the ground as if deflated. This pressure hurt even the students and spectators. They couldn't understand what Teacher Yan was doing. The Rainbow Rangers were left to stand and watch as the 5-star monster was defeated. What was left of it returned to its master, and an image appeared on the screen, where everyone could see the damage Janssen had done to the monster. The Black Ranger was extremely frustrated because his monster had turned from a 5-star to a half-star and was now useless. He couldn't believe it, because he had been trying to tame and raise his nightmare for a long time. And as he believed that what happened was the fault of these children, and Yan Senyu had broken a rule from the hero code by attacking the monster without permission. And he added that this is grossly provocative behavior on his part. He replied that harming the disciples was to be punished, and that he was not already ruined by mercy on the part of the heavenly ones. They argued that nothing would happen since there were many heroes with healing powers, but the teacher thought that it was impossible to compensate for the damage to the Sea of Qi. and he added that if the Black Ranger disagreed, he could challenge him to a fight. Saying that he wasn't afraid of Yansen, the Black Ranger accepted the challenge. The other Rangers tried to shut Black's mouth and said he was joking, and the students were still in the air, and this was the first time Meng-Chi had seen the teacher so angry. And Zichao finally realized that Teacher Yan was trying to protect them. And the commentator said that Yansen challenged the Rainbow Rangers, and they accepted the challenge. This is the first time in 10 years that something like this has happened. The Yellow Ranger countered that it was not a challenge but a provocation, and they did not accept it. And viewers were already discussing the announcement and thinking that if they get to see the Rainbow Rangers battle, the tickets were not bought for nothing. And the reporter kept shouting into his microphone for everyone to welcome the Rainbow Rangers. And there was a loud roar of cheers from the Rainbow Rangers throughout the stadium. And the Yellow Ranger was getting angry and had a very strong desire to rip that commentator to shreds. But he felt that, as it was, he had a great opportunity. Meanwhile, the Black Ranger asked their leader for permission to fight Yansen, but he refused because he didn't think he would win. The remaining Rangers asked their leader what they should do now. Meanwhile, the reporter further piqued the viewers' interest in the upcoming battle of the Divine-class heroes. Some of the viewers have even called home to turn on the TV, because there will be a duel between the heroes of the Divine class. People turned on their televisions and all channels were also going live and cheering for the Rainbow Rangers. And the reporter said that, judging by the screens, the live broadcast ratings have broken all records, and the numbers are continuously increasing. And he believed that in just 5 minutes, the eyes of people from all over the world would be fixed on this event. A lot of people had already made sure to turn on channel 233, where the student evaluation was taking place. That Yansen, the man in the black robe, had challenged the Rainbow Rangers was now being covered by the news channels as well. The news said that the Rainbow Rangers had accepted Yansen's challenge, and they would be broadcasting the fight for viewers soon. The director told them to stop talking nonsense and to show the arena as soon as possible. One of the hospital rooms also had a TV set on which the performance review was being broadcast. This broadcast while lying in the hospital after the battle was watched by Lan Chi-Chi. Even in the Northern Hemisphere, many viewers gathered in front of the big screen to cheer on the Rainbow Rangers as well. One of those watching the broadcast was a hero in flowery armor, and other superheroes also joined in watching this live stream. The Blue Ranger, realizing they'd have to fight after all, said they were screwed. But the entire stadium supported the Rainbow Rangers with their applause. The Yellow Ranger said this all happened because of a nasty commenter, and she will remove his language. But the reporter heard it and said his superpower is tongue regeneration. The Black Ranger said that if they admit defeat now, they'll get a bad name and offered to fight. Everyone was wondering who the Rainbow Rangers would be in the battle. The Red Ranger interrupted the silence, saying they would all go together. The reporter commented that they decided to fight as a team and it would be a massive battle. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th places entered the arena against the 7th place among the divine class of the superhuman in the black robe. Each of the Rangers was higher in rank than Yansen, and it was surprising to the spectators that they had gathered to fight all together. Some said that perhaps Yansen's strength was exaggerated and should not be taken seriously, while others said that it was unknown how great his strength was now. The disciples asked Yansen to be careful as the Rangers came out in 5, and he replied that he was starting. Seeing that he was about to attack, the Black Ranger shouted to defend Yellow. The Blue Ranger rushed to the rescue and said he would be a human shield because his body could withstand a nuclear blast. There was an explosion and his hazmat suit blew to shreds. After the first attack, the Blue and Yellow Rangers were defeated. The Black Ranger, seeing this, decided to enter the battle by using Flash. But he didn't have time to do that because Yansen quickly appeared beside him, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him above the ground. He marveled at the speed and strength of his opponent, and that he was the first to raise his hand. Apparently, Yansen knew in advance where the Black Ranger was going to appear before he unleashed his abilities. The teacher clutched his helmet with such force that the Black Ranger thought he wasn't human. And then he threw him so hard he ended up in the commentary booth. The reporter saw him and tried to find out if he was alright, but the Ranger couldn't speak clearly. The Pink Ranger entered the fray using cotton and ultra cartridge, and pointed this powerful weapon straight at Yansen, but he calmly stood there and waited. He took just one breath and the weapon turned and flew back to its owner. The Pink Ranger only had time to swear, not expecting this turn of events. Seconds later, there was an explosion and the Pink Ranger was thrown aside, falling into the stadium. She was defeated. And Yansen said that this was something he had learned from them, so you shouldn't complain if you can't fight. At this time, the released disciples came to watch the fight and asked Xiaolu and Xiaoyi if it had already started. And they answered that it was already over, to be more precise, and pointed to the stadium. The young men turned around and were very surprised to see the defeated Rangers. The commentator said it was beyond their expectations, and all the Rainbow Rangers except their leader were defeated in less than 3 seconds. Now the audience also believed that our hero's powers were not exaggerated. Yansen asked if the man in red robes was going to fight, and the Red Ranger stood pondering, realizing that he had underestimated the enemy. And Yansen in turn thought that this man was not only smart, but also experienced in battle. Red reasoned that the opponent's combat experience was greater than his not-to-mention speed and strength. Perhaps he would use 2 techniques and still lose. Yansen told him that he could take the opportunity to show how great his power was and attack, but the Red Ranger grinned and replied that he wouldn't do that. He said he couldn't win anyway and he didn't want to die. His words were heard by the audience, and now the whole stadium was discussing that the Red Ranger had admitted that he could not defeat the teacher. Everyone started talking about how strong Janssen must be if even one of the strongest heroes says he can't beat him. Hearing this, Zichao said that of course their teachings are strong, just people are blind, and Meng-Chi remembered the time when he too was blind. Janssen asked his opponent if he would admit defeat, but he replied that heroes do not admit defeat, even if there is a last breath left. He didn't understand what the Red Ranger's answer meant and asked why he said that. The one replied that Mechanical Eye had told him that he wasn't using superpowers but something called cultivation. Then he asked since that cultivator had ever heard of ancient heroes. The entire stadium was perplexed when the Red Ranger mentioned the ancient heroes. Janssen replied that he had heard about their combat power and it was above the level of the Celestials. The Red Ranger raised his hand and activated a cellular activation. This energy began to heal his comrades. His opponent was a little surprised that he was able to heal. The Red Ranger said something like that, but those powers they swore they wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary, and they won't do it a second time today. He called out to everyone else to use their strongest attack. They asked the leader if he was serious because they couldn't control the thing yet. The Red Ranger told the enemy that they would let him experience the highest combat power that exists in their world. He asked if they were going to change their appearance like a few fools before them. The Rainbow Rangers hadn't had this much fun in 20 years and began to connect. An unknown sign appeared in the sky and the Rangers tore towards it and no one present could believe their eyes. All 5 Rainbow Rangers merged into a creature called the Super Ancient Fur. It was so huge that even Janssen was surprised, and the reporter said that it was true what the book said. But our hero was not afraid of an opponent of such magnitude and simply said that this is getting interesting. The reporter said that the book indicated that this thing was used in a great battle, and he didn't know it was the spawn of the ancient heroes. Onlookers marveled at how huge he was, and students warned their teacher to be careful. Janssen said that if this was the strength of the Celestials of this world, then he was curious to see in which world the Celestials were stronger. He added that too much spiritual chi had accumulated and it was time to spend it. He told the uncomprehending students to watch carefully. What he was about to do was the ability of those who aspire to become a celestial. Everything shook. There were strange flashes of light and the audience thought that again there was an earthquake. Yi Yen-sen turned into an afterworld lord who was called the Master of the Art of Weaponry. Everyone present opened their mouths in amazement at how huge he had become. Everyone in front of the TV screens was also shocked, and the Superman in flowery armor thought he too had summoned the ancient hero. The reporter didn't know if this beast was an ancient hero, but it looked like Janssen had done something incredible. The audience felt that if they stayed, they risked being crushed. The disciples were also amazed at this power that they gained when they reached the level of the Celestials. The Afterworld Lord thanked Janssen for calling him, and asked what his orders would be. He replied that he shouldn't be so polite and should go and ruin the type he sees before him. The Rainbow Rangers inside the Super Ancient Mech were discussing that Janssen had such abilities as well. Called by them said that finally the Red Ranger remembered him. The latter replied that there had been no suitable opponents before, but here he was. The opponents stood opposite each other and assessed the possibilities. The summoned Janssen told him not to worry. He would only need one type of weapon, and the opponent said he would deal with him in a second. The commentator yelled that this was no joke and someone should stop them. But the reporter hitting him said you can't stop fighting even if it's the end of the world. He shouted that there is only one life and one must fight to the last, and then it is worth calling the heroes of the architecture department to work. He asked the spectators to leave the arena because it was getting very dangerous. But when he finished speaking, he saw that the stadium was empty and he didn't realize where everyone was. Running away with everyone, Zichao shouted that everyone with brains had fled, and only the commentator continued to chatter. Minutes earlier, the city's mayor had asked all citizens to evacuate to the outskirts for shelter. Now all the townspeople were watching from the shelter while the reporter continued his live broadcast. Super Ancient Mech reached for his weapon and began a dialogue with his opponent. He said that in their world, those who use the strongest attacks never use a single technique, and the Afterworld Lord said that he completely agreed with him and prepared for battle. They tore into each other's Super Ancient Mech with tremendous speed, revealing full power, and the summoned Janssen, Lord of the Afterworld, releasing all the spiritual chi. Meng-Chi, realizing that something terrible was about to happen, shouted for everyone to lie down. And then the Afterworld Lord used his unrivaled strike, and his opponent Super Ancient Mech used his best punch. These blows not only cut the entire mountain range, but also cut some of the hair off the reporter's head. The students looked at what was happening with wonder and fear. After the blow, the Afterworld Lord thought that since the opponent wasn't even injured, he was quite interesting. And the Super Ancient Mech thought that since the opponent didn't die from one blow, it was worth trying again. The reporter addressing the audience said that the ongoing battle is an extremely majestic spectacle. The attacks they used cut the entire mountain range, but they are both unharmed. Viewers watched their city crumble, and someone remembered that he still had a mortgage. The summoned ranger needed even more power, and they were willing to give it all. And Janssen said he'd help his summoner take off, but he'd have to give the rangers a thrashing. And both of them having taken off were now outside of Earth in space. The Yellow Ranger was surprised that the enemy could fly and at great speed. Trying to catch up with his opponent, the Lord of the Afterworld called him a fat man and asked him where he was going. In the Northern Hemisphere, the huge screen on which it was airing stopped showing and viewers were outraged. They wanted to know who was doing the live broadcast so they could leave a negative review. All the townspeople started looking for where the mechanical eye had gone. When he was found, the reporter shook him and said that if he was still in one piece, he should broadcast. And Mechanical Eye himself marveled that people were willing to sacrifice themselves to watch the battle. And he activated the ability to follow the battle with superpowers. The twins discussed that the opponents were now in space and wanted to become celestials. The super ancient mech tried to hide from his opponent, but his speed was too powerful, and the Pink Ranger decided he wasn't human after all. And they decided not to run anymore, but to attack, because anyway, at this rate he would soon catch up with them. The Afterworld Lord was surprised that the opponent still had strength left and placed a block of spiritual chi, but the powerful impact threw him back toward Earth. His fall was seen by a spectator and shouted that one of them was coming down. After a not-so-good landing, Jansen asked the summoner if he was alright. As if nothing had happened, the Afterworld Lord rushed back into the battle and replied that he was fine. And the mayor of the city, like everyone else watching the battle, fell unconscious. People gathered around him trying to figure out what was wrong with him and saying he couldn't just leave like that. And then the Lord of the Afterworld just threw part of the city out of the Earth's atmosphere, and the Pink Ranger became more and more convinced that he wasn't human. It turned out to be a simple thing for the summoned Jansen to do. And then the super ancient mech caught up with a punch from his opponent and told him to know his place. The Afterworld Lord then grabbed his leg a few times and threw him towards Earth. After that swing, the super ancient mech went straight into the ocean, and the Lord of the Afterlife looked at him and called him a lowlife. While underwater, super ancient mech asked the Yellow Ranger to help him recover, and she did. Everyone saw him fly out of the water and started discussing that he must have a specific ability, and the reporter decided to look it up in a book. That ability turned out to be regulated nuclear fission, read the reporter. And then everyone saw that from the ocean began to fly nuclear weapons that were stored on special ships. The Pink Ranger immediately yelled 001 to stop, but Super Ancient Mech replied to her that it wasn't enough yet. And he gave the order to collect all the nuclear weapons from submarines around the world. And then he activated the superpower of regulated nuclear fission, thereby sending all the weapons he raised from the ocean at his enemy. But the one said they were too small, and he could do that too, and used a secret method to turn the Sea of Chi into a dragon, after which he also directed his nuclear weapons against his adversary. The reporter said they were throwing nuclear weapons at each other in outer space, and it lit up the whole sky. People thought they were going to die. People blamed it on the reporter, but the reporter said they shouldn't take it personally because they weren't dead yet. And he continued reading the book. This mech was called 000 first. He was a true ancient hero, and since he was a robot, he was able to survive. The book said it was an infinitely enhanced set of ranger abilities, and therefore could have more than one superpower. The robot turned to the Black Ranger, and the Black Ranger realized what he had to do. And he activated his lightning strike superpower, and the robot said he'd win. But the Lord of the Afterworld repelled that blow and said that he was just a sissy. People speculated about how they have been fighting for a very long time, and where they got so much energy someone told the presenter to look in a book. Meanwhile, the robot asked the Blue Ranger to activate his superpower, and he began to activate the superpower amplification mechanism. But the Lord of the Afterworld said that such simple techniques could be used by him as well. After both opponents activated their superpowers, the fight continued. The Rainbow Rangers in the robot cockpit were discussing that their opponent also had limitless powers and was very troublesome. Meanwhile, a reporter read that the Red Ranger's cellular revitalization ability acts as an engine for 001. The reporter stated that the Red Ranger's superpower is different from the others, as it is an unlimited ability. It turns out that the Red Ranger's limitless abilities make 001's powers equally limitless, so he can fight for a long time. And he was answered by Jansen saying that his spiritual chi would never be exhausted, so they could enjoy the battle indefinitely. And the Red Ranger told number 001 that he was willing to team up, and he seemed happy about it. But the other Rangers told the leader that this would not work in case he could not return, and what would they do then? But the Red Ranger replied that since it's a fight, you have to give it your best shot. He started to team up with the robot, and it was such an exciting sight that even Jansen was surprised. People hadn't seen anything like this before and started asking what this superpower was. The presenter was asked to look in the book what it was, but he said it didn't say that. And the robot activated the superpower-controlled thermonuclear reaction and told the cultivator that it was time to call it a day. And then the reporter realized that when 001 and the Red Ranger joined forces, the energy they produced began to control the energy of the sun. One of the onlookers said how he still has the nerve to say they're all going to die here. The robot activated a powerful energy and told the cultivator to try to resist its beam. The Lord of the Afterworld said that how could one refuse such a kind offer, and asked the immortal to help him. Jansen agreed to give him all of his spiritual chi, but warned him not to harm people. The one said he understood him and began to activate his superpower. The onlookers were horrified to realize that they could be killed. Both opponents activated their most powerful force and directed it against each other. Two powerful beams of energy collided, and the wave from them covered the opponents themselves. But the wave hit not only the competitors, but also all the spectators watching the process. And Jansen looked at the result he got and said he must have overdone it. Quickly falling to the ground, 00 was the first to apologize to the Rangers as he lost the battle despite their help. And at the same time, the Lord of the Afterworld apologized to Jansen because he had also lost. He told him that he could not resist such spiritual energy and asked him who had won. But then on second thought said to forget about it, come back and get a good night's rest. The people watching as a huge crater appeared in the ground wanted to know if the battle was over and who had won. Those who had been evacuated to the outskirts of the city were checking in with each other to see if everything was okay. One spectator even said he should have taken cover underground, but he really wanted to watch the fight from the surface. And the reporter was explaining to the audience that when two energies collide, there is an energy explosion, but no shockwave, and miraculously, all is well. And the mechanical eye said that if it wasn't for him, they'd all be long gone. And the students discussed that it was good that they fought in space, but still, their big city just disappeared. Su Chao suggested that since their school was far away, it should have survived. And Lanbin said it was possible, but his house did not survive. And the audience still didn't know who had won, and then they saw someone about to descend into the crater. The reporter asked Mechanical Eye to take him to the arena sooner rather than later and see how his master was doing. The students also wanted to go to see it, but they didn't know how to fly and decided to find out from which of their classmates they could borrow a flying machine. And at this time, the reporter was already flying with Mechanical Eye all the while telling him to fly faster. And when they finally arrived, they saw the ambulance. And already down, he ran to the car trying to find out how they got there so fast. The doctor replied to him that it was their job to save people, but this time they were late. And then the reporter saw that all 5 Rainbow Rangers were lying on the stretcher. The doctor began to explain to him the effects of the blow, but the reporter didn't understand anything he said and asked what it all meant. He replied that it was a common concussion and after 2 years in the ICU, they would be fine. The reporter and Mechanical Eye were left standing in bewilderment, watching the ambulances take the injured away. And then Janssen appeared, followed by his disciples who were very happy to see him. He turned to them and calmly inquired if everyone was unharmed. Zichao started asking questions about this technique, asking if that big guy was a celestial and saying that he wanted to learn the same. He replied that it was just a summoning technique, but to master it, they must first wait 40 years for the chi energy to enter the body. The disciples thought it was a very long 40 years to channel chi energy into the body. Lanbin asked who won in the end, to which Zichao said that of course teacher Janssen had won. But the teacher said that no matter who won, it is necessary to learn to respect the opponent, and they are very strong, and they fought on the same level. And he added that he must have met the strongest people in the world. The reporter and the Mechanical Eye watched the students from afar, while teacher Janssen said that it took him 3 days to refine his chi. In this battle, Janssen made the 2 big guys vaporize with one move and displaced the Rangers, becoming the world's 2nd divine-class superhero. Soon, news spread around the world that the strongest person in the world was Janssen, the superhuman in the black robe. After the clash, the academy, which was on the edge of the city, survived, and many students pitched tents, and the heroes of the architecture department rebuilt the city. Finally, the signal to begin classes sounded in the dilapidated academy. Mengqi brought the teacher the clothes he had left behind during the battle, and he thanked her. Entering the classroom, he said it was time to get on with the class, and in a few days they would change the classroom to a new one and find new robes. There was silence in the classroom, and Janssen turned around to the students and asked what was wrong with them. The students were silent for a long time, and then the whole class knelt down on their knees, asking their teacher to teach them how to become immortal. He told them to get up because there was no need for disciple followers to kneel. Janssen became the strongest hero of this world, and the rector assigned him the highest salary and gave him all the powers in the academy. The academy was now called the School of Heavenly Spirits, an educational institution for aspiring immortals of the Huaxia district. Teacher Janssen led the process of installing a new sign with the school's name on it. Then he asked the workers to move the character to the left and right, and then he asked them to put it back in its original position and let him look at it. Angry, the worker said he was so strong he could have done it himself with a wave of his hand, but he replied that everyone should do his job. One of the workers said that if Janssen wasn't so strong, he would have punished him, but the other objected that the customer is still a deity and pays double. And they kept working. The workers would ask his opinion, and he would once again say that some character had moved out. Within a few months, almost everything had been remodeled anew, and it had transformed from Huaxia Superpower Academy into Heavenly Spirit School. Everyone had been working hard and gaining strength for the past 6 months, and Janssen congratulated the disciples for gaining skills in their quest to become immortal. He added that henceforth he takes care of everyone's food, sleep, and life. The students looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what his words meant. So that everyone could stay calm and not worry about nothing, he decided to move their classroom to another location. Teacher Janssen snapped his fingers and the audience rose into the air. The twins screamed, "That is he really going to go into space?" The building hovered above the earth, and none of the students realized what this place was. The teacher told them that from this day forward, they would learn at an altitude of 12,000 meters, and he added that he hoped they would study harder. Zichao thought that his mom would no longer have to worry about her son skipping classes. Just like that, the teacher just moved the class, and now thoughts of being lazy or taking a nap in class were completely destroyed. Teacher Janssen trained them. For example, they ran in Antarctica. Now they were training their physical abilities for 12 hours at a time to the limit of superior human ability. Then they began practicing their skills deep in the Pacific. They swam 10 kilometers in the morning, afternoon, and evening to gain great strength, and the teacher told them not to stop. Lanbin told the teacher that his methods of inspiration were very crude, and Zichao said that he would still be stronger than Lanbin. So they continued to argue, pulling the boat with the teacher in it, and the Lord of the Afterworld was teaching Mengqi how to swim, asked him to change his feet and beat the water with them. Swimming was very difficult for the girl, but she tried her best. The Lord of the Afterworld encouraged that there would be plenty of time after becoming immortal. Mengqi noticed that Xiaolu's figure had gotten better and replied that it was because they were practicing a lot and the headman's figure had also improved. The girls had already been called back to train by the Lord of the Afterworld, saying that otherwise Janssen would come and he wouldn't be happy. In one of the classes, the teacher was telling them about who a warrior was and what chi refinement was. He said that this is a person who has mastered a martial art, and they are ordinary warriors who strive for immortality and can live up to 200 years. And when they learn how to successfully channel chi into their body and thus protect it, they will be able to live even longer. He explained that when the speed, strength, and endurance of the spirit would go beyond the limits of humans, then they would be able to let chi into their body. He said that each person has a dantian, and after reaching the limit of possibilities, there is spiritual chi. So, day after day passed and the students no longer knew how long they had been perfecting themselves. The teacher and the headman were preparing lunch for everyone and he asked to pass the salt. She told her comrades that the teacher cooked for them every day and they could help, but Zichao couldn't cook and Lanbin was evasive. And then one of the students saw a hamburger at the other one and said that they should not eat any strange foods. And the other one replied that he wanted to remember its taste. The teacher said that his food had medicinal properties, and when Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi drank Coca-Cola as punishment, they stood in a horseman's stance. And he advised to remove the hamburger and eat it after the perfection process, and the comrade thought it would be moldy by then. And Yunsen, watching all this, thought that they were still children. During lunch, Xiaolu sat and practiced being calm. The other disciples seeing this asked Xiaolu why she was doing this. She asked them to stay out of the way, but they said she's too worked up, or to eat, you have to stay calm too. Turns out the whole time she was trying to concentrate to catch a fly, and she succeeded. This was noticed by everyone, including teacher Yunsen, who was pleasantly surprised. The teacher said with a smile that she was the first to reach peak warrior. And then Zichao and Lanbin did not finish, and told the teacher that they went to improve further, but the teacher replied that they should finish eating and then go. Sometimes the teacher took them to the hot springs. He said it was a healing bath, good for spiritual practice, but they were a little afraid to fall in. While the students were practicing, there were small changes in some parts of the world. One man, for example, saw a crack appear in the sky and a weapon fly through it. Far out in space, a multitude of ships have gathered, heading for Earth. Their target was the planet Earth, and on one of the ships, a man looking at the approaching target was praising the Empire. And in the headquarters building of the Superhuman Alliance, there was a request for the awakening of the first on the deity level, since there is a crisis on Earth. After 2 years, the disciples practiced, and Zichao really liked the feeling of chi being channeled into the body. But he was overtaken by Lanbin, shouting that he was a nerd. But Suchao told him that he was still slower and still dared to say that he was a nub. He tried to catch up with Lanbin by cursing and shouting at him to stop. The other disciples who ran after him said that this was a natural gift. They also wanted to channel chi into the body, and it was unfair that they didn't have this gift. Xiaolu was the first in the group to channel chi into her body and began to refine it, followed by headman Mengqi. The comrades believed that although Mengqi's gift was better than theirs, she lacked an understanding of the techniques. The head elder sat for a very long time and tried to learn the confusing dark chi step. She was having a very hard time with it. Sitting in the stadium under a large umbrella, Xiaolu asked the teacher to open her mouth. He didn't understand why it was necessary, but the girl offered to eat his apple. She said it was fruit from home and asked him if he liked it. He said it wasn't bad and told her to tell her what was wrong. She said that this running with confusing dark chi step was too ugly and asked if there were other kinds of techniques. Handing her the scroll, the teacher said she was very smart. She had read that using one's own true ki could make weapons float, but didn't understand what that meant. He replied that it was an imperial weapon art, and if she mastered it, she could fly. She told her comrades about it, saying that once they mastered it, they would be able to fly. Zhu Chao and Lan Bin were curious about this art of wielding weapons. The head of the class was also very surprised and clarified if it could be used to fly. There were so many interesting techniques, but Mengqi decided to take her time and learn the confusing dark chi step first. But this technique was very difficult to learn, and she wanted to learn the imperial weapon art as well. Zichao and Lanbin tried to take the scroll from the girl to look at it, but she wouldn't give it back, saying to take her hands off. It used to be hard for the students, but after chi appeared in the body, it became fun and different techniques could be used. In addition to the techniques, teacher Janssen taught them the formations of attracting thunder psychedelic bagua and others. These formations required a lot of spirit, and to release it, groups had to be formed to summon wind or rain. Su Chao did the wrong thing and got a beam on the head from his teacher, and he said strictly if he made another mistake, he'd whip him again. The laughing Zichao Lanbing was also laughing at Zichao because he had it wrong too. And he explained that if the flag was not set up correctly, it could rebel against them, and they needed to be careful. The disciples were all running around and didn't know how many years it would take for them, who didn't have a natural gift, to learn how to channel chi into the body. The lesson continued, and then the teacher was informed that Shen Keshin had fainted. He rushed to the stadium and asked what happened, and was told that she must have overexerted herself during practice. He countered that the training he was doing was within limits, and most likely she continued to train on her own time. Taking Chen Kaishan in his arms, the teacher told the others to keep running. Sitting on the bench when she felt better, the teacher asked why she didn't exercise the cultivation method and practice secretly. She replied that in 2 years of improvement, she was still an entry-level warrior and didn't want to fall behind, and Yansen said that there should be a measure. She said that her spirit root was very weak and suggested that perhaps people without a natural gift were not fit to try to become immortal. People like Chen Kashan with a damaged spirit root are always there, but the teacher didn't consider it a problem. He told her not to worry, and he will definitely help her despite her bad qualities, because nothing is impossible for him. But she objected because he said that it is necessary to go on the way of becoming immortal, and if you go relying on someone else's strength, will not go far. He said he didn't really mean it and asked what she knew about his master. She clarified that he was talking about the teacher of Master Yan Sen. He said that at that time his master was already old but was still the strongest in the heavens. But when the master was young, he was more stunted than her. She at least had a damaged spirit root. Master didn't have one at all. He had been through a lot and still hadn't given up the desire to become immortal. Gradually, the master took the place of the strongest in the heavens, becoming, as they say, the main character. And Yan Sen believed that the lack of natural gift is not a hindrance. She asked how on earth a master was able to perfect and fuse. Qi Yansen replied that he found what he was able to master perfectly and developed afterwards. So she realized that she needed to find the right ability for herself and then give herself over to it head on. The teacher said that was about right. She thanked Yansen and said that her bad mood had completely vanished. As she was about to leave, Chen Kaishan remembered something else she wanted to ask. She asked that since the master teacher is the protagonist, then who was teacher Yansen? He answered that he was above the protagonist, and when she asked him what quality the root of his spirit was, he said he didn't know. The story of the master spread through the school and dispelled the worries of students with insufficient natural gift. One day when Lan Bin was arranging the flags, he raised his head to the sky and saw something incomprehensible. And Zichao questioned him why he yelled like that and raised his head as well. The young men saw alien ships approaching them in the sky. Those aboard these ships were about to attack Earth for the 1,316th time. But this time they had the king of the Milky Way who could surely flatten this planet that had forced the aliens to endure much humiliation. 2 aliens looked at the approaching planet and one of them asked, addressing the king, if it was really Earth. The answer was that Earth is very low tech, but there are some fighting people there, so this time we need to enlist the help of the king. They thought that among the humans on this planet there was no opponent equal to the king. One of them said he wanted to become the king's vanguard and pave the way for them by leading the 7th Fleet. But then the interviewer punched him in the face and said he must be sick, and added that this is not the age to keep landing and fighting on Earth. And he ordered to tell everyone that they wouldn't fight but just use their strongest attack. And the entire crew has been told that a planetary disruptor will be launched and strike by reducing the dimensionality of space, which should result in the instantaneous destruction of everything on Earth. And just a few minutes earlier, an alarm had sounded in the League of Superhumans building about an invasion by an alien civilization. According to the advance notification, it was a red-level disaster. All top-tier heroes were to arrive in the city to take the fight. Meanwhile, in the upper-class heroes' office, they were calling the school, since they couldn't contact the black-cloaked superhuman Yansen. Principal Wu also didn't know where teacher Yansen was right now. He said that as early as 2 years ago, Yansen had disappeared along with his daughter and other students. He was told on the phone to find any way to contact him. The chairman was told he was missing, but was the intrusion really that serious? He replied that 5 of the heroes were in hospital and the 6th had disappeared. The chairman said that Yansen is the only hope now. Plus, there was another exceptional person on the float. Meanwhile, in the hospital, 001 was telling the Rainbow Rangers that a type with strong dark energy was on the far right ship. The Rainbow Rangers wanted to fight, but 001 said they weren't war horses to fight. He told them that for 2 years they had been lying around like vegetables, and now they were up and about to fight and needed to look at themselves and assess what the chances were. Blue said that you can't just sit there and wait, but Black supported him and asked what city they were going to land in. 001 replied that it seems they won't be landing on Earth this time, and their leader isn't so simple. Meanwhile, Director Wu was finally able to reach his daughter and asked where they were now. She said they were at school where they had just recently returned. Her father told her to watch the news. There is a disaster, and only Yansen can go up into space, and only he can help. At that time, the TV channel's helicopter had already taken to the sky, and the event was already being covered by reporters. The mechanical eye was there too and said that about 1,000 alien ships had gathered in open space. But the reporter told him to shut up. On one of the ships was a very creepy type in the city. Heroes are gathering, and people would be better off hiding. The mechanical eye said it felt they were planning to act differently than usual. At this time, the king was informed that the planet destroyer was fully charged. The alien king, after this message, gave the order to open fire. The attack started and people didn't realize what it was. Someone thought it was over. 0001 tried to force reboot the system, but it failed. The beam from the alien weapon hit right into the League of Superhumans building. The building started to collapse, some people got hit, and some people didn't realize what happened. But then a UFO appeared on the surveillance screen, and this was reported to the alien king, but he would not listen. The alien weapon was damaged by some unknown object that came from Earth. The aliens were trying to figure out what could have destroyed their warship. And then they saw a superhero appear in outer space. The reporters in the helicopter didn't realize what had happened, but thought it was strange that with such a high energy wave, they were fine. The reporter asked Mechanical Eye to see who saved them, and he was just trying to focus the image, but it was taking a bit of time. The students in the school also started to panic, but then realized that they were safe and decided that they were safe with the teacher. But it turned out that this time it wasn't teacher Jansen who helped me this time. He himself seemed surprised. Looking up into the sky, they realized the aliens were dead, but wondered who did it. The chairman said it couldn't have happened, and his secretary interrogated what he said. The one thoughtfully replied that it was him being a divine-grade hero. 001 told the Rangers that they might have to meet an old friend, and they clarified who it was. This hero could only be the best among the Divine-class naked superhero BIU heroes. The Rainbow Rangers were very surprised because they thought he had gone to his grave. The Pink Ranger was not happy because he had once told her she was the prettiest girl and called him a playboy. Even the aliens couldn't think this superhero was still in one piece. The aliens asked for help because several thousand of their ships disappeared in an instant, and they found Earth scary and wanted to go home. And the naked superhero BIU continued the battle and decided that whoever starts with the strongest attacks should pay. He began the process of energy extraction and unlimited release of light energy, and he shouted to the aliens that once they came, they would never return. In just a second, the alien ships were destroyed by the naked superhero BIU, but the reporter as well as everyone thought he was gone. Hovering in outer space, the alien king said that they had underestimated, and it turns out there are still people on Earth that strong. And the hero reasoned that the king is intact and able to withstand his attack, but compared to him, he is still an amateur. And he said that Earth is the highest civilization in all of outer space. Even Zichao was surprised that the strongest among the divine-grade heroes was still intact. The reporter shouted on the air that the strongest among the divine-class heroes was intact and had returned. That the strongest of the divine-class naked superhero BIU heroes was back was already being talked about by the people on the street. Many thought that all this time the naked superhero was protecting them. It was really him the students as children had watched a cartoon of him and heard of his brilliant exploits. Teacher Jansen didn't know who it was and asked Zichao why they were so happy. He replied that this hero was even one level above him in ranking. Zichao said that it was a modern robot transformed from a real person. 10 years ago, everyone thought he had not survived the Great Battle. The teacher only said that the people in their world are really strange. 001 said that means he is superior in strength to the ancient heroes they do not yet know their terror, and Blue said he could not defeat him. But he countered that it was because the Rangers hadn't channeled enough energy to him, and remembering that loss was a shame for him. 001 said that if Jansen could become his master, he would have given up on them long ago. And the people of the city stood in front of a huge screen and greeted the best among the divinity-class heroes with applause. In space, naked superhero BIU thought appearing in this manner was very attractive, and why can't you kiss your own face? And then he came to his senses and saw that the alien king had disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, the alien king fled, calling the enemy a stupid human. Already on the ship, he said that as soon as they make up for the losses, they will definitely come back for him. Naked superhero BIU thought it was bad looking after the departing ship. The king didn't think there were strong people on this planet, but he must not lose heart, and next time they will increase their forces and attack. The alien ship made a jump in space, and the king said goodbye to the stupid human. Naked superhero BIU got upset that he was only thinking about foolish interests and let the two escape. Meanwhile, Mingxi was telling the teacher that he couldn't let them get away, because if they ever used their weapons, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Xiaolu was in agreement with the head teacher and also told the teacher that it was impossible to let them leave. The aliens wondered if that guy could chase them, but if he could make spatial leaps, he wouldn't be standing there with that look on his face. They thought that by the time this bozo reacted to their jump, they'd already be tens of thousands of light years away. But then an event occurred that surprised even BIU's naked superhero. The alien king told his aide that he said they couldn't be pursued, and how he became an aide in the first place. He said he had no idea. Then he must have the ability to leap through space, and the king's aide said he thought he'd just seen Earth. It wasn't the naked superhero BIU that caught up with them. They were just circling in one place and thought it might be a malfunction in the ship. But everything turned out to be fine. The alien king's aide didn't believe it and turned on full power. But they couldn't break free, and it seemed impossible for them. And then in outer space, naked superhero BIU saw eyes appear and couldn't figure out what it was. They were seen by both the Rainbow Rangers and 000. The first one said he finally showed himself. The disciples at this time asked teacher Jansen to stop having fun. He agreed with the students and added that the type was ill-mannered. Yubi Jansen waved his hand and told the aliens to apologize and fly away. He then transformed the chi into a weapon, and the alien ship was destroyed. The wave from this blow was so strong that the alien armor was torn to shreds, and they realized that there was another master here. In outer space, there was a hole in which the aliens, apologizing and admitting that they were wrong, almost flew out. A naked BIU superhero saw outer space torn apart. He marveled at how he might not have known that there were still such cool people on Earth. And 001 said it's not worth watching anymore since it's over. The Black Ranger asked him if it was really over, and he replied that apparently Yan-sen was stronger than they could imagine. The disciples were happy that their teacher was incredibly cool and had taught the aliens a lesson, and Yan-sen calmly told them to keep practicing. Meanwhile, the naked superhero BIU has already lowered bound aliens to Earth, and they thought the place was really creepy. Towards him, the chairman had already run towards him, calling him by his real name, Xiao Guankiki. He was very happy that the hero was actually alive, and he handed him 2 aliens. He told his assistant Agen to send them to prison, and asked Xiao Guang what had happened, because everyone thought he had sacrificed himself. He survived due to unforeseen circumstances and asked who was able to tear up outer space. The chairman replied that it was a new hero. He thought that this meant that the little ancient hero had lost and decided that he should definitely match him in strength. The chairman shouted that they were destruction experts and could fight each other less, and Xiao Guang said he was joking and had things to do. He asked what business he might have with the heroine girl. Xiao Guang asked if the World Monster Capture Competition was to be held soon. He replied that it is true that every 3 years monsters attack and the contest will be held in 2 months, and on that day the hero's ranking is reviewed. He replied that there might be an accident. The system warned him of an Earth crisis, so he awakened. The chairman assumed he was talking about the captured aliens, but they were no stronger than the local monsters. But then he thought about it, and if it wasn't these aliens, then who was it? And then the chairman finally realized who Xiang Guang was talking about and clarified with him. The young man replied that the chairman was very savvy indeed, and added that since he was still alive, the king among the monster kings, Ancient Os, was fine. 2 months had passed and the entire city was preparing for the monster capture competition. Yan-sen went to the store for shopping. Girls were taking pictures of him, and everyone was wondering if he would participate in the competition. 2 young men were discussing on the internet who is stronger than Yan-sen or the superhuman Guan Biu. One of them thought Yan-sen and the other thought Guan Biu. Eventually these 2 also started arguing, and it almost came to a fight. And then they saw Yan-sen attracting their many purchases with a ring on her finger and couldn't figure out what it was. Finally, it was the day of the monster capture contest in the city. And Yan-sen, watching, only thought, what the heck is going on in this world day after day. Reporters had already gathered and were saying on the air that the triennial competition was about to take place, a time of fun and changes in the hero rankings. And then the cameraman showed the girl reporter that Yan-sen in a black cloak was standing to the side, and she started to turn around to see him. But he was nowhere to be found. The cameraman said he couldn't have been here a second ago, but the reporter said he might have been mistaken. The assistant was telling the chairman about the ranks of the monsters and that the king among the monster kings had only appeared once, and not much was known about him. The chairman said that the Ancient Os is not a simple monster. He is capable of destroying the world, and the aide asked what they should do. He said that they should gather all the divine class heroes and discuss how to fight him, and then join forces to take him down. Agen said he would send a message but did not know if they would come, and the chairman said they would because it was a matter of utmost importance. There were stalls outside the school selling oil-fried dung beetle monsters. All the students were busy doing their own things. Some were reading scrolls, some were buying fried bugs, and some were thinking about classes. Just then there was a shout from Zi Chao for all the disciples to stand back. It's Yan-sen's students flying to school. They used to hire a car to get there, but now they were flying free with Lan Bin's weapon. Mengqi asked teacher Yan-sen if he had bought all the groceries to go on the trip. He replied that he had gone to every grocery store in town and bought everything he needed, and everything just fit in her ring. She asked if he had become well-versed in the order of their world, and he replied that if you think about it, only a little. She was looking at her phone screen and the teacher asked what she was watching. Mengqi replied that she was watching a fool bragging. He got curious too, and they started looking at the phone together. The news was aired, and the guest of honor was Superman Guan Biu, who was asked if he would be participating in the competition, as they say. He replied that he would be participating with his sisters, and they could certainly climb into the top 10 leaders of the competition. The host asked if his rebirth was meant to deal with the alien crisis, and he said it wasn't because of the aliens. He thought that for now, there was no need to let people know that there might be a king among the monster kings. The host asked what he thought about the arguments on the internet about who was stronger than him or Yan-sen. He replied that he had not fought. So how could he know? And in general, it was pointless to fight. It was better to enjoy life together. At this point, Yan-sen said it was boring and threw the phone down. He said that this morning, everyone was yelling about some kind of competition as a celebration. Mengqi explained that it was a competition to capture monsters. She told him that every 3 years there is a monster invasion, and it's just like he said in class. And he realized what they called a monster invasion was called a boar hunt. At the last competition they lost, their school was the worst, and she was also chased and beaten by this monster. Last time, they were not only beaten by monsters, but also humiliated by the neighboring superpower academies. This time, they had results in chi refinement, and she asked the teacher to let them participate. And he asked about other schools. She said that there are thousands of superpower schools and they represent the future of this world. And the 10 Divine Class heroes used to be students of these academies. And their military system was also divided into 4 different abilities, each governing 4 regions of the world. In the East, there was a Ninja Superpowers Academy that specialized in training fighting ninjas, such as the Mighty Rangers. There was also the Western Academy of Superpowers and Sorcery, which specialized in training combat mages. Up north was the world's strongest Superman Academy, specializing in training tights-wearing battle freaks. And then there's their southernmost worthless superpower academy for ordinary people, which is what it was before there was a teacher. And she asked Teacher Jansen to let them participate, but he said there was no benefit to self-cultivation. But she added that if they take the first place, they can put a huge statue in honor of the teacher located in the center of the world. This will demonstrate that the chi refining and melting system is the strongest, and added that Guang Biayu Academy won the first place last time. And if they win, then the whole world will make all kinds of figurines with the teacher. And on top of that, toys and assorted cosplay, just like with the Mighty Rangers and Sister Lan. And then the amount of gold at the teacher will be counted not in jin, but in tons. Mengqi thought that at least these arguments would convince him, and once again offered to participate, but he refused. His refusal really upset the girl, and he said they'd better have a good practice. She wanted to object, but the teacher said to stop thinking about things. And in one of the airplanes flying, a little boy asked his mother to look out the window. There flew a witch on a broomstick. The other witches asked Ijun to wait for them, but she said they were flying too slowly. They all flew toward the southern region, which was already visible ahead. They discussed that the academy had been renamed and it was like a new battle system, but Yejun said there was no way to tell which academy would win. And they moved on because the sister was supposed to be out of the hospital by now. Still in the hospital, Sister Lan announced that she had decided to retire. She said she had already made up her mind and she was leaving the world of heroes as of this day. Her sisters began to discourage her because she was the only all-powerful martial artist in their academy, and their academy would become second-rate. But she's already submitted her resignation letter to the League, and her assistant has already scheduled her affairs during her retirement. It was objected to her that she was after all one of the 10 Divine Class heroes, and then what to do in the event of a world crisis if she was retired. She replied that the world had been calm for a long time, and that there was no crisis to speak of, and that the monster invasion was just something for the heroes to do. Lan Jiqi objected that the alien crisis had already been solved, but Yejun said that it wasn't about aliens. Yejun's older brother worked as an assistant chairman in the League, and she had heard their phone conversations. They talked about the king among the monster kings. Lan Jiqi exclaimed if this information was true, and Yejun replied that she had heard it live. The assistant said it must be true because he got a call from the chairman saying there would have to be a superhero meeting. She said that such a monster couldn't be handled by one of the first 10 Divine Class heroes, but they would definitely have to deal with it. Lan Qixi told the sisters to go back to the academy and wait for news from her. Those excitedly began to interject that she would not resign. She called out to her assistant, calling him Four Eyes, who turned around and asked what she wanted. She asked her assistant to accompany her to one place. And they went to the school. Her assistant really did not want to go there, saying that there was danger ahead, and asked her sister Lan not to go there. He said this was where the freak lived and he wanted to come back because this is where they could have died. She told him to get off her back because she was going to ask him for help, as she thought he was the only one who could defeat the king among the monster kings. So she dragged him, asking him to unhook himself, but he was afraid that they would die even if they looked at Jansen. He said he felt that this place was shrouded in evil power and that if they entered, nothing would be left of them. Sister Lan was tired of listening to him and once again called him a four-eyed man and told him to stop imagining things. It wasn't school time, but for some reason there was no one around the school. Then she saw 2 students and called out to them, and they recognized her and asked her how she could freely come here. She said they were looking for teacher Jansen and asked what they were doing, and the students said to look for the first group he was responsible for. They said they copy the school rules, so they are preparing to turn in their homework and have copied over 1,000 times this month. They stood in bewilderment, wondering if this was his way of teaching his students superpowers. And then the unexpected happened. They saw a girl on one of the weapons flying through the air towards them. It was Mengqi. She said hello to Sister Lan, and she asked what this gimmick was, and she replied that it was the art of weapon control. Sister Lan asked her how she could have known they were coming. She replied that the teacher said there were 2 stealthy men standing at the entrance and sent her to see. Teacher Jansen was inside, and she said she would guide them. As they approached the school doors, they suddenly saw the dark figure of a teacher towering over them, and it startled them. Seeing that they were confused, Mengqi turned around and asked what was wrong with them. They said nothing. She told Sister Lan not to be afraid because the teacher has a good character and is not the kind of person who can beat you up until you go to the hospital. And they went to the teacher's lounge where Jansen was supposed to be. He offered her a drink and it was delicious, and the previous restless mood completely disappeared, and Lan Qiqi asked what they were drinking. He replied that it was a heart-soothing tea used to sustain life. If she drank another sip, she could live 30 years longer. She asked for some more and asked if she could take some with her, but he said no, as this was the tea they used when they welcomed guests. She just wanted to take some for lab analysis, thinking that if she drank a few servings, she could become immortal. She said that he placed a lot of importance on etiquette, to which he replied that it was the basis of becoming a celestial. Yansen asked her if she had come for some business, and Lan Qiqi had already almost forgotten about it. And her assistant at this time stayed with Meng Qi near the inner gate of the academy. She said that it was the gate to teacher Yansen's little world. She said that there was a magical barrier and that it was impossible to see what was going on inside from the outside, and showed me where the teacher's mountain abode was. Ever since Janssen changed this small world, this space has become bigger than the Earth, and in these mountains, spiritual power revolves. She said that after they laid the foundations for becoming celestials, they would have their own mountain abodes. The assistant asked what the portal was, and she said it was the hidden gate of heaven, and if you go through it, you can go anywhere in the world. Meng Qi offered to move on because her teacher had asked her to show the assistant the academy, and they hadn't seen half of it yet. Meanwhile, Jansen and Lan Qiqi were discussing the possible appearance of a king among the monster kings of the main villain of this world. She said that before his appearance, they had saved the world from the monster king and hoped that Jansen could do his part in the upcoming battle. He said that since he had come to this world, he had to obey its rules and asked if the world would be peaceful if he was done with him. She said yes. Jansen said that he agreed to exert his paltry strength, and Sister Lan asked if he was willing to compete. He replied that he could ruin him right now and asked if they had any king stuff among the monster kings. But she said that when he died along with the first among the divine class heroes, they had nothing left. The teacher said that first of all, we need to find him, and without his things it will be difficult, and even if they know what he looks like, he can change his appearance. And Sister Lan added that if one didn't know where the king was among the kings, then it was all the more out of the question to slay him. He apologized, but he really didn't want to participate in the contest, as he had many more disciplines to edit. And Lan Qiqi thought that this person does not like money, women does not seek fame, he is just invulnerable and does not pay attention to anything. And then she thought about school because Jansen had a different attitude towards it. She said that if his school got a high score, it would attract new students, but he replied that aspiring celestials have their own destiny. At that time, Sister Lan thought that this was the legendary indifferent to everything set of disciples, and she wished for it to collapse quickly. Jansen decided to ask her again if he would deal with this king among kings, then no one would bother him anymore. She replied that if he made him find absolute peace, then he could enjoy a peaceful life in peace, and the teacher agreed. He and his students will participate in this competition. He will agree to her plan, but it will be for the first and last time. Lan Qiqi was very happy that he agreed, and once again asked him again if he agreed. He said he was true to his word since he had become a stranger in a high position in this world for a while. She told him to be calm because if after he deals with the king among kings and someone disturbs him, she will help to give him a thrashing. Thus, Lan Qiqi had obtained a top-class bodyguard in the form of Jansen, and so they arrived at the Superhuman League headquarters. Lan Qiqi thought that this time they had invited heroes just to deal with this matter. She said she had to go since all the invited upper-level superheroes were probably already in place, and they were the only ones left. In the Great Hall, the heroes gathered and discussed that apparently they would have to deal with the king among the Monster Kings. And it was no surprise that the League had assembled so many top-tier heroes. Naked Superman BIU saw the Rainbow Rangers and made a joke about being beaten by Jansen and being in a coma for 2 years. He added that they are really worthless, and the Red Ranger said to try it yourself if you have the guts. He only responded that worthless is worthless, and it's just excuses. Then he spotted the Pink Ranger and waved to her and told her it had been a while. Even through her helmet, you could see how she blushed but wasn't happy about the encounter. The chairman told his assistant that heroes can't do without skirmishes at all, but when it comes to invasions, they are very united and asked who isn't. He read out the list missing Lan Qiqi and Jansen's mollusk Superman. Just then, everyone turned around and saw Lan Qiqi and Jansen standing in the doorway. Everyone started talking about Jansen. Someone advised not to make eye contact with him, or else you would end up in the hospital. And Xiao Guang said how could the Rangers lose to him since he had no superpowers and only a 5th combat power, and they replied that he was a fool. He spotted Lan Qiqi and went towards her, handed her a flower and said that she had become even more beautiful. She waved her hand so sharply that a petal from the flower flew off to the side and damaged the banana and got stuck in the wall. And she told Xiao Guang not to go near her anymore and not to think that all women are stupid. The chairman began his speech by asking everyone to calm down and said that they were gathered to discuss a very important matter. He said that everyone should know that the king among the Monster Kings is alive. When the heroes heard the news, they thought they were in for a rough ride. The chairman said that the purpose of the meeting was to find this king among the kings and finally defeat him. Meanwhile, one of the 4 Monster Kings' ancient castes learned that the aliens had lost. He reasoned that of course they had lost because they had stopped in the airspace above the Earth and it was reckless. Ancient Naka said that they'd been unable to defeat the heroes for centuries, and the aliens wanted to undermine Earth with their worthless technology, and Ancient Nadu said that you have to play dirty against these heroes. The king among the Monster Kings, Ancient Os, told them to stop grumbling because now the first thing they should do is unite, and added that except for the 4 kings, the rest of the monsters are scared of the heroes and need to regain their confidence. All 4 kings agreed with the king among the Monster Kings, and then the guards guarding the entrance to the king's dwelling noticed that someone had come. 2 girls with weapons appeared in front of them, much to the guards' surprise. One of them told the other to wait. He seemed to guess who it was. And the Monster Kings were discussing that the monster capture competition was getting ready to open and wanted to know when they would get into action. One of the four kings, Ancient Naka, said he hates this competition. In the past, people called it a monster invasion, and in this era, it was a competition to capture monsters, and he thought it was humiliating for them. The other king said stop complaining, and if Ancient Nak has time, he'd better find a hero and fight him. Ancient Os asked Cass how his search was progressing. He replied that he had found it and could begin to act 2 days after the contest. The four academies appear in the competition 2 days after the start. Usually they fight among themselves and you have to wait for this and start attacking. Ancient Os said it's great and this time they should completely destroy the hero's world. And since they have a king among kings with them this time, any hero is a mere trifle to them and they will win. All the monsters that were present shouted that the heroes should be massacred and that the king among kings was invincible. The guards reported to the king that there were 2 new monsters standing outside and they wanted to see him. He replied that there was a labor shortage right now and told them to let them in. The guard told the arrivals that even though they were weak, they all needed to unite at such a time, and the greater the strength, the greater the chance of victory. They came and he told them that the king was now discussing how to confront the human heroes and that they should say hello to him. The other monsters saw them and started discussing that it was the first time they had seen such monsters and they were very similar to humans. Some thought they were very cute and others wondered what their combat power was. One of the 4 kings asked what type of monsters they belonged to. One of the girls said parrot and the other said they were not monsters. Ancient Cass checked them, they had no superpowers and their combat power was only 5 and the system didn't determine what kind of monsters they were. Some monsters didn't expect them to be worthless than them, but they could very well be kept for making talismans. But Ancient Os said that now they are short on manpower, and to defeat the heroes they need to gather all the forces they have. The new arrivals asked him if he was really the king, and he said yes. One of the girls who arrived said it was a very tragic fate, and drew her weapon and delivered a surprise blow to the king among kings. After this blow, Ancient Osus suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. The sky above the monster's lair went from dark to light, and they were all very surprised by it. And one of the girls said that from now on she would be their queen. And then Ancient Naka asked them who they really were. But one of the girls only reiterated that she would be their queen from this day forward. Meanwhile, the chairman was still talking about finding the king among kings and finally destroying him. Some heroes thought that the chairman was so excited for nothing, and that this monster had already been fought and would be defeated once again. Then Yansen, who was standing with Lan Chi nearby, began to smell something. Sister Do, noticing him sniffing something, asked what was going on with him. He said it was just a familiar smell, but she didn't understand and asked again. He said he felt it more than 2,000 years ago he was still young, then saw many things but couldn't remember what it was. Meanwhile, the monsters were discussing the king's demise and the fact that there wasn't even a trace of him left. And Ancient Naka stood there, at a loss to realize that it was over. One of the girls asked the other girl, calling her An, why they had to do that to the king, and she said that he was too nasty. She then pulled her weapon from its sheath and told them to bow down and call her Your Excellency, Lord of the Unholy. Then An asked which of the monsters were still not ready to submit. All the monsters in the hall bowed their knees and began to call her Your Excellency, Lord of the Unclean. She said it was good and tucked the weapon back into its scabbard. They were talking about how the undead of this world were worthless, and Anand said that the 4 kings barely reached the strength of the undead of their world. The 4 were like the usual undead in their world, and they decided it wasn't interesting here, opened a portal, and got ready to leave. But Ancient Naka rushed to them and said there was no way the queen could leave. He grabbed hold of her leg and started whimpering that if they left, they were definitely finished, and she told him to get up and talk normally. He said that since there is no king among kings, their plan burst like a soap bubble, and if they leave, they will become the handmaidens of the heroes. She replied that she'd spent 2 years in this world and was getting to know them a bit, but she wasn't interested in getting involved in their squabbles. But he objected that she couldn't watch her subjects become other people's pets, and she thought it made common sense. And she asked Ancient Nak what their plan was before. He replied that their plan was to attack the 4 academies they thought they could no longer defeat the heroes, so they wanted to attack their future. The queen said that their life in this world is really hard, and he confirmed it. She asked how strong the heroes of their world were, and he said they were just walking cheaters. He added that even though he is the king of the monsters, he gets beaten up year after year and is already thinking about going to the next world. She said she'd heard that a king among kings has the same strength as the first hero of their world, means he's not particularly strong. Kings responded that she was wrong and heroes really aren't as simple as they seem. In their world, there are specific abilities that help heroes. They call them passive hero skills. The girls looked at them in surprise, not realizing what passive skills were. And Ancient Naka said it was the tears of love and the light of justice. What the king said seemed to both girls to be nonsense. He cited Mighty Rangers and Superman Guan Biayu as examples. The main trump card of the Mighty Rangers was the Fusion Energy Reaction Explosion, and Superman Guan Biayu considered Superman's main trump card to be his light wave attack. Every time the Monster Kings attacked the world, they fought the heroes to their last breath. This was the case right up until someone had to go to the next world. But every time the king was to become ruler of the world, people began to unite, they cried and made strange gestures with their hands. People called everything that was going on tears of love and light of justice. And then heroes who should have already left this world resurrected with full health. After resurrection, the hero's power was greatly increased, and he could destroy the king with a single move. Therefore, for a long time they were unable to defeat the heroes, continued to whimper Ancient Naka. And Ancient Cass added that several of his grandfathers went to the other world because of this reception. And that year, when the king among kings saw that this reception was about to be used, he immediately ran away and was unharmed. And An said with surprise that it was the first time she had heard of such things. Ancient Naka knelt down and said they had tried everything. Under no circumstances can they defeat the heroes. Either they come to their aid or they themselves are invincible, and there is nothing they can do. They were already thinking that it might be worth it to stop fighting, but the more Ancient Naka thought about it, the angrier he got. He thought that why they monsters living in this world should stoop to the level of the tools of heroes and couldn't accept it. He said that if they fight, sooner or later the day will come when they will defeat the heroes, and An said she understood him, and added that since they are considered negative characters in the two worlds, she understands his feelings well. In this world there are heroes, and in the world where the girls came from, there were magic-loving celestials. So she decided that she would help the monsters as much as she could, and started pulling something out of her clothes. And Her Excellency the Lord of Uncleanness handed Ancient Naku an object of some sort. It turned out to be a small bag labeled unclean, and the king asked what it was. She replied that it was a bag of Tiankun, in it 400,006,000 amulets, which are necessary for the unclean to perfect themselves, and it would be enough for them. The four kings repeated, surprised at the number of 400,006,000. But she said there were 4 other ritual artifacts inside that they had to be very careful how they used. It was the Qi and blood return to the void, the ritual artifact of the Jun Qi and bloodlord of the unclean Qi, and blood transformation into a spirit. She said she couldn't let them go to the other side before their opponents and wished them good luck and left. Ancient Naka asked Her Excellency the Lord of the Unclean where they were going. She replied that they wanted to go to the amusement park up north, and if they couldn't handle the heroes inside, there was pigeon mail. The 4 kings were left to stare after Her Excellency, the Lord of the Unclean. Then they bowed and wished the departed girls a happy journey. And then they started looking at the bag and wondering how it was so small it could hold over 400 million weapons. One of the 4 kings promised that when they defeated the heroes, they would set up an altar to worship the king among the monster kings. In the meantime, the assembly decided to conduct a data collection about the king among the kings, but they did not know that he was already gone. 2 days later, the monster capture competition began and was live-streamed by a BB channel reporter. Since he was a professional anchor, he could not miss this opportunity, and will do everything to broadcast this competition. This year's competition differed from the previous ones, in that the judges would be the first 10 divine grade heroes, instead of the heads of the academies as before. He said that this time the eyes will focus on the 4 academies, since some students have already become stronger than professional heroes. Now everyone was very curious which academy would be the best, and time would tell. The young man watching TV thought that this presenter talked a lot, and if he didn't show footage of battles, he wouldn't watch his broadcast. And the commentator from the Academy exams was angry with the presenter because last time he made everyone suffer a lot. The reporter said to thank their videographer, the divine grade mechanical eye monster, who would show beautiful battle scenes. The mechanical eye said he was working for him because he promised to pay double, and the reporter said the main thing was that he should broadcast well. In the school stadium, the students discussed that they had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Su-Chao was going to give the nasty ninja superheroes and wizards what they deserved. And Xiaolu said that Zi-Chao and Lan Bingyu that didn't the teacher teach them to underestimate their opponents, and they needed to fool around less. One of the disciples said that aspiring celestials should not be aggressive, and Lan Bin told him to shut up. The head teacher was asked why she was wearing a new outfit and the others were not. She replied that the clothes will change when they reach a new level, and they will have new clothes too. The girls whispered that Jansen's black robe was called a heavenly level robe, and it had a female version as well. Teacher Jansen walked over to the students and asked if everyone was already gathered. All the students turned around to greet Teacher Jansen. He said that everyone must have noticed that some of them had new clothes and should not be jealous because they would have new ones later on. And since there were different styles in clothing in this world, he decided to make some improvements based on the original. One of the students said the teacher was pretty good at it, and another said it's called respecting the traditions of the places you're in. The teacher said that since they were still young and would be learning from personal experience for the first time outside of school, who remembered what they were striving to become celestials for? The disciples said not to fight against others without reason, and to strive to become celestials for the sake of eternal life. He said that is true, and etiquette is the first criterion, and they don't tend to fight, but that doesn't mean they are weak or afraid to lose. And he added that they don't usually fight, but if they have to, they do it to the last breath and never leave their opponent a single chance. And while etiquette is the first criteria when it comes to fighting stealth attacks, witchcraft and cheating are also the first rule. One of the disciples said that the way the Celestials fight is unconscionable. Yan Sen replied that in the Netherworld one could lose one's life if they let their guard down, and everyone should remember these rules. He said that if it is possible to attack with weapons, one should not attack with bare hands, and if it is possible to fight in a group, one should not fight alone. The teacher asked if they understood, and the students said they did, and one of them picked up a brick. Finally, Teacher Jansen said that they could go on their way. They traveled by air, and the disciples asked, didn't all his opponents seem formidable? He replied that it was entertainment. Mengqi looked at the teacher and said that the entertainment was only for him. In the meantime, the competition was already starting, and the city was sounding an alert that the monsters were attacking. The monsters warned that they were going to attack, and everyone needed to line up and hide underground old men and children ahead. People began to line up, and the monsters commanded what to do. One boy asked the hairy beast which academy they were going to fight, and he said the Eastern Ninja Academy. The boy's father advised him to fight with the Southern Academy of Aspiring Celestials because it had recently become very strong. But the monster thought that since this academy is for ordinary people, it's the worst. Meanwhile, on one of the rooftops, the monsters were preparing food with small ritual tools from a bag of tian-kun. The monsters were discussing over lunch that they weren't planning on fighting this year, and some even refused to fight back in any way. They said that the new king among the kings had left them, and they were given such a small weapon, sending them on the offensive, thus sending them to their doom. One of them said that when the academy students come down, whoever pays the most will follow. The competition was about to begin soon, and the Superman Academy was in charge of it, and the competition would begin at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The rules for scoring points depended on the rank of the monster caught, ranging from 5 to 100 points. There was another rule according to which the academy whose students would be the first to reach the city would receive 300 points. And the winner will be the academy with the most points. Live, the reporter called to welcome the students of the 4 academies. The Eastern District was represented by the students of the Ninja Academy. The students of the Witchcraft Academy arrived from the Western District on broomsticks. The Northern District was represented by Superman Academy, who won last time. And the Southern District was represented by an institution of aspiring celestials. On the judging stands, the first 10 Divine Class heroes were waiting to begin. The reporter almost forgot to introduce the judges to the strongest heroes in the world rankings. They were Superman Guan Biayu Yansen in the black robe of the Mighty Rangers and Enchantress Lan Chi-Chi. They were all representatives of academies, and if at the end of the competition someone has the same number of points, they will be voted in. People watching the contest on the street cheered for Superman Guan Biayu. Those who watched the broadcast on TV also hailed Biayu's Superman Guan. The Yellow Ranger said that for some reason he was still popular, and the Blue Ranger replied that when the dark times came, he was the one who saved the world. The Rangers started discussing that for some reason there was no Superman mollusk, and Blue said that an acquaintance of his had seen one on the Northern Hemisphere. Before the contest began, the ninjas flew in on a huge eagle to discuss their strategy. They believed that if they defeated all the other academies, all the monsters would be theirs. One of the students at the Witchcraft Academy asked Yezhka how they would catch monsters, but she replied that we should forget about the monsters for now and deal with the humans first. Superman Academy was also getting ready for a scuffle. Their mentor was yelling to show their adrenaline. Xiaolu had already told her strategy and said that if someone approached, they would have to eliminate them immediately. Zichao and Lan Bin, slightly surprised by such boldness of the girl, replied in agreement. The head of the class, Xiaolu, told her to prepare a nuclear weapon. Since everyone present already knew how to unleash the matter was up to the headman, and for 1 minute they could cover for her. And when the fight starts, she'll need to throw guns directly in their faces. The twins clarified with Xiaolu that it seemed like this technique could ruin opponents. But she recalled that the teacher said to fight to the end. Some disciples thought that this was cruel, and Xiaolu was becoming more and more like the Celestials that the teacher was talking about. And then the moment came for the competition to begin, and everyone was told to get ready. And no sooner had they started than one of the Ninja Academy students began to plummet downward. Zichao and Lan Bin started shouting that he was performing a vertical descent, and the ninja said on the flight that Big Brother is making his first move. The students of Superman Academy realized that his goal was to get 30 points. Ninja replied that you shouldn't get smart in front of him or it could be bad, and Superman said he had to catch up with him first. Su Chao realized that the ninjas had planned this from the beginning, and if he landed vertically, he would be many times faster than them. And the Superman Academy representative was still trying to catch up with the ninja. The reporter was happy to see that everyone had gotten involved in the chase, and no one expected such a move from the ninjas. Apparently, they would definitely get 30 points. Superman was almost catching up to the ninja and shouting that he would soon be finished. The reporter thought the Superman Academy was amazing because he was able to catch up to the ninja at such a long distance. But then the ninja turned around and threw a weapon at Superman that hit him in the head. Coughing, the Superman Academy representative realized that a smoke weapon had been used. One of the students from the Sorcery Academy flew up to the smoke weapon and hit it with her broomstick. This weapon flew straight to the students of the Celestial Scholar Institution. The ninja shouted that there was no need to rush and their weapons were enough for everyone. Superman started yelling in anger that he was going to take this guy down. The reporter said that the headman from the Superman Academy was furious with helplessness. The Ninja Academy representative Hui Ying was about to land, and Lan Bin coughed out saying that it was mean. Xiaolu told them to make less noise and defend their positions, and the headman already needed to start and ignore them. But she was worried that they might flatten the whole city if he landed, and Xiaolu said not to worry because he wouldn't fly. The ninja was almost near the ground and was glad to have the 30 points to himself. He shouted that when he landed he would win, and then he would gradually settle the score with them. It had almost landed, and the girls from the Sorcery Academy didn't know what to do next. Yijin at this time pulled out her weapon and said to aim directly at him. The ninja in the crosshairs flew to the ground and happily thought he would get 30 points. Aejun said she would wipe him out and fired her weapon, and an explosion went off in the air. Everyone was surprised at what they saw, and Ming-Chi said that she had warned that academies were not so easy and needed to be more vigilant. A ninja shoe flew to the ground, and the reporter said the shoe that landed doesn't count. And Yejun, whose weapon was still smoking after the shooting, said she would make him change his clothes. Students of the Academy of Witchcraft, instead of their magic wands, pulled out various weapons, and this competition began to turn into a scuffle. And Yejun said with guns in her hands that let everyone know what physics magic is. Seeing this, Su Chao said that everyone had gone crazy, and Lan Bin said that to resist them, they would have to fight to the end. Meanwhile, the Ninja Academy headman was already being treated, and his comrades hoped that he could be saved. The head ninja woke up and said it was outrageous, and he was inattentive. Apparently the weapons were enhanced. And he added that it was ridiculous because at the last competition they fought with magic wands, and this year they used different kinds of weapons. And Ijin was really enjoying the process, still continuing to attack. The Supermen rushed into the fight thinking it was cheeky, but they had to find a way to get closer and go into the melee. One of the Supermen told the headman that he didn't see people from the academy aspiring to become Celestials, and he replied that they were always losers. The head ninja was angry and said it was inexcusable to shame them in front of a worldwide audience. Then he said we should all forget about the 30 points and go on the attack. He ordered them to fight to the beat of their hearts with no one spared, and on their eagles they rushed into battle. The reporter was saying that everyone went crazy, and the monster capture competition turned into a scuffle, and it was even more interesting than the monster capture. Some fans watching the broadcast excitedly shouted for them to fight mercilessly. Others discussed the Academy's chances of winning and wondered why the Academies of Aspiring Celestials were not visible. And then the audience took notice of what the Academy of Aspiring Celestials in the sky was doing. The reporter didn't understand why they kept hovering in the air and thought maybe they were planning to surrender. Zixiao and Lanbin asked the headman how things were going, and she said that almost everything was ready. And she said that now everyone would experience an updated version of the secret method of Sea Qi transforming into a dragon. She needed to focus and calm down for the Sea of Qi to transform into a dragon. Zixiao shouted that this was the technique of the Afterlife Lord, and Lanbin said that they only had to strike a small blow. Xiaolu called them cheaters and asked them not to make a big fuss because this technique had 6 stages and they had only studied it superficially. The headman said that even if it wasn't comparable to the Afterlife Lord's technique, it would be enough to make them nothing left. An unusually huge ball of light appeared in the sky, and all the spectators who saw it could not believe their eyes. Even the reporter and the mechanical balloon opened their mouths in surprise, and the reporter said that it seemed very familiar. The mechanical ball got scared and said he didn't need a paycheck and asked to go home. The reporter refused. Since he became a professional commentator, he should broadcast until the end, no matter what the outcome. The Rangers shouted that it didn't look like a small blow, it was Hades' technique. And BIU's Naked Superman said he'd never heard of Hades' technique. This technique was not used in fights, but was used when they wanted to finish off the enemy. And the Rangers told the Academy students that they were overdoing it. Lan Qiti shouted that Yanzhen couldn't let his disciples do whatever popped into their heads. And he just said with amazement that they learned very quickly. The Sorcery Academy was still attacking, and Ijun told her sisters not to worry about the opponents she would take care of. At this time, the Supermen were looking for a way to get close to the Warlocks, who were very lighthearted, and one of them activated a thermodynamic reaction. And then one of them saw a ball of light in the sky and pointed it out to the headman. The Superman headman saw Meng-Chi near the ball of light and yelled out what was going on, and Meng-Chi realized that she had been discovered by the Superman headman. Ninja headmaster Huiying and Yejun didn't understand what was going on and why the students of the Superman Academy were so frightened. Only then did they notice the huge ball of light that Meng-Chi had created and screamed that they were all finished. Huiying said that he had forgotten that this group of loser kings had this technique, and no wonder they had been behind all this time. All 3 academy heads decided that they should deal with the aspiring Celestials first. The reporter said that the 3 academies started working as a team. No one expected that the aspiring Celestials would use such a dangerous technique. Huiying suggested that the Supermen attack them from the front, with the ninjas coming in from the right, and the Magic Academy students attacking from the left. The man who was releasing the energy could not be disturbed, and it was decided to deal with these psychos first, and then continue the battle amongst themselves. Xiaolu regretted not being able to finish them all off in one blow. Standing at the bow of their ship, she asked the headman how she was doing. She replied that it had not yet taken the form of a dragon and she needed a little more time. Xiaolu understood her and told her to provide this to the rest of the disciples. They had to confront 3 academies at once, and Su Chao decided to take on the ninjas and Lan Bin, the spellcasters. Lan Bin said that they had practiced for a very long time and now it was time to check their results. The students of the Ninja Academy thought they were hypocritical, but thought they didn't have long to live. The head ninja rushed into the fight, saying that if they could win last time, they could win this time, and asked if they could do something other than this trick. Zixiao replied that if he was so interested, he could attack. The head ninja said enough of this nonsense and prepared to attack. He decided to use Batajutsu, the Japanese technique of exposing the weapon and then striking. But Zixiao repelled this attack by applying the swordsmanship's secret of whirlwind in the sky. The head ninja clearly did not expect his opponent to easily repel his attack. He said that Zichao was skillful with weapons and he didn't expect that he could injure him, and fighting like this was very interesting. But he didn't have time to finish this sentence as Zichao made another attack. The ninja was amazed at how fast he did it, and then remembered that Zichao's ability was related to fire. But then he came to his senses and said, "Don't underestimate him." Su Chao reminded the ninja headman that he had promised to torture him. The reporter said that the two youths were fighting so that it was impossible to tell who was where, and the powers of the aspiring celestials had increased. But if they continue to fight in this way, there is no way to determine a winner in a short time, and the three academies are in big trouble. And the spectators watched and remembered that last time Zichao couldn't seem to defeat Hui Ying. Still, the head ninja recognized that he had underestimated his opponent and that he had become much stronger since last time. Zichao replied that apparently his improvement was still not so good that he could, as a teacher, defeat him with a single strike. Then the head ninja said he could try again. At this time, Lanbin, who was fighting against the enchantresses, launched a blind weapon. The enchantresses recognized that this aspiring celestial was very strong, and such a reception they had never seen before. This was getting to the point where they asked Headman Yejun what they should do. She responded that they should leave it to her and she would confront them herself, and they should go and stop them from releasing nukes. The students of the Sorcery Academy obeyed the headman and flew away. Haiying told his comrades to help the sorceresses too, and he would deal with Zichao and Lan Bin. He asked the headman of the Supermen why they were not fighting, and he said it could be a trap. Pointing to the big ball, Hui Ying said it was a trap. He said that as long as they restrained Zichao and Lan Bin, the Supermen should confront the girl and didn't understand what else they were afraid of. The Supermen thought about his words and rushed to attack Xiaolu. And Zichao said with a laugh that they had picked the wrong opponent while Hui Ying tried to understand what he was talking about. He replied that Xiaolu's strength in striving to become a celestial was much stronger than theirs, and besides, she was very strong. Meanwhile, the rest of the Supermen, ninjas, and warlocks were already coming to stop the aspiring celestials. Zaikao told the ninja headman that he should tell his subordinates to stand up to him and Lan Bin. And Hualu had to show the attackers the real strength of the technique's unfathomable limit. Zichao told her to show them the peak Qi refining power technique, half-step transformed into the world of the Celestials. This technique of transforming Qi consisted of 4 steps, the last of which was mastering emptiness and becoming one with the Tao, i.e. becoming a heavenly being. One of the ninjas asked what that peak Qi improvement was and thought they had decided to scare them. The live reporter also repeated what the peak Qi improvement was and that they had decided to scare everyone. But at that moment, the ninja saw what Xiaolu was doing and warning everyone of the danger said to go back. Xiaolu at this time began to execute the technique of the Great Limit Execution Array. The students of the 3 academies who were already about to attack her were bound by beams of golden light, and the ninja screamed that he couldn't move. One of the spellcasters couldn't move either, and she was in a lot of pain. Xiaolu told them that if they wanted to stay unharmed, they didn't need to move. The reporter and mechanical eye watching from the helicopter tried to understand her words about remaining unharmed. The Rangers were discussing what this superpower is, and the Blue Ranger said it's a technique used when they want to finish someone off. And Guan Biu watching this could only say that these were the students of the academy, aspiring to become celestials. This phrase was finished for him by the audience saying they were very strong. The spectators were very frightened by the superiority of this academy over the others. Besides, they had the ability to explode and no longer wanted to be entertained. But someone remembered to fight to the end, and that's probably why the academy students used the strongest attack from the beginning. Some spectators didn't understand how they could learn this technique, but then remembered that it was used by Yan Sen, only he could teach them. People discussed whether it is possible to learn this superpower at all. Some said it would take a lifetime, but apparently it is possible. And then the audience turned their attention to the headman of the Superhero Academy, trying to figure out what he was doing. The headman of the Supermen being in the light beam started to get angry and repeated that one by one. He said it's a disgrace and how long can this offense be tolerated, and that the Superman Academy is being made into some squishy guys. Heejin said that if the Superman Academy headmaster is getting angry, it's not good. And the ninja added that if this ignoramus finally lost his temper, their original plan wouldn't work. Viewers have discussed that when the Superman's headman gets mad, his powers break out, and other than the first 10 heroes, no one will defeat him. And then he finally came out of his mind and managed to break the light rays, restraining him, and told him to look down on people a little less. The headman of the Supermen rushed towards the airship of the Academy of Aspiring Celestials with great speed. The reporter shouted that this was the unique technique of the headman of the Superhero Academy group's loss of sanity tactic. Zichao warned Xiaolu that she had to be careful because if he lost his mind, his blows would be stronger. She replied that she didn't need to be reminded of that and activated the suppression. The audience watched and realized that she had succeeded in overwhelming the Superman Elder with her weapon. Meanwhile, Mengqi had everything almost ready and asked her comrades to hold out a little longer. The headman of the Supermen was in so much anger that he was able to get up even after this blow, shouting that he shouldn't be looked down upon. And then Xiaolu had to deliver another powerful suppression strike. The impact was so strong that the Superman headman flew right into the screen installed in the city. People said that even professional heroes couldn't suppress the loss of consciousness of a Superman headman, and now she alone had completely suppressed it. Onlookers said that perhaps someone stronger than the Superman headman had appeared today. Others thought he wasn't defeated, just suppressed his ability. The reporter stated that this year's competition has many surprises, and the Southern Superpowers Academy, which was the worst, outperformed the rest. The Superman headman woke up and rushed into battle again, and Xiaolu called him Stroppy. The ninja headmen marveled at the fact that they were equal in strength, and agents said they would be done soon. Ninja and Yejun rushed to the rescue because, with the loss of Superman's consciousness, they could win. At this time, Zi Chao and Huiying were also approaching the scene. Huiying didn't understand the point of what they were doing because they were getting close, and if the technique worked, they would all die together. But Su Chao replied that since they were using this technique, they knew how to avoid being hit. And then Huiying distracted Su Chao by pointing his finger in the direction and saying that there was a UFO. And when he turned around to look, he used the cage technique. Zi Chao didn't expect this and now finds himself locked in a cage. The ninja students were discussing how this fool could have fallen for such an old trick, and their headmaster said to hurry, the cage wouldn't hold for long. Clutching his head and starting to tear his hair, Zi Chao shouted that he had been tricked, and Xiaolu thought that if Huiying spent her strength, perhaps they would escape, and so he couldn't be allowed to get close. Huiying shouted that if no time was wasted, the loss of consciousness would grow stronger, and she wouldn't be able to break free and act. Seeing that they were approaching, Xiaolu began to activate the suppression. This time the light beams caught up with the ninjas and made them freeze. Unable to get out, one of the ninjas reminded the headman that he had said she wouldn't be able to act now. Calling them losers, Xiaolu said that she had mercy on them this time, but if they tried to get close again, they would be unfortunate. Ninja headman Huiying looked at her and shouted that she was a cursed woman, and Xiaolu was happy that she had managed to scare the ninja after all. At this time, the release of energy in the form of 2 huge dragons had already occurred. One of the ninjas saw the dragons and said that they were finished, but the headman asked him not to make any noise because there was still a way. The Rainbow Rangers discussed that when they were in mech, they couldn't consider that these monsters were so huge and feared disaster. The ninja headman asked Xiaoju to approach him and said that he needed to use genjutsu to stop Xiaolu from being calm. He said that he wanted to use genjutsu at first too, but he definitely wouldn't be able to get close now. And to use the voice was too great a distance the enemy wouldn't hear anyway. The headman yelled that he was stupid, and they had tech then gave him a horn and told him to yell into it. Xiaoda prostrated himself a bit and started shouting loudly into the mouthpiece so that even Ming Chi could hear him. Just then, Xiaolu turned to the headman and asked if she had succeeded. She replied that she was ready, but when she opened her eyes, she saw that she was next to teacher Yan Sen, but didn't realize where. She didn't expect to see a teacher around, and he asked what she was thinking. And then there was a blow, and the headman's state of mind was damaged. Ming Chi fell, she realized that she was under the influence of genjutsu, because was it possible that a teacher could pluck stars from the sky for her? And Xiaolu worriedly tried to find out from the headman if she was alright. The ninja headman attacked the girls with a tiny explosive green turtle. Xiaolu, noticing that they were being attacked, tried to hold back the turtle's strike. And by this point, Zi Chao had already managed to get out of the cage holding him. There was an explosion and all the participants of the scuffle flew apart. Xiaolu tried to catch the head elder falling down, but the latter told her to take on the secret technique of Si Chi Si transforming into a dragon. In flight, trying to reach the headman, Xiaolu said that she was apparently joking, and Meng Chi replied that this technique wouldn't disappear even if one interrupted the person using it, and if no one takes over the technique, it will explode on the spot, and the gathered forces will become rampant, and their power will be greater than before. The ninjas rejoiced that they had eliminated their opponents, but the headman told everyone to be quiet because the big ball of light was still in place. Xiaolu thought about the amulet for the flickering technique at Zi Chao, who is caged and the headman can't move, and she didn't know what to do. And then a reporter shouted and everyone saw that the dragon was in a frenzy. The ninjas thought he was about to explode and someone said that if the Celestials couldn't control the power, then it wasn't worth unleashing. Janssen, watching the battle, speculated on the weaknesses of each of his disciples, then thought about the fact that the path to becoming a Celestial never goes smoothly and this battle will help them mature. And teacher Janssen decided to suppress the released dragon power himself. The suppressed dragon disappeared and none of those watching realized what had happened. The ninja marveled at how easily he was able to take control of this power. The enchantresses were also surprised at how strong teacher Janssen was, and he said with his usual calmness that it was over. Xiaolu finally managed to pick up the head elder and she asked if she was alright. She said that she needed some rest and everything would be fine and apologized for letting everyone down. And Xiaolu said that everyone was responsible, but she wondered what she was seeing and how she could fall into the trap of genjutsu, even though she had trained for so long and her psyche was very stable. The ninjas were discussing how great was Janssen's strength, who had handled the situation with such ease, but still it seemed like something was wrong. Huiying said that since the group of aspiring Celestials had already been defeated, the other academies should be defeated so that the first place would go to them. The enchantresses looked at him and said he was taking on too much, and the headman of the Supermen said that the battle is just beginning, and first we need to deal with the ninjas and then take on the mages. The reporter said that the students of the Academy of Aspiring to Become Celestials were the first to descend to the ground and receive 30 points. None of the academy disciples realized what had happened, and Hui Ying shouted out what he remembered. The twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi were already helping their comrades get off the ground. Lu Xiaolu said that these 3 academies only know how to fight so many of them and do not know how to go around. His brother Lu Xiaoyi supported him and said that they were all fools. In fact, even before the contest began, the twins began their retreat. They realized that the other academies would send someone to follow them, so they did a few laps. Hui Ying became furious and wanted to deal with the twins, but they were still at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Standing behind the headman, Xiaoju asked him if they should continue fighting. He replied that now that the aspiring Celestials had reached the ground, there was no point in fighting in the air to capture the monsters. Zichao and Lan Bin praised the twins, saying that it was a great job. Teacher Yansen thought that he didn't expect the boys perfecting Qi to be so interesting. The Superman headmaster decided that they would also go down because a 30-point lead meant nothing, and they needed to capture the god-ranked beast. Yijin also made the decision that the warlocks needed to leave. The first stage of the battle ended with the academy gaining 30 points of superpowers, and now the 4 academies are preparing for the approaching second battle. Meanwhile, at the amusement park in Northland, Superman in flower armor and the Queen of the Monsters were watching the contest. People ran in panic from the amusement park screaming that they were being attacked by monsters. The park was attacked by Anan and Ninning, who wasn't having any fun here at all. And Anne told her not to simmer down since it was all just entertainment. But she replied that she didn't care and wanted to level the place. The people in said that the attacking monsters have tremendous combat power, and the others addressed them. Your Excellency, the Lords of Uncleanness. Superman in flowery armor said that since it's not ancient Nadu or ancient Naka, but something new, it's very interesting. The little monsters were worried that such loud movements might attract the attention of top-class professional heroes. Ninin told the little monsters that they underestimate their power. They replied that top-class heroes were intimidating, especially the dozen divine-class heroes who had already gone beyond human capabilities. There are many heroes in this world, but they are not even close in power to the divine-class heroes because they are capable of destroying the world. They each have passive abilities. Ninin asked if he was talking about tears of love and the light of justice, which she had already heard a lot about. They still have many different passive abilities, and their activation methods are unusual, such as through anger or flashbacks. And they said that even though the Lords of the Unclean are their main force, the heroes should not be looked down upon. But Ninin feared no one but the Celestials. While the monsters and evil lords were talking, Superman appeared in flowery armor. The monsters saw him and said that he was the 10th of the divine-class superhero heroes in flower armor. Before that, they thought that since they had the Lords of the Unclean on their side, they could destroy everything in their path until they met the first 10 heroes. And when he heard that girls were called evil lords, he said it was a new thing. He thought about his armor being upgraded, and it would allow him to return to the top 10 divine-class heroes and even squeeze the Rangers. He called out to the female lords of the undead standing nearby, and they looked at him in surprise. Saying it wasn't worth wasting time talking, he asked how much he needed to pay them to become his tame animals. He had enough money. Ningning said that this lamer wanted to make them a tool to increase his power, and Anan added that it was very brazen. Ningning asked Anne to wait. She wanted to answer him herself. She told the hero that if he defeated her, then they would go with him. He replied that it's not a bad option either, and since his armor is upgraded, he's not restricted to land and can show what he can do. The hero began the transformation process and donned his armor. The monsters had warned Her Excellency that he was one of those who didn't waste a second, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Superman, meanwhile, rushed in to attack while Ninin successfully deflected the blows. Meanwhile, Annan, sitting in the chaise lounge and watching the fight, asked the monsters to bring her some tea. 2 hours later, the battle was still going on, and it seemed that none of them were even tired. Ninin was finally able to toss him aside and asked why she didn't feel him getting stronger when he fought. Instead of answering, Superman decided to use the blast armor technique, and Ninin grinned and asked if that was all, and fended off the attack. Coughing, Superman didn't understand how it was that she was able to hurt him. He used upgraded armor, because of which he moved up a few levels, and wondered why he'd come across her in the first place and remembered the look in her eyes. He said they had been fighting for over 2 hours, and she had been giving in the whole time, forcing him to go beyond his strength, and for him it was a total embarrassment. Ninin thought that these 2 little monsters had been scaring her for so long, and she hadn't even felt anything, and if they had tricked her, she wanted to boil them. And Superman, having recovered a little, went on the attack again because he didn't want to lose. The little monsters were frightened because he apparently started remembering and realized they were legendary flashbacks. And Superman remembered his mentor telling him that his era was over, and now he would be the protagonist of this world. He said that if he had it, then it was only necessary that his will never fade, and the power would be incomparably great. And as he left, his mentor gave the future Superman a super ancient weapon. The monsters, frightened by the hero, shouted that this thing was causing them to sink into inexhaustible fear. And Superman was ready to use this ancient weapon called the Ion Weapon. The monsters shouted that he started to use his main trump card as the unique superior technique of Superman in flower armor. Sipping tea, Her Excellency only thought that this man had a very silly name. And Ninin finally felt her opponent gain strength, and those 2 little monsters didn't fool her. Her Excellency the Lord of the Unclean saw the rays coming from Superman's weapon and asked what kind of ionic weapon it was. The monsters explained to her that it was the release of a wave that produced large-scale damage. Nin became curious and decided to try to create such a weapon as well. She concentrated and she succeeded in getting an ion weapon in her hands. Gathering to attack the hero in flower armor shouted that he should not be underestimated. She replied that she could do that too and threw an energy ball at him. Superman, not realizing what had happened, watched as their energy balls collided. There was a powerful explosion that sent everyone present flying in different directions. Meanwhile, at this time, Yan Sen in his judge's seat started to sniff at something again. Sister Lan asked what was wrong with him, and he said it was the familiar smell again, just like last time. He said it was strange because he was still young. He was only over 2,000 years old. Why couldn't he remember? In his world, the Celestials had lived in his world for over 10,000 years, and to them, he was still considered an infant. Meanwhile, Lan Chi brought them lunch. He replied that Celestials don't need to eat, and she said they don't necessarily eat to fill their stomachs. Yansen asked that they must have already finished, and Lan Chi replied that there would be a continuation in the afternoon. The reporter said that the representative of the aspiring Celestials and the representative of the mages sat down to eat, and apparently the competition had already reached its peak. At this point, each academy presented a report on the points they had scored in front of the jury. But the students of the Academy of Aspiring Celestials have yet to report on the score, and judging by the image that the mechanical eye was transmitting, their position was not good. The second round began and everyone was wondering who would beat who. Su Chao fought with Hui Yin and asked him when he would be finished, and he said that he could not even think of getting a single point while he was here. Su Chao said that he wouldn't get them then either, and Hui Yin replied that it was none of his business. The students of the academy aspiring to become Celestials were approached by small monsters and asked for money, but they didn't understand why. They replied that they used to be monsters with no obligations, and now that they will be pets of heroes, they want to know what kind of salary they will be paid. Lan Bin showed 0 with his fingers and asked if the monster would match that amount of money. The monster replied that their group was too poor, and even if one went to the Ninja Academy to sweep the floor, the pay would be much higher. Lan Bin was angry, but his comrades told him to calm down because their teacher had just started his career, and he didn't have any money yet. He said that they would think of another way, but the monster replied that they should not even think of using force because they are civilized after all. At lunch, Lanchi Kiki told Yansen that it looked like he had miscalculated because in their world, money was an important thing. He replied that he didn't need money because he carried more than 1,000 tons of spiritual stones. And he added that he still had several 100,000 untouched mountains of spirit stones in his world. Getting angry, Sister Lan said that even if he was so insanely rich in their world, his money had no meaning. And Yansen thought that spiritual stones even have extraordinary effects on ordinary people, and it was a pity that this world didn't realize it. At this time, Mengqi tried to catch up with the ninja, and he apologized and said he shouldn't have used genjutsu on her. As he ran away, he promised he wouldn't tell anyone about the genjutsu, just so she would leave him alone. Furious, she said that he might not even dream of it, and she would deal with him today no matter what. Xiaolu, watching the scene, thought that for some reason, not a single monster could be seen. The ninja headman warned everyone to stay away from Xiaolu, and Yejun said her power is bottomless and not worth wasting time on her. At this time, one of Hei's ninja students was trying to negotiate a sum with the monster. The comrade warned Hei that Xiaolu from the group of aspiring Celestials was heading in his direction. The monster asked him what he wanted to do and asked him not to use force since he was a hero after all. Then Hei showed him 5 fingers and the beast agreed to that amount. Thus, Ninja Hei got the monster as a pet. Chasing after him and landing on the empty roof, Xiaolu thought that it was very strange because she obviously sensed someone, and then she thought that at this moment she was the one left behind by everyone Xiaolu. The reporter said that Xiaolu is out of the fight, but it's a pattern he's seen before, a ninja technique used against supermen. After learning this to the headman of the Supermen, it became clear why no humans or monsters were seen that year. He recalled how at last year's competition he walked alone around town and didn't realize where everyone was. Thinking about it, the headman of the Supermen became very heavy at heart and was supported by his comrade. Haiying told Su Chao that there were less than 3 hours left until the end of the competition, and they had no points, and the ninjas already had over 100 and would not be able to catch up. He said they should stop fighting and rather run crying into their teacher's arms. The comrades were still trying to calm down Lan Bin, who was angry at the monster calling them beggars. He was shown a scoreboard that showed that there were only 3 minutes left, and Lan Bin grabbed his head. The Superman Academy students thought that the aspiring Celestials were out of the game and would soon snatch victory from the hands of the other academies. But then the reporter announced that a group of aspiring Celestials were receiving 130 points. None of the contestants understood how this was possible. The reporter said he looked and found out that aspiring Celestials did not falsify the results. The twins were reassured by this and thought that this bunch of dumbasses dared to underestimate them. Hoying was furious, didn't understand how the opponents were able to do this. A few minutes earlier, the twins had shown one of the monster's teacher, Yan Sen, who had risen to the rank of second top grade hero in half a year. And since he would soon reach the rank of a top class hero, he would have countless amounts of money, so they offered the monster this amount. But since they couldn't just spend the money, they wanted to pay in installments, and asked the monster how he would like that option. They said that if they failed to fulfill their obligations, the monster would be released immediately, to which he agreed. Thus, the Academy of Aspiring Celestials had obtained one pet. Hying, upon hearing this, he shouted that those unscrupulous ones from the Academy of Aspiring Celestials had taken the monsters on credit. Lanqi Shiki told Yanzhen that apparently now he can't help but sell the rights to the picture. Zichao praised the twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi, saying that they are simply geniuses. And thus the monster-taking contest moved into the second half. With the method of monster credits, the Academy of Aspiring Celestials got good results, even with everyone united against it. Having failed to suppress the Academy of Aspiring Celestials, the other academies also focused on capturing monsters. The competition had already reached its peak, and everyone was eager for the ultimate victory. At that time, an unidentified flying object appeared in the sky above the competition venue. It was the arrival of the 4 monster kings who were ready to attack. The students of the Aspiring Celestials Academy were discussing how many monsters they had gathered and their chances of winning this year. Only Xiaolu said that aside from a few god-rank monsters, there were no higher god-rank monsters visible. Zichao asked what she meant. He thought about it and remembered that in the previous competition there were still high god-rank monsters. But in this competition he hadn't seen any, and it was strange. Xiaolu asked the twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoye to come over to her. She gave them a map and flags and asked them to place them in the positions she had marked on the map. They answered with a chorus that they obeyed and promised to fulfill the task. Xiaolu said that she didn't know what the monsters were going to do, but they could use caution. The twins whispered that she had been going to her teacher for extra classes lately and had become even more cautious with her assignments. Mengqi said that from the beginning she also felt that something was wrong, and the others shouldn't capture the monsters yet. She walked up to Xiaolu and inquired about her formation. Ta replied that she had invented it herself. It would allow her to use the technique Qi transforms into Shen within 10 minutes, but she needed help. Zichao asked to provide it to him, but Lan Bin also wanted to see how powerful the technique Qi transformed into Shen was. Yi Xiaolu asked the twins to go and hurry up and place the flags. It felt like Xiaolu was taking the position of a teacher, but be that as it may, the leader had given an order, and the twins' task was to fulfill it. Xiaolu was very tense, but she hoped that she was just making up her mind. At this time aboard the NLO, Ancient Naka asked if the man standing on the column in the middle had just been seen. Ancient Nado replied that he saw it was a new hero they hadn't met before. They were referring to Yansen, the new top-grade hero, but for some reason they couldn't remember his name. They discussed that his style of dress was something similar to that of their lords, but decided to proceed according to the original plan. They had to be ready for anything, and so they began to talk over the plan again. Seeing Yansen sniffing again, Lan Qiqi asked if he smelled the scent of the homeland again. He said he smelled it, and the odor was very close. Ancient Naka explained to the monsters the plan. They had to take control of the 10 heroes and the little monster students. They moved out, and the remaining king aboard began to load the program. He performed a spatial sealing, and no one could understand what happened. The image on the huge screen on which the audience was watching the broadcast disappeared. People on the street started getting angry and yelling where the image had gone. The cameraman who was filming the competition didn't understand where the image had gone either. Ancient Naka shouted that they should take advantage of the fact that they hadn't been spotted yet and quickly seal them into a small space. The other king asked him not to shout because he was experiencing this program for the first time. And then Yansen remembered that these were great shape-shifting ghosts. Lan Qiqi didn't understand what he was talking about or what these other shape-shifting ghosts were. The disciples saw something happening by the judges but did not realize what it was. Lan Bin noticed something and told Xiaolu to look to the side. At this time, the little monsters on one of the roofs were performing the task as instructed. They performed the blood pact ritual to get a true embodiment of abilities and spiritual nature. The ritual must have worked in the place where they were standing. Lightning struck, and the monsters scattered in different directions. Everyone present looked up, not realizing what had happened there. They tried to see what had happened, but nothing could be seen. It appeared as a shape-shifting ghost when Qi and blood transformed into spirit. Xiaolu was the first to see it and shouted that it was a shape-shifting ghost, but she didn't understand how a shape-shifting ghost could be here. Students from all 4 academies stood outside and questioned each other if it was really a ghost. The Superman headman asked Huiying if Xiaolu knew what this creature was, but he said he had no idea. Her companions were also curious if she knew him, and Xiaolu replied that the academy kept many books and didn't anyone read them. Mengqi explained that it was a monster from Yansen's world of first-level shape-shifting ghosts' blood, and Qi transformed into spirit. Zichao and Lan Bin were surprised that the head girl knew it too, and she replied that they were the only ones who hadn't read it. Finally, everyone involved in the battle realized they were in big trouble. Somewhere in space, Lan Qiqi and Yansen appeared, and he laughed that it was done by a great shape-shifting ghost. Holding Lan Qiqi in his arms, he recalled saying that he was very unintelligent. She apologized to teacher Yansen and said she couldn't fly. Then I asked him what these great ghosts were that he kept talking about. He replied that it was an abbreviation for ghosts who through transformation became celestials, meaning it was the monster of his world. The only difference is that they have already become celestials and are very stubborn, and added that unless he is mistaken, there is no longer a king among kings. Lan Qiqi was very surprised and asked him how he could know this. Yansen pointed at 2 dots far away in the sky. He said that the monsters were holding the ritual instrument of the evil Lord Jun, and the great shape-shifting ghosts who gave it to them were going to attack. Lan Qiqi thoughtfully repeated that this was the tool of the Jun Unclean Lord. Yansen said that since there were weapons, there must be an embodiment of ability and spiritual nature, and he needed to ask them about something. She asked how on earth he was going to question these monsters. He replied that naturally that would require capturing them, and teacher Yansen implemented a reverse sealing of the space. The Monster Kings watched the space being sealed and didn't understand how this could happen. They began to study the manual hoping to find something there, but they were having trouble. Ancient Naka, seeing Yunsen and Lan Qiqi, said that this new hero gives him a bad feeling. In the Xuanzhou continent, not only humans but also other beings could become celestials. Some animals were able to channel qi into the body, cultivating the immortality pill, and eventually became ghosts with superpowers. But according to the laws of the heavenly Tao, one must have a human body, and they had to go through the 4 stages of shedding and changing form. After that, they were given the status of celestials, and since they were predators, people preferred to call them great shape-shifting ghosts. Lan Qiqi told Yunsen that he had sealed the space and his students might be in danger, but he replied that he couldn't keep them safe forever. Xiaolu said that everyone should increase their vigilance and listen to her commands. And the headman of the Supermen said that there is no need to make a fuss, and even if it is a new creature, they are also capable of something. And the ghost turned to the monsters and said that since they were his masters, let them tell him who should be destroyed here. They replied that they needed to deal with those students from the 4 academies as soon as possible. He told them not to worry because before the blood dried, he'd have time to deal with them. The monsters looked at him in surprise and didn't understand what he meant about the blood. And looking at the students of the 4 academies standing below the ghost said that he would not be delicate. Xiaolu realized that he was about to attack and ordered everyone to flee. The students of the other academies, seeing that they were going to run, said they were real cowards. But Xiaolu replied that it was impossible to make direct contact with that beast because they couldn't defeat it. And the ghost said he would deal with the strongest first and asked the monsters who was the strongest. The little monsters pointed at the Superman headman and said he was the strongest. The ghost replied that it wasn't him, but that she was the strongest one here and started attacking Xiaolu. And she told the comrades that this ghost was sealed in the weapon, and they should just wait for the blood of the monsters to dry, and they would be safe. Seeing that the ghost had thrown a weapon at her, Zichao shouted to Xiaolu to be careful. Meanwhile, the headmen of the other 3 academies were preparing for battle. Seeing that the weapon was flying straight towards Xiaolu, Lu Xiaoyi protected her with his body. After realizing what had happened, Xiaolu asked Lu Xiaoyi if he was alright. He replied that it was no big deal, just a scratch, and they all hoped she could fix it, and the 2 years hadn't gone to waste. And Lu Xiaolu told the ghost that if he was thinking of injuring their sister, it wouldn't work. Raring to attack again, the ghost said they were quite cohesive, but then he added that such lowly warriors could not stop him. The Superman headman who blocked his path asked if the ghost really thought he was just here for looks. And what does it even mean that Xiaolu is the strongest, since they haven't determined who is the strongest yet? Lu Xiaolu saw the superhero headman and told his comrades to take the injured man and leave. And the superhero headman was already ready to burst into anger and shouted at the ghost to attack. Ghost didn't hesitate and dealt the superhero headman a powerful blow. The impact was so powerful that it flew through the walls of several nearby houses, destroying them. It was a complete failure by the headman Superman in the battle with the ghost. Huiying and Yejun, who were watching the battle, couldn't believe that the Superman headman could lose. The ghost that remained in the air looked around and didn't understand what was wrong. All the students who were watching the battle from the roof of one of the buildings have gone somewhere. The ghost couldn't figure out where they had gone, and the students were hiding behind one of the walls in the meantime. He said that it was worthy for aspiring celestials, and it was a first-class escape speed. The reporter said that the situation is critical because the 10 heroes are isolated in a different space, and the students are fighting. The mechanical eye told him that it was impossible to transmit information now, and that no one could hear what he was saying anyway. Lu Xiaoyi asked Xiaolu if she could destroy the Superman headman with one blow. She said no, and only suppressing him would take up a lot of her strength. At this time, phone calls were going off in the Superhero League office. People who called said that the feed was interrupted, and those inside can't get out and those outside can't get in. The aide informed the chairman that they have sealed the space, and several Divinity-class students and heroes are locked inside. The chairman said to quickly organize the rescue squad and asked where the 9th and 10th Divine-class heroes were. Turns out they had gone in search of the king among kings, and he thought they would only return if they sensed something amiss. People on the streets were outraged because the image still hadn't appeared on the screens. Those watching the broadcast from home were also furious and promised to leave negative feedback for the presenter. And the #1 rescue squad has already started working in the neighborhoods around the city. 2 Divine-class heroes tried to weaken the barrier, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, they managed to make a hole in the barrier, and the only way to get in was to climb through it. Hero number 124 tried to get through, but he couldn't get through, and told his partner he was messing with him. At that moment, someone behind him grabbed him and tossed him aside. It was the 39th heroine and the 34th Divine Grade hero, who said that they could now grant it to them. The aide told the chairman that these heroes had already arrived at the site, and the chairman replied that they had to take care of the safety of the students. People on the street saw an image appear on the TV screen. The whole crowd watching got very excited and all shouted that at last. Those watching the broadcast from home also rejoiced at the reconnection. Divine Class 124 and 143 heroes also saw that communication had been restored. The reporter said that the Monster Kings cut off the signal transmission and interrupted the broadcast, and a dozen heroes are fighting them in different spaces. Unknown to them, the Monster Helper appeared to have extraordinary power. Not 10 minutes later, this monster defeated the Superman Academy, the Ninja Academy, and the Mage Academy. Only a group of aspiring Celestials escaped before the battle began. Only it is unknown where they are hiding. The reporter said that if the Divinity Class heroes don't come to the rescue now, the students will be in great danger. Zichao and Lan Bin saw that the headman of the Mage group had been grabbed by the throat by a ghost. Heejin, trying to cough, thought how he had such strength and that it looked like she was finished. At this moment, the ghost was attacked by Lan Bin, trying to save the mage headman. But the ghost repelled the attack with one hand and snapped his opponent's weapon. And saying that he had finally shown himself, threw him and Yejun aside. They fell down, and after getting up, Ijong asked Lan Bin if he was okay. But then she noticed that he had accidentally put his hand on her and hit him, and then tried to bring him to his senses. And the spectators watching the battle discussed the new monster. No one had seen it before, and it seemed to be strange but very strong. And the ghost said they can't escape this time. I'm talking to Yejun and Lan Bin. He drew his weapon and swiftly rushed to the attack, saying he would deal with the two in one blow. But then a huge stone from some unknown source sealed the ghost to one of the buildings. This stone was thrown by a 34th Divine Grade hero whose superpower had a function of amplifying 6 times. Zichao shouted that it was the 34th and 39th heroes of the Black Metal and Platinum Divine Grade. The 334th hero told Baijin that she is a healer, so one must first cure the students and then take them away from here. The students were too close, so we had to get the wounded out of here. And Yejin, who was already carrying Lan Bin on her back, replied that it was fine. A group of aspiring Celestials saw the heroes coming to their aid and decided to help them save the wounded and then leave this place. But Xiaolu stopped them and told them not to disperse, and they would act according to the plan. She pulled off her cape and began to activate the build technique. Her entire body was engulfed by a powerful energy surge, such that even her comrades had to dodge. Zichao asked if the twins had arranged the flags for the formation, and Lu Xiaoyi replied that they had long since arranged them. And they put the flags in the farthest southwest corner of town. Xiaolu said that she is the eye of this formation, and when she comes out they will need to take charge and the rest of them need to hide. Meng Qi said that eye building is the weakest point but with the strongest spiritual power and can get more powerful forces. Xiaolu said that the formation had a disadvantage. She wouldn't be able to engage in battle and would need help to keep the formation functioning. But then everyone saw that the ghost had reappeared after destroying the stone. The 34th hero said it was the first time he'd seen a monster so capable of fighting back since the monster surrendered. And he told the ghost, calling him a kitten, that while he was here he wouldn't even think of hurting any of the students. The ghost clearly did not like his speech. He became furious, his eyes burning red. The people on the streets supported the hero Haijin and asked him to show this monster the full power of heroes and defeat it. The little monsters were also watching the battle and they were annoyed with those damn humans. And the ghost decided to enlist the help of black magic to fight. The ghost attacked the 34th Divine Class hero with a Kisha weapon. Before Heijin knew it, the weapon had passed through him with lightning speed. After being wounded, Divine Grade hero Heijin began to shrink, and the ghost smirked and said that he had called him a kitten for nothing. The little monsters rejoiced at the ghost's victory and called the humans insolent, and the assistant was already rushing to inform the league chairman that the superhero Heijin had been defeated. He asked the assistant if there were any more Divine Class heroes, and the assistant replied that there weren't. Except for the first 10 heroes, the rest had been sent somewhere else. Then the chairman of the League of Superheroes thought about it and said it was a bad thing. The audience didn't understand how this could happen, and it turned out that the battle power of this monster was even higher than that of the King of Monsters. Meanwhile, Baijin was using her abilities to try and heal Heijin's wound. The ghost saw that she could heal and rushed toward them, determined not to let it happen. He raced at breakneck speed to attack to defeat them both. Yejun and Lan Bin approached their comrades and casually distracted Xiaolu from the formation. She released a powerful energy beam that nearly hit the ghost. Stopping not far from him in the sky, Xiaolu snatched her weapon and prepared to fight. She activated all the powers of turning Qi into Shen in a single blow. She launched an attack and it was so powerful it cut the city in half. Xiaolu's comrades couldn't believe their eyes and opened their mouths in surprise. Viewers watching the broadcast outside also couldn't believe what had happened. Lan Bin only said that she cut the city in half and also broke space. Xiaolu herself didn't expect this either and was frightened by this destructive power. And then she heard someone coughing in the puffs of smoke and realized that the ghost was still intact. He said that the fact that she performed the transformation of Qi into Shen was very curious. The spectators on the street noticed that Xiaolu had managed to wound his opponent and was bleeding. Ghost said we're going to have to take this fight more seriously. Xiaolu grinned and asked him when they were afraid of him. He replied that it was because they were running away and added that he didn't expect her to be able to use turning Qi into Shen, but still they were repulsive. They were facing each other. She was telling the ghost to attack, and he was hesitant to attack first and said whatever she said, let her attack. Meanwhile, several superheroes have landed on the northern hemisphere. One of the characters said that the heat energy that gave the response was here, and another remembered that there was a huge amusement park here. One of the superheroes pointed to the side and asked his comrade to look over there. It turns out that where the amusement park used to be is now a huge crater. They thought that this abyss was so huge that it could only be made by a king among monsters. Then they heard someone coughing downstairs and realized there were survivors. They came down and saw a man lying on the ground saying he had lost. It was Superman Flower Armor. They asked him if he was okay. He replied that he was fine rather than being asked if he had engaged in a battle with a king among monster kings. He said he was not a king among monster kings. Those he fought were much stronger than he was. The superheroes thought that maybe this was a new kind of monster that had recently become known, and if their king was here, they decided that they should join forces with Superman in flowery armor, and no monster can resist them, and set off in pursuit. As they were flying away, they remembered about the Superman in flower armor and turned around. He was still lying on the ground. He turned away, saying he wasn't going with them, and wished them luck. Then he said that they shouldn't even think about persuading him, and if they wanted to fight so badly, they should go back to the main headquarters. While walking through the deserted area, Annan asked Ning why she didn't kill the hero. She said it was because she saw how handsome he was. The little monsters that followed them wished them a happy journey. Nin turned around to the little monsters. She wanted to ask them something. She showed them the drawing and asked if there were people of justice in their world who wore such clothes. Beast showed her another drawing of Superman and said that, as far as he knew, there were only those wearing such clothes. Nin said that was fine because it meant that there was no one in this world who could defeat them. The monsters asked who they had just shown, and Your Excellency the Lords of Uncleanness replied that it was the real enemy. And Anne said it's time to go because there's nothing else to do here. The monsters asked where they were going now, and they said to crash their world. And Nin added that it was a good idea to watch the Monster Kings fight. Ghost and Xiaolu were still fighting, and neither of them wanted to concede in this fight. The superheroes and academy students watching this fight marveled at their strength. Once again, Xiaolu wanted to strike, but the ghost told her not to get cocky and repelled the attack. Spectators watching the battle said it couldn't be. Some even believed that Xiaolu was taking stimulants because her strength was equal to that of the first 10 divine grade heroes. And An and Ninning, who had already arrived in the city, didn't understand what was going on here. The reporter said that the fight was a mix of ghosts and celestials. Xiaolu had forcibly raised her limits, and it was unclear who was stronger. And the power Xiaolu used was relentlessly surging out. She asked the ghost how it felt when Qi turned into Shen. He replied that it was no big deal and activated the Qi and blood transform into spirit again. He offered to try again, but before he could say it, Xiaolu struck out. Like this, they continued to fight until Xiaolu landed another blow and they landed on the ground. She continued to deliver powerful blows to the ghost, but it rose each time. He wanted to tell her not to think that relying on the construction would help, but he didn't have time to finish the sentence. As the ghost turned around, he saw that Xiaolu had disappeared somewhere, and she flew out into outer space holding her breath, and there activated a secret method Qi transformed into a second-order dragon. The united students of the 4 academies realized that there was about to be an instantaneous explosion. Zihao said that there was 1 rank between them, but what a huge difference. And Mingqi replied that the teacher said that this difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Getting angry, Xiaolu asked the ghost about what he was saying that she was leaning on, and added that she relied on the teacher's clues and began to attack. She unleashed the unusually powerful power of the 2 energy dragons. Zichao yelled that she wants to level the city, but they're still down there, and Mengqi told him not to yell because Xiaolu has a sense of proportion. The ghost rushed towards the attacking dragons, saying not to underestimate him. He tried to use a technique that would make the dragons disappear, but the energy blast was so strong that the ghost was swept far away. And Anne and Ningning also saw this and realized that these were aspiring celestials. They shouted in one voice how they could be here and this time. Ninan told the monsters that they were the ones who talked about aspiring celestials not being in this world, but they said they didn't know about them either. Pulling an Anne behind her, Ningning said that they needed to run fast, but she asked her to wait and look at their ranks. 1 at the peak of Qi improvement, 1 at the middle stage, 2 at the early stage, all the other fighters. Then Ninan decided not to run away but to fight, because it is impossible not to respond to the enemies who exterminate them. And Anne tried to calm her down and told her to be careful, but Ninan replied that there was nothing to be afraid of since she was several ranks above them. Then Anne asked her if she remembered aspiring celestials and what they liked to do the most. Ningning tried to remember. They conceal their cultivation to confuse the opponent. Eventually, at the last moment, they set a crackdown and make submissive. And Anne said that they were hypocritical and deceitful, and to oppose them, one must first scout everything and then act. Ninan agreed with her. Meanwhile, the ghost was able to fend off a massive nuclear explosion set off by the dragons. It was the first time the students had ever seen someone reflect this technique, and Lan Bin said that at this rate, the tectonic plates would soon begin to shift. Ghost said that this technique only looks very intimidating, but it's not very good. And Xiaolu, still in outer space, asked him that didn't anyone tell him. And having said that this technique can be released indefinitely, she prepared to attack. The ghost didn't expect this and was surprised by what Xiaolu told him. The audience discussed that this nuclear weapons group aspiring to become celestials is truly horrible. Ningning asked if Anne had heard of this technique before. She replied that it was Yan Sen's technique. And Xiaolu was still attacking and wanted to see how many attacks the ghost could repel. and she was about to throw another energy charge at him. But at that moment, the ghost asked her to wait and not get hot. But she wasn't going to stop and said she'd start by twisting 10 in a row. But the ghost thought that wouldn't do, and you can't let this girl do whatever comes into her head. He turned around and saw the students who were shouting and supporting Xiaolu. And he decided to attack them, saying that they were wrong, to think that if he couldn't defeat her, he couldn't defeat them. The students of the 4 academies started shouting and calling out to Xiaolu in consternation. And Xiaolu realized that the ghost had decided to attack her comrades and destroy the formation. But he was already rushing forward at breakneck speed and said that when he destroyed her formation, he would look at her and call her an arrogant girl. There was a very powerful explosion as Xiaolu returned from outer space. The opponents crossed their weapons and the ghost said what a good blast it was, and whether she wanted to repeat it. Xiaolu thought that they are too close to the formation, the battle zone is very large, and need to find a way to distance themselves from here. But the ghost was about to get close to the students and more actively began to attack. So far, the girl had successfully fended off each of his attacks and grabbed some dirt. He said it couldn't be helped and asked besides reception if she could do anything else. She threw mud at him and got in his eyes, and he called her a shameless cultivator. And she said no one would ever want to fight fair with him and flew out of the place. She said she would repay him in the same coin and flew to where his monster master stood. Upon seeing Xiaolu, the monster shouted for her not to approach them, and the sign screamed and rushed after the girl to stop her. Seeing that he had thrown his weapon after her, Xiaolu repelled the attack. He said that she was completely ignorant of what really was the limit of turning qi into shen. He threw another punch, this time hitting her. She didn't understand how he could do it. When Mengqi saw that the ghost had injured Xiaolu, she shouted what was wrong with her. The disciples were trying to figure out what was wrong and whether the spiritualized qi had ruptured, but Mengqi said that the formation had not weakened. And the ghost told Xiaolu that he didn't know who taught her this technique, but it was amazing, and if once again let it loose, she could win. Hitting her, he said that all this time she was pushing her limit with the build-up. He also said that although they were in the same limit, he had mastered this technique 300 years ago, and she had only recently. Zichao and Lanbin were very worried about Xiaolu during this battle. Ghost said he knew better than her how to harness the power of that limit. After all, the great ghost thought Xiaolu was too young and inexperienced. He said he'd show her the power of the limit. The monsters that summoned the ghost were on the roof, and they got it too. And Huiying told the old Supermen that even Xiaolu can't handle him, and it looks like they're done. But they were still continuing the battle, and none of them wanted to concede. She said she had been perfecting herself for 2 years, and in that time, she had already reached peak perfection, and he couldn't do it in 300 years. But the ghost only laughed at her statement and said she was very stubborn. He struck again, and it was so powerful that Xiaolu was carried to the roof of one of the buildings. She landed on the roof of the building and tried to get up and cough. The ghost realized that she wanted to weaken the remnants of qi and blood, but he had enough to handle her and added that the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. And Lanbin, hiding behind the wall, said that it was a very frightening evil spirit. She said that the teacher said that there are no difficulties that cannot be solved with the help of construction. And if there are, it is necessary to create a more powerful one. Ghost realized what she was talking about. She wanted to create a more powerful formation. Her comrades didn't understand what she meant about the build. And Anne and Ninning also heard this. They were also curious about what she was going to do. Xiaolu said that she doesn't know if she will succeed or not, but she will try. She started to perform some hand movements, and Zichao tried to remember what they meant, and she began to fulfill the construction of making an alliance with the Great Spirit, and called upon the Lord of the Afterlife. The flags that were spread out began to activate, and the ghost didn't realize when she had time to do it. And then he saw that the Lord of the Afterlife had appeared, and he was very frightened. He couldn't believe how huge he was, and the Lord of the Afterlife called them petty demons. The students shouted that this time the aspiring Celestials were really overdoing it. Ningning said we can't let her grow up. Andanen added that she should be done away with. The Lord of the Afterlife, who had become huge, said that these petty demons dared to defy him, and the ghost was still trying to believe that the mentor of the Afterlife Weapon Master's perfection had appeared. Grabbing his monster masters, he tried to run away, saying that the aspiring Celestials had done him in, and Xiaolu told teacher Mingwan that the ghost was about to slip away. The Lord of the Afterlife blocked the path of the ghost, trying to escape. Seeing him pull out his weapon, the great ghost was very frightened. The Lord of the Afterlife has already struck with his weapon, so much so that part of the city has been damaged again. There was an explosion and the ghost screamed, asking the Lords of the Unclean to save him. When everything subsided, people saw that the impact had created a huge crater in which the sign was missing, and the Superman headman and Huiying realized that their homes had been destroyed. Lanbin said that teacher Mingwan is really a master at renovating the city, and Zichao said it's okay because their houses aren't here. The little monsters flew back to the ground along with the ritual weapons. Zichao, noticing them, said that they had returned to their original form. The Lord of the Afterlife said that if you dare to offend the followers of their school, you should think about your life expectancy. Xiaolu said that that pit was just a bottomless pit and that teacher Mingwan had overdone it because he had drained all of her spiritual power with one blow. He replied that if she was able to summon him at such a low limit, it meant she had a natural ability to improve. She thought that if you hadn't reached the peak of turning qi into shen, it was best to use this technique as little as possible. And she realized that there wasn't even any spiritual qi left to escape. And then she realized that the Lord of the Afterlife was still here and asked why he hadn't disappeared. He replied that she should know that she was now in a dangerous position. She was surprised and questioned him if she was really in danger. The Lord of the Afterlife replied that it is indeed so, and he feels it, and then said that in the very north of their world were two creatures spreading an unparalleled thirst to attack, and he added that they were against her, and he meant An and Ninning. Meanwhile, the Lords of Uncleanness were standing outside in front of a large screen, and just like everyone else watching the action. Xiaolu asked when he said about them that he meant monsters, and since she had just put one down already, it was not difficult to put one more down. The Lord of the Afterlife told Xiaolu that she was wrong about this. If those who are going to attack show their true strength, they won't even have to move to defeat her. And there's no point in telling how strong they are compared to them. The students are just bugs. Xiaolu then thought that the difference in strength was too great. But the Lord of the Afterworld told her not to worry because he was with them. And she was not at the stage of turning Qi into Shen and couldn't figure out how to borrow her strength again. After all, right now, Xiaolu wouldn't even have the strength to move around. But then she realized that the magic field was still active and it was constantly infusing spiritual Qi into her. And then it came to her that the Lord of the Afterlife was burning years of his life to help her maintain the field. He replied that he still had thousands of years to spare, and if anything happened to her, Yansen would kill him, so it was better to do the right thing. And then he asked if she had found a way to resolve the situation, and she asked him if he could chop up multiple spaces. He replied that he could break such a space seal with a snap of his fingers. Then she asked him to do it to help Master Yansen get out. But the Lord of the Afterlife said it couldn't be done. She didn't understand why the Lord of the Afterlife said there was no way to bring the teacher back and asked about it. He replied that he didn't want to be rescued. He had set up a reverse seal in advance so that no one could get in but him. She asked what to do now, and he said she could rely on him. He said that the master will get out, but he can't join him yet, and he doesn't intend to fight alone and needs a helper. Xiaolu turned around, looked at him, and asked who he wanted. Meanwhile, somewhere in space, the Rainbow Rangers have summoned 001. They struggled to fight the huge monster the Monster Kings had summoned. Ancient Nadu kneeling addressed his ancestors, asking if they could see it. Wiping away his tears, he said that after a few centuries, he could see heroes in a difficult position, and his family would be happy. The Rainbow Rangers told him he'd been whining for an hour and hadn't had enough, and he apologized and said he was always underestimated, and that's why he's on edge today. And then he turned to the heroes and said that they may not even think of escaping today because the monster from the other world will defeat them. The monster opened a huge maw from which a large fireball erupted. But 001 was once again ready to repel the attack, and then the system reported that solar radiation could not be absorbed because there was not enough energy. Ancient Nadu rejoiced at this and said that the heroes had come to an end. But then he turned around and saw something approaching them, but he couldn't figure out what it was. And it turned out to be the Lord of the Afterlife, who flew up to the monster and killed it with a powerful blow. Then he told 001 that he was getting weak while calling him buddy. The Rainbow Rangers saw him and didn't understand why he was here. The Lord of the Afterlife, after slaying the monster, flew to 001. Carrying him through the spatial barrier, they found themselves back in the city. 0001 told him he was insane and his help wasn't needed. But the Lord of the Afterlife replied that if it weren't for him, he would have disappeared long ago. Students from all 4 academies watched 001 appear. The onlookers also saw that they had appeared and watched them, waiting for further developments. And then, after passing through the space barrier, a monster appeared in outer space. The students were frightened when they saw it and asked each other what kind of monster it was. A reporter asked Mechanical Eye if his kin had arrived, but he replied that they had not. The Lord of the Afterlife told 001 that he had become weaker since he couldn't defeat this monster. But he replied that if it weren't for the limit of solar radiation, he could have defeated him too. Then 001 offered to fight after this whole mess was over, and the Lord of the Afterlife agreed. Meanwhile, the Monster Kings found themselves sealed in space. They asked for help and didn't understand why they were stuck inside this useless reverse seal. One of the monsters tried to hide from the opponents, apologized, and said that he really didn't know where the celestial dimension was. It was Yansen, still holding Lan Chi in his arms, who chased after the monster to find out the information he needed. She asked him if it was too cruel to first mutilate them, then treat them, and then mutilate them again. He said that it wasn't cruel and that as a youth in the celestial dimension, he didn't destroy opponents, and the result of his fights was disability. She thought that means she was wrong. Yansen isn't cruel, he's just a monster. He turned to the monster and said that the monster was trying to deceive him because he could feel the aura of the heavenly dimension from the earth on his body. That one turned around to see where Yansen was but didn't see him, and he appeared behind him along with Sister Lan and struck another blow. The monster fell to the ground and Yansen pinned its head to the ground with his foot. He said it was his last chance and Lan Chi advised him to tell him everything. He replied that he was just a little monster and didn't know anything and asked why they didn't believe him and whimpered. Lan Chi said that he is roaring so much that he will soon be all dried up and maybe he really doesn't know. And the monster lying on the ground under Yansen's boot begged for help and cried. And then Yansen was distracted and hesitated as he seemed to sense something amiss. One of the 4 Monster Kings said that they were getting close, and he wouldn't let it end like this. And he ordered the monster to destroy the earth and deal with the heroes. The huge monster began its attack, and Ancient Nadu rejoiced that they were about to die. The Lord of the Underworld and 001 began to fight the monster. The Lord of the Afterlife was already about to strike the monster, but he saw him and realized that the swordsman of the afterlife was approaching him. Ancient Nadu said he didn't give a damn and we should destroy the earth. The monster released a multitude of fiery flashes in outer space that flew towards the earth, and Ancient Nadu said he had plenty more blood and they'd have fun. The Lord of the Afterlife, meanwhile, began to reflect flashes from earth. Seeing the bright flashes of fire flying past them, Zi Chao and Hui Ying said that it was getting dangerous here. The monster said that the afterlife swordsman was a level above him, and he was no match for him. Then Ancient Nadu told him to blow him up with him, and then he added that the Demon King would save them no matter what happened. The monster deeply breathed back flashes of fire, and Ancient Nadu told the Lord of the Afterlife to attack, and the planet would turn to dust. The students watched this spectacle in hiding, but couldn't do anything about it. But finally, 001 had accumulated another portion of energy. He got up and fully recovered and became even stronger than he was. And Monster realized what had happened. 00 was the first to merge with the Tao. Ancient Nadu, observing this, said that he had unleashed all his power. There was a powerful release of light energy that illuminated the light with a bright light. But the Lord of the Afterlife entered the fray and said he would not allow it. He rushed towards the monster to stop it, but there was a massive explosion and everyone was hit by its wave. And 00 was the first to point his battle weapon at Ancient Nada, but he was already falling toward Earth, slumped in outer space. And 001 told the Lord of the Afterlife that he used to fight much better. Landing on the ground, he told 001 that they had done a good job. He replied that it was nonsense and that the Lord of the Afterlife was weak and it was time for them to fight, but he refused. And the Lord of the Afterlife said that the two of them had one more important thing to do. Anna Ningning and the little monsters were watching everything that was happening. Their Excellency, the Lord of the Unclean, was already ready to pull out her weapon. The audience in front of the huge screen rejoiced that the heroes had triumphed. Some of them started crying and hugging each other because they thought they were going to be finished. The audience praised the Ninja Academy, the Cultivation Academy, and the Mage Academy, and apparently completely forgot about the victorious heroes. Meanwhile, an Anna Anujie was ready to pull her weapon out of its sheath, whereupon it swiftly took off and flew towards the city. A second later, she was already in the city and had managed to wound the Lord of the Afterlife. None of those watching understood how it could have happened so quickly. 001 picked up the injured Lord of the Afterlife and asked if he was all right. But then he looked up at one of the roofs of the buildings and saw that there were two girls. The audience started discussing who they were, where they came from, and no one knew who they were. Those watching them said that these two girls were very strong. 001 said they were definitely not human, but who could they be? The Lord of the Afterlife replied that they were great demons. At this time, Xiaolu was trying to figure out how the teacher was feeling. He replied that it was fine and for her to sit inside the magical barrier. And he added that if she got out, she'd go straight to the next world. He said they came for her soul, but he wouldn't give her to them, and she should just sit and wait. Ninin turned to the superheroes and asked if they wanted to risk their lives. Xiaolu warned the superheroes that Ningning was approaching them. 001 and the Lord of the Afterlife thought she wanted to hurt outsiders. She pointed her finger at 001 and he stiffened, and she said, how could he ignore her? And without the aid of any weapons, but with a flick of her finger, she tossed him aside. The energy wave was so powerful that the superhero hit the ground hard. The wave from this impact not only hit 001, but also spread throughout the city, raising dust clouds. The audience watching saw the defeated 001 on the screen and couldn't understand how it happened. People looked at what had happened with their mouths hanging open and their eyes goggling. 001 lay on the ground while the Red Ranger tried to see if he was okay. People on the streets began to discuss that how such a thing is possible to defeat him with one blow, and who are they, then demons, whether. Xiaolu tried to see if the teacher was alright, but apparently the injury was taking its toll. Just then, another hero swept past Anan and she barely had time to bounce away. So at the scene of their battle, Superman Lightning Pew suddenly appeared. Xiaolu at this time noticed that all the wounds had healed but didn't realize what kind of light had enveloped her. The Lord of the Afterlife said that this was not spiritual force chi. The people in the streets cheered because they finally thought they were saved since Superman Lightning Bolt appeared. 001 said it's nothing new that he ended up here towards the very end. The Rainbow Rangers didn't understand anything because it seemed like this guy didn't have healing skill. Meanwhile, the little monsters were bringing Ancient Nadu to his senses by saying that the royal demons had arrived. Annie looked at Superman and thought there was another naked guy. And Superman's lightning drink thought she seemed to be underestimating him. He had his weapon ready and fired at her, but she dodged. Still, Superman's lightning drink managed to leave a small scratch on her cheek. He said he knew of her power and that she was not inferior to the Demon King, but still the monsters were no match for him. And Anne angered and told Ninning to stay and keep an eye on those two, since she wanted to fight him one-on-one. She agreed, and calling the hero a running coward, said he was not like the others and asked her to be careful. And Anne prepared to fight and called the opponent a pervert and said that he could attack. He chuckled that she had the guts to call him names and began the process of releasing the energy. And activating the maximum energy charge, he attacked Anne with it. 0001 thought he immediately used the most powerful attack, and Anne asked that they didn't know anything else and took a deep breath, and adding that it was nothing exhaled and just blew off the maximum energy charge. But at that moment, Superman's lightning drink gave her another hard blow. The impact was so strong that An flipped upside down and flew headfirst to the ground. As he flew up to her, he said he could maintain that kind of power for a year. 001 was perplexed as to how they became an audience, and the Lord of the Afterlife said he did not know of a man who had achieved complete fusion with the Tao. And people were cheering Superman's lightning buzz and yelling for him to kick those monsters out of here. 000 first asked what fusion with the Tao was, and the Afterlife Lord replied that these were level indicators and he would soon reach the celestial dimension. Meanwhile, in the corked dimension, Yansen continued to push for answers. Lan Chichi asked to stop trampling the monster since it would no longer say anything, and had already taken its original form and asked what they would do next. Teacher Yansen thought for a moment and then said that they could leave. Meanwhile, Superman Lightning Pew continued to strike the Lord of the Undead, An. The Lord of the Afterlife did not understand how a person could reach such a level of Tao fusion because he was already approaching the heavenly dimension. 001 told him that he was not a human but a robot, and in their world people do not possess spiritual power. They rely on their skills. The Lord of the Afterlife thought that no matter who you are, the power must be controlled, and the longer you last, the better your position will be. The audience continued to support Superman's lightning drink and said they believed in him, but suddenly he turned around because he started to feel something strange. He gave another blow to An, but it was not as strong as before, and she asked if he could be stronger. Superman Lightning Drink didn't understand why that happened, and just flew away. He flew off to the side, turned to look at her, and said that was impossible. He realized that this girl's strength far exceeded the level of his world. Last time while he was defending the core of the world, the king deceived him and escaped. Now he hoped to deal with him at once, but this girl is stronger than the king. An looked at him and grinned and asked him that he was really scared. Superman Lightning Drink smirked and asked her what fear was. And then he said that when a hero gets into trouble, he only gets stronger. And then he activated the backup generator that was in the League of Superheroes building. When the generator turned on, the students thought an earthquake had started. Superman Lightning Drink applied light energy release. But An only said that it was interesting and extended her hand forward to hold this light wave. She was able to bring back Superman's weapon of lightning drink against him as well. The students at the academy saw something falling to Earth from outer space and wondered what happened there. And it turned out to be a damaged and disintegrating Superman lightning robot drink. He himself didn't realize how it was possible that he had been defeated by An. An said that she had used a decent amount of energy and had to praise him, since he was strong even for the celestial dimension, and she was sorry. Meanwhile, in the League of Superheroes building, the backup generator was reporting that the core was destroyed, and recovery was impossible. The computers in charge of Superman's robot lightning drink showed that vital signs were declining. The students of the 4 academies realized that the best hero had gone to the next world, and Anne looked at that and just calmly said that it turns out she won. In the meantime, Superman Lightning was drinking thought he can't just disappear like that, can't give up. After all, he is hero number 1, his defeat means the extinction of the entire world, and he is determined that he will not back down. And he began to remember how very young he had made his promise. And now he asked his lord to give him the strength and will to fight. No one realized what had happened, but Superman Lightning Pew got up and was ready to fight. Even the little monsters who thought he was gone realized it was the power of love, justice, and light. They began angrily waving their arms and cursing at the hero. 001 said that how can monsters talk like that? Apparently they weren't enough, and the Lord of the Afterlife told him not to move if life was precious. And Superman's lightning drink not only managed to get up, but got even more power. He was energized by the people watching the battle. The Lord of the Afterlife was surprised as he realized that he had decided to borrow his energy as well. And now filled with energy, Superman Lightning Drink said, "Hero will never lose." And with immense accumulated strength, he rushed out to attack An again. When Ninan saw the huge ball of light approaching her, she shouted for her to take care of herself. But it was too late as Superman Lightning Pew pointed his weapon at her. He used his weapon and a huge beam of light pierced the entire city. The students of the academies watching all of this stood around and didn't realize if it was all over and if they had held on to victory. But their surprise was very strong when they saw that An was unharmed. For all the spectators, it was very surprising that after such a blow she was still willing to fight. And she said it was at least a sky-high impact, and if she wasn't so tough, she would have been seriously injured. She said it's interesting since he reached the level of a celestial and resurrected himself, so the monsters got hit hard and can't compare to him. But Superman's lightning drink realized he had no more strength left, and she said that in her world, there's a rule in her world to always respond equals. And as she was about to attack, she used the Art of the Celestials. Applying the Art of the Celestials, she summoned a phoenix of 9 dimensions. The students of the 4 academies looked at the phoenix that appeared in front of them, didn't understand what kind of bird it was. It was only Zai Chao who guessed that she had applied the celestial art. And the phoenix was already heading towards Superman's lightning-drinking Superman to attack. Superman's lightning drink realized that he had reached his limit and he had no more strength. And Anne said she wouldn't hold back any longer and started attacking. and the huge phoenix flew at breakneck speed towards Superman's lightning drink. 001 said he is exhausted, and if he gets hit with a punch, he can no longer recover and needs help. But they were spotted by Nin and told that they would do well to protect themselves first. And she too began to attack by throwing fire weapons at the superheroes. But then an unknown huge weapon flew from nowhere and slammed into the ground. It landed next to 001 and the Vlada of the afterlife. 001 was trying to figure out where this weapon could have come from. At this time, Superman Lightning Pew was already staring into the eyes of the huge phoenix. But then, unknown to me, Janssen blocked the phoenix's path. Still holding Lan Chi Chi Chi, he delivered a crushing blow to the phoenix. And then Teacher Janssen calmly said that they had already gotten him. Yan looked at the defeated phoenix with her mouth open and couldn't believe what had happened. Nin also looked at the fallen phoenix, not understanding how it happened. When the students saw their teacher, they were very happy to see him. And Janssen calmly said that although they are heavenly lords, they are very restless. Superman Lightning Pew thanked him for his help, calling him a superhero in a black cape. And the audience was happy that there was finally a second strongest hero. Janssen told Lan Kiki, who was still holding on to him, that it was time for her to unhook herself. The Beast Lords, seeing Janssen, were very surprised by his appearance. And Anne said that he was a celestial with a foundation, and Ning Ning said that he had reached the peak of the Heaven Dimension Fusion. Judging from his aura, he is at the peak of the Immortal Dimension Fusion, but the aura is chaotic, and they have never encountered such a thing. An said it's only the peak of the foundation laying, but Ninin replied that don't let her say it's easy. People were already ready to give their power to the second hero who came to the rescue. They wanted to apply the light of justice, but Janssen didn't realize what it was and waved it away. And people didn't understand why she gave up her power, and they didn't like it. Janssen asked where the celestial realm was, since he wanted to teach some old men a lesson. Nine was about to reply that they didn't know where the kingdom was, and On stopped her, saying that if they told him, they would be destroyed, and asked them to let them go so they could send a reply via deep mail later. Janssen thought for a bit and calmly replied to refuse their request. She started to get angry and said that even after reaching the level of full fusion, he wouldn't be able to avoid serious injuries. But he said he could repeat his question and told me to speak faster. And Anne had already become furious and called him stubborn and wanted to lunge at him, but Ning Ning held her back. Then she pointed her finger in the direction and told him to look because the heavenly realm was there. Janssen believed her, turned around and naturally saw nothing. And after distracting him, they decided to scatter in different directions. He turned to them and said with a smirk that they were going to run away for nothing. After which, Teacher Janssen applied the heavenly golden cage art. A huge golden cage formed above the planet, and An and Ning Ning found themselves inside it. They tried to get out of that cage, but they failed. Then Anne got angry and shouted that she was not afraid of him, and that there would be no running away if he wanted to fight. Then please do so. He replied that apparently they were not familiar with calmness, and if they did not want to tell him where the celestial dimension was, he would have to use force. Then Teacher Janssen began to activate the soul-grasping technique. Realizing that he was going to carry out the An and Ning Ning's soul capture, they called him a madman. The Lord of the Afterlife said he must leave the battle, for he had already burned 800 years. Xiaolu was sorry that her teacher was going to leave her. He said that it was already safe here, but she should still keep her guard up. And he asked her to remind Janssen then to compensate him for his expenses. Leaving the battleground, he told her to enjoy the Battle of the Celestials, as observation helps improve. And such battles didn't happen very often, even in the celestial dimension. Yi Xiaolu started falling down after the Afterlife Lord disappeared. Thinking she was about to fall, her comrades screamed, but Meng Qi, flying past on her weapon, told them not to scream. She managed to pick up Xiaolu and asked how she was feeling. Xiaolu replied that she was fine, and they both looked up and there was a fight brewing. And hovering in the sky, Janssen, already ready to carry out the soul grab, said that it could begin. Anne yelled back that he could attack since she wasn't afraid of him. Ning Ning shouted to warn Anne that he had launched an attack. And the force he used was already much more serious than before. But Nin also decided to use the art of the Celestials for defense. They clashed, but she was able to push Teacher Janssen away from her. And then she summoned the birds of the 9 heavens, and a massive blast hit the city. She used the technique of the Phoenix Crown obscuring the heavens and said he could watch the earth turn to powder. After that, the ground became very hot, the students panicked and tried to run away and asked for help or they would be fried. It was incredibly hot, so hot that even the ground began to crack. Superman's lightning pew control system alerted to severe overheating. This temperature was unbearable even for him, and he forgot who he was fighting. All he remembered now was his fall from a great height down onto the city, and Janssen still continued to fight with one of the Ning Ning's female unclean lords. He grabbed her by the leg, spun her around, and threw her so far she flew over one of the houses. But she didn't stop there and started fighting again. Janssen grabbed her again and said that a naughty child deserved to be punished. She started cursing and called him a lousy celestial, and he told her that cursing doubles her punishment. To which, still unsettled, she said she'd torch his world. Still holding Ning Ning's leg, Janssen was already about to use the heavenly art. Huge waves rose above the city after Janssen waved his hand. Lan Bin saw that the whole city was about to be hit by a huge wave and was very frightened. Just then, several water dragons appeared in outer space. Still broadcasting live, the reporter and Mechanical Eye said he drained all the coastal waters. Janssen hovered in outer space and holding Ning Ning with one hand, called out to the great water dragon. Such a spectator following the battle was not expected, they even liked it. He swung his hand and directed the power of the great water dragon against the phoenix. They collided. There was a powerful energy blast such that all the students flew apart. For a few minutes, the entire space above the city was covered in vapor, but then it began to evaporate. Students at the 4 academies who tried to come to their senses wondered if this was the end. The onlookers were discussing that if Yonsen didn't accept their faith, then how did he have such strength? Yonsen told An that they had one last chance and should tell the truth, but she refused even if it would be the end for them. Ninin was behind him, weapon in hand, ready to strike, and told him to let her go. She struck him from behind, but the weapon only scratched Yonsen. But the weapon itself was broken, and she didn't understand how such a weapon that could seriously injure any man only scratched him. And then Ninin realized that he wasn't a celestial with a foundation laid. It turns out Yonsen was actually a golden deity. And since he turned out not to be a celestial with a foundation laid, she thought it was the end. And teacher Yonsen said that the evil lords had made their choice. Then zeroing occurred and a crackling sound began to resound in the confinement tower. The sky darkened, the entire city began to shake violently and was pierced by a huge energy beam. Lan Qiqi was thrown back on one of the rooftops, and she lay there thinking that this was a familiar feeling. And Anne could barely stay on the ground to avoid flying away and realized that it was a great golden deity-level celestial. Ninin thought about how it was almost impossible to meet such celestials and why it had happened to her and in such a small world. The city was crumbling and huge cracks began to appear in the asphalt, and people thought their luck must have run out. Lan Qiqi shouted into the mouthpiece that if people didn't want to say goodbye to this world, then they shouldn't raise their heads and stand up. Students who also barely got up said they didn't have to say it. People were scared and said how far away they were from them. The distance was half the earth. And Anne in the darkness tried to sneak up on Yonsen to attack. Ningning shouted to Anne that it was very dangerous and asked her to back off, but she persevered, saying she never gave up. Yonsen heard these words and asked An with a smirk if it was true. Yonsen only waved his hand and Ann's eyes filled with blood. There was a very powerful energy impulse that went even beyond the globe. This energy was so powerful it could move the Earth out of its orbit. The mechanical eye and the reporter watching this screamed that the Earth had fallen out of orbit. According to science, if the Earth goes out of orbit, the water level will rise and it will turn into a huge snow globe. The movement of other planets will become chaotic, leading to a collision of space bodies. Yonsen's disciples shouted to their teacher that he had overdone it a bit. And people were still discussing whether he was a god. The thought even gave them goosebumps. Xiaolu said that the book didn't deceive and the deity was capable of destroying the whole world, and Mengqi asked if they would reach that level. Now Anne and Yunsen met one-on-one in the middle of the deserted city. Exhausted and tired, she said she would never submit to him. And Ningning, looking out of hiding, asked Anne to stop persisting. But she said that she would never bow down to a heavenly cultivator. Mengqi asked why they were being stubborn, but Xiaolu said that it would be impossible to subdue demons by force. Students from other academies asked Zichao and Lanbin that their teacher could change appearance. They replied that this was his normal appearance. And Anne asked Yonsen if he wanted to know where the celestial dimension was. He looked warily at the Lord of the Unclean but said nothing. And she said he could forget about it. She wouldn't tell him. Not in this life. And she chose to go to the afterlife and she struck out on her own. Everyone involved in these events who saw it was so stunned they couldn't even say anything. And Ningning cried out in tears as she realized that she had lost Anne forever. She picked up the small glowing ball of light left by Anne and said that it would always be with her. And Xiaolu and Mengqi were amazed that instead of giving Yonsen an answer, she chose to go to the other world. It's just that Anne always thought it was better to go to the afterlife than to submit. In front of Ningning's eyes, a picture surfaced of Anne telling Yonsen that he wouldn't find out anything. She also saw his countenance darken and an energy flame enveloped him. With tears in her eyes, Ningning cried out since An was her older sister. And teacher Yonsen snapped his fingers and time reversed. This time, the students of the academies asked if their teacher was changing their appearance, and Zichao and Lan Bin replied that they had already asked. But the two of them felt like they hadn't said anything, and Anne stood in the middle of the city not understanding how this could have happened to her. She looked at her hands and thought she had definitely gone to the other world, but didn't realize how she had come back. And Ninin, still lying in her hiding place, realized that this was the Void Celestial's art of reversing the passage of time. Then Yonsen appeared and said that he wouldn't let her disappear until he got the information, and with each resurrection, the pain would get worse. And it was at that moment that Ninin realized that it was not going to the next world that she should be afraid of, but the impossibility of it. Yonsen now moved closer to Anne and placed his hand on her head. Watching the Superman lightning drink thought she was about to go to the other side of the world, and teacher Yonsen began to awaken in An's memories of her past. He watched as the two girls were very young. They were having fun outside their house in the arms of their parents. He was in an establishment where people were discussing that 2 princesses had been born into a demon family, and 2 celestials were enough to ruin people. They wanted to team up and neutralize the princesses before they grew up and extract the magical cores that could turn anyone into a celestial. Then they were attacked and Master Zhengqi told the Great Ghost to take the girls and run away as he wouldn't last long. He rushed it, for if his daughters were used to create a core of celestials, he would not forgive himself. Yonsen was watching this story when the Great Ghost took the girls away. Then in the great ghost's arms, Anan cried out and called out for Daddy and Mommy. But the arriving army of celestial dimension and celestials sent their parents to the other world. The great ghost told them that the great demon was waiting ahead. They did not need to turn off the path and come back here, they cried, begging not to leave them. He replied that the subordinates are helpless, so he leaves them here and asks them to take care of themselves. Leaving them behind, he flew off to fight the vile cultivators. There was a cracking sound. Everything around them started to collapse. The girls started to fall. Janssen saw them fall into the water, and now he could see where they got so much stubbornness from. That's how Ann and Ninning found themselves in a world that was surprising and unusual to them. They didn't know where they were. This world was very scary, and they really wanted to go home. It was 1002 when the two girls found themselves in the desert. Even then, they began to try their hand and collect ritual weapons. Over the years, they have been chased by the same dog more than once, but eventually they were able to beat it. Janssen finally took his hand off Anon's head, but couldn't find anything to say to her. Ninnin lay in her hiding place and waited to see what would happen next. Students and others involved in the events were also watching and wondering what was going to happen. And Anne lifted her head and thought that this was a soul-capturing technique without injuring herself. Janssen turned around and walked away, saying that they should have said that they didn't know right away and so caused unnecessary trouble. Then he turned around and told them to get lost, and he didn't want to see them again. And Anne looked at him in surprise and couldn't reply. And he just told them to get out before his patience ran out. Ninnin crawled out of her hiding place and asked if he was really letting them go. And Janssen turned around and asked that do they really need more admonishments as well. After thinking about it, he added that they would need to be reimbursed for the damage they had caused. The little monsters were already carrying many suitcases of gold bars. Superman's zipper drinking trying to get up said you can't let them go. Without thinking long, Ninning grabbed Anan's hand and said that they should run away. The Lords of Uncleanness grabbed their little monsters in front of the astonished people. And together with them, they ran off very quickly in an unknown direction. Superman Lightning drank everything, saying that they couldn't be allowed to escape, and asked Janssen if he realized the consequences of his actions. He said that they were stronger than the Supreme Demon, and if they were released, they would cause trouble in the future. And added that if Janssen didn't notice, they could easily destroy the world. He replied that he could, and if they wanted to destroy the world, he would stop them. Superman Lightning Drinker said that he knows Janssen is strong, but what about the future? What to do when they come back and Janssen is no longer there? They are younger than the students, and the students can't handle them. Janssen said that he believed in his disciples and that he would calmly survive them. Superman Lightning Drink looked at him surprised and asked how that was possible, and Teacher Janssen calmly replied that he was an immortal emperor. Meanwhile, the fleeing foul lords with their little monsters collapsed onto one of the rooftops without strength, and Anne asked Ninning to help her because she had no more strength and her legs were already falling off. Well, when I looked at my sister, I realized she wasn't in any condition to run either. Thus ended the monster hunt, and Janssen really missed home. The winner of the competition was not determined due to demonic interference. A month later, it became clear that the world had changed beyond recognition. After the incident, Teacher Janssen's rank was raised to #1 hero. Teacher figurines were sold all over the world, and the Academy of Superpowers got out of poverty, and a heavenly god sect appeared at the academy. Zishao was looking for his teacher and asked Xiaolu where he could be, but she said she hadn't crossed paths with him in days and had no idea where he was. Meanwhile, Janssen was in the teacher's dormitory in his room. He had been looking for something for a long time and finally found it, and thought that he had become very forgetful. The demonesses were following him, and Ninian asked An if he was definitely the immortal emperor, who said that judging by the battle, it could not be otherwise. And Anne said that he was able to hide 90% of his cultivation. They Ningning replied that she was scared. The eldest of the sisters said that now they would find out if they could become his apprentice. They crawled across the rooftops, and Anne asked Ninning to hurry up. She asked Anne if she really thought he would agree to be their teacher. Wouldn't he ruin them before they even had a chance to ask? She said he's an extraordinary celestial. He's stronger than the High Lords, and he's a legend. She said that since he was so strong, there was no point in hiding, and Anne replied that it was unlikely that he would use his power now to find and destroy them. Then she asked what they should do, and her sister said to go to him and beg him to be their teacher. Ningning said she was very scared because Janssen is the emperor. Then Anne turned to her and said that there was nothing to be afraid of since he didn't eat demons. Teacher Janssen was in his room and seemed to hear something, but he didn't realize what it was. And the sisters standing on the roof decided that on the count of 3, they would jump. They jumped and landed right on his balcony. Janssen turned around and saw them. And Anne started to say what they would like, but didn't have time to finish that sentence. As in a second, the sisters were already flying out of the teacher's balcony. They landed right in the garbage truck and drove off. Lying on the garbage bags, at least they were alive. Anya said they didn't get a good look at him, and he'd already thrown them out. Teacher Janssen still didn't understand why the unclean lord had come to see him. He went outside and went about his business quite calmly, and the sisters were already peeking around the corner about to follow him. Teacher Janssen continued on his way while the sisters followed him. At some point, he turned around but saw no one as the girls had managed to hide around the corner. Ningning asked if he had noticed them, and An replied that he hadn't, because there was no fluctuation in his divine aura. They came around the corner to continue chasing the teacher, but he was gone. They were about to move on, but then they got caught in a rope trapping demons. Hanging me in the air? and Anne and Ninning shouted that they were in pain and asked for help. And teacher Yansen said that this is the last warning and for them to stop harassing him. Later, they were sitting in their homes, and the little monsters didn't understand what was going on with the demon lords. One monster told the other that it's better not to think about it if you want to live longer. So, day after day, the demon lords sat and worked out a plan on how to get close to the teacher. Meanwhile, vacation time was over and it was time to study. Students returned to their classrooms and greeted each other after vacation. They were discussing the past winter vacation and the fact that they were going to draw chi into their bodies this year, and some were doubting their comrades' abilities. One of the students asked Su Chao what he was writing, and he replied that he had not had time to finish his homework. Teacher Yansen entered the classroom and said that he hoped that this semester they would pay more attention to their studies to reach immortality sooner. He gave them bamboo scrolls in which all the plants from the heavenly realm and their properties were written down, and these were their textbooks for this semester. The teacher said they wouldn't rewrite everything this time. They will have to learn information about 480 billion plants in 10 years. One of the students asked teacher Yansen how they should learn all this. Later on, the teacher welcomed everyone to the second subject that was necessary to cultivate immortality. Holding a scroll in his hand, he said that the subject was alchemy. This whole collection of plants was just the beginning, and when they get stronger, it will be easier for them to memorize it all. And learning alchemy is a long process. He said that in the world of immortals, talented people spend hundreds of years studying alchemy, and not everyone succeeds. A supreme alchemist in any world is a very powerful entity that can destroy an entire country. He said that they are not that strong, some of them can't even fight, but they can make their comrades stronger and raise their morale. Zikao was surprised and questioned if it was true, and the other students whispered that it was like cheats in the game. The teacher said that they would learn a simplified version adapted especially for them, and during these lessons he would teach them individually. The students happily raised their hands in the air and replied that they understood everything. Just like that, under the guidance of teacher Yansen, the students discovered a new path to the world of immortality. This year, all the students gave their best to achieve immortality, and two pathetic demons were watching them from one of the rooftops and wanted to attend this school. One dark night, in an abandoned church, the Brotherhood cried out for the king's awakening. Kneeling before the coffin, they asked the king to awaken. And their king awoke. He was the vampire Drake, and everyone immediately kneeled before him. Upon awakening, the vampire asked which of them had summoned him, and one of his followers replied that he had long admired him. Then the vampire asked if he was human, and the follower said yes. Then he touched him and turned him into a vampire. It was a very painful conversion. And so something strange was born in this world that lay beyond the knowledge of the academies and the League of Superhumans. Meanwhile, the League had finally rebuilt the city and the final exams for all 4 academies had begun. The future graduates said that finally the city is rebuilt, and after so many years of training, nothing will stop them from graduating. The students of the Superman Academy were discussing that this year their examiner would be Yan Sen from the Aspiring Celestials Academy. Everyone was gathered in the stadium, and the students thought they were in the same place with the same spectators, and there was some familiar feeling in the air. The Aspiring Celestials were curious about who would conduct the exam, and in any case, if it wasn't Yansen, then they would pass it. Xiaolu said that she had waited for a very long time to take this exam. Lan Chi appeared in front of them, saying that she hadn't seen the class of Aspiring Celestials in a long time, and then Sister Lan added that she would be their examiner today. According to the rules of the Superhuman League, the examination sites for each academy were located in different areas of the city. The examiners of the Ninja Academy this time was Superman BU from Superman Academy. The examiners at the Magic Academy were the Rainbow Rangers from the Ninja Academy. The examiner at the Superman Academy was the black-cloaked superhuman Yansen as the #1 divine-ranked hero. Yansen showed up at the stadium where his academy exam was being held and was asked what he was doing here even though he should be at the Superman Academy. Then teacher Yansen replied that he had left a doppelganger there. The student who asked him about it obviously didn't know what a doppelganger was. Zi Chao and Lan Bin were very excited that their examiner would be Sister Lan, and Xiaolu asked her what the rules would be for the exams this time. She said that this time the rules were very simple, and they would all pass the exam if they could touch her face for 10 minutes. Then, full of determination, Xiaolu asked her if she could start already. Sister Lan snapped her fingers and said that the exam could begin, and right after starting, Xiaolu was attacked by an energy charge. She pulled out her weapon and tried to attack Lan Chi, but the latter stopped her saying that she was strong, and this was what she expected from Yansen's disciple. And then Sister Lan said it was just a little test. She looked at Xiaolu and asked if she really wanted to send her to the other world. Lan Chi held her opponent's weapon with ease while she thought about how she did it. Zichao asked what level of strength Sister Lan was currently at. Mengxi said she didn't know, but it definitely wasn't peak perfection Chi. Here, Sister Lan attacked Yaolu and her comrades told her to be careful. And the rival told Xiaolu that she forgot to tell her that she was going to fight too. And activating her superpower magic beam, Lan Chi began her attack. Zichao and Lan Bin couldn't believe that she would apply the magic beam. And Mingqi managed to push Xiaolu away from the magic beam coming at her just in time. Sister Lan was already ready for another attack and said that she would show what true strength was. The students were again bombarded with magical weapons and screamed that they had seen this somewhere before. And in the stadium of the Academy of Superpowers, there was a powerful explosion, such that its wave almost hit the audience. Holding the burnt seals in his hands, Zichao said that they didn't stand a chance, and he would go complain to the Ministry of Education. Onlookers waved away the puffs of smoke, wondering if they were still alive. Suddenly, huge magical weapons appeared on the four sides of the stadium. Lan Chi turned around and saw that teacher Yansen had done this. She smirked and thought that here comes the student protector. And Xiaolu began to perform the martial formation of Essence Cleansing Qi. The comrades tried to support Xiaolu, and she said that there was not much left. Ready for battle, Lan Qi. Kiki told her opponent that she could attack. Xiaolu, preparing to continue the fight, replied to her that they would not lose so easily. And they rushed towards each other, starting the battle, but Lan Chi struck first. Lan Bin saw this and shouted as he did not expect such a development. Xiaolu thought that she had never fought someone from the top 10 strongest before, and in fact, she turned out to be quite good. And Sister Lan still dealt her opponent blow after blow. But then Xiaolu said that the time she spent practicing was not wasted on her. Then she concentrated her energy and gave Sister Lan a blow. But she missed without hitting her opponent, and she said it was very close. And while the students of the four academies were trying to pass the exam on the other side of the world, something fishy was going on. Members of the fraternity have long sought out this location of the isolation prison from the rank and file. Meanwhile, in the stadium of the Superpower Academy, the Demon Sisters were cheering for the students. They shouted at Xiaolu and advised her which hand to hit with, and thought that she was embarrassing the teacher and could fight much better, or they would try it themselves. Teacher Yansen, hearing the familiar voices, turned around to the audience in bewilderment. But he didn't see anyone as the sisters managed to hide behind the bleachers in time. The demonesses were discussing that teacher's strongest disciple would soon lose, and Lan Chi was already close to the golden core formation stage. Then An asked if this meant that Xiaolu couldn't summon the spiritual king, and Ning replied that for this to happen, the rival must give her time. The spirit king will be able to use 1,000th of his power and the reception needed to definitely defeat his opponent, but he can also take her life. This was indeed some unreliable way, but Xiaolu had a chance she needed to turn on her brain and merely touch Lan Chi's face. Sister Lan said that if she saw her fight with teacher Yansen, she was wrong to think that she was weak because she and her teacher were on different levels. And Xiaolu thought that she was still too far away from the level of the top 10 strongest, and she needed to think of something. And she came up with a golden dragon and no one expected it. Even the spectators in the stands were very surprised and frightened by what was happening. And Xiaolu said that the second level key dragon formation technique wasn't as strong as the one she fought demons with, but it would be enough. But then Lan Chi was already behind her and ready to attack, and said that while she was preparing her strike, she had let her guard down, and added that apparently she wanted to go to the afterlife without accomplishing anything. Xiaolu landed on the stadium, and Lan Chi said that she would not let her take the exam this way. Onlookers watching the battle got the impression that the dragon was out of control, and Lan Chi at this time began to use battle magic at full power and 1,000% cooldown. Ninin made sure that she was correct in her words that she was in the early stages of forming a golden core. The man who came up with this technique must have been a psychopath. Luckily, it was only the second level of this technique. Sister Lan was already prepared for battle, realizing that things had now become very serious. She channeled her magical energy against Xiaolu's weapon, and she thought it was about time she got her chance. There was a powerful energy release in the stadium, a wave of which affected everyone present. After everything subsided, Zichao asked if she had succeeded, and Lan Bin replied that the net was now useless. Xiaolu almost succeeded, and Sister Lan told her that if she was a little faster, she would be able to touch her face. Xiaolu was very upset because there was only a measly millimeter left, and Sister Lan smilingly congratulated her and said that she had passed the exam. The spectators in the stadium cheered and congratulated the immortal class on their graduation. They shouted that it was a good job and they are the first class to graduate from the academy in the last 10 years. Zichao rejoiced that they had graduated, and Lan Bin cried and said that 10 years after starting his training, he had finally graduated. Lan Chi was about to leave, but Xiaolu asked how they passed the exam if they couldn't touch her face. She replied that they had made her use her full power and they were definitely ready for release, and that the four of them could defeat the strongest heroes. She said that if they wanted to be in the top 10, they should try harder, so they should not limit themselves and strive for more. She knew that for cultivators from the immortal class, the chi compensation stage was just the beginning, and she believed that they would one day be able to become stronger than her. That's how they graduated and were the first graduates of their academy in the last 10 years. But what surprised them the most was Sister Lan. Many academy students are stronger than heroes, and not only in the Celestial Academy, but also in the Superhero Academy. Sister Lan was the queen of examiners, and the rules had never changed in 10 years, and the students didn't understand why she showed leniency to them. The joyful students met their teacher and showed him their certificates. But Yansen took them away, saying he'd give them back when they became immortal. And he said that if they pass the exam in this world, in his world they are still kindergartners and will continue to study. Zichao cried and said that at this rate they would graduate in 100 or even 1,000 years. But for Xiaolu this was not a problem, because after she learned about the path of cultivators, she no longer wanted to be a hero. And she said that she'd already graduated from the academy anyway, and the next step was immortality. Xiaolu followed her teacher, and her companions looked after her and said that she seemed to have changed. The final exams were over, but not all the academies went as smoothly. No one from the Academy of Magic from the Ninja Academy was able to pass the exam. Students from Superman Academy set a new record for the fastest failure of the century, which went down in final exam history. After the exams were over, the little immortals returned to their school. There, they began their 10,000-year-long journey of cultivating the earth. Janssen said that you can't do alchemy without plants and plants without land, so they began to learn the basics of farming. At one point, the teacher saw two unknown to him among the other students. They were an Ain and Ningning, who had already rushed out of the academy in a second. Zichao asked the teacher who it was and why they were pretending to be students, but Janssen replied that he didn't know. The disciples noticed that Keishan cultivated very good plants. This was the most difficult plant to cultivate was the stop bleeding plant. She herself didn't know how, but she had memorized all these plants she had read about and knew how to cultivate some plants without even reading about them in a book. The Plant Destroyer Quartet, as they were called, were very jealous of Keishan. Xiaolu did not succeed. She followed the instructions in the book exactly, but all her plants died. A few days passed and students gathered in an apartment in the city. They gathered to congratulate head Ming-Chi on his birthday. All her comrades were excited and thought it was time to party. And Ming-Chi was angry because she warned them not to have any parties, but they threw one anyway. One of the students asked the other how old she was, and he shut his mouth, saying that since some time ago she and Xiaolu had become sensitive about the matter. And she didn't like birthdays, they're supposed to be fun. But for some reason she wanted to destroy everyone around her. Xiaolu asked her comrade why he didn't invite teacher Janssen. He replied that he had invited him 2 days ago. It seemed to him that the teacher had gone somewhere because he never saw him again after that. There was a knock on the door and he thought that teacher Janssen had come. Ming-Chi rejoiced and ran to open the door faster than anyone else. But it was the Supermen from the Superman Academy who brought the gifts. She wasn't very happy about their arrival and already wanted to close the door in front of them. But the Supermen had already slipped her all the presents and ran past her excited that there was going to be a party. The Superman boss saw that Hui Ying and Yejun were also here and asked why they were here. They said that a party without them was not a party, and he was late. The party started, the students decided to party hard. Soon even Sister Lan and the other characters came to the party. Only teacher Yan Sen was absent. Back at the academy, Ming-Chi thought about how she was really tired of everyone, and she swore to herself that she would never celebrate a birthday again. Then she saw that teacher Yan-sen had already returned and went over to greet him. Teacher Yan-sen picked up the weapon lying on the table and threw it to Ming-Chi. The girl didn't expect this from her teacher and struggled to catch the weapon. Teacher Yan-sen told her that she should go with him, and she agreed. They were walking with him through a deserted area and she asked where they were going. But the teacher didn't say anything back to Ming-Chi and they continued on their way. That's when Ming-Chi remembered this place and told her teacher about it. But teacher Yan-san only asked the head of the class if she was ready. She looked at him in surprise and asked what she should be prepared for. Literally seconds later, they were on a completely different planet and looking at Earth. A frightened Ming-Chi asked the teacher why he did it. He said that he would teach her a unique technique of the Tenjin clan and would only show it once. Weapon cultivators in the immortal world are professional fighters. They don't practice magic and alchemy, but follow their own path of cultivation. When they fully comprehend the path of the weapon, they are able to send someone 1,000 miles away to the next world with their eyes closed. Their divine sense is able to sense the attacks of others and predict the movement of enemies, and the teacher said to watch carefully. And then something happened that she didn't expect. Using this method, he discovered a mosquito on Earth. Janssen began to affect the insect with the power of the weapon. This influence was at the level of DNA cells and subatoms. And the devastating effect was not on one insect, but on all mosquitoes in the area. It turns out that at this time, Annan and Ningning were watching his actions. Ming-Chi watched and couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. Master said when she reached weapon path perfection, she would be able to destroy entire clans with a single wave of her hand. It's called weapon cultivation. The cultivation of this weapon is divided into Chi Force Intent Area and Weapon Path. And he said the more she comprehended this cultivation, the sharper her weapons would be and the more people she could send to the other world. He gave her the weapon and the scroll, saying that it was for her because she was very talented and this cultivation method suited her well. Ming-Chi wanted to revive that this heavenly weapon belonged to him. But teacher Janssen told her to just take it since he didn't need it. Then he said it was time for them to go back and wished her a happy birthday. And the next day, the TV news channel began airing breaking hero news. The reporter was talking about how yesterday morning mosquitoes disappeared from all over the world. Apparently, they are suddenly extinct. And in the dining hall, the students listening to the news didn't understand what was going on with the headman. She thought about how the teacher's weapon had destroyed all the mosquitoes 300,000 kilometers from Earth, and about the long journey ahead of her. The Demon Sisters became quite sad after what they had seen and even refused to eat. Meanwhile, His Majesty the Vampire Drake and his followers were already in town. They defeated one of the heroes and said they were just trash and just bragging about how strong they were. One of the followers walking behind Drake said that it seemed the king would soon rule the world. And then someone turned to him and said he was looking for him, Lord Drake, a deported A-rank criminal. He looked up and saw two figures standing on the wall, but he could not see who they were because their heads were covered by hoods. and they said he must be very brave to be a villain in this world. Vampire Drake once again questioned them by asking who they were. One of them asked the other what year it was, and the other said he was just a fool. And he added it's time to cleanse this world of all garbage. 001 suddenly woke up and the Pink Ranger asked what was wrong. He sat up on the bed and said he had some familiar feeling of something bad. The others in the Ninja Academy were still continuing to sleep peacefully. In the Immortal Academy, everything was also quiet. Teacher Yan Sen was drinking tea at this time. Walking through the city, Ning Ning asked that when the teacher showed her weapon technique yesterday, did said that she didn't understand anything. And then the sisters noticed that there was no one on the streets, even though it was the middle of the day. And then they saw that something began to approach them, but they did not realize what it was. In the middle of the deserted street, a robot stopped to stare at the sisters. The sisters stopped and stared at him too, trying to figure out what it was. And he had already checked the information on them, their names, and that they were SSS rank violators, and said it would be a bit of a problem. Ninin said he knew all about them, and Anan wondered what he would do. And the robot turned to the evil overlords and said they were under arrest. Anan asked him who he was and if he even understood human language. Instead of answering, the robot began to transform. And now, instead of the little robot that was originally in front of the sisters, stood a huge, super ancient hero, number 003. The Rainbow Rangers asked 001 what was going on, and he said those idiots were coming back. And the Superhuman League headquarters was discussing that a strong energy source has been discovered in the city on the main street, which is similar to 001. The chairman clarified if it could be the super ancient heroes that appeared. And the assistant said it's possible because it's very much like them. And then something landed on one of the roofs of the houses on the main street, and Anne and Ning Ning lifted their heads up to see what it was. It was the same robot as the first one, only a different color. It asked if they were dealing with an SSS rank attack, and if people had evacuated. Then he asked 003 if he needed help. He said no. And the robot began to attack the uncomprehending Anne and Ninin. There was a massive nuclear explosion, and the sky above the city lit up. The chairman of the League of Superhumans saw this through the window and didn't realize what was going on. The explosion shook even the Rainbow Rangers, and they asked 001 if his brothers had done it. He replied that it was 003's power. The blast wave even reached the Celestial Academy, and the students could barely stay on their feet. Meng-Chi wanted to say something to the teacher, but he said that whatever was going on, there was none of their business, and that she should continue tilling her land. Finding themselves in some other place, the demonesses didn't realize where they were, and Ninin only remembered the explosion and nothing else. The Pink Ranger asked 001 what a confined space nuclear explosion was. He replied that it was a super dense nuclear explosion ripping our space flat, and that its unique ability 0003 power of law. And 00 Tertius activated the double space rift at this time. Then, thinking I'd done my job, I said enough for today. While in confinement, Ninin asked her sister what they should do now. But an Anne had already escaped from her confinement and rushed towards the robot, calling it Ironhead. Anne saying that this spatial trick wouldn't stop her, she went on the attack. The other robot still watching from the roof told the one that well-warned to be careful. Ninin had already landed and joined her sister, and the latter said they weren't the type to joke around with. The sisters were ready to fight, and An was already starting to get angry. During this battle, some of the buildings collapsed, and the robot watching asked 003 if he was alright, and he said yes. After getting out of the ruins, 003 said that it was really impressive. Two other robots were watching them, and one asked the other if he could handle it, and the other said not to worry because it was not his first time. They were lowering the vampire under the water and wondering what to do with him, since he didn't say anything but wanted to stay in this world. And they thought it would be a good idea to strip him of some of his important organs, and the vampire was very frightened. Meanwhile, An was urging 003 to fight her. He answered her that he would do as she wished and rushed to the attack as well, and applied the spatial ability of the fourth dimensional cage. Ninin shouted that the space had changed and asked if this was the ability of the Demon King. They were locked up, and 003 asked how the two new demon lords were feeling. He said they are different from the others because in 2D spaces they should have been seriously hurt, but they remained unharmed. But on the other hand, he recognized their strength and felt that this fight was worth the effort. Then a rock thrown by another robot from the roof hit him in the head, and he asked what he was doing. The robot asked how long he was going to talk since there was no one in front of him, and it was time to do something else. And he said he was an idiot and he was talking to dolls. 0003 turned around and saw that there were actually two dolls in the sky. He didn't realize how it happened because An had told him she wanted to fight and lied. And Anne said she might be stupid, but this guy was obviously dumber than her. She said they'd get revenge, but not now. And they flew away and decided that when they were stronger, they would come back and take this iron golem apart. 003 was upset because he had caught many criminals in his life, and they were the first to escape from him. He said if those damn immortals showed their faces again, he'd kick their ass. And Ninin and Anne had already flown pretty far away from the scene, thinking he was an idiot. All over the city, the breaking hero news soon began to resound. People on the streets were discussing that the super ancient heroes had returned, and not everyone believed it. One of the men showed the other a cell phone that had a recording of the 003 battle, and the chairman of the League of Superhumans said in his office that the return of super ancient heroes has people excited. The Rainbow Rangers also watched the program and told 001 that his brothers were very strong. They said they were even stronger than him, and 001 said they weren't his brothers, and then added that he could take them all down in just a couple seconds. 0001 sensed something and quickly flew out the window. He flew up to his brother 003, said hello, and told him they hadn't seen each other in a while. And 00 was the first to respond that who he called Big Brother and shouldn't act like they were close. The Rainbow Rangers peaked at their meeting, and 003 said his brother had become very weak. He said that he has become 1,000 times weaker, and it's obvious he's not using his power of law and he'll probably defeat him with one finger. 001 said he was talking nonsense and asked him what he wanted him to do. And 003 said he's been on Earth for a long time. He said they had heard rumors that an SSS rank criminal was here, and they needed to find out who he was and where he was. The investigating corps, though it could predict the future, was unable to find out information about the perpetrator. And then 001 thought that even the strongest corps couldn't learn anything about him. And since 001 had spent a lot of time on Earth, his help was needed. He asked if he was talking about the man from the Immortal Academy, but it seemed that 003 didn't even know what Immortal Academy was. And 001 said that, as his ex-brother, he advised against provoking him. Otherwise, he risked being stripped down to the screws. The robots turned around and said that if Big Brother wasn't willing to share information, then they were leaving. But 003 wanted to say something else. He wanted to suggest to his older brother that he return to the Corps to become even stronger. But he replied that this is not true, and humans are much more powerful than artificial intelligence. Watching this, the Pink Ranger said that the way the ancient heroes talked was delightful. The Black Ranger asked 001 what the Corps was. He replied that it is a computer with artificial intelligence that predicts the future and guards the flow of time. The Black Ranger didn't know such a thing existed and said it was unbelievable. 001 explained that they use the core to absorb energy from the sun. The Rangers told him maybe he did the right thing by telling his brothers not to mess with that weirdo from the Immortal Academy. But the man replied that if he hadn't mentioned the Academy, they would never have found him. And he added that the people from the Immortal Academy might think that they had already gone to the other world. The Rainbow Rangers only marveled at the cunning of 001. And in their house, Ann was scolding the monsters who only wanted to eat, and she said that if they didn't complete the task tomorrow, she would fry them. They asked the Demon Lord if she wanted them to tell them how to make friends. She said she wanted to, and they said it was a breeze. One of them said that they have 20 years of experience in this, and they are professionals. The other clarified that heroes don't want to be friends with them. And Ann said yes, and the monsters said they understood them, and it was hard for them in this world too. But she said that if that's the case, how come there's so much gold? One of them replied that they are monsters and work not only for the heroes they have, to take away the work of weaker monsters as well. And the monsters suggested that An and Ninning give the heroes a gift, and they specified that they needed to give some kind of gift to the people around the person they needed. Then that person can put in a good word for them with the right person, and it's a done deal, and they asked why they didn't tell them about it sooner. And the Foul Lords yelled at them and said they hadn't asked before. And so An and Ning appeared in front of the disciples at the Celestial Academy. The disciples had already prepared their weapons and said that why are these two people messing around in the teacher's domain again? And last time they pretended to be discipled. But Shalu stopped the companions, saying that she didn't think they were here to cause trouble, and asked why they were here. Then An and Ninning gave them their gift, which was the weapons that were in the bags. The students of the Academy of Aspiring Celestials were very surprised by such an act on the part of the Demonesses. Later, they were walking down the corridor when they saw the other disciples near Yan-sen's door. Emblazoned with what An and Nin had given them, they asked their comrades what they were doing here, and those said that teacher Yan-sen and sister Lan went into the bedroom together and still haven't come out. Su Chao got angry at them and said that the teacher had said it was wrong to eavesdrop on elders. And after a while, they were standing by the door themselves trying to listen to what was going on in there, and they had been there for half an hour. They were discussing about whether the teacher had chosen her, and one of the students said that Lan Ki walked in looking very embarrassed. Then they heard some sound outside the door asking them to slow down. The students began to push outside the door and tried to calm each other down. But then the door failed to withstand the pressure and the students flew inside the room. Yan-sen, standing beside Sister Lan with tools in his hands, asked what they were doing, and the disciples said that they were just walking by and tripped. They asked what the teacher was doing, and he said that Lan Chi agreed to some experiments to better understand the superpowers of this world. Sister Lan got up from the bed and asked him what he had learned. Holding the fire in his hands, he replied that their world had a magnetic field surrounding the galaxy, and their bodies could communicate with the field to receive energy. The students looked at the fire in his hands and said it was superpowers. Su Chao told him that he created this fire using superpowers and not spiritual power, and then their teacher created water in addition to fire and said that yes, he had gotten a little stronger. The students said that the characteristics of elements like fire and water are incompatible. He asked what characteristics they were talking about and started shooting beams out of his eyes. With these beams, he hit the wall and almost hit his students, and they shouted to him to be more careful. His disciples told him that he now had superpowers and was even stronger than them, which is outrageous but at the same time awesome. And teacher Janssen said it was boring and was no match for him. Lanti Ki said that she had powers from birth, and those who acquire them at first are like children learning to walk, so he is called a weirdo. He said he didn't think they were that hard to control and turned to the students and asked what else they needed. Xiaolu and Mengqi said that this was a conversation about demon lords. After listening, the teacher said that they had said good things about them, but did they remember how they had tried to destroy them? He also asked if they had given them anything. Mengqi laughed and said that they had given them a small gift. The teacher thought about it and said that if the students were able to ask them, he would be able to turn a blind eye to it, so he asked them to call them as he wanted to see them. The disciples were very happy that they were able to persuade teacher Yansen. Later, kneeling before him, An and Ningning asked the master to take them as his disciples. He said they were both very powerful demonesses, and it was unclear why they wanted him to be their teacher. They replied that it would be an honor for them pathetic demonesses to be his apprentices. He said they'd bribed his students well, and they said it was proof of their sincerity, so he agreed to let them become guards. Anan queried the teacher again about them becoming guards. He said that from now on they could guard the door, but when they reached the peak of their cultivation, then they could become his bodyguards. They replied that they would do as he ordered, and he thanked them for the gifts to the children. After this conversation, they flew out of the academy with joy and shouts of hurrah. Meanwhile, the robots were berating 003 for failing to catch the criminals. And if they had worked together, this wouldn't have happened. One of the robots approached the other two and asked what their problem was. They replied that Drake escaped when they went to get the scissors. The robot grabbed his head and said he didn't think they were that stupid. And then the core stepped in and said it was no big deal. 0003 turning to the core, Your Majesty said that he is investigated and the SSS rank criminal is in the Immortal Academy. The core said that in 2 weeks the day would come when the sun's nuclear power would be very strong. They'll be able to send the criminals to their deaths. The robots said they would not let these people from other worlds spoil the world their mother left behind. And somewhere in a deserted area, the vampires were asking the vampire if he wasn't the original, if these Ironheads could defeat him. And he replied that they broke his teeth and asked where they were even during the battle. Another vampire said he was trying to regain his powers, and didn't anyone see him trying to save King Drake? The third vampire told them to stop fighting and listen to what King Drake had to say. And he asked King Drake what to do now, for if they did nothing, the ancients would catch them again. The king replied that they needed to find the legendary vampires called Hobbs. They had been standing in the desert for a long time but found nothing, and asked the king if he was sure that the legendary vampire was in the desert. He said he was sure. He said that his parents said that there are powerful vampires that can be found in the hottest parts of the world, but he doesn't know anything else. Finally, they came to the right place, and King Drake began to recite the spell. He shouted to drink his blood and let the portal open. A portal opened in front of them, beyond which was another world with a green forest. The vampires were very happy that it was true, and they had found what they were looking for. And the king said he thought his parents were either crazy or just making it up. They stepped through the portal and found themselves on a road that led through the forest. They walked on, amazed that there was a huge forest beneath such a sultry desert. But there was more than just forest here. Soon they came to a large lake with a waterfall where people were playing volleyball on the beach. They hid in the bushes and debated whether they were actually Hobbs. Perhaps the king was mistaken because they didn't look very strong. One of the girls said that she would not play anymore because she had strong opponents. And the young man argued that she was pretending and was not playing at full strength. Tomorrow was supposed to be a class and need to go home, and Hooper was asked to go get the ball. King Drake saw a girl walk down the sandy beach to pick up a ball. He shouted from the bushes for her to be careful because it's sunny. He ran out of the bushes in time to help the girl, and the others couldn't stop him. King Drake fell to the sand and said it was incredible because the light didn't hurt the girl. And Hooper turned to him and, not realizing what was going on, asked who he was. Then the girl hit King Drake so that he fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, he said it was a hard blow and he couldn't move, and asked what kind of force it was. And his minions came out from behind the bushes and told him to calm down because they were vampires. Hooper was glad he was a vampire too, and she'd already thought he was some kind of pervert. Then someone called her over and asked her what was going on, and she said it was just strangers here. Soon the vampires and their new acquaintances were on their way across the lake in a car. The young men said they had never seen them before and that they looked like rednecks. And the vampires asked if they were local. And King Drake looked around and said that he thought there was only forest here. Hooper turned to him and told him that there was a whole other world here, and all the people in it were vampires. King Drake wondered how it was possible that everyone in this world was a vampire. She replied that this whole world, including theirs, was created personally by Hob. The other vampire confirmed this and gave Hooper a taste of fresh animal blood. The girl took this blood and began to drink it, thanking the young man and calling him Hob. The vampires were very surprised and asked why they all had the same thing. They answered that they all had the same thing, but many thousands of them did. King Drake was offered a taste of animal blood, but refused and asked if they drank human blood. They said they don't drink, but if they drank human blood, they would become weaker, and they thought that only idiots could drink human blood. A woman with a dog came to their car and asked if they were returning from a trip to the forest. They said yes and called her Aunt Hob. One of the vampires told the king that everyone here is stronger than him, and everyone has a blood level higher than 10. And the third vampire said to be quiet because the dog next to Aunt Hob could beat them, and he was scared. They were asked what they were doing in their world, and the vampires told them about ancient heroes, and Hooper asked if they meant colorful robots. King Drake asked if she knew them, and the other girl said they were their enemies. Once upon a time, they tried to exterminate them, but then they made a deal and the robots retreated to the sun, and the vampires returned to their world. The king even cried because they fought with them, and he did not even have time to remember how they defeated him and put him in a bottle. They're told it's a good thing they survived it all because they have the power of the law, and so far the vampires can't resist it. The young man said their older brother 001 was particularly dangerous. This guy was capable of handling 5 Hobbs elders. They said their clan's greatest fear is 001. But Hobb clarified that it wasn't just him and the core was causing a lot of trouble too. When asked what it is, he said it's a computer with artificial intelligence that controls the force of law. King Drake was clearly frightened by what they said, but they said that since the robots had broken the agreement, then let them not be blamed for their retaliatory rudeness. He clarified if they can really make decisions in the Hobb family. Hooper said of course they could because they were the 6 billionth and 73.5 million vampires Hobb had made. Then the vampires calmed down a bit and asked where they were going. They traveled to the home of the third elder, who was the only one in the clan with the ability to predict the future. When the vampires found out it was possible to predict the future, they were very surprised. The young man explained that every time they leave their world, they go to the third elder to see if their trip will end well. The vampires were a little doubtful that there were such vampires in the world, but they'd been told that the 3 elders were the most respected vampires in the clan. When it was already dark, they arrived together at a huge mansion. The young vampires bowed their heads and said they were here to see the third elder. She said that since they came to her, they were going to leave the Hobb world. Hooper said the third elder was right as usual, but she replied that one should not flatter her, for she could easily recognize it and should not hope for leniency because their uncle Huo loved them. The vampires were discussing the third elder. She was a vampire but also had magical abilities. Hobb explained that in ancient times she had served in a magical academy and had decided to become a vampire after seeing the power of the Hobbs. The arrivals told the elder that they wanted to know their future, and she said it was okay to start. The third elder activated her magic orb and began to recite an incantation, and when Hooper asked her how their trip to the other world was going to go, she said fine. In her orb, she saw that the super ancient hero 000 was the first to sever ties with his brothers and is now very weak. The girl said it's the perfect time for revenge, and without it, these guys are no match for the Hobb family. And the elder said they wouldn't have to do anything at all because someone else would take care of them, and there wouldn't be a cog left. Hooper got excited and said it was awesome, and then asked who the guy was. But then the elder said, wait a minute, something went wrong. The young people tried to understand what was wrong with the elder, and it turned out she couldn't predict his future. In her magic ball, she could clearly see Jansen, but couldn't figure out who he was. The first time she saw Jansen, the clairvoyant went to the other world. All the vampires gathered to see her off were sobbing. Hop, in tears, said that it was very unexpected. And how could an immortal vampire just leave this world like that? Besides, she went to the other world right before their journey. And then the first, second, and fourth elders arrived at the place of farewell. They asked what happened, and Hobb said they didn't know how it happened. They told how last night they came to her before traveling and finding out their future, and then the elder asked who he was. Then, after a very agonizing suffering, she went to the other world. The elders knelt down, not understanding how this could have happened, and why she had left before them, even though she had promised that they would leave this world together. All the elders encouraged each other and sympathized with their loss. On the day of the funeral, the sky was dark and it was raining, and a large number of vampires had gathered. Hooper talked about how they never went to the other world. They were asked if they had invited Huobo, and they said they had. But then there was a voice asking what was going on. The young vampires turned around and realized it was him. And King Drake and his minions also realized that they were about to see Hobb. And then the vampire Hobb appeared in front of everyone present, hovering in the air. One of the vampires asked King Drake if this vampire had really created the whole world. Drake replied that it seemed to be him. Huobo lowered himself to the ground and asked the people present what was going on. The assembled vampires began trying to explain to him what had happened. They told everything, as it was then added that after that the elder left this world very painfully. He touched her coffin and said it was horrible and that there wasn't a drop of blood left in her. Hooper asked him what happened to her. He said she was scared pretty bad. The vampires asked if anyone could have frightened her enough to send her into the next world. He said yes. Huobo asked if the third elder had said something to them last. Hooper brought her magic ball and said that before it was over she had written 2 words on it. None of the young vampires could ever figure out what they meant, and King Drake said they seemed to understand. There's an immortal academy on their world, and maybe that's what she meant. The others shouted that they would not forgive that the elder had gone to the other world, and that they must take revenge. Meanwhile, everything was calm at the academy. Jansen didn't know what was coming, and just sat at his house and quietly drank tea. One of the elders suggested that Hobb must know who the third elder was talking about, but he only replied thoughtfully that a deity lived in that world. The world was becoming increasingly chaotic due to the invasion of vampires and super ancient heroes, and various academies were to blame. Jansen wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life, and no one expected him to just quietly enjoy tea at his home. Meanwhile, Xiaolu was practicing at the academy gate with a great shape-changing ghost. He taught her that she needed to refine her chi into divinity instead of using brute force. He said that her way of cultivating immortality was to refine her chi into deity, only so she could become stronger. He knew she was strong at creating magic fields, but reminded her that enemies wouldn't wait for her to set them up, and one can't always rely on luck. As they practiced, they chased each other all around the neighborhoods of the academy. With that, they flew aside and Xiaolu tried to perform a throw. The Great Ghost easily dodged and said it was very predictable. While the Monster Kings were serving tea to the other students, they thought that Xiaolu was already at the peak of Qi condensation, and they were still at the peak of Qi formation. Mengqi said it was because they were skipping class, and Lan Bin asked her what she was doing. She meditated, and the comrades thought that she too had not reached peak Qi condensation, and was at the same level as them. To which she said that if they didn't want to get hurt, they'd better shut their mouths. Ziqiao and Lan Bin were afraid of the headman's anger and called her mean. The Monster Kings tried to support them, and Ancient Naka said that they were already very strong, and that their foursome was the strongest in the class. And the little bee said that he had heard that some disciples had been training for over 3 years, but were in the beginning stages of martial arts. The little mosquito who tried to get into the school was destroyed by An, who told him not to think he could get through. Then near the gate of the school, they noticed a man and told him to get out of here, and there was nothing to see here. Ninin said they were guarding this entrance, and if he wanted to stay in one piece, he'd better leave. This man saw them and ran away from the school screaming that there were monsters here. Meanwhile, many vampires have already emerged from the portal and returned to Earth. The Omniscient Corps immediately reported their return to the robots. The robots didn't like it because they had almost forgotten about their feud, and they didn't understand what the vampires wanted because they weren't attacking them. One of the robots said it was no good. The other one asked what to do with the other offenders, whether to clean them up or not. The Corps said that the rest of the intruders could be forgotten, and the Hobbs should be taken care of first. And the vampires were discussing that they needed to get out of here first and let the younger vampires train. And a few Hobbs should be left to guard the portal. Hobb asked King Drake if they had taken the serum Huo Bo had given him with them. Back in that world, he gave them a serum saying it would increase the strength of their blood. He left 4 of his disciples on them and told them to take care of them. By taking the serum, vampires could fight on par with the Hobb family. These 4 were the best in their vampire academy and were now threatening the rest of the academy, that those that were to watch out. Hobb asked King Drake what his plan was, and he said to take over the world. The young man got angry and said that at their age they should be more serious and not think only about world domination. And if you beat him up, maybe you'd get some brains. And then King Drake asked what they were going to do next. Hobb replied that he wanted to open his own school to spread their system to the whole world, so that the whole world would believe in the power of their family. And the vampires seemed to begin to understand why the robots wanted to destroy them. They whispered that taking over someone else's culture was far worse than just taking over the world. Now they had 2 enemies, the Immortal Academy and 001. And since the Immortal Academy killed the Elder, they must take revenge. Then Hobb said the super ancient heroes might know they were here and consider them enemies, so they'd have to deal with the robots first. A few days later, the gates of the Academy were guarded by An and Ning. Little monsters called Demon Lords appeared. And then there were little monsters calling out to the Demon Lords. They ran up to them and said that everything was bad, and they seemed to be in trouble. And An and Ning, guarding the gate to the academy, asked what had them so excited. They said that this morning King Naka went to buy food, but some people attacked him and kidnapped him. Demonesses told them to speak more slowly because they did not understand anything, and asked who these people were. The monsters replied that they did not know these people were dressed as ordinary humans, but they were incredibly strong. And An said that if someone dared to grab her little brother, it means he's sick of living. Meanwhile, King Naka was tied to a pole in a desolate area. The vampires watched from hiding and wondered if they would come. King Drake said they would, and when he captured the 2 demonesses, the whole world would know it. Hobb said it was very good, but asked if he was sure. The vampire said not to worry, and he said he was absolutely sure because they're great at spreading the news. As soon as they saw 2 figures appear in the desert, they told each other to be quiet. And An and Ninning saw Naku tied to a pole, but didn't understand why no one else was here. And he spat out the gag that was in his mouth and shouted for them not to come any closer because it was a trap. In the meantime, young Hobb commanded the vampires to begin. The vampires drank the serum Huo Bo had given them to increase their strength, and rushed into the attack screaming for the Immortal Academy to prepare to be destroyed. But as soon as the Drake King flew towards An, he received a powerful kick to the face. Hobb yelled that they were 4 idiots since the serum hadn't kicked in yet. Ning asked what kind of freak her sister had just beaten up, and An replied that she didn't know who it was, but he was very ugly. Meanwhile, the battered vampires lay on the ground and tried to come to their senses. Hobb called them damn chickens and told the others to help him. They rushed to the attack with a lot of weapons on them, but Hobb shouted that the demonesses should be left alive. Ninin asked who they were, and Anan replied that she didn't know and said that the battle came first, then the talk. And Anan went into battle against a large number of vampires. Ninin saw that more vampires were about to attack from above and warned her sister, but she was able to move so fast that all the attackers just went head first into the ground. Hobb shouted that they were a team of misfits, useless creatures, and that he had brought them along for nothing at all. He turned to the other 3 students and said they should go on their own, and they agreed. But within seconds, Hobb was beaten by Ninin, who told him he wasn't as good as them. And she added that these kids needed to learn to move before they could fight. Meanwhile, Anan had been attacked by so many vampires that it had already turned into a whole ball of them, but then they were all blown apart by magical power. The young vampires landed after the fight coughing and trying to recover. and the vampire girls, seeing the others defeated, realized it was over. Anna told them they were just little useless kids and that apparently they were sick of living. But at that moment, the serum Huobo gave to the vampires just worked. Hobbs said that this drug could increase a vampire's strength hundreds of times, and that they would show them their power. Ning Ning pulled Anan aside and said that they were going to capture them, and then Ninan began to activate the main demon art. King Drake was beginning to feel a surge of strength and energy, and it was wonderful. But Ninan used her superpower at that time and delivered a powerful energy strike that blew even the vampires' clothes off of them. She continued to fight from her superpowers. The desert sky became dark. The young vampires were scared and said they shouldn't have messed with them. And Ninan put her weapon back in its sheath and said she couldn't believe she had to take these guys seriously because they were so green. She asked her sister where they were and why they didn't have time to grab two of them and ask who they were. But Anan replied that she didn't want to know and decided to send everyone to the other side. Frightened, the young vampires started screaming and calling for Huobo's help. While in his castle, he sensed that his students needed his help. The demonesses didn't know what might happen but sensed something wrong, and even from a distance, he could use his power against two demonesses. They felt a powerful energy wave and didn't realize where it was coming from. Under the influence of this energy wave, they began to be pelted with rocks. And even all the vampires present began to scatter in different directions. Hob yelled to his teacher that he was overdoing it since they were still here. And he opened a portal to his castle in front of the demonesses, which they were sucked into. They were pulled into this portal and fell to the floor in front of Huobo and the Elder without feeling. The Elder asked if they were alive. Huobo replied that they were just in a temporary coma, and that their bodies were much stronger than he thought. The Elder said it was just two little girls, how could they be so strong? And asked him if they were definitely mediators. The man said he thought he did from the looks of it. The Elder said it was outrageous. And he asked Hob what he was doing here with them, and if his students had planned it. And he planned to blame the ancient robots for the kidnapping, and while the two factions fight each other, they would reap the benefits. The Elder laughed and said that the disciples were good, since they originally wanted to destroy the outer being. The vampires in the desert were discussing that it was over, and for the next few days they should operate in secret and not show up too often. One of the vampires was holding King Drake's head, which he thanked him for. A vampire from the king's retinue said that when he fought the robots, he bit off a piece of paint. He forged this bit of paint and teeth and threw it in the desert. After a while, Yansen's disciples came with the news to the teacher, putting this piece of paint in front of him. They said they'd been looking for the demonesses for 2 days, but never found them, and only found this. Teacher Yansen, upon hearing such news, began to become furious. All the students and Sister Lan present were very startled at the teacher's appearance. Lan Chi tried to calm him down by saying that not everything was as he understood it, but Xiaolu said it was nonsense, and she was saying that because they weren't her demons. She said that in this world, besides her teacher, only robots could handle them. If they are not them, then there is something mysterious in this world. Yansen told them to wait for him at home and that he would be back in 10 minutes. Sister Lan didn't like that he was going somewhere that he didn't want to take her with him. Lan Bin whispered that something important was about to happen, and Zichao thought that he couldn't stop it. Yansen had already moved on his way, but Lan Qi ran after him and asked him to wait. She blocked his way and told him that he was the hero of this world, and if he wanted to rebuild his clan, he couldn't do it. He told her she was thinking too much, and he was going for a walk, and asked if he looked like a man who could ruin a family just because they were noisy. She replied that his eagerness to send someone to the other side of the world was just written all over his face. She asked if he knew how powerful super ancient heroes were in this world, and he just asked if it had anything to do with rebuilding his clan. She said that the ancient heroes had saved the world many times. Now they are on the enemy's side, and if Yansen saves the demons, he will immediately become a villain. She said that at least he couldn't act on behalf of the Immortal Academy, and he pondered her words. And people on the streets were already discussing that Yansen's pets were taken away by super ancient heroes. It was said that Yansen did nothing for a few days, and the Superhero League issued a red alert order. Heroes can't go outside. Meanwhile, Superman in floral armor was already bolting for his door. None of the heroes were outside, and the men decided to seek shelter. And Teacher Yansen was already approaching the Ninja Academy at this time. The Black Ranger ran into the room screaming. The others asked him what was going on, and he said that Yansen was approaching. Upon learning of his arrival, even the Rainbow Rangers were very frightened. They didn't understand why he was here, and even though the super ancient heroes belonged to their academy, the kidnapping of the pets had nothing to do with them. 001 flew into the room and asked them what all the noise was about. And he said that if he wanted to, he would have destroyed the place at the snap of his fingers, and obviously wouldn't have let the Black Ranger come running and report him. And he added that he wasn't here to send them to the other side. The super ancient heroes have flown close to the sun. The day has come when, once every few hundred years, solar radiation reaches a maximum. 003 said he had waited a long time for this day and needed to take care of the Hobbs first, and then they can send all the otherworldly scum back to their homes. On that day, the sky above the city lit up with a strange bright light. Even the vampires didn't understand what was happening and thought it was an earthquake. The young vampires immediately realized that someone was starting to approach them. Meanwhile, 5 super ancient heroes were rapidly flying towards them. But 000 appeared in their path first, telling them to stop. They realized that their older brother had appeared before them and stopped. 003 asked his older brother if he had already made the decision to return to the core. But he replied that they wouldn't dream of it, and anyway, who would be fools with them? 003 then asked if he had come here to defeat them. 0001 replied to them that yes, indeed, he wanted to beat them. At this time, one of the men ran into the room shouting that a battle was expected. But the people who were already in the shelter knew about it and told him they weren't blind. Realizing that there was no escape from the battle, 003 began to gain more and more strength. The rest of the robots began their transformation by shouting Gigantus. The people watching stood there with their mouths hanging open, waiting for the developments. When the transformation was complete, 5 giant robots appeared in front of everyone and said they didn't know what their brother was thinking. 003 said he was too polite calling him Big Brother and asked how he was going to fight them now. 001 asked the last question whether the 2 Immortal Academy pets had been caught by them. 0003 replied that yeah, they didn't catch them, and so what? And then he added that a real man never makes excuses. This is where 001 realized they didn't do it and was very surprised. Then he saw Jansen and told him that they had done it and for him to send them to the other world. Teacher Jansen was very angry and had already started to activate some sort of device. And the Rainbow Rangers, knowing what was about to happen, watched in fascination. And Teacher Jansen activated this device and threw it far away to the side. 001 was also watching what was about to happen. After a while, someone called 003, calling him brother. And then another huge robot appeared in front of everyone and told them that their brother had returned. The super ancient heroes couldn't believe their big brother had returned. Zichao shouted that Teacher Jansen was controlling the robot, and Xiaolu said that she could see it perfectly well enough. Jansen, who was inside the robot, thought that it was more advanced than before and looked cool too. The Rainbow Rangers were screaming that before there were no bonuses or power or transformation like there are now. King Drake asked Hob if this was the robot that could handle 5 Hobs at once, and he said it was. 003 said they need not be afraid, and even though the brother has regained his strength, he still can't win, because today is a special day. Since today is the day of the greatest thermonuclear solar radiation in centuries, they are many times stronger than normal. Besides, even without the sun, they have been practicing for so many years, so they couldn't lose. 003 had no sooner finished this sentence than he was struck by Jansen's robot. The impact was so powerful that 003 flew out into outer space and crashed into another planet. And then he flew all the way across this planet and ended up on Mars. People had never seen anything like it, and everyone was very scared. Meanwhile, the robot pulled out a huge weapon and hurled it with force at this planet, nailing it to Mars. People started panicking and screaming that they didn't want to go to the next world in this battle. Zichao didn't understand how Jansen controlled the robot, but Xiaolu replied that she didn't know. Spectators watching this battle thought the Earth was coming to an end. The robot under Jansen's control said that one he had apparently eliminated. The blue robot said that everything was fine and 003 couldn't have been hurt, and that the radiation would be stronger today. But he didn't have time to say anything as a robot controlled by Jansen appeared in front of him completely unexpectedly. He thought it was impossible because the distance between them was several 100,000 kilometers, and how could he move without making a sound? The blue robot started to attack and dealt Jansen's robot a powerful blow. But he didn't even budge, asking his opponent if that was all, and the blue robot thought that such a thing was impossible. Then he threw the blue robot away with such force that it landed near his brothers. Jansen's robot then began to fight the green robot with strikes. But this battle didn't last long, as the green robot was forcefully knocked back. He landed next to the blue robot and asked why he was just staring. He replied that he couldn't even move, and then he recalled what happened to 003, who was defeated. He remembered what happened to their brother, and then Jansen's robot disappeared from view. The pink robot noticed he was upstairs and informed his brothers. And the green robot realized that knowing their brother, this would probably be the final attack. Jansen's robot was already about to attack them again, preparing its weapon. But the green robot told number 005 to start using the power of the fire law. They burst out of their seats and prepared a perfect protective fire barrier. The academy students who saw the fire barrier in action were surprised and frightened. But Jansen's robot had already drawn its weapon to use the spiritual art. The blue robot realized that the opponent was going to use this technique and was startled. When he struck, a powerful wave of explosive impact hit everyone around him. And the robots realized that this was his final thermonuclear weapon strike. Even the students of the academy were scattered in different directions from this blast. And the people watching took crosses in their hands and began to pray diligently. The opponents of Jansen's robot flying around in different directions didn't realize what kind of trick this was. One of the people in the shelter packed his things and started to leave. The comrade asked where he was going. He replied that he was moving to another planet. When things calmed down, Jansen asked 001 if he had a new master. He replied that his new master was Nucleus and he would now be under his command. Then Colonel said then he needed to take his final hit as well. It then activated the fusion of all 4 remaining robots. This fusion gave birth to one huge dragon that towered over the entire planet. Even King Drake was scared and didn't understand where in the world such a thing came from, and thought it was no wonder there were no villains. The robot under Jansen's control said it needed more power. And Jansen was calmly drinking tea at this moment and said that it was okay. His disciples who were observing everything decided that the master had changed. The robot once again asked Jansen for energy. The robot understood and gave him energy. Two huge dragon robots now towered over the planet, ready for battle. Now these two giant dragon robots looked at each other, and planet Earth seemed miniaturized against them. Yonsen's disciples watched the two giant dragons wriggling in the sky, and they were very scared. Robot Yonsen still continued to be overflowing with energy, and he didn't understand what it was, but with it, he felt his indestructibility. The five robots who were also watching the upcoming battle wondered what the hell this was all about, and Yonsen, continuing to calmly drink tea, simply told his robot to accept it. The one replied that he knew that was the limit of what he could endure, but it would be enough. The five robots turned to the robot, calling him basic, and told him to tear the opponent apart. He was already ready to fight and told his opponent that he could approach. It didn't have to wait long, and Yonsen's dragon rushed to attack, creating a huge energy ball. The Dragon 5 robots were also ready to fight and spewed out flames and aimed at this orb. All this was seen by people on Earth, and they have never experienced such horror before. Both opponents with fury directed huge waves of energy at each other, after the collision of which there was an explosion in outer space. The explosion was so powerful that it hit the people on Earth, and they thought it was the end. The news said that all the ice in the Arctic has melted, and sea levels have risen incredibly. Natural disasters have become more frequent, leading to the extinction of many species. Floods are sweeping the cities, and if this is not stopped, the oceans will be destroyed, and the Earth will slowly go into an ice age. People listening to this news could not believe that the oceans could be destroyed, and did not want to go to the other world. Meanwhile, the battle was still going on, and Yonsen's dragon grabbed his opponent, after which Yonsen's dragon kicked his opponent away with an incredibly powerful force. Afterwards, he directed a large amount of fire weapons after the other dragon. Once on Mars, the dragon of 5 robots tried to escape this fiery bombardment. The on-air reporter said he could only see movement but not hear sound, and the mechanical eye said he couldn't keep up even with their speed. Yonsen's dragon was still trying to catch up with his opponent. They flew through several planets and ended up near the blue giant. Seeing what was happening in outer space, one alien asked the other where the two men were from, and the latter replied that they were from Earth. And he added that now he would never want to do anything with Earth in his life. The vampires watching them were discussing the fact that they were already outside the galaxy, and apparently it wouldn't be for long. And then young Hob said emphatically that it was time for them to get into the game. And the battle was still going on, and Yonsen's dragon was trying to hit the opponent with its weapon, catching up with him. Pausing for a moment, the dragon of 5 robots began to transform and now took the form of a formidable weapon itself. Now he began firing multiple guns at the enemy, trying to hit them, and so they flew around the planets for a long time. The dragon of 5 robots began to use weapons Kerner Furlong cannon. Yonsen's dragon, having transformed back into a robot, was now firing with an immortal art annihilation weapon. Suddenly, the image on the screen disappeared and the people watching the battle became very angry. Turns out it was King Drake who de-energized the screen. Seeing the strangers, a reporter asked if it was over. King Drake told him it was over. In just a second, the uncomprehending reporter was lying on the ground under the foot of one of the vampires. At this time, one of the vampire girls was trying to catch the mechanical eye, and Hobbs said everything was going well according to plan. Then he told the others that they had to finish everything quickly so that none of the heroes would know about the situation. Soon, the door to the shelter opened and 2 vampires appeared on the doorstep. One of them snatched the girl from the arms of her mother, who tried to stop him, but he said she was going to a better place. Very soon after, flying vampires appeared over the city, taking children with them. The children were brought to the Vampire Academy, and Hob, who handled the registration, said he hoped they would study hard to get into the academy. His assistant burst into the office of the chairman of the League of Supermen and says that unknown people have appeared out of nowhere and are kidnapping children all over the world. The chairman asked what they looked like, and he said he did not know, but eyewitnesses said they were dressed in black suits and wore black glasses. The chairman thought about it and said it was probably Hobbs' vampires. Heroes were sent to the city where the vampires lived, and King Drake saw them and said it was a dead end for them. Superman BIU replied to him that it looked like they were now enemies, which he congratulated him on. The Rainbow Rangers were already here as well and now stood looking at the hordes of vampires hovering in the air. Red Ranger said even without 001, they are still able to overpower the Hobbs. Meanwhile, one vampire was telling the other that he needed to be careful as this woman was not so simple, and he was talking about Lan Chi, who was holding one of the vampires back and saying that they were wrong to think that there was no one here to protect the world, and added that it looked like kidnapping the kids by 2 Eternal Academy demons would do something for them. After saying those words with one of her techniques, Lan Chi easily scattered several vampires at once. The case was very urgent because the Hob family was very dangerous, and the chairman of the League of Superhumans declared a red alert level. While the chairman and his assistant were discussing that they were stealing children around the world, they were told that the strongest heroes were missing and the enemy was unstoppable. At this point, young Hob grinned and said it was good because it was not about quantity but quality. The chairman shouted that there are other professional heroes, and where are they now? Because in terms of numbers, there are as many heroes as there are vampires. And these heroes are laying low because they fear their fate because the animal of the Eternal Academy is lost. The chairman finally got angry and shouted for the assistant to make a new announcement and call everyone into action, and he had not yet seen cowards like them. One of the vampire girls was afraid that the heroes would retaliate because they had gone too far, but Hob told her that would not happen. He said he asked the Hobbses to make extra locks to lock the heroes' doors so they couldn't get out. The vampire girl got a little upset and said it was very corny. She didn't think a few locks would hold them back, and Hobbs said he'd treated everything around the locks with poison, and it would help hold them back for a few days. It was already noon and the chairman was getting angry, not realizing where the heroes were. The assistant said he didn't know, and he had sent the information 10 minutes ago. Meanwhile, the Hobbs were already flying toward the city to carry out their plan. Hobbs said everyone needs to split up and go to 4 locations, and they can take all the hostages to put an end to it. But his speech was interrupted by a punch from the headman of the Superman Academy, who had managed to stealthily approach them. From this blow, young Hob flew to the ground, and after hitting himself for a long time, tried to get up. Finally finding his balance, he practically stood up and realized it was from the academy. The students of the 3 academies gathered, and the headman of the Superman Academy said he was kidnapping kids to get their attention. Hob replied that he was just trying to find him, and it was good that he had come here on his own. Meanwhile, Xiaolu received a letter from the League of Superhumans asking her to come to the rescue as well. But she read the letter and tore it up and retracted it, saying they weren't heroes. And she yelled to the others that even if the Earth split in half, they wouldn't do anything about it. The rest of the students behind her agreed with her, calling her big sister. She raised her weapon in the air, and the traveler who brought the letter asked what she was doing. Xiaolu replied that she was protecting their home. Meanwhile, the students of the Vampire Academy were telling their opponents that their generation was no match for them. Young Hob added that they didn't deserve to fight them at all, but to save face, the 4 of them will go to battle with them. Hooper came forward, and the Academy students realized she was the strongest of them all. But the head of the Ninja Academy had already rushed to attack Hooper, pulling out his weapon as he went, and saying not to underestimate people. But as soon as he was near Hooper, she dealt him a devastating blow. And young Hob grinned and said that he shouldn't underestimate people either. And the other students couldn't believe that the headman of Ninja Academy could lose so easily and quickly. Hooper stood in suspense, her eyes filled with red light, and she began to perform the blood field technique. All the other students felt that they couldn't move and their hearts were beating too fast. Hob said that this way she controls temperature and blood flow, and it's half the power of the law. The chairman of the League of Superhumans was informed that all 3 academies had been defeated. He couldn't believe it since it had only been a few minutes. After the vampires were defeated, young Hob looked to the heavens and thought that was where their next target was. And he was thinking about taking over the Academy of Aspiring Celestials called Eternal. And so the vampires arrived at the Academy and now stood before its gates. And they figured once they cleaned it up, no one could stop them. They stood in front of the Academy and reasoned that no one was here. Hob said that they were just cowards and didn't even bother to show their heads. Meanwhile, the students of the Academy were quietly sitting at the table and drinking tea. In an instant, Meng-Chi struck the table, drops of water rose into the air, and she used her abilities to sharply aim them at the vampires. These drops hit young Hob, he cried out in pain, and his comrades became agitated. Lan Bin jumped up from the table and asked Meng-Chi, calling her mentor, when she had managed to become so strong, and that it was impossible. She said it was just a warning, and he wasn't the only one to bark at the teacher's clan door. But her actions impressed Su Chao, and he said the teacher was irresistible. Still holding his ear, Hob said it was a sneak attack and they should be ashamed. After getting drops of water, his ear started to fall to pieces. He was in a lot of pain and angry. Meanwhile, the assistant was already informing the chairman that the vampires were battling against the Eternal Academy. The Hobbs were discussing what they should do next, and that the Eternal Academy is prone to stealth attacks, and maybe there are some traps here. Then Hob heard that now they would show them that they could fight fair. But they did not have time to realize anything before Su Chao said that he had been patient for a long time. And with lightning speed, he was beside him and struck Hob. The other vampires shouted that this was a sneak attack again, and that they should be ashamed. Turning around to them, Zichao grinned and said how much they cared for him. But then one of the girls jumped up to him very quickly and tried to hit him. Zichao thought that how could he be so wrong since this girl was clearly better than him? Here, Xiaolu appeared and strongly grabbed the girl's hand. Now the rivals were standing and looking into each other's eyes. Xiaolu forcefully pushed her away, but she managed to land and get up. Hooper entered the fray. She rose into the air and was about to perform her special move. She didn't have time to do so as a weapon created from water was thrown with tremendous force into her hand. It was thrown with such power that Hooper flew far away and got stuck with the weapon in the wall of one of the buildings in the city. This weapon was created by Meng-Chi, who had also walked towards the academy gate. She told the vampires that they were in the wrong place, and Lan Bin asked them what is being alive bad. The chairman of the Superhero League said that they couldn't contact the cultivation group and were now fighting on their own. His aide replied that it looked as if the Hobbs had provoked them themselves. The president of the Superhero Academy, when he came to after the battle, was told that apparently the vampires were fighting the Eternal Academy. He stood up, thinking that these vampires were going to have a hard time in this fight. When Hob woke up, he told his opponents that he thought they were stronger, and they were similar in strength to the ninjas, except for the 2 women. Su Chao replied that he might be right, and that he was just as strong as the ninja president. And he added that it didn't mean that those who cultivated immortality were strong on their fists. And he activated a talisman that strengthened the body's strength. At this time, Meng-Chi blindfolded herself about to start fighting. Standing nearby, Lan Bin didn't understand why teacher Meng-Chi had done this. The reporters who were filming the whole battle began to argue that the cultivators could save the children. There have always been a few desperate people in the world who, for the sake of good news, were willing to be near the scene of such battle. Standing on the roof of one of the high-rise buildings, Lan Bin was fighting with one of the vampires at this time and was punched in the face by him. He flew down from the roof, but Zichao picked him up in time. Then, swinging around, he threw Lan Bin back onto the roof with tremendous force. The one landed on the roof and in turn punched the vampire in the face. At this time, Xiaolu was also fighting near this building with one of the vampire girls who hit her. Lan Bin caught Xiaolu's hand and threw her onto the roof of this building. Zichao, who was standing below, saw her flying upwards and shouted to her that the first thing she should do is to put her arms out properly. And already standing alone on the roof of this high-rise, Xiaolu began to perform the ultimate seal technique. The vampire students didn't understand what the hell was going on or what the ultimate seal was. There was a flash and a glowing weapon that began to hit all the vampires from the sky. Shocked by this weapon, young Hob could not move and did not understand what this power was. Yejun, who was watching the action from her hiding place, said that this was the second time they had seen this power. Ninja and Superman discussed that this weapon penetrates the body, and this time the Eternal Academy fights like wild wolves, since they have gotten stronger. The people also watching said that the Eternity cultivators were very strong, this time as much stronger than before. Zichao told the vampire that it was a chi transformation, and it could cover the entire city and he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Young Hob shouted that they were shameless and just like their teacher, weak and nasty. Angry at the way the vampire called her teacher Xiaolu transformed the glowing energy ball in her hands. Golden dragons began to appear around her, and she said that she had warned the vampire to shut his mouth. The fifth Hob watched what was happening with less fervor and finally fell silent. Xiaolu shouted that it was all meant for him and transformed a huge wave of light energy. The vampire girl, realizing what was about to happen to her companions, flew up to them and scattered them in different directions, saying they couldn't win. But she couldn't dodge either and took the impact of the huge glowing energy ball on herself. There was a massive explosion, a wave that covered everyone around them, and Hob said they didn't look much like students. Xiaolu, standing on the roof of the high-rise, watched as the blast wave engulfed the vampire girl. And for Zuchao, he was happy and said it looked like one less vampire. But then everyone saw that the vampire girl, though badly injured, was still alive and in pain. Students from all 4 academies were very much surprised how this was even possible. And the vampires explained to them that although they fear pain, the Hobs are all immortal. The vampire girl, who was called the 7th, was already almost regenerated because her ability to do so was much faster than the others. Hob said that if it wasn't for Xiaoqi, it would take a few days to recover. And he recognized that their opponents were strong, but it was time to end it all. The 7th vampire, deciding to attack with great speed, flew towards Xiaolu. They started fighting desperately, and the vampire hit Xiaolu the first time. The people watching all this watched as they swept one after another across the city at lightning speed. Finally, the vampire said that Xiaolu is stronger than everyone else, but still their strengths are equal, so they are wasting their time. And the comrades shouted to the 7th not to stop fighting, and for her to send Xiaolu to the other world. Still not giving up, Xiaolu said that she didn't need these reminders. And then Xiaolu disappeared. It turned out to be Xiaolu's doppelganger that she had created. Zichao was sorry that Xiaolu was missing, and Lan Bin said that they still had a mentor. Hobbs said that their mentor seemed afraid to fight and they still had half the power of the law and wondered how their mentor would be able to fight the 6th. But at that time, a powerful blow against the wall of one of the buildings caused Hob to turn around. It turned out that the Ming-Chi who fought Hooper had nailed her to this building with her weapon. The vampires shouted to their 6th little sister, asking her how she was and where half the power of the law was. The one still trying to pull the weapon out of her body said she couldn't control her blood. Her blood didn't move, it stayed in one place. Hob couldn't believe it, and Hooper asked if Meng-Chi was actually human. Zichao asked if a weapon cultivation pro was really that strong. Xiaolu replied that it seems to be a weapon cultivator in their clan. While everyone was discussing this, Meng-Chi had already rushed into battle with the other vampires. They too rushed into the battle and were curious about the cultivation weapons the opponents were talking about. The blindfolded Meng-Chi approached all 3 vampires with great speed. A mere second had passed and all 3 of them had already been struck at lightning speed by Meng-Chi's weapon. Even her own comrades couldn't believe how it was possible to move at that speed. And then, enraged, Hooper finally broke free and swiftly flew towards Meng-Chi, wanting to strike. But she reacted in time and managed to stop her at the same time grabbing the 7th. Meng-Chi began rapidly unwinding both vampire girls. But then the 5th Hob brother appeared and was about to strike Meng-Chi. But she deftly dodged and hovered in the air in front of him. He looked at her and realized she was blindfolded, but he didn't understand how she could see them. While he stared at her dumbfounded, Meng-Chi snatched up her weapon and struck. The blow was so strong it shattered the stone walls of half the city. And the academic presidents who were watching all this had their hair cut off. The people who were watching talked about how the city was now destroyed, and the Eternal Academy was doing a good job of demolition. Zichao said that the first thing to do is to understand what's going on. Xiaolu replied that blindfolded senses become better. Once again struck by Meng Qi's blow, the fifth Hob called out to the younger sixth sister for help. Hooper concentrated and activated the blood field reception to maximum. Zichao said that it seems to be a battle until someone goes to the other world. The fifth Hob turned to Xiaolu and said that she was wrong to think that she could defeat them because they were immortal, and even though she was strong, they could not be defeated. But she only grinned and said if that was really the case. After a second, Meng Qi disappeared somewhere and the vampires couldn't figure out where she had gone. Meanwhile, she was already looking at Earth in outer space, standing on one of the asteroids with her weapons ready. Xiaolu was surprised that this was a whole weapon dimension, and after all, it had only been a few days. The vampires looked at what she was about to do, and Hob yelled that it was dangerous and that they should run. They quickly jumped off the high-rise, and Hob said he'd better hide underground, because he already knew what she was going to do to him. He was able to hide from her underground, but even so, she could clearly see her target the vampire's heart. Mengji used the technique taught to her by Master Yansen to launch an attack. The DNA cells and small particles of the young vampire's heart then shattered into small particles. Since this prima could affect entire clans, all the student vampires vaporized. Lan Bin and Zihao looked at what had happened and couldn't believe their eyes. After it was over, Meng Qi calmly descended back down to Earth. She took her blindfold off and looked around and said it was all clear. Her fellow academy students watching all this never realized what it was. People who also saw it all just stood there and couldn't say a word. Xiaolu was very surprised that the head teacher could do it. Zichao asked her if she was familiar with this technique. She told them that the head teacher had already shared the books from the teacher's library with them and asked if they had borrowed them. Then she got angry and turned away from them and said she didn't want to talk to them. Meanwhile, in Huobo Castle, the elder also didn't understand what this skill was and what happened to the disciples. Huobo only silently extended his hand and a blob of energy appeared in it. Meng Qi looked up at the sky. Clearly something was happening, but she didn't realize what it was. Particle and gene recovery took place, and Hoba's disciples reappeared in this place. The students of the academy couldn't understand how it happened and why they could be resurrected. Meng Qi shouted that it was impossible since she knew for a fact that she had cut them into small pieces. And the fifth Hob said it was very close, but his teacher is still great. Meng Qi did not relent and said that she would just do it again and had already grabbed her weapon. The fifth Hob said that she might not waste her energy and that they recognized that they can't beat her. And then he added that if she knew what resurrection and rebirth were, then he directed an energy stream at her. In ancient times, their teacher had already reached the level of a creator, and even if all the heroes gathered together with all the cores, they were still not his equal. After which he said that the Immortal Academy shouldn't waste its strength. After the light pulse when the smoke cleared, Meng Qi stood unharmed. Meanwhile, the battle between the two huge robots in outer space continued with the same vigor. Yansen's robot once again attacked the opponent with its powerful weapon. The 5 robots were again hit by the powerful blast wave, and they were amazed at the force. After this attack, a huge hole was created in outer space. Yansen's robot said that it was high time for them to realize that humans are more powerful than artificial intelligence. After that impact, the leader of the 5 robots' core began to crack. Janssen swiftly flew away while 001 remained standing still. 001 asked him to wait a minute, but he wouldn't listen. After the last attack, Janssen's opponent began to shrink, leaving him without the power of the core. Janssen had caught up with him, and now the robot was lying on the ground under his opponent's boot. Gradually losing patience, Janssen asked where his clan was now. The robot didn't answer him, then he asked again where the sacred pets of his clan were. The latter replied that he didn't know anything, and they had nothing to do with it. But the blue robot who was hiding behind the rocks at the time intervened and said he knew. He said that apart from them, only the Hob family could do it and that they were robots who couldn't lie. 001 asked if he meant the bloodsuckers they had been fighting for 100 years. The blue robot replied that they were the only ones with such power. Janssen's aura was gradually starting to pour a blue color. He was clearly getting furious. 001 asked him to pull himself together first because it's not as easy as it looks, and to think through a plan. But it was already too late. Janssen swiftly flew away from the scene. The people on the ground heard a sound and the vampires saw something approaching them. Janssen swiftly flew through the portal and found himself near Huobo Castle. The first elder next to Hob asked what it was. Since at this time, Janssen was already standing in the middle of the Huobo vampire castle. The vampire said it was marvelous because there are many worlds hidden from others, and he managed to find this one right away. The elder was very surprised, and Huobo said that this was what they called a deity. The blue robot said he needed 00 to the first robot, that without it, he was no more than a pile of garbage. And he replied that without the core, he was worse than a dung beetle. When the young vampires saw Janssen, they didn't realize who he was at first, but then guessed that he was the teacher of their opponents. And the students of the Eternal Academy were very happy that their teacher had finally returned. Janssen finally spoke and said that he was giving them a head start of 3 minutes to give up his pets, or else he would tear this world to pieces. The elder didn't like his words and got angry and used the law of displacement technique. After the elder did so, Janssen found himself in outer space and looked at the planet that Hob had created. The young vampires were amazed that the elder had applied one of the oldest laws of space and time. The other elders asked who it was, and the first elder said it was a splinter. Robots from cover were watching everything that was going on and calling the Hob family to action. All the vampires rushed into battle to prevent Janssen from even stepping foot on their world. They all flew out into outer space to split up and try to catch him. But Janssen, with a single hand movement, created a beam that was directed at the planet of Hobbs. This huge beam went through the entire planet and it began to smolder. The young vampires couldn't believe what had happened, their mouths hanging open as they stared at what was happening to their home. And Janssen's disciples didn't understand how he could do this to an entire planet. All the Hobbs on this planet and those who flew out to catch Janssen were hit by a powerful blast wave, and he calmly watched as a huge hole formed in the planet Hobov, and it was still smoldering. Then he apologized and said that since 3 minutes had not yet passed, he had used the minimum amount of strength. His disciples could not believe their eyes and wondered if it would be possible to recover from such a thing. And the young vampires realized that all 6 billion inhabitants had just been wiped into dust. They were still looking at their stricken planet and wondering what had happened to Hob. And Janssen's students were discussing that they had never seen their teacher destroy an entire celestial body and thought that it was somehow cruel. Also, the injured first elder who had already practically passed away, called Hoba. His castle survived, but a huge lava-filled moat formed around it, and the walls were gradually crumbling. Huobo was fine. He stood in his castle and said that since the elders were sent to the other world by a deity, he could not resurrect them. The first elder said he was always willing to give his last strength to help him. But he said there was nothing he could do after that blow and said he would do it all himself. Then I turned to the great deity and he says it's an honor to fight him. Janssen looked down at him and heard those words but did not reply. The vampire focused and used his power to begin rebuilding his planet. Janssen's disciples looked at this and didn't understand how such a thing was even possible. After some time, the planet of Hobov returned to its former state and recovered. The vampires were happy that their house was intact again and told Janssen's students that their teacher was not a slacker either. But Hooper asked what will happen to the 6 billion people who went to the other side of the world. Huobo gathered all his energy and said that since all 6 billion couldn't be resurrected, he would just create new ones. And with that energy, many new vampires began to emerge. Janssen's disciples looked at this and couldn't believe what was happening, and the young vampires saw all 6 billion not only return but improve. Janssen was now hovering in the air in Vampire City while there were many belligerent opponents around him. They told him that strangers had no place here and no one was allowed to be here. But he created a new climate with a flick of his hand. The sky turned black and it rained. The young vampires realized that he had just taken and changed the entire ecosystem of their world. Raindrops fell on the ground and it began to turn into little people. These clay men gradually grew up and began to show facial features. They were transformed more and more, and finally everyone saw that they had become ordinary people. Janssen's disciples were very surprised that their teacher could create people out of clay. And the vampire students were also shocked by this and said he was a monster. Now there are a lot of people with guns in their hands in outer space. Janssen's disciples realized that they were all immortals. Their teacher had created immortal humans out of clay. A beautiful girl flew up to Janssen. She called him teacher, but he didn't turn around at first. She called out to him again, and when he turned around, he said she wasn't who she thought she was. Then he turned away from her, and the girl said she understood. The students realized that apparently these were their teacher's first students. Lanbin said to Zichao to look at the beauty who was next to the teacher. He was wondering if she was a student. Zichao whispered in his ear that he didn't think he was sure that she was a disciple. Huobo stood and thought about the fact that he had waited a very long time for this day, and he sent his vampires to send them all to the afterlife. Zichao and Lanbin shouted to the teacher that the vampires had started attacking. The young man who was created by Janssen used his brush to paint mountains directly in the air. Those mountains became reality, and the vampires got there and couldn't understand how it happened. Xiolu realized that if the mountains became real, then it was the misty mountains of the hallucination network. At that moment, the beautiful girls created by the teacher began to play musical instruments. The sound from these instruments turned into a blast wave that threw back the advancing hobos. Zichao said that he didn't expect to see immortals cultivating with such a technique, and it was an impressive sight. One of the vampires said they shouldn't panic because as long as Hob is with them, they won't lose. One of the girls created by Janssen took out a board game of Go. She placed a chip in the center of the field and said Tian Yuan, which meant the center of the sky. All the vampires were suspended in the air, unable to move. One of the girls said that the Emperor's greatness was infinite and not for their unworthy eyes. Then she pointed her weapon at the vampires. She said it was a waste of space and that the humans should disappear. Then she used her weapon and the vampire cells began to collapse. Janssen's disciples were watching her and didn't understand what was going on. The girl swung her weapon once more and the planet of Hobbs was destroyed once more. The young vampires looked at it in shock and said she had just been restored, and the students were discussing the monstrous power of the older students and the fact that they had chosen the same path. And the young vampires looked at all of this and realized that the common clay men had ruined their planet. And the girl who did all this put the guns away and said they weren't worthy of this life. Vampire Huobo raised his hand up and told Janssen to show his full strength. And then the vampire city was struck by pillars of powerful energy coming straight from the heavens. Janssen himself also still continued to hover over the city calmly and silently. Janssen's disciples wondered if it was a full-strength punch. The first elder was finally found by the fourth elder and went down the mountain to rescue him. He said that their opponents were too strong, And Hob had created more lives this time than he had ever created before, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The first elder replied that most likely Huobo wanted to fight until his last breath. As the gods sit idly by, Huobo is ready to fulfill his mission. The people watching through the portal were amazed at what they saw. The reporter wished he and Mechanical Eye could broadcast from there. The Rainbow Rangers thought the battle was really exciting since they had seen it all too. The fourth elder said that Hob realizes he can't win, so why is he rushing into battle? The first responded that it was the mission of the creator. According to legend, the deities are far more powerful than the creators. Until now, no one has even been able to see them, but he's the first to be able to touch it. Hob hoping to prove that they are not just ants at the feet of deities, they are like moths that fly to the flames, dooming themselves to perdition. When Hob learned that there were deities near them, he realized it was time to put his life on the line, and he knows that today he will go to the other world. All of this was understood by Hob's students, who were already beginning to wipe away their tears. The fourth elder said he didn't understand how anyone could put their life on the line for this. But the first one said that when he reached his level, he would understand. And the first elder said that if Huobo wanted to prove that they were not weaker than the gods, he was willing to go to the other world with him. Meanwhile, Huobo had already made preparations to start the great battle. He tore out of his seat and flew toward the battle site into outer space. He flew up to Jansen and hit him, and together they flew several times around the planet. After which, Jansen flew some distance away from the attacking vampire. He stopped nearby and shook off the dust, calmly telling the vampire why he had half a minute to stop. Huobo was already exhausted and looked at the completely calm Jansen with bewilderment. Zichao whispered to Lan Bin that their teacher's battles had become more like his mood swings. He replied that the teacher was just always polite. Huobo knelt down on his knee, pressed his hand to the ground, and summoned the Great Star Force. After gaining this strength, he attacked again and tried to hit Jansen, but he successfully dodged. After a while, they stopped in front of each other and watched in silence. Then Jansen still as calmly said that 3 minutes had already passed. The people he had created began to fade away and no one understood why. Huobo hovered in the air above his city and also didn't understand what was about to happen. And Jansen, holding a galaxy with the planet Hoba, said that it was in vain that he was trying to prove something, because for him he was really just an insect. He looked at the little ball in his hand for a long time and then said he couldn't prove anything to him. And squeezing that ball in his palm, he said that Huobo was still just a moth. The planet Huobo had created exploded, and the blast wave hit him too. This wave took him to an unknown direction, and the last thing he shouted was that it was impossible. Jansen's students saw the older students come through the portal, and one of the girls said that luckily she was a good runner. She and a few others created by Jansen said hello to his disciples. They were very excited to greet and even started taking pictures of the older students. They started asking questions about what happened since they didn't understand anything. And the girl simply replied that the master had destroyed someone's world. The 4 young vampires that remained in this world now sat and grieved for their home and their maker. That's when Zichao shouted that their great demonesses remained in the same world. The girl replied not to worry him as the master had not forgotten about it. Vampire Huobo lay on the grass and said that he had lost, even though he knew that victory was impossible. He asked the great deity if he could identify himself. He replied that he was Jansen. Then the vampire asked if he ever got lonely being so powerful. Teacher Jansen was surprised but replied that he was never lonely. Huobo said where his demonesses were, and Jansen said that he shouldn't have looked into the future and lived such a meaningless life. The vampire asked his last question. He asked if he had used all of his power for this attack. Turning to him, Jansen said that he had used less than 1,000th. He smirked and said that then he is not a god, he is far above any deities. After these last words, Vampire Huobo began to seemingly dry up. The planet that the Vampire Huobo once created has finally been destroyed. Jansen waved his hand. The sky brightened again and the electrical pulses disappeared. Now he hovered in the air in clear outer space and called out to his older disciples. His older students said goodbye to their younger siblings, said they had to go and headed for the portal. Jansen's disciples bowed and said goodbye to their older sisters and brothers. A few minutes before they said their goodbyes, the older students said it was time for them to go. Zichao asked his older sister if they would ever meet again. She replied that she didn't know, it depended on their teacher whether he would let them live, but either way they were made of clay. The older brother gave Xiao Lu a scroll and said that this was a brief history of his formation, and he hoped she would find it useful. She thanked him. Zichao and Lan Bin whispered that no matter how one looked at them, they didn't look clay. One of the girls didn't have anything special, so she gave Lan Bin some training tips and hoped they would be useful. Then she told him to say hi to all the people who didn't come here. The girl who handled weapons as well as Mengqi threw her a scroll with one hand. She caught it, and Suchao said there was no point in hiding her weapon since she was a swordswoman. Looking at the scroll of weapon cultivation tips, Mengqi wondered what the teacher would do with them. Zichao couldn't assume that either. When the older students were in outer space after leaving, one of them approached the teacher. The teacher handed him a scroll and said that it was his immortal cultivation world painting. He asked to take it to settle down and not to disturb him. The student excitedly thanked the teacher for his generosity and opened the scroll. The weapons cultivator wanted to say goodbye to the teacher, but her comrade hurried her to make them leave. Altogether, Jansen's senior disciples flew into the painting he had given them, after which the scroll rolled up and disappeared into space. The first elder came to his senses lying on the ground and realized that he was still alive. Jansen flew over to the first elder and called out to him from afar. He was frightened when he saw Jansen, but he had nowhere to hide from him. But he told the elder that he didn't have to worry because his boss was still alive. The elder said that it was fortunate he had come early, otherwise he would have sent his minions back. Jansen was surprised. He said that his minions could devour the whole world and that they were very shameless hostages. Jansen said that a gentleman shouldn't talk like that. The first elder opened the door and said that he would rather look at himself. He saw what was going on inside and couldn't believe his eyes. Two happy demonesses were riding horses and ancient Naka was feeding them sweets. The first elder said they could eat all 6 billion in a month, and he couldn't afford to keep them and asked that they be taken away soon. Jansen called out to the two demonesses. They turned around and cheered for the teacher. He said they had to leave and they hurriedly ran after him and even wanted to take everything with them. At last they turned to the first elder and showed their tongues to him and called him a greedy man. This battle was over thanks to Jansen, and the vampires were behind bars under heavy guard. The children were successfully rescued, but 4 Hoba students managed to escape. Master Hob gave his life to prove that he was not a bug. And even though he survived, it was his complete failure. The demonesses were punished for destroying someone else's home and for not being able to find their way home. Even though this disaster had many consequences, Jansen's disciples had done what they had to do. They all returned to their academy where they continued to cultivate the land. In addition, they practiced alchemy as if nothing had happened. Once peeked at the scroll said that everyone was making great progress in their professions, and it was time to start training everyone individually. Because of the 5 robots, the Earth suffered a terrifying windfall, and an entire city was wiped off its face. Then the moon hit Mars, and since they were to blame, this behavior is unacceptable for robots. Now 5 robots were carrying the moon back 55 million kilometers. 0001 took on the mission of commanding the others and constantly drove them on. They also had to rebuild the city to compensate for the environmental impact on Earth from the lack of a moon. They were trying to figure out how long it would take to return the moon to its orbit, but no one knew that. There was a huge hole in outer space, and since the core was saved because the weapon missed, it was now closing that hole. One day, Meng-Chi walked into the teacher's office and turned to him. He said he was listening to her. She said he had a message from Hob and put an envelope on the table. The teacher took the envelope and said that it was probably a pledge of allegiance and opened it. It was indeed the oath of allegiance given by Hob to God. He asked her if he could still speak, and Ming-Chi replied that he could hardly speak as before. He used a word machine to write, and the first elder assisted him. Hob received his hero license and is now the number 2 most powerful hero in the world. Jansen realized that the ranking of this world was based on strength, not contribution, and any powerful person could get into this ranking. She asked him what he thought of this vow, and he said, "Let it be." 4 of Hob's disciples appeared and went to his hospital and asked the first elder when he would wake up. The elder said he didn't know because their creator was very seriously injured. They asked why this happened, and the first elder said that it was a duel of deities and that he was lucky not to go to the other world. There were about 90 million Hobs left, just the ones the young Hob had brought to Earth. Hooper missed her elders and relatives very much. The first elder said to wait until the ancestor Hob was restored, and then he could recreate new Hobs. But then a siren sounded, warning that there was an outside intrusion and danger. The elder and the young Hobus present in the chamber did not understand what was happening. The door opened and one of the vampires ran into the room, yelling that someone had broken in. The first elder asked who it was and he thought it was Jansen. The vampire standing in the doorway said it was someone from the Gnome Kingdom. Through the portal in the sky came a multitude of dwarves with guns drawn who wanted to send them to the other world. The vampires were very freaked out that it was the dwarves and didn't understand why it was happening now. The dwarves asked His Majesty why the world of Hobbs was empty because there should be 6 billion of them. He said they should go to the Great Hall and find out. But in the large hall where it could be seen that there had been a battle recently, goblins had already appeared. The young Hobbs said it looked like they were running out of resources, and the first elder said they had hired 2 low consciousnesses to attack them. The dwarf looked at the empty throne room and thought they had overestimated the vampires. He grinned as he said hello to the elder Hob and said he didn't look very good. The first elder said there was no tea or candy left, but they could show you where the exit was. Then, in an instant, everything shook and no one could understand what had happened. The dwarf told the elder that he was very pathetic in front of him, and it was unclear where he got so much courage to snap at him. He then ordered his subordinates to attack and rushed into battle himself. But then the vampire Huobo, still lying on the hospital bed, wiggled his fingers. There was another tremor of such force that all the dwarves scattered in the vicinity of the castle. And the dwarf king himself, rising up, said that he was wrong, and the whole earth would tremble at the snap of Hobb's finger. And he apologized to him for his language. Huobo said something to the first elder through the machine he was using to speak. Thoth turned to the dwarf and said they could leave here and tell their king that they wanted peace and didn't want to fight anymore. The dwarf told him that in that case they must give up the map that leads to the relics of the gods they believed in, and then they would leave them. The first elder gave him the map, but the dwarf didn't believe at first that he really wanted to give it to him. And the elder turned to him as he left and said they didn't need her anymore. And he specified that the Hobbs are now loyal to a god who is hundreds of times greater than their gods. The dwarf bowed before leaving but still didn't believe the elder's words. Then he turned around and went to the exit, telling his companions that they could move out. The 5th Hobb asked the elder what was going on and what they should do now. The first elder answered him that they were all in great danger, and in the huge castle the king of the dwarves was already waiting for his subjects on his throne. When they returned, the dwarf came to him with a report and said he was right, the vampire king had weakened to a shriveled pod. The dwarf king laughed and said that it looks like King Hob is finished, and if before he laughed in his face, now he can't even get to his feet. The gnome reported to him that the map fragment leading to the relics had been successfully returned. The king rejoiced, but he added that the other 2 fragments were still in the hands of the elves and orcs and asked if they should be taken now. But the king waved the card away and replied that there was no need for haste. He said they would move out when he regained his strength. In the meantime, he had another errand to run. The young vampires asked the elder how come the dwarves still exist in their world, and he told them that they were just fools. And he explained that not counting them, there are also dwarves, orcs, and elves. And in the world of chaos, they are called the 3 great leaders. Each of them had a fragment of a map showing the way to a relic of the gods, and at one time, Hob had refused to join anyone, so they were at odds. Fifth Hop asked if anything bad had happened. Then Elder replied that the dwarf wars were strong enough to challenge Hob. After all, even the king of the dwarves was much older than their vampire ancestor Hob. Hob taunted them as his people were quite weak, and one day he sent tens of millions of inhabitants to the other side of the world. The ancestor at the time may well have gotten rid of him, so the dwarf king was forced to give away a fragment of this map. The students asked the elder what happened to the rest of the map. He replied that as soon as the news of the ancestor becoming creator reached the orcs and elves, they found shelter. The dwarves were a hollow-headed mountain of muscle, and they opened their world to outsiders. The fifth elder said that you can't let them know that their ancestor is weakened, or they won't let them pass. Until they can't leave this world, but when they regain their powers, even Hob at the peak of his perfection won't be able to defeat them. The students were surprised by this power, for Hob was already incredibly strong. The elder replied that however the strength of the top 3 is beyond any comprehension. He turned to the students and said that he wanted them to visit Earth one more time. They were all frightened and asked why it was necessary because none of them wanted to go there again. The elder said that there was no need to mess with the Immortal Academy this time since there was another matter. The seventh sister asked the elder if he wanted to ask someone for help. The first elder replied that believing in the gods was only their decision, and he had seen before that God didn't care at all about all their battles. Meanwhile, the news that the Vampire King was already quite bad began to spread among the orcs and elves. The gnome sent everyone a chat message about the Vampire King, and the Gnome King thanked him. The Elf Queen has been informed that the Vampire King is now nothing more than a dried-up, lifeless body. She answered nothing except that she felt sorry for poor little Hob. When the Orc King heard the news, he banged his fist on his stone throne and said that at last the day had come for this mosquito. He rejoiced at this news as he had been hiding in the cave for 300 years and now he would be able to come out and be free. And he said that when he found him, there would be nothing left of the Vampire King, and he would get what he deserved for his abuse of them. The king was asked what their next move would be. He replied that they needed to recover first. He said that in fact what he had lost had been stolen, and once the Elven and Dwarf Kings regained their powers, it would all be over. And the Orc King gave orders to his subject to get ready because he had a mission for him. The Orc bowed to his king and said he was ready for the task. The Elf Queen was asked if it was necessary to pack and move out now. She said that it was better not to hurry. She said that both the dwarves and orcs are very weak right now, but if they regain their strength, they will become their slaves, and she will not let that happen. She called Shui Jian a monarch who possessed great power, and she had something she could entrust to her specifically. At that time, Shui Jian bowed to the Elf Queen and said that everything would be done. And on Earth at this time, the Academy application process began, which was held once every 5 years. It was expected that the Immortal Academy would be among the top 3. A reporter interviewed a mom and asked her which academy she wanted to enroll her son in. She said the Academy of Magic. Yan Sen was training students and didn't know that if no one entered the academy would be in trouble, and the application process was about to start in a month. But he paid no attention to it as he had been busy with individualized instruction for each student as of late. The teacher's training with Meng Qi often took place in outer space. Sometimes they were quite difficult. She, for example, couldn't imagine him throwing huge boulders at her. But when one of those boulders flew straight at her, she didn't hesitate, and with a lightning strike of her weapon, she sliced it in half, and then tried to attack teacher Yansen with many cultivation tools, but the latter was able to easily defend against them. Then she tried attacking him from behind, but he easily deflected the blow with an ordinary branch and told her that she didn't even understand the basics. With the same ordinary twig, he could easily throw Meng Qi far away. And then using the same twig, he attacked her, and Meng Qi barely had time to dodge. She told him that if she hadn't made it in just a second, she would have been blown to bits. He told her that those practicing immortality and those who had not experienced either life or the other world were equally unworthy of the name of cultivators. Mengxi looked at her teacher in surprise but replied that she understood. Later, sitting in his office, he talked to Zi Chao and Lan Bin, whom he had summoned. He said they had been slacking off lately and hadn't even done their homework and asked if they wanted him to punish them. They protested that they didn't slack off and didn't do their homework because they are developing a new way to create spell talismans. The teacher looked up at them and asked in surprise if that was really the case. Still waving their hands, they said that it was really true and that they weren't lying, and he could believe them. Teacher Yansen said that they didn't have any special talents to create weapons or talismans, and the students were a little upset, and he asked them if they really wanted it just for the power. They frustratedly said that they used to be the best representatives of the academy, and now they couldn't even go out without guards, meaning Ming-Chi and Xiaolu. The teacher said that they weren't really weak, and if they could learn fusion, they might well become stronger than the headman. They imagined what the teacher's words about merging could mean, and they didn't like it at all. Lan Bin shouted that it was better to go to the other world. Zichao also shouted that he didn't want to merge with him. Janssen told his students that he didn't mean what they thought he meant. Wiping the sweat from his face, the students asked him to explain what he meant, and then teacher Janssen opened the scroll he was drawing on, which were depicted mountains. The disciples did not understand why he did this and asked him about it. He gave them 2 sacks and told them to open them if they were in danger. Zichao and Lan Bin took the pouches, still not understanding what their teacher was up to. With a single hand movement, Janssen threw the 2 disciples into the picture he had drawn. After that, the teacher calmly sat down to drink tea, mentally wishing the students good luck. They flew through the portal, finding themselves in a completely different world, not realizing where they were. Realizing that he had entered the demon realm, Zichao shouted that the teacher had overdone it. Lan Bin was also frightened after entering the demon realm and started calling for help. Zichao fell into the dense forest and first cried because this place was very scary, and he didn't want to get stronger anymore. And then he remembered the moment when the teacher gave him 2 pouches and told him to open them when they needed help. Opening his pouch, he saw a note that said that the teacher had said that they should only be opened in times of danger, and he should understand that. This was how these 2 disciples were left behind by teacher Janssen, so that they could develop their abilities in the demon realm. Meanwhile, Janssen was having a lesson with Chen Keishan and asked what would happen if several plants were mixed together. She answered his questions correctly. He then asked what castor oil tiger nuts, belladonna fruit should be mixed with to get the healing medicine. She replied to the teacher that they are all poisonous, and it doesn't say that in the books. She got hit on the head with a branch, and he said that just because it's not written in the books doesn't mean that such an elixir doesn't exist. He said that in alchemy you should not only read books, but also use your senses and your brain to understand the actions of herbs and the effects of fire. She cried and said she knew about it, but it was way more than she could handle. To help the demons of the academy achieve perfection, she gave them different pills, but they absorb them whether they are poisonous or not. She said that one in the class knew how to make pills, but how could she feed 2 demons that were at the heavenly cultivation stage? She added that she works like a robot and has no time for other activities. He realized that all the guys were working hard and said that sometimes you need to relax, and it would be good for their practice as well. Then teacher Janssen asked Chen Keishan what she would like to do. She was surprised at first and then happily replied that of course she wanted to, having already thought of an activity for them to do. Teacher Janssen thought about the fact that perhaps he had said something he shouldn't have. After a while, Janssen and Chen Keishan were already riding one of the rides in the amusement park. She got very excited when they rode the cars and asked the teacher to crash into other cars. Then Chen Keishan dragged the teacher to the strength measuring attraction. Janssen struck the apparatus with such force that the measuring bar flew out of it. It crashed into one of the planets where there was an explosion, and the aliens started to scatter in terror. But the teacher won a big teddy bear for Chen Keishan with his punch. This outing went in her favor as when they returned to the academy, she had top quality pills coming out. Now, Chen Keishan was enthusiastically practicing alchemy, and Janssen saw her good work. Meng-Chi entered the classroom and turned to the teacher. He asked what he could do to help. She said the application process starts soon and the union sent him a letter. Taking the letter, he said why didn't they just call, and she thought he was getting a lot more modern. The letter said that the Summer Academy Fair held every 5 years was starting, since few students graduate from the academies. Meng-Chi explained that to increase cohesion between academies, the union appoints organizers for the Summer Academic Fair, and now is their time. She asked the teacher what about the passes he said he understood and let them do as they see fit. Somewhere on Earth, 2 dwarves came through a portal. They needed to steal one thing completely unnoticed, so there shouldn't be too many of them. The head dwarf said they had to do everything quickly because they might be outrun by orcs or elves. Orcs came through the portal and a servant asked His Majesty why they needed to be careful on this mediocre planet. He replied that it was not so simple. And if these people were so easy to rip off, they wouldn't have taken so many different measures. The Orc King asked if all the equipment was loaded. His servant replied that everything was boxed up. While they were catching the car, his servant went to the bathroom and left. The king told him to come back quickly. Then someone came up behind him and closed his eyes, saying they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asking him to guess who it was. This orc said he had 3 tries, but the king replied that he didn't know him, and to back off. And then he thought to himself that he didn't seem to have any acquaintances on planet Earth. The other orc, meanwhile, took his suitcase and carried it into the car. And the king said there were 3 attempts to get him to let him go without consequences. The orc let him go, the car drove off, and the king was left standing alone on the side of the road. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he suddenly realized his suitcase was missing. They were elves who had turned into orcs for a while. Now they were sitting in the car with this suitcase and discussing how orcs are quite stupid. Here came the day of the academic fair, Xiaolu, and Meng-Chi looked at what was happening and didn't understand how they were going to attract people. Armed female students of the Academy of Magic were trying to recruit new students. Those who lacked a sense of power, those who didn't sleep well at night. Heejin told me that they have 24-hour monitoring of the situation on the planet. She said they had powerful nuclear weapons and students wouldn't have to study very hard. She promoted joining them and being gifted with many weapons and magical secrets, and some students wanted exactly to join them. Meng Qi and Xiaolu looked to the other side of the fairground square in surprise. The vampire hob told the young man that if he wanted to get stronger, they were the place to go. All he had to do was drink a hobgoblin cocktail and he'd be much stronger. The young man replied that he was somewhat familiar with their kind and that lower-ranked vampires were afraid of the sun, and he didn't like it. Hob showed him the vial and told him that it was a sunscreen made especially for vampires, and if he enrolled in their academy, he'd get it right away. Mengqi and Xiaolu got angry, calling people those who want to get everything at once for free. Ninja Academy students were offering a limited edition super ancient figure for admission to them. The Superman Academy tried to get people by making them all strong and pumped up. The headmaster of the Superman Academy said that if potential students were male, they should go to them. Meng Qi and Xiaolu realized that all 4 of the remaining academies were going to all sorts of tricks just to get students. Potential students walked from tent to tent around the fairgrounds and chose whose offer was best. Only the representatives of the Immortal Academy stood near their tent, and there was no one around. No one approached them. The girls were angry, not understanding why they weren't being approached, and these people didn't understand anything. The girls turned around and saw the twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi. The girls turned around and saw the twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi. They said you have to use abnormal methods with these assholes and asked me to leave it up to them. The girls asked why they hadn't brought Lanbin and Zichao, and the twins replied that they hadn't seen them in days. The twins said they shouldn't be bothered to bring them here and called the other students over. The rest of the students came up carrying huge bags, and the twins said the show would begin. They began to advertise the free pills they would receive when they enrolled in the academy. One of these pills could extend one's life by 30 years. The disciples of all the other academies turned around and didn't understand what kind of youth elixir they had. Potential students who attended the event were also interested in the elixir of youth. The publicity continued, and the twins said that if people signed up for their academy, they would get pills not only for themselves, but for their whole family. One of the twins approached a mother with several children and told her to let her son apply to their academy, but she wanted to object. But he interrupted her and said she probably couldn't sleep at night, her skin had gotten dry, and she had lost motivation because of her kids. And then he offered her a pill that was developed by a super secret method by people from the academy, and it was completely free. She took a pill from the box and ate it, and he asked how she was feeling. Even the child who was in her mother's arms seemed to be very surprised at the woman's clearly more beautiful and younger appearance. The students of all the other academies were very surprised and started swearing at them that they were acting meanly, that it was cheating, and that it wasn't possible at all. But the plan worked. All the people who were at the event ran to the Eternal Academy tent to sign up as students. Everyone wanted to get the elixir as soon as possible, but the twins told them to get in line as there was enough for everyone. The headmasters of the other 4 academies were left out, and now watched as the Eternal Academy took all the students. And on the other side of the world in the demon realm, 2 young men sat in a tree being chased by wolves. Next to Zichao, a young man was sitting in a tree and asked him why he was afraid he is a cultivator and is just a puppy-turned-demon. But Zichao couldn't calm down and concentrate. He screamed and cried that he wanted to go home, and he was very scared here. The young man who was next to Zichao was teacher Yansen, who had taken on a different appearance and was disappointed in the student. After he was near Zichao, he flew away from that tree and the latter shouted after him where he was going. At this time, Lanbin was also scared as well, running away from the ghost even though it was only a snake. Lanbin ran through the forest from that snake, screaming that he wanted to go home. In this world, Yansen's older students lived, and one of them asked the teacher not to be angry because the younger brother still had room to grow. Yansan asked him to customize this world so that a year here equaled 10 years of life on Earth. Meanwhile, the Academy enrollment fair continued, and all 5 academies were trying to get students in all sorts of ways. Not without scandals, Ijin and Hob began to quarrel because vampires entered the territory of the Academy of Magic and tried to lure students. June got angry and left saying she didn't want anything to do with him at all. Hooper came up to him and asked if the whispering had worked, and Hobbs said of course it had. She said he shouldn't pounce on Ijin too often, and Ijin replied that he knew it. The action the vampires had planned was to begin at the Academy of Magic that night. Ijin was angry at the vampires for daring to poach students from them, since they had a powerful progenitor, why they were even needed. There were dwarves hiding on the roof, and a servant asked His Majesty Dudu why they had to hide. Why don't they just knock and take the relic? He jumped on him and called him an idiot, and if it were so easy, they wouldn't be sitting here. And he added that the Academy of Magic is not that simple. He said that according to legend, this school was formed by 2 super ancient heroes, a white-cloaked mage and a black-cloaked mage. In ancient times, possessing the cure for immortality, they ruled all worlds of chaos. The power of these mages is unfathomable, and their reputations are higher than all clan leaders. 2 chaos lords were not something the 2 of them could handle together, but he didn't realize when the Magic Academy started using conventional weapons. Then his servant realized that they were hiding here because of the 2 archmages, and when they could steal the relic, they would leave. All this was heard by the orcs who were also hiding on the roof. Now they understood why the king said not to hurry in matters related to the Academy of Magic. Meanwhile, at the academy in the underground hall, the elves were already trying to overcome the obstacles to the relic. The elves used nanotechnology stolen from the orcs and thought it was really good, and allowed them to cover the distance quickly. Then they saw glass flasks containing the immortality cure, but for some reason it was kept in 2 different bottles. Her Highness said she didn't know and decided to just take both bottles. The orcs hiding on the roof saw the 2 elves fly out of the Magic Academy and realized that they did it with their invention. His Majesty got angry and called the servant a jerk because they had stolen not only the invention, but also the medicine, so they set off in pursuit. The dwarves also saw the elves fly out of the Magic Academy and realized they had stolen the cure and rushed after them. Now on one of the rooftops were elves, on another dwarves, on a third orcs, and they were all looking at each other. The dwarf told the elf that if she wanted to stay alive, she had to give him the recipe. She replied that if he wanted the prescription, he'd have to catch up with her first. And a second later, she created a small vortex and disappeared from that roof. Now the dwarf and orc walked together and looked for the elf, not realizing where she could have gone. And she was already at the academy and had managed to change into her apprentice clothes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world in the Eternal Academy, the phone rang and teacher Yan Sen picked up the phone. It was the chairman of the Superhero League. He said he was calling about the academic fair for students. They talked for a while, and then Yan Sen said that he understood everything and hung up the phone, a look of amazement on his face. And the dwarves and orcs were looking for the elves. They had searched almost everywhere, but they were nowhere to be found. Then a voice came from behind them asking what they were doing, and they turned around. They saw 2 archmages, one in a white cloak, the other in black. The dwarf was thinking that it was very strange that they had disappeared so many years ago, but now for some reason they were back. The archmages said they had invaded their territory and asked why. The orc and dwarf fell down and began to apologize, saying that they just wanted to prepare medicine for their kings. They ordered them to get out the excrement that was in the hall. Those said it would be done. But then the orc thought that there was something wrong, because the archmages could just send them to the other world. The dwarf shouted that it looked like they had been duped, and only a dorky Yukimi could have come up with such a thing. The elves realized they had been exposed, dropped their cloaks, and fled the hall. The dwarf and orc got very angry and started chasing the elves. In the meantime, a roll call of new students started in one of the halls and they had to hide. The elves joined the group of students and Yukumi asked her companion if she had entered their names. She replied that she had. The representative from the Academy of Magic started the roll call. She asked the girls by name and if everyone was here. Yukumi told her companion that when they were free, she would take care of the dwarf and the orc, and she would run back to the elves, remembering to bring the recipe. One of the students of the Magic Academy asked another one, calling her Head Girl Zhio Long, if she had taken everything. Pulling out a huge weapon, she reloaded it and said it was ready and could begin. Yukumi and her companion looked at what was happening, not realizing what they had gotten themselves into. The new female students were to take part in a field trip organized by the Immortal Academy and learn a lot through their combat experience. When asked all clear, the elves raised their hands, said they understood, but whispered to each other that they had misgivings. The dwarf and orc were watching them camouflaged in the bushes, while the prospective students had already begun to form their teams. The newcomers had to stand on the right and the others on the left. The headmaster of the Superman Academy said that they should prepare their equipment and they could start. A dwarf and an orc look at the ninja Superman and decide to dress up as them. The orc became Superman and the dwarf became ninja. In front of the academy gates, Yukumi hesitated and looked up at something clearly intimidating. Her companion noticed this and asked what was going on, saying she was scaring her. She replied that she had a bad feeling and that it was very dangerous to be here and they should leave as soon as possible. At that moment, the academy representative saw them and said it was time for them to go in. Yukumi's companion said she didn't know what this place was, but it looked nice enough and didn't understand why they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Yukumi replied that she didn't know, but she had a feeling from the beginning that if she went in there, she would never get out again. Then she asked her companion how the orc and dwarf were doing. Her companion pointed her finger forward and they saw an orc and a dwarf in disguise standing near the entrance to the academy. Showing obscene gestures, they said that she would not get rid of them so easily and they were already waiting for her here. Her Majesty got angry and shouted that those 2 were just idiots. Xiaolu and Meng Qi came out to meet the new students. They didn't know where the field trip would take place since the teacher kept it a secret. Her Majesty's companion noticed something and asked her to look away. There they saw 2 demonesses who were devouring food in very large quantities. Looking at them, Her Majesty was frightened again and her companion asked what was wrong with her. She realized that these 2 demons were Grandmaster level demons, but didn't understand what demons of that level could be doing here. She figured that if there were 2 demons of this level here, there must be someone much stronger. But for some reason, he didn't show up. The orc and dwarf were also here, and they too had seen 2 Grandmaster-level demons. They thought that they wouldn't get out of here so easily and that Yukimi had lured them in on purpose. The tour began and Meng Qi invited the students to follow her and Xiaolu. All the students gathered and began to jostle a bit, following towards the portal. Crossing through the portal, they found themselves in a very beautiful place in the air with many buildings. The Superman headmaster said that the Academy for Immortals was very eccentric. Yejun felt like she had lived in a cave all her life. Just then, Meng Qi appeared and welcomed everyone to the Academy, wishing to become immortals in the Heavenly Spirit School. The dwarf, orc, and elf had a bad feeling and looked up. In the sky was teacher Yan Sen, who was looking down on everyone. The dwarf was curious and tried to get a glimpse of Yan Sen. The orc stopped him, urging him to be quiet, or else he would be in trouble. Pulling her hat lower, Yukimi told her companion not to look at him. She hoped he was strong enough to ignore their presence. Holding the scroll in his hands, Yan-sen lowered himself to the ground and said that it was okay to begin. Still hiding under the hat, Yukumi thought they had gotten away with it this time. Yan-sen continued by saying that he had received a request from the League that the person in charge of running the organization would be him. The academy will be open indefinitely during the tour, and the location of the field trip will be the world on the map, said the teacher. Then he added that since he hadn't drawn in a while, he had accidentally drawn extra, and the world on the map would be a little bigger. Xiaolu and Mengqi, hearing the words about slightly hesitated a bit to mean it. Yan-sen read that the time will be adjusted to normal. He said that this world has been falling apart for thousands of years, so he doesn't know what's going on there. He also warned that everyone needed to be very careful during the tour, and asked Mengqi to guide everyone there. He turned and said that he forgot to remind that he was not responsible for what was happening, even if someone in this world went to the other world. Everyone present was startled by what he said and had no idea what was going to happen. Teacher Yan-sen concentrated and extending his hand forward began dispatching. Everyone who attended the field trip promptly went into a picture painted by the teacher. After passing through the portal, they were caught screaming amongst the green forest. When they recovered a little and were able to get up, they tried to figure out where they had gotten to. From the hill, they saw a huge world with many houses, squares, and other buildings. The elf, dwarf, and orc were scared as they couldn't figure out what this place was. The market was trading demonic creatures besides collecting the hearts and skin of demonic beasts and inviting everyone to come over and have a look. In addition, magical weapons of any class could be bought there, and all independent cultivators were encouraged to come over and see for themselves. In one of the houses, the girls were inviting men to come meet them and have fun with them. The headman of the Supermen didn't understand what was going on where they were and said he had never seen anything like it. Even Xiaolu froze in surprise and asked Mengqi if it was real, but the latter rushed her. The cafe was bustling with customers' tables being served by a waiter serving tea. A waiter came to one of the tables to serve tea to the young man. After serving tea, the waiter wished me a pleasant tea party and was about to leave. But the young man tasted the tea and asked the waiter why it was so bitter. The guards jumped up and threatened the waiter with a gun, saying that if he didn't bring the best tea, they would share it with him. And then one of them grabbed the waiter by his clothes and told him not to humiliate their young master. The young man sitting at the table calmed his companions with a single hand motion. The waiter, shaking with fear, said they have a small store and this is the best tea in their range. The young man sitting at the table said that he could not be afraid because his companions were young and they would not hurt him. They already more calmly told him to serve their master properly by bringing a new mug of tea. The waiter said in awe that he would do everything, and as he left he thought about who was the younger of the two. The young man heard one of the men greet Ms. Ching and Ms. Zhao. And then this man said it had been a long time and he missed you. A man was harassing a woman saying he finally caught them walking alone. The woman did not want to communicate with him and asked him to let her go. The young man asked the waiter what was going on. He said that such fights between students of the main families happened often and that it was not worth paying attention to. The young man continued to drink his tea listening to the waiter's story in surprise. The waiter said that he is now in the state of Wu in which there are 6 schools teaching immortality. All want to send their students there. Places in these schools are limited and if he is strong enough, he can get in. But he said the main families can unite all the masters and take him down as soon as he's alone. That's how they get rid of the competition. And he pointed to that man with the girl and said that there were several strong masters behind him and that most likely this night she would go to the other world. Without getting up from the table, the young man threw his mug at the man. He had hurt him and now the man was holding his cheek and his attendants were trying to help him. He looked at the young man at the table and said how dare he hit him. He went up to him and told him he was just a kid trying to act like a hero for saving a girl, and asked him who he was. He said he would teach the young man a lesson today and show him how cruel the world can be, but his escort hurriedly led him away. Stepping aside, the man asked what he wanted, and his attendant pointed his finger at the floor. There was a mug thrown at him. It was cracked, but the water in it was at the same level and didn't spill out. And the young man still sitting at the table turned to him and asked him what he wanted. Now the man and his escort seemed too small compared to this young man sitting at the table. He whispered to his master that it was best not to mess with him because he looked like the son of one of the great families. And he told him it was enough to look at the 2 bodyguards next to him. And since he is the eldest brother of the main family and he is of noble blood, it is not worth wasting your precious time on this man. Then the man told the young man, calling him a brat, that he was lucky today, and since he had a lot to do today, he would let him go. And as he left, the man added that he would be watching him, and the young man didn't even move. Already at the door, he asked his companion if they were following them. He answered without turning around that he didn't think so. When they got out of the door of the institution, they ran to get out of there as fast as they could. One of the girls approached the young man's table and thanked him for his help. She introduced herself as Chen Xian and introduced her companion as Zhao Xingxing. They are the children of the state's 3rd family and the girls invited him to visit. He said that they were from another country and wanted to participate in the selection of cultivators, but he did not know their customs and might make mistakes. Going to the exit, she said that the cultivator was joining one of the families to take a higher position, and he asked if she had any good tea. Already down the stairs, the young man told his companions that it was time for them to go. But when the 2 of them were about to leave, they were stopped by a waiter who turned to them. The waiter, still startled, told them they hadn't paid the check. One of the young man's companions grabbed him by his clothes and told him that he never paid for his food. Jansen, who was in the guise of a young man, told Annan and Ningning to pay this check. The waiter was tossed a blue spirit stone in his hands as payment and told to get lost. When they left, the waiter thought it was strange that their names were An and Ninning. But then he decided that the world was a very big place, and it was no surprise. At this time, the academy headmasters arrived at the hotel and were looked at very surprised as they were unaccustomedly dressed. The Superman headman took out dollar bills and told the waiter to get the room ready. At this time, teacher Jansen, An and Ningning in a different guise hovered in the sky above the city, and they knew that the students were here. Teacher Jansen, in the guise of a young youth, said that they should go down and have a look. The headman of the Supermen tried to pay for the hotel, but the man behind the counter didn't understand what kind of paper it was, and then he offered a card as well. Then the man behind the counter started yelling that payback is this blue spirit stone. Xiaolu asked the headman if she took the stone with her, and you said that no one goes with them. Mengxi thought she had done all her homework. She stole the map from the teacher, but forgot about the stone and now might have to spend the night outside. Chen Kashan then took out a pill in a box and asked if it could fit his payment. The man behind the counter realized it was a longevity pill. He looked at it for a long time and liked its color, and said it was the first time he had seen such a quality. Chen Keishan said she had a whole basket and placing it on the table asked if it would be enough. He shouted that enough and one would be enough and asked me to hide the basket. And then he whispered to her that she should know the cardinal rule of survival in the immortal world is not to show her talents. So he would take one pill. Chen Keishan once again clarified with him whether one pill would be enough. He replied that with one pill one could develop one's abilities 30 times, and it would be very much needed by the sons of the main families. Xiaolu was glad that Chen Keishan had come with them, and now they wouldn't have to spend the night outside. And Meng Qi said that the people here were quite simple. Just then, someone called out to them Xiaolu, and Meng Qi turned around and saw a stranger. The young man asked if they were going to participate in the internal selection among cultivators and invited them to go with him. They stared at him in silence, and an uncontrollable blush began to spread across their cheeks. They turned away, and Xiaolu whispered to Meng Qi that this young man was very handsome and polite, but she didn't reply. The young man called out to them once more, apologizing for distracting them. Xiaolu and Meng Qi turned to him and replied that they were a little surprised. This encounter was watched by teacher Yan Sen and the demonesses in a different guise. They told the teacher that these cuties have no stamina against handsome men and apparently it's time for love. He turned to them and said they had no right to discuss others. The demonesses agreed with him and said they had no such right and were not the kind of people who deserved such an honor. Then he asked them how the king among the monster kings had gone to the other world. They answered that it was not their fault, but they would not shirk their responsibility. The young man introduced himself as Jiren, and he had no idea what he had just said. The girls replied that their teacher had taught them not to trust anyone in a foreign world. He said those were good words, and he wondered how honorable their teacher was, since he had such young and beautiful students. Xiaolu and Meng Qi became embarrassed again, and their cheeks began to blush again. Jansen turned around and looked indignantly at the young man, while Annan and Ningning watched his reaction with fear. Here, Jiren began to show the girls the power he was capable of. Meng Qi and Xiaolu were surprised since this was a refining of Qi into divine energy. He said that in their world, by showing cultivation, they were giving the other party trust. In fact, he is a man of science with no power as such. Xiaolu told Meng Qi that they had just arrived and were completely unfamiliar with the area so he could help them settle in a bit. Just then, Jiren turned to Jansen, sitting at the table calling him younger brother, and asked if he wanted to join them. Jansen turned around and clarified to the young man if he was talking to him. He replied that he had noticed that he was also quite free and could join them. Jansen stood up from the table and the two of them together with the demoness headed towards them. Jiren said that he did not know his cultivation level. Jansen then showed everyone present what he was capable of. The young man and Jansen's female students who didn't know it was their teacher were very surprised that this was the peak of Qi refinement. Jiren said that he was so young and had already reached the peak of Qi refinement. He took pills at his age to become a martial artist. They were watched by an elf dwarf and an orc. They didn't know what they were talking about as they were teenagers of a different worldview. For several days in a row, Jiren had initiated them into the social system of this world, as well as the most basic elements that help you survive in this world. They all went to the cafe together to eat, and the waiter had already brought them their food. Jiren said that they needed to join one of the families first since only families were eligible to participate in the selection of cultivators. They were joined by an elf, orc, and a dwarf. They reasoned that the boy was rich enough to invite them to eat, and he flirts with girls all the time. He said they should keep their belongings in a safe place and nothing would be done to them in town, but outside every day someone is sent to the other side of the world. So he warned the girls to be careful because if they went to the other world, their property would go to others. Holding out a mug of tea to Meng Qi, he casually touched her hand. She jerked her hand away fearfully, not understanding why he did it. The countenance of teacher Yan Sen, who had seen all of this, began to gradually darken, and it was noticeable that he was becoming furious. The demonesses reassured him by saying that he had promised not to interfere with the social interaction in this world, and would have to grow up sooner or later anyway. They asked him not to take it personally because the girls would grow up and find their soulmates, and then he wouldn't be able to be as angry. They were able to calm Janssen down, but he turned away and was still frowning, and the demonesses exhaled. An elf, orc, and a dwarf were discussing the weird expression on the kid's face. The elf said it was relationship drama, and the dwarf said she should watch less doramas. And Anne was about to approach them, but Ninan calmed her down by grabbing her arm. Jiren suggested that the girls try the cafe's specialty drink, Vino, which has a skin rejuvenating effect. Xiaolu and Mengti were interested in this drink, but Jiren said he shouldn't drink too much of it. He offered a taste of wine to Janssen, whom he called his younger brother. But Janssen apologized to him and said that it was too early for him to drink. Jiren whispered that he looked worried, and he thought he liked girls. He offered to share, but it wasn't worth spoiling the atmosphere. Then Janssen calmly sat down at the table, said that he understood everything, and tasted some wine. Meanwhile, an elf, dwarf, and an orc were drinking wine from large vessels. When it was evening, Mengqi helped Xiaolu walk back to the hotel. She said that you shouldn't drink too much, especially if you don't know how to drink. Jiren watched them from one of the rooftops and told his companions that they could begin. He said that he was very tired of trying to gain their trust all day. His companion replied that the girls were tough and asked why they started with them. He said they gave him unusual sensations, one was stubborn and the other elegant, and that they were out of the ordinary, so it was worth starting with them. And Jiren commanded his minions, of which there were many, to begin. Mengqi, lying in her bed, opened her eyes because she felt something wrong. The noise woke up the rest of the innkeepers. The students of the academies came out of their rooms to see what was going on. The dwarves and orcs who were sleeping in the same room also woke up, not realizing what was going on, and thought it was a trap. But when they got out of bed, their stomachs immediately ached and they could not even move. Yukimi also grabbed her stomach and said that the wine was probably poisoned. The orc, unable to even get up from the floor, lay there, thinking he had drunk too much wine. Mengqi had grabbed her weapon at this time and was already fighting the attackers on the rooftop of the inn. Jiren's companion, when he saw her use weapon cultivation, was very scared. His master grabbed him by his clothes and angrily asked him what he was scared of now, and gave orders to his minions to send her to the afterlife. But then Jiren and his servant saw the formation's flag and didn't understand why it was here. It was Xiaolu who joined Mengqi to defeat the opponents. Jiren's frightened servant told him that one was a spellcaster and the other a weapon cultivator. Getting angry, Xiaolu said that he could consider that he had gone to the other world, and then asked what he was doing. Looking at the girls, he replied that it should be obvious. Everything was understandable, but Xiaolu asked why there was so much effort since they really hit it off. He replied that it was because they were very rich and hoped they didn't think they had met their love. And then he apologized and said that in this world the smell of potion would be nicer than the smell of a woman. Xiaolu started to become furious. Her aura became dark. She called him scum and asked how much parts he wanted her to share him. But Jiren only smirked and clarified if she was angry in return. She replied that such a scum had no right to play with her emotions, and it was time for him to go to the other world. After she activated her power, a golden glow appeared around Xiaolu, and she created many golden glowing weapons. Mengqi shouted to her that she should have been more careful with her attack radius. The ninja and Superman headmen ran out to see what was going on outside, and they were very scared. The servant shouted fearfully to his young master, and the latter said it was a purification. Xiaolu shouted to him that she wouldn't forgive him for the words he said today. Janssen and the two demonesses watched the scene with astonishment. The headmasters of the three academies shouted that they could be calm because they were here to help. But immediately their stomachs twisted. They decided that there was definitely some kind of food problem here, and they couldn't help in such a situation. Here, and Janssen, in the guise of a young man, began to twist the demonesses, looked at him with astonishment. But they too became ill. Their stomachs twisted and they fell unconscious to the floor. The headmasters of the three academies were lying on the floor, squirming and squirming. The orc decided to deal with whoever dared to poison him and headed towards Jiren with his weapon. But he was stopped by Yukimi and forced to lie down on the floor, telling him not to forget what their identification was now. But he told them to let him send that child to the other world. And then he asked if the girls at the Immortal Academy were human. And Jiren told the girls that he wondered why they were okay since he used a potent poison. Mengqi and Xiaolu let him know that the poison he had spiked was spit out by them. He said he understood them and seemed to have underestimated them, and he would have to use his power technique of purifying divine energy to return to the void. Yukimi said that the kid wasn't as weak as he said he was. Xiaolu said that even if he was hiding his strength, he wouldn't be able to scare her, and added that it didn't look like he used the return to the void in battles. When he started to perform his technique, a huge ball appeared around him, and the weapon that was heading towards him from Xiaolu broke against it. At this time, Mengqi jumped up to him and struck him in the face. The impact was so strong that he flew up and flipped over on the spot, but landed on the same roof again. Rising up, he said that since she was a weapons cultivator, he would be more serious in her place. Mengqi also landed on the roof, telling him to calm down, and was about to draw her weapon. She performed one of her moves, asking how he would like it. Now before them stood the enormous weapon cultivator Mengqi had summoned. He clearly hadn't expected this and was now looking fearfully at the huge man. An elf, orc, and a gnome were lying on the floor and had also seen him and were very scared. Mengqi said that time had been wasted and ordered the weapon cultivator to split that person apart. He waved his weapon a few times, then the barrier began to crack. The servants Jiren had sent to send the girls to the other side of the world began to scatter in different directions. One of them shouted to his young master that the barrier had broken, and the young man was very surprised as he couldn't believe that someone could break his barrier. And he ordered his subordinates right now to quickly fix the barrier. Then he added that he would take the big guy on and he just needed to stay out of the way. Meng-Chi glared angrily at him, wondering what he would do against her cultivator, and he said that the cultivation gap had nothing to do with the cultivator's potential. Wrapping around the building on which he stood appeared the huge green serpent he had summoned. Xiaolu was very surprised that he was able to summon a 7th grade demonic beast. He replied that it turns out she's not as stupid as he thought, and yes, indeed it is a 7th grade beast. Meng-Chi asked if he necessarily needed to talk so much during the attack, and then turning to the cultivator told him to cut the snake in half. He replied that he understood. At this time, Jiren also gave his serpent the order to start attacking. The serpent rushed towards the cultivator with great speed, opening its huge mouth. But the cultivator quickly grabbed the serpent and held it down with ease. Meng-Si gave the order to strike the serpent, and the cultivator thrust his weapon into it. So the 7th level serpent beast that had created was defeated by a Meng-Chi cultivator. Jiren looked at what happened to his monster and couldn't believe that someone was able to defeat it. And the cultivator plowed the snake to the ground and gave it a few more blows. As the serpent fell, everything shook and the servants scattered in different directions. With a flick of his fingers, Jiren ordered the still-living snake to strangle the cultivator. The serpent had completely enveloped the cultivator, and he couldn't move as it tightened its suffocating embrace more and more. Meng-Chi, who was watching this, did not expect this turn of events and did not know what to do. Jiren shouted to her that his potential was far greater than hers, and no matter how many creatures she created by transforming Qi, she still couldn't defeat him. Meng-Chi turned to Xiaolu and asked to buy her some time since she wanted to use one technique. She agreed and took to the air to perform the golden weave technique. She then performed a stop motion and threw her implements at the serpent. The serpent released a cultivator and was hit by the many tools Xiaolu had conjured. At this time, Meng-Chi began to activate her powers and use the reception of the Blood Heaven weapon. Jiren looked at what she was doing in bewilderment. He didn't expect this girl to be capable of such a thing. Meng-Chi's eyes began to glow a fiery color and her weapon turned blood red. Xiaolu also watched and marveled at the technique Meng-Chi used. Now, instead of just one cultivator, the dragon she had created had also joined the battle. Watching all this, the elf, orc, and dwarf wondered if all children were so fierce at this time. Jiren didn't understand where they came from and how it happened that a cultivator at the rebirth level couldn't defeat a cultivator at the transformation level. He shouted that they wouldn't overcome the level difference, and a void rebirth cultivator would easily defeat 2 transformation level cultivators. All the weapons that were stuck into the serpent flew away from it and slightly hit Xiaolu. The serpent went on a rampage, and since it was on the ground, many buildings were affected. Jiren began to perform a full soul control activation. He told the 2 girls that they were too naive, and then ordered his snake to strangle them both. The serpent rushed to attack the cultivator, and Meng-Chi was already ready to pull out her weapon. Electric shock sprang from her eyes, and she shouted that this scum was going to the other side of the world. The serpent had already approached the cultivator to attack, but he struck first, splitting it in half. Jiren watched this and shouted in surprise that there was no such thing. The next attack used by the cultivator was directed at him. Using his weapon, the cultivator was able to wound Jiren and he fell down. After the fall of the kite, an earthquake started and even houses began to collapse. Jiren lay on the ground defeated, wondering how this could have even happened. The cultivator that Meng-Chi had summoned after the battle turned around and began to disappear as he left. Jiren lay on the ground coughing and trying to get up after the defeat. Meng-Chi and Xiaolu came down to him and said that she would take care of him. But then Xiaolu had a sudden severe headache. She grabbed her head and Meng-Chi asked what was wrong with her. But before she could reply, Meng-Chi's head started to hurt too, and then she realized that it was poison. The girls felt very sick, and Meng-Chi asked Jiren when he had time. And he, still lying on the ground, said that at last the poison had begun to take effect, because he was about to go to the next world. He said he poisoned them before they even trusted him, and the wine they drank was just an extra double measure. He said that since the girls confided in him, he had bribed all the innkeepers. The incense they put in their hotel room is chronic poison. Meng-Chi was very bad, but she tried to get up holding onto her weapon and was very angry at Jiren. And he called them little girls and said that the world was a very dangerous place and that they were still very young. Orc said that this guy was very intimidating, and Yukimi added that she was an innocent child compared to him. Groaning in pain, Meng-Chi apologized to her teacher for embarrassing him. Jiren was approached by his companion and asked how he was feeling. He said that these girls were very strong and he almost went to the other world, and even being at the rebirth level, he couldn't defeat them. He said that some sort of them were brilliant, and it would be very foolish if he couldn't find a use for them. He decided to distract them from cultivating, and then when they were older, use the dual cultivation method. As he was about to grab the girls, he thought that by then, the heavenly deity and Xuanxian would not be a hindrance to him. But then he was grabbed by his arm. Jiren turned around and saw Janssen in the guise of a young man who was holding his hand. His countenance darkened as he seemed to grow much larger and told him to stay away from them. Jiren looked at him fearfully, not realizing what was going on. The elf, dwarf, and orc lay down on the ground and tried to hide when they realized he had appeared. Jiren made a happy expression on his face and said he was glad his little brother was okay since he thought he was sick. He said he'd done something terrible but reminded him that they'd agreed to share. Yansen didn't reply anything but squeezed his hand so hard that the bone broke. He was still holding his broken arm as Jiren squirmed in pain. The moment Yansen let go of him, Jiren bounced him far to the side. He thought about how he got such terrifying strength and decided that he was probably at the beginning level of ki purification. His servant said he pointed upstairs. The demonesses looked down at them from above, hovering in the sky. And Anne wanted to do away with him, but Ninan asked her to wait a moment, and Jiren and his servant who looked up opened their mouths and shouted that it was Tianxian. Anne said that they are professional hitmen and the teacher should not waste time on this man, and Nining said to leave it to them. But teacher Yansen told the two demonesses to take a step back. A pouch appeared in his hands which he tossed to Jiren saying he had won. He caught the pouch and said it was the pills he needed. As he left, Yansen turned around and told him not to see him anywhere near his disciples from now on. Then Jiren and his servant fell to the ground and started writhing in pain, and said they would leave the endless world of Wu. Yansen and the two demonesses who carried Xiaolu and Mengqi were leaving the scene. They asked Yansen if he would just let him go and reasoned that he had gotten off too easy. The teacher replied that it would be a lesson to him, and the elf, orc, and dwarf were still hiding leaning against the ground and hoping no one saw them. Chen Keishan was carrying the food and told Xiaolu that the head woman hadn't eaten for days. She replied that she was probably still blaming herself for what had happened. She wanted to object, but Xiaolu said it was okay to blame herself and asked her to give her a tray of food. She went to the door of the headman's room, knocked, and said it was time to eat. Mengqi replied that she wasn't hungry. From behind the door, she asked to eat at least a piece because when a person doesn't eat, he gets sick. Mengqi rested her head on the table pondering something and didn't answer anything to Xiaolu. The headmasters of the academies were discussing that they had blacked out that night and didn't understand what had happened. But the situation was so bad that the city guards arrived. Yansen in a different guise was sitting and drinking tea when one of the twins asked Chen Keishan if the headman had eaten. She replied that she hadn't eaten. He asked if she knew anything from that night. She replied that they said when the city guards arrived, the evil guys left, but she was missing all her potions. He said that now he needed to figure out how to proceed, and Chen Keishan reminded him that she was an alchemist and potions were not a problem for her. She said she wasn't strong enough to fight, so she had to pretend to go to the other world, and thus saved her life. She looked at Yansen and said that she was grateful to him for waking her up and helping her distribute the herbs to save so many lives. The students went up to him and thanked him for his help and for helping to save so many lives. Chen Keishan asked Yansen in the guise of a young man if they were leaving them already. He replied that they had been with them for a while, but now it was time for them to say goodbye and told them to be careful. She asked if he wanted to stay a few more days, but he refused and said he was fine. Then she said she'd bring the team leader now, but he replied that it wasn't necessary. He said let her rest and recuperate since they were in a hurry and there was no need to see them off. Chen Keishan then said that she would do as he said and said goodbye. At this time, Mengqi, laying her head on the table, thought that the demon realm was very dangerous, but humans could be more dangerous than demons and ghosts. Yansen and the two demonesses in a different guise at this time were already looking down at the city from above. He said that he had only helped his students once and that he really hoped they could grow up. After which he and the demonesses flew away, leaving their students in the city. After a while, Chen Keishan and Xiaolu came to the door of the headman's office and asked if she was all right, but Xiaolu thought it was unlikely. But then the door of her room opened and Mengqi appeared on the doorstep with a smile on her face. The girls were glad she came out and told her that they were very scared, and Mengqi apologized for making them worry. She said it was time to enter the cultivator competition and that they had to go. Xiaolu and Chen Keishan looked at the departing headman in surprise. Chen Keishan reasoned that the headman's temperament had changed, but she didn't understand what could have caused it. Xiaolu speculated that the reason was most likely due to growing up. The orc and the dwarf talked about how people in this world are scary. The orc said he wanted to go home, and the dwarf said that he had lived in the world for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen such things. Orc told Yukimi it was all her fault. She said she wanted to go home too, and if she'd known what was going to happen, she never would have come here. Then the orc told her to give up the recipe or they'd never finish. She took out 2 vials, put them on the table, and said they could have them. The orc didn't expect her to agree to give them the recipe there quickly. Then she yelled at them, calling them pigs, and told them to take the recipe back soon. Then she added that if they had it originally, they would have lost it long ago. She said that the man who poisoned them used a simple poison, because if he had used a strong poison, they would have gone to the other world long ago. The dwarf and orc said that, although she couldn't confirm it, they agreed with her. They looked at the 2 bottles and did not understand why the recipe was divided into 2 parts, black and white, and put in different containers. Yukimi said she didn't know and took the prescription from them and said that rather than waste time on them, she would rather go and think about how to survive in this world. The dwarf asked what to do next, and the orc said to forget about it because the recipe is actually safer with Yukimi. Yukimi went to her room where she was met by her date and asked how the meeting with her classmates went. She said that they were saying that the classmates were very frightened too. She added that people in this world are very devious and crazy. She said they needed to find a way out of here and asked her companion if she had found a way to contact the outside world. She showed her the phone and responded negatively, saying there is no communication in this world and the GI app doesn't work. Yukimi said that based on this situation, sooner or later in this hole, they will go to the other world, and they should find ways to avoid it. She decided that they should split up and asked her companion to try to find a signal. She would go to the cultivator competition. Then she put her hand on her shoulder and calling her Tantan, said she was entrusting her sister's life to her. Horg told his servant to contact the outside world because this world is very frightening, and at any moment you can go to the other world. The gnome was also telling his servant that even if they reached the end of the children's tour, Yukimi still had the recipe and should not be allowed to get out of here. After the incident happened, the disciples matured, learned to hide their cultivation to blend in with the crowd, and the next step was to join the family. They knocked on houses and asked if they were from the royal family and if they were still recruiting cultivators. Doors were often slammed in their faces and people told to get lost because they were not recruiting anyone. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, news from the battlefield was reported to the king. The king told the girl he was with to leave him with his subordinates. On the wall in the king's hall hung the clothes of a disciple of the Eternal Academy. This king was Zichao. His commander came reporting from the battlefield and the king told him to speak. He congratulated the king and said it was a great victory at the front. He said that they had captured an important city of the Pengcheng state in the east of the Demon Kingdom. The king laughed and said it was good and that his warriors had done a great job. His commander bowed to him, said there was one thing, but the king asked what it was. The warlord said they lost the Golden City in the north. The king shouted at the warlord, calling them scum, so much so that he fell to the floor in fright. He asked what they're doing. They took part of the east but lost the west. They took the west but lost part of the east, and how long is this going to go on? He said it wasn't easy fighting a demon king, and for 700 centuries they couldn't win. And recently they were brothers, and he offered to surrender. Then the king beckoned the warlord with his finger and told him to come to him. The king grabbed him by the throat and he didn't know what was going to happen next. Then the king hit him and asked him if he was going to tell him what to do next. He called them losers and asked why they have so many excuses always. He didn't want to reconcile with Lanbin and he was ashamed to have anything to do with him. He said that Lanbin ruled the whole kingdom and so what, and added that he would go to the next world, but not under these circumstances. The result of the military conflict between the two kings was an ever-increasing desert of those who went to the other world. Then his attendant came up to the king with a magic ball and said he should take a look as it would interest him. Zichao was interested in his subject's message and decided to see what was going on. He showed the orb where there were his fellow students of the Eternal Academy who went in search of families. The king looked over and was surprised to see the headman and Xiaolu in the balloon. His submissive said that their man had found in that country people dressed like him, and he asked to take them off for him. Su Chao cried and said that at last he had seen them, that he had been banished here by his own teacher. It had been hard for him all these hundreds of years of being here. Then he thought about how strange it was that they hadn't changed at all as young as they were. But then he thought it wasn't the time to think about it, and ordered the soldiers to send someone smart to contact them. He asked me to tell them that they were in no danger from Zichao, and to tell the heads of the families that if a hair fell from their heads, they would be in trouble. Meanwhile, Yan Sen was having tea with one of the families, and was told that he was the guest of honor there. He asked the girl who brought him tea why he still hadn't met the head of the family. She replied that her father was busy preparing for the competition. Only one of the family members can join the Immortals, and their prestige will skyrocket. He asked her to tell him about the ranking of cultivators in this world. She was surprised that he really didn't know about it. The girl told him that there were only 6 immortal families in their country. Ninan asked the teacher if he didn't know about the ranking, and he replied that he had changed time so that every second in the real world was years here. And then he thought that the Tianlan family was an exact copy of the Tianshen family, but he didn't think it could be her. One of the twins read the ad on the wall and thought he felt like a student who had just graduated who was looking for a job. At this time, several people threw the Ninja Academy headman out of their house. They said he was some kind of savage, and with powers like his to join their family, he might not even dream of joining. He was told that he might not think about immortal cultivation because he had no talents in the head. Ninja replied that he wasn't even a cultivator. Xiaolu also tried to find a family. She went to one of the men, but he said they had already recruited everyone. One man went up to the headman of the Supermen and said he had a pretty good body, and that they Durilovo also know how to get permission to join families. While everyone was trying to participate in the competition, one man did not give in to panic. He looked at the pills and was happy about the color, because he had not met such a one. Chen Keshan approached the merchant and asked what he knew about the pills. He said he was a hereditary farmer, so he knew about pills and herbs, and then he asked her where she got the pills from. She said she made them herself. He was very surprised that she was already an alchemist so young, because even the first level took almost half a century. He asked what level she was at. She hesitated and said that she didn't know, but she remembered that about a year ago, teacher Yan Sen had conducted some sort of alchemist test. Then she said it takes her about half an hour to make a pill like his. The merchant was very much surprised and at first did not believe her saying that such a thing could not be. But he said it couldn't be level 1 since the ability to mass-produce pills is most likely level 4. Then the merchant thought and reasoned that he had a genius in front of him. Then he asked Chen Keshan if she had a habit of letting people lick her heels. She looked at him in surprise and didn't understand what he meant by that. She imagined herself in the company of the two girls who fanned her and fed her berries. There was a wagon driving through the city with a lot of guards around it, and they were saying that no one should even try to look, and urging everyone to kneel down. People including the academy headmasters kneeled in front of Chen Kai-shan. Mengqi and Xiaolu saw this and couldn't believe their eyes. The merchant said that she had done a lot of work in the past few days, and Emperor Wu had traveled 800 miles to lick her feet. Trying to leave, she said she didn't have time and needed to participate in the cultivator test, but he said it should be her test. He said that the families would fight for her since she was a level 4 alchemist, and she would only need to choose one of the 6 families. And just like that, when everyone was trying hard to find a family, Chen Kai-shan decided on her own. Also, Chen Kai-shan is the first to become an alumna during this tour. The competition had already started, and none of Yansen's disciples had this kind of experience. The head of the Wuhu family said that his daughter was turning 18 and he was holding a competition. The reward will be her hand and half of the family's fortune. People were saying that this was one of the great families it was time to start. Xiaolu looked at Mengqi questioningly. The head elder was determined to start this competition, and Xiaolu didn't understand why she was so determined. She apologized to her and said that in unusual times, you have to use unusual methods. Above the city, hovering in the sky, Yansen in the guise of a young man watched the competition. Mengqi entered the arena and defeated her opponents with ease. The spectators watching the competition were surprised to realize that she was a swordswoman. A young man with a gun in his hands jumped into the arena and said he would take care of her himself. He said that she was only a weapon cultivator and how dare she show off to his weapon king. And in preparation for battle, he said he'd teach her a lesson today. He then went on the attack, flying towards Mengqi at a tremendous speed. She stood perfectly still and only moved her finger once, creating a powerful energy wave. This wave was so powerful that the young man's clothes were torn into small shreds and blown off him. He asked why she fights against them since she is so strong. Several other people tried to fight against Mengqi, but she easily defeated each of them, and thus the head of the class won first place in the competition and earned the right to join the Wuhu family. Xiaolu had been watching her in surprise the entire time and thought it was the first time she had seen her like this. After the success of her old age, Xiaolu decided to get a little crazy and quietly placed a magic flag next to the Lu Shi family's house. After she did that, they endured a month of rain. Then Xiaolu pretended to be a great formation mage and saved them. Thus, she became the second to join the family. The headman of the Superman Academy went to the mountains and became a bandit there. Ninja Academy has joined the ranks of beggars who collected alms. The students of the Academy of Magic have gone into a convent, determined to become nuns. Thus, the headman joined the Haosha family and Xiaolu joined the Luxia family, and each academy joined the groups where their head teachers are. At this time, the girl was telling Yansen that the Wu state was rich due to the demon world and ghost world. Then teacher Yansen remembered and thought that he had forgotten about something. It was Lan Bin and Zichao. And Anne asked how it was possible that their wealth depended on these worlds. She said these worlds have been at war since ancient times, but she couldn't remember when they had kings. When they meet, they fight and pay them a tax. They listened in amazement to her story, and she said that in all the thousands of years of history, they had never come to a conclusion. After hearing all this, Ninin said that they are cowardly rulers. But every year, the leader of the Tianlan family tries to stop the battle, and the girl didn't understand why she was doing it. But she just can't stop, and one day she walked out on them with an injury. And Anne got angry and said they were ungrateful, and Ninin pointed out that the guys were very strong. And An said that Big Sister is stronger than them, and Ninin replied that she is strong, but she has a soft temper, and won't be able to take down 2 guys at once. The girl said that she would go make more tea and that Yansen would have a pleasant time. When she left, he told the demonesses that he was going to visit the world of demons and ghosts, but they should stay here. They understood him, bowed, and said they agreed with the teacher. The elf, dwarf, and the orc were trying to get a signal where they landed, but so far they had no luck. And then she got a signal on one of the phones. The orc shouted happily that he had shown up. At this time in the Tianlan family, Her Majesty was being treated for a wound by a maid. She asked why she was so worried about the demon and ghost world. She replied that she didn't understand it because they were all students of their teacher and shouldn't be feuding with each other. And she thought that if she only knew the teacher was here, she wouldn't have bothered with those 2 idiots. The maid agreed with her and said she was trying very hard to help them, but Her Majesty said she was wrong, and she added that this time she would not let them escape the consequences of their behavior. The maid looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she meant, and Her Majesty said it didn't matter and to stop talking about them. But she was angry because they had spent 800 years fighting over a small piece of land, and if the teacher found out about it, they'd be in trouble. Just then, Teacher Yansen appeared in the doorway of her house in the guise of a young man. The maid told Her Majesty that she spoke of the teacher very often, and she wondered what he was like. She said that he is recognized as the most handsome man in the cultivation world, and he is very powerful. And then they heard a voice asking who they were talking about. They saw Yansen in the guise of a young boy and thought who this child was and what he was doing in the main residence of the Tianlan family and where he came from. Then Her Majesty recognized him and shouted that it was Master Yansen. The maid was very surprised as she didn't think she would see a young boy instead of a teacher. Her Majesty asked what he was doing here. He replied that he was on his way to the world of ghosts and demons, and since he was nearby, he decided to stop by. The maid looked at him and didn't understand how he could be not only handsome but also powerful. Her Majesty sat her teacher down so he could rest. And she thought about the fact that the younger kids had spent their whole lives fighting each other, and it was better for the teacher not to know about it yet. He already knew what was going on and he felt sorry for them. She said they shouldn't blame themselves for it because they were messed up in their development and doing terrible things. Someone was trying to get in, but the elder couldn't just barge in because of an important guest. But he did say why her family would put his family down. When he entered the room, he said that if their old lady didn't talk to him today, he would make her and her guest kneel before him. The elder entered and realized that Jansen was in front of him, and Her Majesty was giving him a shoulder massage to rest his shoulders. The elder immediately silently fell to his knees in front of teacher Jansen. The teacher said they could forget about it, and when the time came, he would give the elder a spiritual object. The elder was very happy and asked if it was true. The teacher replied that he had never broken his promises. Her Majesty said she wanted to see the teacher for one more reason, and giving him the paper, she asked if he knew what it was. Unfolding the paper, he looked at it and said he didn't know what it was, and maybe it wasn't from their world. All three of them looked at the paper, but they could not understand what was written on it. The elder asked Tianlan where she found this paper, and she said she thought it was left by her teacher. Jansen assumed it was a relic of the gods. He said he didn't leave her here and then asked when she found her. She said that thousands of years ago when she first came to this world, someone left her in a room. The elder didn't understand how she could not have noticed that someone had left a paper in her room, but she replied that it was true. Teacher Jansen was also looking at the paper and didn't understand why someone would do this. The elder reminded the teacher that when he fought the bloodsuckers, they called him a god and suggested that this relic was from where he was from. Jansen pondered over whether this relic could be from the heaven realm, but decided that it was unlikely. Her Majesty said that Tian Yuan is correct. She did some experiments and realized that there is a hidden geographical coordinate here. The elder and Jansen looked at her with surprise, and she asked why they were looking at her like that. Tian Yuan shouted that she could read such things and asked if she was from the same planet as them. She replied that she thought it was a teacher assigned a task, and if she knew it wasn't, she wouldn't have wasted her time trying to solve it. Teacher Jansen stood up from his chair and thoughtfully headed towards the exit. And his students asked in amazement why he was leaving them so quickly. Tianlan asked him to wait because maybe it was a trap, but he said that it needed to be checked anyway. Heading for the exit, the teacher said he didn't care who was behind it. Then he assumed his usual appearance and said that if he dared to lie to him, he would be in for a very bad time. Her Majesty's maid saw him in his real form and was surprised and began to blush. The students tried to stop the teacher because he was going on a long journey, and they suggested that he take a shower and rest a little before the road. But before they could hear him, he fled with a blast. He flew out of Tianlan's house with such speed that he even punched a hole in the roof. The elder said that it was possible that someone had purposely done a trick on their teacher. Tianlan replied that it was unlikely that someone would do such a thing, and Tianyuan thought that it could very well not be a human at all. Meanwhile, two people in black cloaks were walking through the marketplace of this world where they were selling various goods. They were talking amongst themselves and trying to figure out if the scary guys had left. One of them broke the bowl he was carrying and said he was a son of God and had been living in fear for 1,000 years begging for food. The other told him to stop whining and that his father had prophesied that the archmages would be resurrected in this world and they must act quickly to win. Tianlan went somewhere and the elder asked her where she was going since the cultivator examination was about to start. She replied that she needed some privacy. She told the elder that if he didn't practice, the students could put him down soon. The participants were greeted by a disciple of the Tianlan family and told that they would soon be siblings and that the escorts were ready. He also said that the exam will be held in the capital and the journey is long, so large families should be especially careful. From around the corner, the servants of King Zi Chao and Lan Bin were peeking at the students of the academy. They looked and wondered if it was them. And since their king was also dressed, they decided it was definitely them. The twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi turned around after noticing something suspicious. King Zi Chao, hugging the magic ball, cried and said that he missed his comrades very much. His servants were looking at him. He turned to them and asked them where they were looking or if they wanted to go to the other world. The twins were also shown the magic ball and they finally saw their brother Zi Chao. And the man cried and said that after 600 years he was finally able to see his friends and that his teacher was very cruel. The twins were happy to see him too. They realized they'd been there all this time and started asking how they were doing. King Lanbing was also brought a magic ball. He looked at his comrades and cried. The king's messengers told the twins in one voice that their king would like to invite them to visit. And then they started arguing amongst themselves about where they would go to visit the demon realm or the ghost realm. Eventually, continuing to threaten each other, they started fighting, and the twins looked at them confused. They began to whisper that the two looked like sworn enemies, and then thought that perhaps their comrades were also feuding and had been fighting for centuries. And then they took out two presents, and after showing them to the magic ball, they wished their comrades a happy 600th birthday. Zichao was interested in the box and asked his comrades what it was. He was told that it was something interesting from teacher Yan Sen's room. One of the twins said he felt they'd have a hard time on the field trip and brought it with them, but they're not strong enough to use this thing. He said that with Zichao's strength, there should be no problem using this thing, so he gave it to him. All the competitors were walking to the venue, all very tired. Academy heads were whining that they had been walking for a very long time. Xiaolu asked her brother when they would reach the capital of Wu State, since they had been walking for days and nights. He replied that they had to wait a little while to go about 400 million kilometers. Xiaolu and Mengqi were shocked. Now they understood what the teacher's words meant a little more. From surprise, Xiaolu even repeated his words that we will soon come this 400 million kilometers. But he told her not to panic and said they had a teleportation system. The students stopped near a large area that turned out to be a teleporter. Brother asked all the students to come to him and said that in front of them was the universal formation of their ruler's long-distance teleport. Xiaolu asked what kind of formation it was, and he replied that the distance was equal to the distance from Earth to Mars. She wondered if someday she would have time to study. All the students began to walk over and teleport. They didn't think this world would be so vast that it would take a whole day to travel to the teleporter. Soon, only 2 people in black cloaks remained at the teleportation site. They followed the students and now thought they had 400 million kilometers to cover. One asked if they were really going to cover this distance on foot. The other replied that they were not immortal cultivators and had no chance. He got angry and said that even now they wanted to fool them, and that they were cruel and inhuman. He said that this way the mages would have time to resurrect and escape in the meantime, and suggested using the acceleration abilities. The other replied that they would be discovered. He said they must not let the black and white mages discover them, or they would have to flee. Besides, there are several masters in this world. They went on knowing that they had to hurry and hoped that they would reach the site of the mage's resurrection before Sunday. The students teleported and were in the air. Xiaolu was nervous, and her brother said that if they couldn't fly, they wouldn't reach the exam level. My brother said the front entrance is in front of them, and the backyard is on the back side, and you need to ignore the others, they will fall, and that is a disqualification. Mengqi reminded him that he had said that the exams would be held in the state capital, but she didn't understand where the capital was. My brother pointed down and asked if that's what she was talking about. Then he told me to look under my feet. Many students who couldn't fly after teleporting simply fell down into flying ships, including the twins who realized upon landing that they were disqualified. A lot of people gathered at the competition site, all of them cheering for their comrades. Yansen's disciples noticed them and asked who they were. His brother replied that they were spectators who wanted to watch the competition. He said there's a competition every 100 years and no one wants to miss it. People come here from all over the continent. The headmasters of the other 3 academies also flew here. They reasoned that there was an atmosphere here since they were so high up. Among the participants, an elf, orc, and a dwarf were already hiding so they wouldn't be noticed. An Anne and Ninan in a different guise were also already here and watching. A man appeared and welcomed everyone to the cultivation country, saying that the competition would start soon and his family would be in charge of the exam. He was about to talk about the rules of the competition, but the spectators were already starting to rush him. The man indicated with his hand that the competition site was in front of them. It was a lot of pads that were in the air, and he said that since there were so many competitors, the pads were separated. He said that each family should choose 1 representative, and to avoid wasting time, they would have to fight among themselves. The strongest was to take the first place. Mengqi was already preparing for the battle and decided that it couldn't be simpler than that. The man said that since there were many people with different talents gathered here, they would test their spiritual abilities. After his words, force measuring machines with punching bags began to appear in the courts. The headmen of the 3 academies wondered if there was something familiar about this, and how spiritual abilities could be measured with it. The man said that the special device the head of their family took from the other world, and offered everyone to try their spiritual abilities. He explained that after hitting the ball, their strength would be measured, the machine would give a digital value, and all the information would pop up on the screen. This is to prove that everything is fair, and if their strength is above 500, they will make it to the next round. And they proceeded. The head of the Magic Academy scored 501 units. The headman of the Superman Academy scored 700 units on the machine. Xiaolu was the next to approach the apparatus that measured spiritual power. She began to apply the power of magic flags from her eyes. Electric discharges sprinkled from her eyes. She created a powerful energy wave with a single hand movement. She hit the machine with such force that it shattered. The spectators in the stands could not believe that this girl could do such a thing. They all began to wonder at once who she was and where she came from, and how she could do this since she was only at the transformation level. After the impact, it was recorded that Xiaolu's spiritual power was 2,000 points. But then there was an explosion in the neighboring area, and Xiaolu turned around to see what it was. With her abilities, Mengqi also made a strike, and her value was 2,100 points. At this time too, the orc decided to give it a try and hit the pair of the machine. The man congratulated the Wang family, saying that both spiritual power and ability were missing, and 1,000 points had been scored. After his performance, the orc got a punch from Yukimi. She said he was an idiot and to stop drawing attention to them. The spectators reasoned that there were many participants without spiritual powers and abilities here, but they didn't understand how an orc could score so many points. Fumbling for a large lump, the orc said he just wanted to get out of here, and since he was at the minimum of his strength, the device was probably lying. Yukimi told him to shut up, but decided to try her hand at it herself. She managed to score 800 points. The gnome also decided to try his hand at hitting the device, and he was able to score 998 points. They were very surprised when they realized that they had scored the right amount of points and qualified for the finals. Then they turned around and saw that someone had scored 800 points just by snapping their fingers on the device. It was Nin, and with her was An, who was also looking at the orc, elf, and dwarf. They stood with them on the same platform, and the orc began whispering to the dwarf that these were the ones they feared. But the demonesses walked past the elf, orc, and dwarf and said nothing to them. But then Yukimi sensed something wrong, and her face took on a frightened expression. She got this weird feeling like they recognized who she was. She tried to remember that look, but then chased those thoughts away from her and decided it was okay. Orc asked Yukimi what was going on with her. She said nothing. The gnome at this time said thoughtfully that he had seen this guy somewhere. The orc recalled that they had seen him in the tea house with the guards of that teenager, but the dwarf said he wasn't talking about that one. The dwarf told the orc that he meant the other case before meeting in the tea house, and Yukimi said it didn't matter, but they all needed to be more careful. They decided to play the first game and disappear from here. The host was already congratulating everyone who made it to the next round. It was going to be a duel between the families, and the winner would have the right to join one of the families. He said that the first to compete would be the Jia family versus the Wong family. The elf, orc, and dwarf realized that they would have to fight those they feared. The host kept naming the families who would be competing. The family of the convent had to fight against the family of the beggars. And the last duel the host called the Hao family versus the Liu family. Meng-Chi was surprised to hear which family she would have to fight against and looked at her friend. She had to fight against Xiaolu, who also turned around and looked at her. The spectators were excited, and the twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi reasoned that it was a sight worth watching. They started calling everyone who had lost the test and talked about how it was time to decide on the main sister of the immortals by handing out tickets. One man approached them and asked who the head sissy was, and if she happened to be a guy, the twins chased him away. So many people got on board with this venture and started placing bets. Meng-Chi and Xiaolu watched all of this from the sidelines and thought that their comrades were jerks. The competition continued, and the families put forward the strongest representatives on the court, with Xiaolu and Meng-Chi facing off. The presenter was asked why he put them with such a level they could have been in the final. He replied that there was no difference and let them decide who was stronger now. One of the twins was asked if he was a member of their family. He said he was and decided to talk about how strong they were for free. He said that Xiaolu is a master of magic, and she has her own 10-minute storm invincible technique. The headman has a very rare gift. She is able to use a weapon cultivation technique capable of neutralizing the enemy. He was asked if they would succumb in battle. He replied that he didn't think so, but that the Academy of those wishing to become immortal in battle was doing the best it could. The battle between the two began, and Xiaolu raced to attack Meng-Chi. The headman repelled this attack but realized that it was just an illusion, and not Xiaolu herself. Just then, Xiaolu attacked her from the other side and they started fighting. The blows that Xiaolu was throwing destroyed the part of the platform they were on. In doing so, Meng-Chi was nearly run over by a huge rock that she could barely hold onto. At that time, Xiaolu gathered all her strength and unleashed a very powerful attack. The wave from this attack hit even the spectators, who were scattered in different directions. Meng-Chi was carried to the huge stone, and everyone was wondering if Xiaolu was definitely at the Qi transformation level because her power was devastating. From what they saw, the onlookers were stunned and tried to figure out if Meng-Chi was alright. The family members Meng-Chi entered felt bad their services were trying to help them. Meng-Chi recovered from Xiaolu's attack and moved towards the battle site again. Her eyes turned red and her weapon became the same color. Stones started flying around her. It was a heavenly weapon cultivation technique. The presenter was asked what kind of weapon cultivation it was and said he had no idea. Meanwhile, Xiaolu had already started to perform one of her techniques as well. The man who ran the competition guessed it was antimatter. The girls continued to fight, and now Xiaolu received a blow from Meng-Chi so that she flew off to the side. The spectators watching the battle froze in anticipation of what was to come. Xiaolu landed on the ground after the impact. Dust still settled around her for a long time. Meng-Chi landed there as well and began to perform one of her techniques once again. This time, the cultivator she had summoned was in front of everyone. The audience was puzzled as to what was going on and then thought it was the spirit of the weapon. But Xiaolu used her magic flags to restrain the cultivator with magic chains. She told the headman that if she hadn't used that move with that guy, she would have almost had the victory in her hands. Meng-Chi said that the way she hides the formation flag each time is becoming more and more skillful, but it's not enough to lock her trap. And she used her strength to make the cultivator break the chains created by Xiaolu. Meng-Chi said that even though they have the same teacher when it comes time to fight, there will be no mercy, and offered to end everything with one action. Xiaolu agreed with her and started activating her magic abilities once again. And she said it was time for Meng-Chi to look at the full version of the Sea of Dragon Key. The twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiao, knowing this technique, decided that if there was a full version, it was time for them to escape. And deciding to flee, the twins abruptly flew away from the aircraft they were on. One onlooker told another to watch those assholes try to escape. Xiaolu used her magical abilities to raise a terrifying vortex around her, and asked Meng-Chi how she felt about this. The audience turned around to see what she was going to do next. Just then, a huge golden dragon summoned by Xiaolu rushed out from the platform. The onlookers, who had not expected to see such power, clutched their heads in horror. Even a Meng-Chi summoned cultivator didn't expect such a huge dragon to appear. The host yelled that the girls were crazy and their powers could send everyone here to the other side of the world. The cultivator summoned by Meng-Chi began to fight the huge golden dragon. The energy wave hit even the host of the event, who also managed to arrange the flags, and they all flew apart. A nuclear explosion of unprecedented magnitude occurred at the venue. Two spectators watching the competition remained standing, but without clothes, which were torn by the blast wave. The rest of the spectators were also hit by this wave and scattered in different directions. Many buildings in the Wu state capital were damaged and destroyed in the explosion. The twins, watching already from afar, saw the girls demolish the entire exam area. They told their fellow bettors not to worry, they would change the players and take care of their money. And the other students of the academy hoped that Xiaolu and the headman were alright. The onlookers, shrouded in a protective magic spell, marveled that they were still alive and considered it a miracle. The host of the event, who set up protective barriers for the spectators, said he was lucky to get there in time and a little more would have been a disaster. But he said the full version of the dragon's transformation hit him and did a lot of damage. Then the announcer looked up and told everyone that they were coming back. Everyone saw an unconscious Xiaolu fall from the sky to the ground. Along with Xiaolu also being unconscious from the heavens, headman Meng-Chi also fell down. The girls collapsed on what was left of the pad and lying next to each other were still unconscious. The host was asked how they would determine the winner if both girls were out. He said it was a tie. And they told the audience that it was a tie and both girls are moving on. The spectators got angry and started shouting that it was a fake match, and they demanded a repeat of the round. But the examiner said that only he decides that. After competing through to the next stage, Meng-Chi and Xiaolu sat and warmed up in the bathtub. At this time, the maid was carrying towels to the two girls while humming a song. Xiaolu asked the headman if, in the technique with the chopping genetic weapon, if she started with that move, she would probably lose right away. She replied that it wasn't because if Xiaolu used the technique with Hades and the dragon at the same time, her weapon wouldn't be able to do anything. Xiaolu told the head teacher that she thought she had changed, but Meng-Chi replied that she didn't understand what Xiaolu meant. Then someone went to the window and called out to Xiaolu, and the headman they asked who it was that had come. It was Xiao Bi who had come to give them their share. After all, thanks to their draw, the bank had earned absolutely everything. The girls said they understood everything and that these guys were even able to capitalize on such a situation. Standing under the girls' window, Xiaobi thought he could hear water gurgling. He realized that the girls had decided to take a swim and moved closer to the window to watch them. But he didn't get to see anything because Meng-Chi's weapon came through the window and the girls told him to get out of here. Dropping the bags he had brought, Xiaobi ran with all his might, apologizing as he went. Meng-Chi finished bathing, came out of the bathroom, and told Xiaolu that it was time for them to go. The headman asked Xiaolu if she liked the Tianyang family and said that perhaps many of the Li 7 would also fight. Xiaolu looked at her and let her know that she understood what she was talking about. The announcer announced that after some minor hiccups, they were ready to continue the competition. Meanwhile, in the demon world, King Zichao sat on his throne and was bored. His servant brought a magic ball and said that the cultivator exam had begun, and asked if he would like to watch it. The king replied that not now. And then he shouted that he said to invite them here as guests of honor, and he didn't understand where they were. The one replied that he didn't know, maybe he didn't hear well, and they would come after the exams. Zichao grabbed his head and said that the cultivator world was incorrigible and to hell with this exam, as it was very boring. The other families began to present their best students in the exam, and it wasn't just the Immortal Academy that showed itself to the max, but the others as well. The students of the Academy of Magic who went to the convent decided that before you start doing something, you need to understand what you're going to do first. The Ninja Academy students started running away from them when they used their weapons. The spectators discussed what was happening on the battlefield. The women's monastery won and they were congratulated on their victory. The two demonesses watched the competition and waited their turn, and Yukimi the orc and the dwarf stood there wondering what was going on in the minds of the people in this world. The host said they could start next. It was an elf orc and a dwarf. The two demonesses as well as the elf orc and dwarf looked on as they prepared for battle. The host said that the next group would be the Wangshi and Qingshi family. The audience cheered for the families. It was the last game and they wanted to be shown a beautiful fight. The demonesses, along with Yukimi the orc and the dwarf, stepped onto the battleground. Agent asked if there were any new students who had successfully joined their family. The headmaster of Superman Academy said he didn't know. Xiaolu and Meng-Chi looked at the people who came onto the platform and they seemed very familiar to them. An Ankh stood on the platform and looked at those she would have to fight. Yukimi said they had to do as agreed or they'd be recognized in a fight. Without waiting for the signal to start the battle, Ann had already rushed into battle. Yukimi saw her start the battle and said it was too bad. At the first blow, the orc became like himself, taking on his true form. The heads of the three academies watched the battle, and the ninja shouted that they were not of their family. Now in front of everyone on the battleground stood an elf, orc, and a dwarf in their usual attire. Throwing away their clothes, the demonesses said that they immediately noticed that something was wrong with them, and then asked what they were doing here. Two relic bottles appeared in the demonesses' hands, but they didn't know what they were. Yukimi got angry and told them to return the bottles to them now. And Anne only smirked in response and began to remove her clothes. Now both she and Ningning appeared in their usual appearance. And Ann said she wouldn't return the bottles. Meng-Chi and Xiaolu opened their mouths in surprise at seeing the two demonesses. And Ann meanwhile took and swallowed the bottle she was holding. The elf, orc, and dwarf who saw her swallow the bottle couldn't believe she did it. Screaming, they shouted for the demoness to quickly return the relic to them, and how dare she eat the bottle. The audience was watching and no one realized what was happening on the set. The gnome asked Yukimi what they should do next. She replied that they should just return the relic and back. And Anne said that she could give it a try and that wandering was so boring that she was already insanely eager to fight. Meanwhile, there were still two men in black cloaks walking through the desert. One of them looked at his hand and said it was bad. The other asked what was going on, and the other said that the mage's marks had disappeared and they were guiding them. His companion grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and asked him if he realized how vast the world was, and how they would find them now. He told him not to panic because maybe they were hiding, and they should just go to the place where they disappeared. The spectators were still watching the platform where the demonesses were ready to fight the elf, orc, and dwarf. Yukimi was asked what she had just said, and she replied that they should just give the relic back. And she began to summon her power. Everything around her flashed with lightning of different colors. The competition host and his assistant were very surprised and realized it was immortality. Orc told Yukimi that she must be joking because demonesses are not weak, but she told him to stop talking nonsense and help. Everything around him began to collapse, and even the gnome couldn't stand from such an energy wave. And Anne stood calmly while Yukimi's attack was happening around her. Then she swiftly raced, destroying the remnants of the court towards her opponents. At the same time, an orc rushed at her and almost managed to hit her with his weapon, but Anne dodged and managed to inflict some light wounds on the orc. There was a massive explosion and the competition host and his assistant flew into the air. The orc looked at Anne with horror, realizing that she was a master of the highest level. And she didn't hesitate to give the orc another energy strike. At that moment, Ninin too entered the fray, rushing towards the gnome. The dwarf, who was not expecting this attack, didn't have time to notice her hitting him. Yukimi shouted that they had better return the relic nicely or there would be no mercy. But Anne replied that she didn't return what she ate. So with another smirk, she apologized to Yukimi and prepared for battle. Yukimi began to activate her magical abilities, preparing to fight. Finally enraged, she let it rain spiritual weapons at Annan. But Anne had already created a magical barrier around herself with her abilities. The competition host and his assistant lay down on the ground and covered their heads in fear of being hit. Xiaolu and Mengqi, watching the battle, tried to shout to An and Ningning, but a powerful energy wave had already been activated around An already. After the smoke from that wave evaporated, the demonesses disappeared. The orc elf and the dwarf wondered if they had gone to the other world, but An and Ningning stood calmly on the platform, and An held Yukimi's bent weapon in her hand. An orc dwarf and an elf, seeing that the demoness was all right, screamed that it was impossible. Lying on the ground, Xiaolu told Mingqi that she thought An had become even more impenetrable. Anya started rolling up her sleeves and said it was their turn. Realizing that they were about to get hurt, Yukimi grabbed the orc and the dwarf and shouted that they should run. All three of them quickly launched from the pad they were on and flew off in an unknown direction. The demonesses, who didn't expect that their opponents could escape, became very angry. Already in flight, the dwarf asked Yukimi what they would do next. She replied that they had to fly away now to return with the others later. The angry demonesses were not going to let them escape and decided to give chase. They were about to set off in pursuit when suddenly Ningning said that she was very sleepy and so was An. Both of them collapsed on the platform they were on and fell asleep like that. Mengqi and Xiaolu, who saw that the demonesses had fallen, did not understand what had happened to them. They flew up to them, landed on this pad, and asked if they were okay. The host and his assistant were discussing how scary it was to have so many immortals in one place, and if they understood correctly, the battle was over. Mengqi and Xiaolu stood on the platform and looked at the two demonesses, and didn't understand how they could fall asleep. The dwarf asked Yukimi how they could call the others if they couldn't leave this world. She replied that Tantan was able to find contact with the outside world. Orc asked why she hadn't told him about it before. Yukimi answered that it was because of the two demons that were watching them. They flew over the desert where some travelers were walking, and Yukimi said she had found them. They were a Tantan orc and a dwarf who had been walking through the desert for a long time. They didn't know how much longer they had to go, but they didn't have the strength anymore. Yukimi, the orc, and the gnome landed in front of their companions, and Yukimi called out to Tantan. She was glad to see Her Majesty and asked if they could leave now. Yukimi said they couldn't leave since the relics had been taken from them. Tantan was very surprised. She thought it was impossible for someone to be able to steal relics from her. Yukimi asked where Tantan's phone was and gave it to her and said that during dusk and night, there was a signal, but there was no charging in the desert and the phone was dead. Pressing the phone, Her Majesty scolded the immortals for daring to bully her and decided to call someone. The Dwarf King sat on his throne when he was informed that Dudu's team had made themselves known. A servant ran to him with a phone shouting that after a month they had made themselves known and were calling for the king. The Dwarf King took the phone from his servant and talked on it for a while. He got a call from Dudu and the king asked if he was sure about the 2 bottles of black and white archmages, and he said he was sure. The Dwarf King finally hung up the phone and sat there laughing for a very long time. Meanwhile, the Orc King also realized that it wasn't a relic, it was the archmages themselves inside. He said it would be a good advantage. Then he ordered his servant to tell Tonami to wait and that they would be there soon. The Elf Queen was also brought a phone. She talked for a while and finally said she understood everything. After the queen hung up the phone, she told her maid to notify all the elves. The maid bowed to her queen and said she understood and would do everything. After a while, the army of dwarves in full armor was already ready for battle. Their commander commanded forward, and the army of dwarves moved forward. In addition to the many foot soldiers, the army was accompanied by many dragons. The servant asked His Majesty the Dwarf King how they could get there now. At this time, from the Heavenly Spirit Academy, someone swiftly flew into the sky. This was noticed by the two people on the street. They were curious about what happened at the Heavenly Spirit Academy this time. Meanwhile, deep in space, teacher Yan Sen was standing near the entrance of the barbershop. He was in the way of the aliens, and they said if he wanted his hair cut off, he'd have to move his legs faster. Yan Sen was very angry and said that he would go to the other world. Meanwhile, in the cultivator world in the state capital of Wumengqi, and Xiaolu came to see Chen Keishan. They were carrying two sleeping demonesses and said that apparently they had eaten something inedible and needed her help. And then they saw Chen Keishan, who was sitting, and the head of state was washing her feet. At this time, the competition host asked the assistant if he had prepared everything for the test. He replied that he had told everyone to come back, and he had a bad feeling. Chen Keishan looked at the demonesses and asked what they had eaten. Xiaolu replied that the two vials looked clean. So they stood around the demonesses lying on the floor while Chen Keishan tried to understand what had happened to them. The host of the competition came up to them and said that they knew each other. The headman replied that they were guards of their academy. He was surprised by that. He said he remembered that the demonesses had swallowed someone else's stuff, and now those were coming back with a large army to retrieve it, and they were all cultivators. Then Mengqi indignantly said that where are Senior Tianyuan and Tianlan now? The man who led the competition did not know that there are also seniors and asked who they were. Then he guessed who she was and fell to his knees in front of Mengqi and began apologizing for his stupidity and for addressing her incorrectly. She told him to get up because this was my time for such speeches, and asked him to tell her where they were. He said he didn't know, and all the elders of the 6 great families were now on spiritual vacation, but he didn't know why they all went on vacation at the same time. Mengqi didn't like what the competition host told her at all. Then she started thinking about who those guys at the competition were. The heads of the 3 academies came in, and Yijun said that it was a dwarf elf and an orc from the 3 great tribes. Then Mengqi asked what was known about them. It was written about them in a book on the history of magic, and the vials were sacred to the witch's academy. The merchant said it was simple and offered to give them the demonesses and the vials at the same time. Mengqi drew her weapon and held it up to the merchant, saying that they would not betray their comrades, and if he said anything like that again, he would be in trouble. He said fearfully that he understood and it wouldn't happen again. The competition host walked in and said that all the senior 6 great families were ready and waiting for Mengqi's instructions. At this time, Chen Keishan was using her abilities to try to determine what had happened to the demoness. And then Chen Keishan saw something but didn't realize what it was at first. And she saw 2 people in black cloaks with red eyes looking at her. The twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi took the magic balls in their hands and asked if their brothers were there, saying they were in danger and asking them to save them. King Su Chao was sitting on his throne when his servant brought him a magic ball. In the magic ball, he saw the twins who were begging to be saved and were afraid of going to the other world in this crazy world if he didn't come. Zichao called his servant over to him and told him to convey his order to all the demons. His servant asked him if all the demons should be given the order. The king angrily grabbed him by his armor and shouted that all of them. After a while, the huge army of demons was built up and awaited further orders. King Su Chao put on his armor and headed for the exit where his army was waiting for him. Seeing their king in his battle uniform, his warriors greeted him with shouts of hurrah. He turned to his warriors, calling them brothers, and said they had been with him for a long time. He said that wherever they are, nobody messes with them. And now there's 3 assholes who want to send them to the afterlife. King Su Chao asked them what they should do. His warriors replied that they should send them to the other world. And the king continued that no matter who it is, elves, dwarves, orcs, or humans, if their rules are broken, they will go to the other world. His many wars supported the words of their king, and with shouts that all would go to the other world prepared for the march. In the ghost world, King Lanbin had also already gathered his army, and was now standing there looking down on them. His commander came up behind him and turned to the king and said that everyone was ready. King Lanbin resolutely ordered his warriors to attack. In the cultivator world, Mengqi walked into the room and saw the twins holding magic orbs. She asked what they were doing. The twins answered her that they were saving their lives by pointing at the magic orbs. Mengqi looked at them in surprise, not understanding what they meant. But then she said it didn't matter and asked them where the money they had won while gambling was. The twins showed it to her. Meanwhile, Xiaolu was talking to the ruler and asking where the army was in such a big country and where everyone could have gone. He replied that while they'd been at peace for 600 years, all the military had been retrained as laborers. Then Xiaolu got angry and yelled at him, calling him a stupid king. Meng Yi entered the room and told them to stop arguing and pointed at the tray that had 2,060,000,000 spirit crystals on it. They saw a tray with several bags of precious crystals on it, and Mengqi asked if it was enough. The ruler of Wu State said happily that it was enough, and Mengqi told him to hurry up and hire more men for the army. Meanwhile, Yukimi had been on the phone for a while and said it was accepted. She hung up the phone and said their armies would be here soon. But this world is so big they need to find a place to meet. The elf, gnome, and orc decided they needed to team up to give them a location, and it was time for them to get started. Each of them began to activate their magical abilities to open the portal. Meanwhile, several huge armies were already moving towards the Wu State. The man who was leading the competition looked into the magic ball and was horrified to realize that huge armies were closing in on them. He looked into the orb once more and saw that there was an army of immortals coming towards them as well. Startled, he started yelling to his uncle that they had very little time. Meng-Chi heard his screams and asked what was wrong, and he replied that an entire army of immortals was coming. From what he saw, most of them were at the QI transformation level or demon level transformation level, and most of them were at an incredible level. After listening to him, Meng-Chi and Xiaolu realized with horror that they were in trouble. He said that he thought 3 cultivators would be enough to deal with them, but he didn't think they would summon so many people at this level of strength. Meng-Gi said that there was no time to talk and let all the people take their positions. It was necessary to gather them all. Xiaolu was already dragging the head of state by his ear and asking him what he was waiting for and whether he wanted his country to be destroyed. And they all flew out of the house to get to the city and build an army. On the flight, Meng-Chi said that the city was very huge and maybe it covered half of the continent. Xiaolu called the headman and said that she was done with forming the army. Meng-Chi told her to show them some kind of defense formation and asked her to fight beside them and she would be there soon. Then she said that the Tianlan and Tianyuan families would defend the western gate together with her, and the Huang and Lingyuan families would defend the east gate. They had already flown into place and landed on the wall surrounding the city. They looked beyond the wall and saw that numerous armies were already approaching them. The king of the dwarves riding a dragon was in a hurry and commanded his warriors to advance. His commander asked His Majesty to calm down a bit because they had to move carefully, but the king replied that he was not going to be calm and struck his warlord with his weapon. He said that the elves and orcs would attack the north and east gates, and if they let them get through, there would be a lot of trouble. And then he commanded his warriors that they should advance in full force. They had already come close to the gate, and with shouts that they would send everyone to the other side of the world, they launched an offensive. Meng-Chi shouted that she needed to activate a defense formation to protect the gate. One of the cultivators began to activate the defense formation. The dwarves began to attack the gate with timbers, but thanks to the activated defenses, it would not budge. The dwarf king pumped his warriors to leave her to him, and he launched an attack on the cultivators using his dragon that spewed flames. Cultivators, including Meng-Chi from this dragon attack, started flying in different directions and shouted that the impact was too strong, and the gate couldn't withstand it. The numerous gnome army continued to attack the defense barriers activated around the city. The eastern gate, meanwhile, began to be attacked by orc troops. Meanwhile, the troops gathered by the elves approached the northern gate. The dwarf king rejoiced that all the troops had surrounded the state and said they had done well. A warlord ran into King Zichao's tent and said that everything had already started. Kneeling before the king, he reported that the situation was extremely bad, and in just 10 minutes they would lose. He added that it was a planned attack. Another warrior asked how far it was to the place. He replied that it was about 1,000 miles. King Zichao and a few of his warriors went outside to see what was going on. The king used his magical powers and the sky above the army of dwarves opened up. The gnome warlord looked at this and didn't understand what was going on. The cultivators who saw the change in the sky didn't know what it was either. Here the man realized everything and shouted that it was the heavenly soaring palm of the demon king. And indeed a huge palm appeared in the sky which was very close to the dragon warlord of the dwarves. From the wall surrounding the state, the cultivators observed a huge palm that appeared above the troops that surrounded them. The dwarven warlord looked at the palm looming over him and didn't know what would happen next. And then King Zichao used his strength to strike the warlord's dragon and caused damage to it. After that, the king's huge palm descended on the troops surrounding the state. From this blow, the gnome warriors began to fly apart. The host of the competition, when he saw this, started screaming in fear, appealing to the gods. Meng-Chi looked at what had happened and thought that it was horrible. Outside the walls of the state, there was utter devastation as a consequence of King Su-Chao's palm strike. Meng-Chi said that it was a very brutal blow and it took down half the army. She asked who helped them and was told it was demons. The dwarf warlord was lying on the ground after being hit by Zichao. He still didn't understand what had happened and couldn't even move a finger. The orcs at the eastern gate did not understand what the rumbling sounded from the dwarves' direction and what that huge palm was hanging over them. At the north gate where the elves were, Yukimi was approached by one of the warriors and asked if she had seen what had happened. Yukimi said she saw the whole thing and it looks like a pretty good challenge for them. And she gave her orders to announce that everyone was ready to defend themselves. Meanwhile, hordes of orcs began to attack the eastern gate. The cultivators could barely stay on their feet during these attacks and thought that the fortress was about to collapse. Orcs said that the young girls were protecting the gate and that they were just kids. Meanwhile, King Lan Bin's troops from the Ghost Realm were rushing to the aid of the cultivators. King Lan Bin was sitting on his throne when his commander entered with a report. He told his lord that they still had a long way to go and it would take 2 days to reach the place. The king stood up and headed for the exit, saying that the army is upon him. He must lead and guide it, and Lan Bin himself headed to the Wu state with the help of his abilities. Meanwhile, the cultivators were still defending themselves with magic barriers. Xiaolu was already very tired and said that she would soon use up all her strength. Then she heard a familiar voice addressing her by name and Xiaolu was very surprised. It was Lan Bin who said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She looked up in surprise and in no way expected to see Lan Bin. While on one of the rooftops, he said they did a good job and asked the others to leave the rest to him. Xiaolu wanted to say something to him, but he told her not to worry. Watching those troops from the rooftop, he said that given what he'd been through and who he'd become, he could handle them. And with full confidence, he added that she might think they had already gone to the other side of the world. The orc warriors looked at Lan Bin and didn't know who he was, but thought he was an arrogant scoundrel. King Lan Bin jumped off the roof and told his comrades to give him 1 minute. Xiao Lu looked at him and shouted his name without realizing what he was going to do. The orc leader told the others to just ignore him and went on the attack again. But Lan Bin had already approached him and was ready to start the battle. The orc leader looked at him bewildered, not realizing what he could do to them. King Lan Bin activated his magical abilities and said that he wanted to see how they would attack him. After these words, he struck a blow into the ground near the gate to the state. This blow was so strong that the ground began to crack and earthquake started, and the orcs scattered in different directions. From the wall Xiao Lu was standing on, it could be seen that numerous hordes of orcs had risen into the air. On the other side of the state, cultivators were also watching the orcs in the air. Mengqi asked in surprise what was going on, but the competition host couldn't find anything to answer. When the dust began to settle a bit, King Lan Bin prepared to attack again. He reactivated his magical abilities, creating a powerful blast wave that he directed at the orcs. This blow was so powerful that the hordes of orcs scattered in different directions were defeated. The elf told her mistress Yukimi that the first orc army seemed to have been completely defeated. She turned around and yelled that she wasn't blind, and gave her orders to hurry up and tell the elves to retreat. The numerous orc army was defeated. They were lying on the ground and couldn't even get up. Yukimi reported that the elf armies had retreated, and her commander asked what had happened. Yukimi replied that it was his presence. She had never encountered such a palpably huge presence from one person. Xiao Lu was talking to Mengqi on the phone. She asked what had happened on their side, and Xiao Lu said that Lan Bin had arrived. Mengqi was very surprised when she heard that it was Lan Bin who had helped them. The host of the competition said that this is the king of ghosts, and he doesn't think it's a good idea to address him on a first-name basis and should be more respectful. As the dust clouds settled, Lan Bin walked across the battlefield and looked around. The leader of the orcs at this time lay on the ground and thought that when they were all kings, then one would always strike another with immeasurable power. Then he got angry thinking they were the same level and he wouldn't be afraid of him and stood up. He told the orcs that they had their own king and did not need to fear him and rushed to attack Lan Bin. But Lan Bin dodged the orc's strike and struck him himself with his own abilities. This blow was so strong that the orc flew a great distance with incredible speed. As he landed, the orc flipped over several times, plowing the ground with him. An explosion sounded behind Yukimi and she turned around to see what it was. The orc told her that he knew what she was thinking. He thought she was waiting for the orcs and cultivators to wear each other down. Coughing, he continued that then she would take the relic and run away. But she's still waiting for something. Probably for someone to go to the next world. Yukimi gave the order to send their armies to the western gate. Now the orc and dwarf armies were under her leadership. Watching Mengqi thought that they were gradually leaving, but the other cultivators said that it was unlikely, and rather they were getting more and more. One of them suddenly shouted for everyone to watch their armies move west. Mengqi called Xiao Lu and said that all the armies were at her side. Xiao Lu said that she understood and Mengqi should wait for them, and even though they are in the center but still far enough away. She replied that she would try to find some time for them and slow the armies down somehow. But just a second later, she turned around and saw that Lan Bin had already landed on the wall carrying Xiao Lu. Mengqi was very happy to see Lan Bin and thought that he was now a cultivator. King Lan Bin replied that he had become a cultivator, but not only him. Meanwhile, the united armies of orc, elves, and dwarves were already on the offensive. From the side, the demon king Zichao was watching everything happening. Together with his army, he had already arrived at the gate where the battle was to be fought. Xiao Lu and Mengqi, who saw Zichao, were very excited to see him. Meanwhile, the twins Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi, as well as the headmen of the 3 academies, were hiding behind the wall. The twins saw Zichao and got excited and started calling out to him, shouting that they were here and asking him to save them. The headmasters of the Ninja and Superman academies couldn't believe that this was Su Chao. King Su Chao told his warriors that they could rest from the trash, and his alone would be enough. Yukimi Orc and Dwarf saw the army of demons in front of them and were very frightened. The gnome pointed his finger at Su Chao and said that he was the one who slapped him. Yukimi said that they have known each other for many years, but have never seriously fought until now, and now it was time to team up. She said she would stop the kings and everyone else should keep attacking the gates. King Zichao also gave orders to his demon army to go on the attack. His warriors began to descend the hillside shouting that they would send everyone to the other side. The battle of the orc army of dwarves and elves against the demon army has begun. King Su Chao himself entered the battle and appeared at the battle site on a huge horse with blazing eyes. Yukimi commanded to keep attacking the gate because it was the weakest point. Just then, his former comrade King Lan Bin landed next to King Zichao. Yukimi told the orc and dwarf that she was about to heal and enhance the army's abilities, and they shouldn't let her get in the way. They looked up at the elf in surprise from below and replied that they understood. Yukimi activated her magic abilities and many huge weapons appeared around her. Yukimi then used the technique of the Crusader enhancement art. The gimmick added strength to the orc and dwarf, and they hadn't felt this good in a long time. Ajun said that she was using a magic unique to elves she had read in a book, that this art could significantly raise cultivation levels. Meanwhile, Lan Bin was already next to the dwarf, preparing to strike him. The dwarf didn't realize how close he had gotten to him. Seeing a huge fist flying at him, the dwarf thought he was finished. But Lan Bin didn't have time to land this blow as he himself received a punch in the face. Turns out he got that punch from Tsu Chao, who told him he was in the way. Seeing this, their comrades grabbed their heads and shouted what was wrong with them. Meanwhile, King Tsu Chao grabbed the dwarf warlord by the throat and shouted that he would deal with him himself, and he thought he was just a monster. Coming to his senses after the blow, King Lanbin thought that Zi Chao was just sick. Enraged, he stood up and decided that he would definitely send him to the other side of the world. Their fellow academy mates shouted to them, asking them to unite, if only for a while. Meanwhile, the troops attacking them had almost demolished the gates of the state. Seeing this while standing on the wall, Xiaolu shouted that the gate was about to collapse. The orc commander shouted that they were close and it was time to charge. King Lanbin, meanwhile, began to activate his magical abilities, and a skull-shaped energy ball appeared in his hands. He threw this ball at the attackers, and it was as if they were electrocuted, their eyes glowing with blue flames. Yukimi orc and dwarf who saw it didn't understand what happened. Thus, Lanbin took possession of the souls of the attackers and gave them orders to send the others to the other world. The orc shouted to him what he was doing since they were their companions, and what kind of magic it was. And then he gave the order to ignore them and attack further. The third square was to come forward. King Lanbin crouched down, put his hand on the ground, and activated his magic again. His warriors rushing to his aid sensed something amiss, but their commander said not to worry as their king did. Then hands began to appear from the ground and grabbed all the attackers. Those warriors they captured, they began to pull them underground. Soon many warriors of the elven orc and dwarf armies were underground. Meng Qi and So Lu, seeing this, were surprised and didn't realize whether cultivators had such techniques. The host of the competition explained to them that he controlled souls and bodies, and it was more like demon magic. King Lanbin's army had already arrived at the battle site and was ready to send all the arrogant jerks to the other world. But the orc warriors of the dwarves and elves did not give up and went on the attack again. Between the orc armies of the dwarves and elves, the battle against the ghost army was once again fought. King Tsu Chao approached the orc and told him that they could solve all problems through conversation. Looking at the Orc King, Zi Chao said that it was now too late to talk. But then Zi Chao was suddenly struck by Lanbin, who approached him from behind. Meng Qi and the twins saw them fighting again, and said that they had been fighting for 6,000 years with each other, and wasn't that enough. The Demon King and the Ghost King continued to fight amongst themselves while their comrades begged them to unite. As they continued to fight, they said with one voice that even if they had to go to the other world, they would never fight side by side with each other. While they fought, the orc hid behind a large rock and thought they couldn't be monsters. Yukimi shouted, calling the orc and the dwarf dumb. She didn't understand what they were waiting for because they had to do everything now. The two kings continued to fight their comrades, asked them to stop, but they would not. Just then, an orc crept up to King Zi Chao from behind and struck him with his weapon. Meng Qi screamed that she warned him, but he didn't listen to her, and now they were screwed. And the orc snidely said that it was very sad and they could have defeated them, but arrogance got in the way. But then the orc raised his eyes and opened his mouth in horror. Unharmed, King Zi Chao looked down at him with sparkling eyes from above. He turned to the orc, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him off the ground. He couldn't even move. His fellow academy members did not understand what was going on, because Zi Chao was hit with a weapon, but he remained unharmed. The cultivator told them not to forget that demon magic was different from their cultivation, and the more damage they take, the stronger they become. Zi Chao was still holding the orc by the throat, and the orc could only think what unprecedented strength he had, and that he was sorry. Zi Chao swung and threw the orc very far away with all his might, and the orc only had time to ask if they were really kings. The orc received a blow from King Lanbin as well and flew further away. Yukimi began to activate her magical abilities, saying that she wouldn't allow them to be humiliated like that. Lanbin slapped her face and told her to shut her mouth and not to think that he wouldn't hit her just because she was a girl. Zi Chao and Lanbin continued to fight amongst themselves while Yukimi tried to recover from the blow. King Lanbin was finally angry, and everything around him glowed with a blue light and rocks began to fly. King Zi Chao was also very angry and ready to fight again. The whole continent was in fear from their feud. Two travelers in black cloaks were still walking through the desert. Even they could feel the trembling of the ground from the Battle of the Kings. Trying to hold onto the wall to keep from flying away, their comrades thought they were crazy and didn't realize what level they were on. The man who ran the competition said they'd probably send each other to the other side. The twins yelled at them that they were overdoing it and that they were still classmates, and it was time for them to stop. King Lanbin began to use his magical abilities once again. Many glowing blue light dragons appeared around him. Zi Chao questioningly shouted out who his classmate was, and he would like to take a look at him. Their comrades said that if only the teacher found out about it, they would be in trouble. Launching the attack again, Lanbin told King Zi Chao to shut up. Everyone around them flew in different directions and thought that they had come to an end. Meng Qi shouted that Anna Ningning and the others were still in the city and needed to hide them. As the two kings battled, everyone present in the vicinity was once again in the air. Xiaolu, also being in the air, shouted that it had started again. And then, during their battle, there was a very large nuclear explosion. Two travelers in the desert stopped and saw that the place where they were going was illuminated with a bright light from this explosion. Meanwhile, the king of the dwarves sat on his throne and waited. He asked his servant if he was finished. He replied, sitting at his laptop, that he was almost done and he was looking for flaws in the world. In the Orc Kingdom, the king was also waiting for his subject to find the information he needed on his laptop. The Dwarf King said that armies of kings and even ordinary people are able to move to this world, but they creators cannot. And who is the madman who created it? Teacher Yansen, who was at this time in a completely different world, sneered. He walked through this world, and people walking to meet him looked at him in bewilderment. All around him was a highway with aliens flying around in their cars. An old man came up to Yansen and called him Sonny and asked him if he was thirsty, offering him a bottle of water. At this moment, Teacher Yansen's face darkened and sparks erupted from his eyes. He began to look at this old man and what was going on inside him. Then he used his powers to see what was going on inside all the passersby around him. And then Teacher Yansen set off a massive explosion in this city with his abilities. The explosion was so powerful it started to destroy this entire planet, and Janssen was already in outer space watching the planet disappear. Meanwhile, in Wuchen State, Kashan didn't understand what was in those jars. She was familiar with all kinds of pills, but she couldn't get these ones out. The ruler of the state recalled Ajhun, who said that in the jars there are black and white archmages, and apparently they are very powerful. At this time, the white archmage held an Anne's leg and asked them not to spit them out, and promised that they would do anything and everything for them. The archimages told the demonesses that according to the prophecy, if they survived this, they would be free. The demonesses said they should start by saying that they are the greatest creators and should be brave, and asked the archimages if they were brave. They replied that orc elves and dwarves are not worth listening to because they have no power at all, and they added that they are only capable of making some pills. And Anne and Ningning listened to the archmages' words with great surprise. They asked them why they were in the bottles. They said it had happened many years ago. They started their academy on Earth because they were really good at making pills. They took therapeutic baths, ate therapeutic food, drank therapeutic wine. It took them 10 years to go from nothing to creators, and Anan whispered to Ninin that she seemed to realize what they were doing. In her opinion, they were in possession of pill makers stolen from another world. Since as archmages they didn't fight, and their power was very small, they were eventually found by a god. And since the god could not allow inferior beings to become creators on par with him, he asked his children to seal them. The two of them had not met such strong opponents before, so they were easily sealed. And the children of the god sent the two archmages into different bottles, then sealed them. Then they began to wipe away their tears and said that 20,000 years had passed since then. The demonesses were surprised to hear their story and asked who sealed them. They replied that it was the great god of consciousness, and they added that he was not a living being and he had no body, and no one could compare with him. And Anne and Ninning heard a strange sound coming from somewhere, but they didn't understand what it was. While the kings were fighting, the cultivators lying on the ground argued that it was a good thing they had a protective barrier. Otherwise, the whole city would have been wiped out. Just then, a funnel appeared above the battle site, and King Zichao and Lanbin raised their heads. In front of everyone appeared a huge monster that entered this world through a portal. The Dwarf King sat on his throne and activated his magical abilities. The Orc King told the Dwarf King to stop growling because they are trying to form a way out into the world. Also, using her abilities, the Elf Queen was rushing them because they were wasting their strength. And finally, the Orc rulers of the Dwarves and Elves succeeded in doing what they had planned. A huge demon walked through the cultivator world. He was so huge that all humans seemed too small in comparison. They looked at him with their mouths open, and the competition announcer said that it was the Golden Immortal. King Lanbin reached out his hand to King Zichao and shouted that fuck it all. He replied that there was no need to yell at him, and adding that he already knew what to do, took Lanbin by the hand. And the two kings began to fight together using their abilities with the Golden Immortal. Their comrades saw this and thanked God that they were finally fighting together. The Dwarf King called them children and said, how could they be so arrogant? With a single hand movement, the Dwarf King created a powerful energy wave that even Zichao found it hard to resist. Zichao grabbed Lanbin's arm and started to spin him around violently. He spun him around quite a bit and then let go, and Lanbin swiftly flew forward. Lanbin reached all the way to the Dwarf King and was about to strike him, but the latter held him back with just 2 fingers. When their comrades saw it, they couldn't believe it was even possible. The Dwarf King, telling him that he was still a sucker, made an attack next to Zichao. But King Zichao was not affected by this blow, only the rocks around him began to fly apart. Here the students of the academy began to notice that their wounds were beginning to heal. Orc warriors of dwarves and elves began to heal as well, not understanding why this was happening. Then people realized that he was treating them to restore his own powers. Something fell on the wall where the students were standing with incredible force, shattering part of it. Mengqi and Xiaolu screamed as they realized that it was their comrade Lanbin who had fallen. He landed trying to recover and rise among the pile of rocks. Meanwhile, Zichao gained even more strength and finally prepared to fight after getting angry. The Dwarf King said that this little guy was very brave and then gave the order to send him to the other world. The huge clawed hand of the Golden Immortal had already reached out to execute the Dwarf King's order. When people saw this, they realized that they risked being crushed and tried to run away screaming. King Zichao flew towards this palm and struggled to hold it. Still holding the huge palm, Zichao shouted to the Golden Immortal to stop. The people saw that the hand had stopped, but Lanbin said that he wouldn't be able to restrain it for long. Zichao himself was surprised that the Golden Immortal had stopped. The Dwarf King was delighted and said that he had lived a long time, but this was the first time he had met such a king. And that's why Yukimi and the others can't compare to him. But then he added that it was a disgrace, and his hand started pressing on Zichao again, causing damage. Lanbin saw this and said that the gap in their strength was too big. The twins came up to him and, calling him brother, asked to see what was in their hands. He saw they had gifts they gave to Tuchao, and they told him to just open them. He opened the box and was very surprised, and the twins said that with the power they had now, they could control it. When Lan Bin saw what was in the box, he threw it on the ground and said there was no way he was going to merge with him. The twins told him to think of other people. King Lan Bin got angry and called the twins 2 idiots. Then he said it didn't matter and threw the contents of the box to Zichao, shouting for him to catch it. The Dwarf King watching was very surprised at what happened next. A huge robot that Zichao had summoned appeared in front of the Golden Immortal. Meng Qi and Xiaolu asked them what they had given them. It seemed to them that Lan Bin was very embarrassed when he opened the box. The twins said that when the trip first started, they realized that it would be dangerous on this excursion, and they decided to prepare. They sneaked into the teacher's office and took the instruments. But since their strength was not enough, they decided to give them to Lan Bin and Zichao. Zichao, seeing that Lan Bin had thrown him the robot activating device, said that he had an icy heart. Lan Bin had already flown towards him and shouted that he didn't want to do it himself, but was forced to do it. Seeing that Lan Bin would soon be near, Zichao shouted for him to stay away from him. But he said that if they didn't, they'd all go to the other side of the world. Zichao once again shouted that he had an icy heart and said that he had handed him a debt and activated the device. After activating the 2 devices at 00, the first one apologized to the brothers and said someone was calling him, and 001 flew into the painting painted by teacher Yan Sen. And Robot 1 was already fighting the Golden Immortal, and the Dwarf King watching this did not believe in such power. He grabbed the Golden Immortal by the throat and he couldn't move. Yan Sen's disciples and cultivators watched this spectacle with horror. The first one told the Golden Immortal that he was wasting his time trying to be superior to him. After saying those words, he swung around and threw the Golden Immortal very far away. This throw was so strong that the Golden Immortal fell to the ground with tremendous speed. Yan Sen's disciples watched in astonishment as the Golden Immortal fell down. The Orc King, seeing that the robot could handle the Golden Immortal so easily, was very surprised. And the Elf Queen just screamed what the hell was going on. Xiaolu said excitedly that they had done it, and Meng Qi added that teacher Yan Sen had done this before. The former said that he thought his name was Yan Sen, but it turned out to be Zichao and Lan Bin. They said hello to the first in one voice and said they wanted to sit in his control panel. But the robot grinned and told them they didn't deserve it. Kings Zichao and Lan Bin were upset to hear such words from the robot. But then the Golden Immortal reappeared and prepared to start fighting again. The first told the young men that their opponent was the creator and asked what their power was. Lan Bin said that he was immortal, and Zichao said that the more damage he dealt, the stronger he became. Then the first one replied that it was fine and that they could win, and then began to attack the enemy. He created such a powerful energy wave that all the people watching the battle couldn't stay on their feet. Golden Immortal and Robot 1 fought, attacking each other. Here, the Golden Immortal paused for a second and delivered a very powerful kick to the robot. The first was able to deflect the blow, but his weapon was shattered in the process. Then his opponent started throwing many powerful punches at once. But the first was not lagging behind and also struck back with many consecutive blows at once. Lying on the ground and trying to hold on by Meng Qi said that those two are too fierce. The twins watching from hiding discussed that their comrades complemented each other, so even being at king level, they could challenge the creator. The opponents were still fighting, and the first received a blow from the Golden Immortal. The blow he received made him angry, and he activated a powerful energy wave. The Dwarf King shouted for them to stop. They have a misperception of the creator's power, and he could send them to the other world at any moment. Robot 1 stopped and addressed Kings Lan Bin and Zichao. They were already fighting amongst themselves. Zichao was biting Lan Bin's hand while he was trying to tear it away from him. The Golden Immortal, meanwhile, began to activate powerful energy waves. And then he created a vortex that was already closing in on Robot 1. The king of the dwarves shouted that they had enough of underestimating the creators and they were above them. They were gods. Zichao said that these creatures were tough nuts and asked the first if he could handle it. The robot replied that of course he could do it, and that he had to keep fighting or they would lose. He added that he had another trump card up his sleeve. Lan Bin asked what kind of trump card it was, and the first asked Zichao to share his life force with him. He said he could take as much as he wanted. They said that they have an alchemist who makes awesome pills, meaning Chen Ke-shan, who obviously didn't like that statement. The first one said it was good and then we could start. Then he began to be infused with life force. After that, Robot 1 summoned his brother's 5 robots. The robots were happy that they too could join in and rush to the scene of the battle. The 5 robots flew through the portal and rushed directly to their brother first. The transformation process began, and the first told the dwarves that he wanted to show them what divine mechanics were. Mengji and Xiaolu watched them with astonishment, as this was the first time they had seen such a thing. The first sold armor began to come apart, and the transformation process continued. Xiaolu and Mengqi looked at what was happening with increasing astonishment. The transformation process ended. The robot had the king's armor and the final form of armor. Now the Golden Immortal seemed very, very small next to this robot. The Dwarf King couldn't believe his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise, and even the Orc King cried out in fright at the sight of such a huge robot. The transformed first struck the ground so that the Golden Immortal flew into the air. 2 travelers who were still walking through the desert saw a powerful nuclear explosion in the distance, and they were even hit by an energy wave. One of them asked what was going on there, and the other said someone was fighting. There were no bodies under the cloaks of these travelers. They were looking for the black and white archmages who should have been there. One of them said it would be hours before they could break the seal. And the other one said, "Stop hiding your power and walk through the desert." He added that the man was coming back and they didn't have much time left. And determined to get to the right place as soon as possible, they used their powers and sped off to get there in time. The Archimages shouted at the elves, orcs, and dwarves that they were not helping them, but only making things worse, and said they wouldn't give them a drop of the pills. And Anne told her sister that she got a bad feeling and they need to go out. The White Archimage begged them not to do that, because if they woke up and let them out, the gods that were already approaching would grab them again and lock them up. But the Demonesses said their family was in danger. Since they're defenders of the Academy, they have to be at the scene of the battle. The Archmages knelt before them, but they didn't care. The Demonesses said they didn't have to worry about them, and it was none of their business what would happen to them. They replied that the Demonesses are wrong, and since they know the secret of the Archmages, they will be sent to the other world. And demons like them can't handle a god. And Anne and Ninan turned away from them and were about to leave, but the Archmages told them to stop. The White Archmage said to be sure, but not to worry. He said that against the creators, they won't let them go so easily and have prepared pills for them. Ning and Anan turned around and looked at the Archmages in surprise. Meanwhile, the Golden Immortal was looking up at the huge robot from below, and the twins thought that everything Teacher Jansen said was true. The 5 robots discussed that the cultivator's energy was very pleasant, and he told Zichao and Lan Bin that because of their powers, they were invincible. And the robot said that from now on, he would be living at their academy. Lan Bin asked him to stop wasting their time, and Zichao added that they would lose that way. The robot listened to the kings and started attacking the Golden Immortal again. A huge, powerful tornado formed, and the Golden Immortal couldn't stay on his feet. The tornado spun not only the Golden Immortal, the king of the dwarves who controlled it also spun with it. But the tornado did not stop and spun the Golden Immortal faster and faster. The dwarf king shouted to the orc and elf to help. They replied that their powers had run out and all they could do was send him back to this world. He got angry at them and realized why they themselves didn't want to come to this world. But then rays began to appear from the middle of the tornado. It was the Golden Immortal who had used his abilities. Finally, he was able to break free of the tornado and was ready to fight again. And the Dwarf King shouted that the cultivators were underestimating him. But then the Golden Immortal was grabbed by a huge robot arm under the control of Kings Lan Bin and Zichao. At the same time, 2 travelers were flying swiftly towards the place where the huge tornado was. They realized that's where the whole mess was happening and they had to hurry. Meanwhile, the Black Archmage stood and Cauldron brewed some sort of elixir. The White Archmage gave the Demonesses a vial and told them to drink it so they could become creators. They thought it was an elixir from an alien world, and Anne and Ning each took a vial from him and drank the elixir in a gulp. After they drained the bottles after thinking about it, they said they didn't feel anything, and that it was like regular water. The White Archmage was surprised and turned to his brother and said that they needed a bigger portion. Meanwhile, the robot under the king's control was clutching the Golden Immortal more and more tightly in its hand, and then he threw it against the ground with such force that it went deep inside her. The huge robot stood and watched it look like it had defeated the Golden Immortal. The defeated Dwarf King lay on the ground unable to rise. When Mingqi saw this, she thought they had won, and Xiaolu said that it looked like they were able to defeat the creator. The armies of the kings were jubilant over their victory and wished long life to their kings. And the kings were still fighting amongst themselves and Lan Bin clamped his teeth into Zichao's helmet. 2 travelers had already arrived at the battle site and stopped nearby. They were discussing what they had gotten to and planning their next steps. One said we should find the Archmages and send them to the other world. Another said that the combination of robot and kingpin powers seems to be overwhelming right now. Meanwhile, Annan and Ninan were already drinking the elixir from huge vessels. They emptied the vessels and showing them empty to the White Archmage asked for more. He yelled that they'd had 300 of them and that one was enough for humans, and that they should start feeling something. And then he asked who they were. One of the travelers told the other that the world they were in was not as simple as he thought, and added that he should be more attentive to the deepest parts of the city. He said he felt 6 strong auras referring to the cultivator family. The second replied that everything was fine and there was no cause for concern because he had the summoning nucleus his father had given him. And he added that if he arrived in this place, the world would be in ruins before he could even blink an eye. And he told his comrade to look for archmages while he summoned his father, but he asked if he should go to the city at all. Then one of the travelers felt something and said it looked like they had been spotted. A robot controlled by Lan Bin and Zichao looked at them and noticed them. He asked the 2 fighting comrades when they were going to play. Zichao and Lan Bin stopped fighting and looked at him questioningly, and the robot told them that he felt they weren't done with everyone yet. The travelers didn't understand when they were spotted, but then, thinking it didn't matter, they decided to go and fight. One of the travelers who had the core began the process of summoning a god. Kings Zichao and Lan Bin didn't understand who they were when they saw them. One of them had already approached them and grabbed Lan Bin by the throat, saying that he wanted to send him to the other world first. Zichao was angry and wanted to hit him, but he saw that he had no body. The traveler ordered him to stop and told him that his aura was annoying, and added that he couldn't let the 2 of them team up. After his words, a powerful explosion with a strong energy wave rang out. This wave hit the Eternal Academy disciples who were watching their comrades. Trying to close herself off from this wave, Xiaolu didn't realize what was happening there again. Meanwhile, all 5 robots crashed into the wall at breakneck speed. Trying to get up, the green robot said it was impossible and didn't understand how the traveler was able to get into the cabin. Lying on the ground, 000 first asked Zichao if he was alright. Zichao landed next to the crouched Meng Qi trying to get up. Meanwhile, the traveler still holding Lan Bin by the throat asked how he felt. The second traveler holding a cannonball in his hand began to display his abilities. With his abilities, he was able to form barriers for all 6 families. He said they'll hold them off for a while and we need to find archmages. But since these guys are really strong, he can't hold them off for long. He began activating his abilities to see where the archmages were. In one of the houses, he saw 2 demonesses lying over which Chen Kai-shan was leaning. He could see that she was using her power to try to heal 2 sleeping demonesses. Inside the sleeping demonesses, he saw 2 bottles of archmages and said he had found them. The barrier surrounding one of the 6 families' houses was pierced by a huge cultivator's weapon. This weapon was able to wound one of the travelers, and he didn't realize what happened. The barrier was then destroyed, and with it, one of the houses. Through the energy wave, they could see that someone was approaching them. Xiaolu didn't understand what had happened, and who could destroy the barrier in the house. The 2 travelers also saw a figure approaching them, but they didn't know who it was. Tianlan appeared in front of them and was already stowing her weapon in her scabbard. She turned to the traveler and asked who he was and how dare he make a mess of the world. The students of the academy cheered when they saw their older sister. The twins jumped for joy that she had come to their rescue. Not far away from them, Lan Bin fell headlong into the ground. One of the travelers reminded the other that he had promised to hold them back, and she jumped out very quickly. He replied that she was much stronger than the others. She guessed they'd left an integral equation in her room. It was fun, but she'd been solving it for thousands of years. They said it was because she was plotting against her teacher. They added that she didn't have to solve the equation. Tianlan asked how they dared to summon her teacher here by trickery, or are they so eager to go to the other world? The travelers replied that they would send her to the other world before he came. Teacher Janssen was in outer space at this time and was looking at the planet. In an instant, instead of a single planet, many identical ones appeared in front of him. He realized it was a superpower and said he couldn't respect him after that. Teacher Janssen applied his abilities and 2 rays appeared from his eyes. These rays went around several planets and appeared in the world of the Wu state. Chen Kai-shan, seeing this, was very surprised and didn't understand what was going on. The travelers told Tianlan that even if her teacher was here, it wouldn't change anything, because they had the gods on their side and had nothing to fear. After these words, the 2 travelers dropped the cloaks they were wearing. Now the bodiless beings who had taken the form of demigods appeared before everyone. Mengqi asked what the hell it was, and Yejun said it was outside their academic program. Xiaolu also looked at them with astonishment and thought it was a god. And Tianlan watched and tried to figure out what the half-god form meant. The demigods began to use their abilities. They were ready to attack Tianlan. She hovered in the air and they directed 2 powerful energy beams at her. But these rays didn't hit Tianlan as she had built a barrier around her. There was an explosion and Yejun barely had time to run to the side and screamed that she was scared. Mengqi noticed a strange object and wondered what it was. But the competition host said not to touch it as there was primordial chaos inside. One of the demigods said that Tianlan is a very brazen woman, and attacked and said she was naive to dare defy him, but he didn't have time to attack her as he began to fall apart. It was Tianlan who used her magic ability and attacked him first. After her attack, she calmly tucked her weapon back into its sheath. Another demigod preparing for battle said he'd send her to the other side. He began to become saturated with energy and a powerful electromagnetic field appeared around him. Becoming whole again, the other half god didn't realize who this woman was. They were on the highest level, and it was the first time he had ever met such a thing. Tianlan watched him recover with bewilderment. They thought they were invented by the gods and didn't understand how she could be a head taller than them in power. One of them said he admired its creator, but they're in their mental form and even destroying their genes can't send them to the next world. Tianlan said that she is a weapon cultivator and can split apart anything time-fate this world, and they are just 2 mental problems. The comrades looked at Meng Qi, but she too looked surprised upon hearing those words. The demigod said it was impossible that any creature could do this. Tianlan, ready to fight, said that she was just a doll that was made of clay. When they heard this, they didn't believe it and even asked if it was made of clay. And then they asked if some clay doll could do that. Meanwhile, the blue glow created by Tianlan was approaching the 2 half-gods. One of them told the other to beware of this glow, but it was too late. They were already engulfed by it. After that, they both found themselves in a void where there was nothing and didn't realize what this place was. There, they saw Tianlan also being with them and looking at them menacingly. The host of the competition said that this is the abode of weapons and only a great immortal can use this technique. You can use it to cut through anything. People stood and stared at this blue glow, waiting to see what would happen next. Tianlan began the process of destruction with her abilities. The half-gods began to collapse again, and she said the area of consciousness was not recovering. She drew her weapon again and began to fight the 2 half-gods. They discussed that things were bad and that this technique could send them to the other side of the world while they were there. And they decided that they should run. They tried to escape, but she began the process of splitting the mind. She said it looked like a small space, but to them it was boundless, and even with a split consciousness, there would be no escape. All the participants of the event stood and looked at this glow from afar, and even they were affected by the energy waves coming from it. Tianlan readied her weapon once again and said that she was ready to deliver the final blow. She yelled for them to disappear, and they began to disappear, begging their father to save them. A greenish flame formed from the core they had in the sky. This flame grew bigger and soon became huge. Tianlan received a blow. She fell to the ground nearby with Ming Qi and Xiaolu, who were worried about SS. She stood up and looked at the greenish flame still in the sky. Tianlan didn't understand what this blazing flame was or where it came from, and the half-gods who managed to escape called her a bloody wench, and said she almost sent them to the other side of the world. One said if she sent them to the other side in that uniform, they'd be embarrassed. The other said she was very strong, and they decided that while she was confused, they should take her out. They started to attack her, but Tianlan defended herself with her weapons. People were watching their battle, and Ming Qi was worried about her big sister. One of the twins approached the competition host and asked if she could handle it. He replied that the fact that she's still fighting is a brave deed. She is undoubtedly a great master if she fought two immortals at once. Tianlan was still trying to fight but was receiving blows from the immortals. Watching this battle, Ming Qi realized with horror that she wouldn't be able to fight for long. One of the immortals preparing to strike said that she would go to the other world and no one would help her. But no sooner had he said that than he received a blow to the head from the other side. The second immortal watching the fight didn't understand what had happened. Tianlan herself was also surprised to see who rushed to her aid. The blow was so powerful that the immortal flew on the ground for some distance. He stopped and looked at those who chose to fight him. It was an Anne and Ningning, hovering in the sky, and Anne asked who gave them the right to behave so arrogantly. The students of the academy were very surprised that the demonesses woke up and were at the scene of the battle. And Kings Tsu Chao and Lan Bin saw them and thought that their appearance had changed. The defeated dwarf king was still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Watching the battle, the orc king shouted to him to get up, and the elf queen said that the bodies of the demonesses contain white and black archmages. One of the immortals, hearing the black and white mages inside them, realized why he couldn't see them. And the bodies of the two demonesses did indeed still contain bottles of archmages. The immortal was angry that the opponents are still there, but he was going to deal with them soon. Around Anan, red flames began to blaze around Anan. Her eyes also turned red, and she had already prepared her weapons for battle. Ninin, also engulfed in red flames, was also already drawing her weapon from its sheath. Xiaolu was very surprised to see the new abilities of the two demonesses, and the immortal demigods had already prepared for a new battle. The competition announcer shouted that it was a hellish form and it was the Demon King. Now in the sky, instead of two demonesses, everyone saw two phoenixes engulfed in flames. Zichao and Lanbin also saw it and realized that it was the creator. The two archmages sat and relaxed, discussing that what they had done had worked. The two demonesses drank an entire cauldron of elixir each, and the archmages wondered if they were even human. Mengti and Haolu were happy that Anan and Ningning had come. They said that there was no doubt that their clan had the best masters. One of the immortals held onto Anan's hand after being hit. The other one said that they were just little useless girls. The host of the competition yelled that the villains are always very dumb and they aren't little girls, but demons in their human form. But they're not cultivators. Mengqi and Kolu told him not to worry so much. They explained that following the demonic path was difficult and there was only a small chance of gaining immortality. The immortals decided that since they were just girls, they had nothing to fear. But then suddenly one of them was attacked by An with a weapon in his hands. He didn't understand how she appeared near him so quickly and barely had time to defend himself. During this battle, very powerful energy waves began to appear and the immortal found it increasingly difficult to cope. Yansen's disciples didn't understand what was going on there as nothing could be seen. After the strikes, these energy waves even penetrated the outside world, destroying several buildings. People in the city were panicked and screaming without realizing what was happening. A huge crack appeared in outer space near Earth. The same crack also appeared on the picture of the Wu state painted by Yansen. The people on the streets of the city didn't understand what had happened to the Immortal Cultivator Academy. Hovering in the air, and Ain with weapon in hand looked at the crack that appeared in the sky. Sister Tianlan was also watching and couldn't believe what was happening. Yansen's disciples looked at this crack with their mouths open in surprise. Kings Zichao and Lanbin also didn't understand how an An could do this in one strike. Mengqi recalled a bit and said that Earth space had been split, and Anan and Ningning stowed their weapons in their scabbards and hovered above the disciples in the air. Xiaolu asked Tianlan that if they won and could split space, she said that it might be difficult for them to recover from this attack. One of the immortals still alive got angry and said they screwed up. Tianlan explained that a demon is born with strength and a core inside, and once they develop the inner core, they become almost invulnerable. She pondered something for a while, frowning and biting her lower lip. Then she silently abruptly flew off somewhere, and Mengqi shouted out where she was going. One of the immortals asked his father to grant him the power of enlightenment, saying that he needed very little. Everything around him lit up with a bright green light, and he began to drink in the power telling the demonesses to get ready. And Anne at this time quietly watched the scene hovering in the air. The bright green light grew stronger and rocks began to fly around the demonesses. The academy students tried to stay on their feet and cover themselves from the rocks as an energy wave appeared. One of the immortals, infused with the power he needed, began to transform. He became huge, his form changed, and a huge weapon appeared in his hand. Mengqi said with surprise that it was that green flame that had changed them so much. Xiaolu and the academy headman also looked at this immortal with astonishment. He said he doesn't need his father's help now, and even if the demonesses could fire and slice minds, they couldn't handle them. But Anan once again rushed to the attack, using her weapon against the immortal. The immortal barely dodged Anne's attack and shouted that it was impossible. But She was already heading towards him with an outstretched arm at great speed. And Anne grabbed the immortal's face and said they were invulnerable. And twisting it so it was practically a knot, she said they could make their lives hell. And then adding that wasn't all, she kicked the immortal so that he flew very far away. In twisted form, he flew to Ninin, who, saying she was already done, hit him with her weapon. Like this, the two demonesses continued beating the immortal for a long time. Xiaolu and Meng Qi watched this and couldn't utter a word out of surprise. In the end, Anan said they'd played enough, and called them losers and said they would go up in flames for thousands of years. She used her powers and the immortal was engulfed in red flames. Yansen's disciples watched the two dots in the sky that were demonesses and the bright flame that contained the immortal. The people and academy headmen looked at what was happening, and Meng Qi happily said that they had done well. And Anne and Ninning laid down their weapons and said they should not have underestimated them. Just then, a second immortal appeared behind them, who was still holding onto his hand. A green flame engulfed him, and he began to regain his strength. The incorporeal immortal began to transform into human form. He turned to Annan and Ningning, calling them lovely ladies, and they turned around. They saw that before them was the same immortal, but in human form. He told them that they were still young, and why all this grumpiness. And Anne and Ningning looked at him in astonishment, not understanding how he could transform like this. Mengti was amazed at their new uniforms, and said that the bastards were unpredictable, and how could they make such a handsome boy. And Anne asked him what was going on and added that there would be no mercy this time. The black and white archmages shouted that it was the god himself, and he could use different forms of visualization of himself. They were frightened and cried out that they did not know what to do. They did not know that God would come to them. And the god calmly said that he had come for the old men who were disturbing the whole world of chaos. Meanwhile, Tianlan flew towards the remaining 5 family houses that were still shrouded by the barrier. She flew faster and faster trying to keep up, but then she realized he was already here. The white and black archmages said they had already apologized and asked to be left alone. But he answered them that if apologies had weight, laws would not have been invented. And Anne asked that maybe he was just jealous of their talent and afraid of being overthrown, and added that he could try to take them away. He replied that he didn't envy them and could crush a bunch of such talents as well as the creator himself, capable of sculpting low-level puppets. The demonesses looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. He explained that actually the creator is not so weak, but his main field of endeavor is world creation. And these two great chaos mages allowed a duel between the creators, and in addition threw their potions everywhere. As a result, there are several creators who are not hard to find. Then he asked the demonesses if they thought the old men were in the wrong. And Anne began to get angry and asked the archmages if what the god had told was true. The white and black archmage was confused and didn't know what to say to her. God said that according to the 351st article of the law, they should be sentenced to life imprisonment. And Anne replied that according to Article 1310 of the Heavenly Deity Clan's rulebook, spilling a drop of water should create a body of water. He replied that he disliked perfecting immortals. The black and white archmages tearfully told the demonesses that they loved them and thanked them. The demonesses shouted that if it weren't for Master Yansen's numerous reminders that promises were more precious than gold, they would have personally turned them in. The black and white archmage still happily began wiping away tears. Then the face of the god darkened, he became huge and said that if this is the case, then there is no choice. A very strong wind came up and the demonesses could barely keep up. The sky abruptly became dark, appeared huge black clouds over the Wu state. People in the state looked up at the sky and didn't understand what was going on. Even Jiren and his servant, still there, raised their heads to the sky in surprise. A terrifying wind rose up. Many red lightning bolts appeared through the black clouds. One of Jansen's older students led Tianlan and asked if she was injured. She replied that she was not injured. Here, Jansen's senior disciples who had been released by Tianlan appeared in front of the god, and Anne and Ningning looked at them in surprise, not expecting that those might appear. Xiaolu and Meng Jai rejoiced at the appearance of the siblings who were able to pass through the gate. Kings Lanbin and Zichao decided that they had to leave because this was not their battlefield. They flew over to Xiaolu and Meng Qi and told them to stop enjoying the spectacle because they had to get out of there. Looking at her companions, Meng Qi grinned and said that they had grown up. They replied that it had been 600 years. Meng Qi didn't understand what was going on and said that the clouds were thickening more and more. Then Xiaolu told the headman that her color had changed. She had turned black. Zichao and Lanbin also started to turn dark and didn't understand what was going on. It was the god who was writhing and watching the scene shrouded in a green glow hovering in the air. The host of the competition grabbed his head and shouted that the color was fading before his eyes. Jansen's senior disciples also saw that the color of their bodies began to change, but they thought that such a thing was impossible and that this world was beyond his control. The people on the streets changed just as much. Jiren looked up into the sky and his eyes turned white. Tianlan realized that the god was cutting off the connection to their world, and it had to be stopped, otherwise they could all become a living painting. And Anne got angry and a fireball appeared in her hands. She said, "Stop pretending." And throwing the ball far into the sky, An added that she could do it too. After that, Meng Qi began to realize that the color was gradually starting to return. Tianyuan shouted out where this greatest demon came from and what is even going on here. Rays of light began to appear through the black clouds above the Wu state. God realized that she had used the power of the creator but said that it couldn't be taken by numbers. At this time, Ninan had already attacked him by throwing her weapon at the god. But he shoved aside the weapon thrown at him by Ninan with one slight movement of his hand. Then, An flew up to him and started fighting. She threw punches, but he didn't seem to care and didn't even move. As she was about to strike again, he grabbed her and threw her away from him with force. Ninan approaching asked how she was, and An said she was fine. Here, the two demonesses found themselves in outer space but did not understand what this place was and where it came from in this world. The god held a small ball in his hands, which contained the outer space in which the demonesses had fallen. Jansen's disciples saw what happened and screamed and had a sense of déjà vu. God said that the two of them were restless as splinters and that he would deal with them later. The older students watched these actions with excitement and didn't know what would happen next. Soon everyone realized that this was no ordinary opponent that an immortal or creator could face, for he commanded space itself. God turned to those present and asked what they were going to do, and that perhaps they were waiting for someone, and then added that their mentors were too busy. Tianlan got angry at him and asked why he was being so boastful. A glowing orb appeared in his hand, its rays illuminating everything around him. This light was so strong that Tianlan barely managed to shield herself from it. The god said that clay dolls were not given words, and Yan Sen's senior disciples started to become clay and crumble. The younger students realized with horror that their older comrades had begun to melt away. King Zichao and Lanbin decisively said that the elders needed to help. Xiaolu said that apparently they must have gone crazy or can't see how strong he is and can go to the other world. Lanbin said that there was no other choice, and Zichao added that they could buy some time. They flew to where the light was coming from and agreed that Zichao would attack from the front and Lanbin would support him. Once they reached the place, they tried to hold on to the huge glowing ball of light created by the god. The god, still holding that ball in his hands, grinned as he watched the efforts of the two kings. He said their unlimited power and immortality was excellent, and their immortal world wasn't so bad after all. And using his power, he said that unfortunately they were too young and not strong enough. The rays of light he created penetrated the eyes and mouths of Kings Lanbin and Zichao. Xiaolu saw this and cried out in horror, worried about her comrades. The god defeated Zichao and Lanbin fell senselessly to the ground. They were barely able to be picked up by their comrades, and Mengqi said that with a wave of his hand, he made the sky open up and the earth crack at the level he was at. The host of the competition holding Zichao said that he couldn't even guess this, and his strength exceeded all expectations. Supporting Lanbin, Xiaolu asked if he was alright. He replied that the god had absorbed their powers, and he held two flames, blue and red. The power of kings said their accomplishments at such a young age were impressive. Just then, Jansen's unknown voice appeared from nowhere and asked that this was the god of consciousness. The god looked in the direction from which the voice had come with undisguised surprise. The older students were also surprised, not realizing where they were hearing their teacher's voice from. Mengqi was also surprised and then said that this voice sounded familiar to her. This voice came from one of the homes of the 6 families where teacher Jansen was already sitting and watching. Chen Keshan looked at the unknown teacher with astonishment, and he sat on his throne and just watched his students in silence. The rest of the disciples rejoiced at Master Jansen's appearance and thought that they were saved. The god of consciousness, also realizing that it was Jansen, muttered that he had returned. And then after thinking about it, he said no, and he was still there. And in fact, Jansen was in outer space and watching from there. Then he asked how he managed to do it, and Jansen said that he was not easily lured out. Then Jansen said that he was thinking too much, and he had always been here. And Jansen's figure in outer space began to dissipate. And Master Jansen told the god that he never left here. God in the midst of the clouds laughed and said that such a thing could not be. And then he added that it's not a doppelganger capable of destroying an entire universe. Jansen, still sitting on the throne, replied that it was a doppelganger and asked if there were any more questions. Mengqi told the teacher that he had taken away Zihao and Lanbin's powers, but Jansen only told the god that he believes he doesn't know the location of heaven either, and that he's so feminine that he doesn't even want to get his hands dirty. His disciples were very surprised when he called God feminine. The god of consciousness said that this means that he too is a deity. Jansen replied that when he said that he would not be well, that was exactly what he meant. Then the god of consciousness smilingly said he could begin. Teacher Jansen was ready to fight and agreed to start the battle. His disciples, sensing that a battle was about to begin, were very frightened. The god of consciousness activated his abilities and held his power in his fist. His opponent also began to activate his power, and a beam of light appeared in his palm. He threw this bright light charge at the god, and his disciples tried to run away in fear. This charge only damaged the god's visible body, but he still stood still, smiling. But there was such an explosion in Wu State that houses began to collapse. Because of this explosion, the painting created by Jansen was damaged. A huge beam of light flew outside the planet and exploded in outer space. Mengqi raised her head and looked up at the sky and couldn't believe her eyes. People on Earth urged each other to look up at the sky without realizing what was happening. Due to the damage to the image scroll, the world hidden within it became visible. Gradually, this world manifested from the painting filled the universe and grew larger and larger. The god of consciousness and Jansen hovered in the air for a while, silently looking at each other. Then the god laughed and said that what the enemy did was interesting. Hooper, who was at the bedsides of her comrades, and Huobo, shouted that something was happening on Earth. The god of consciousness saying that this was just a warm-up prepared for further battle. He flew towards Jansen and hit him with such force that he flew into outer space. It traveled around several planets and eventually crashed into a huge rock on the planet Saturn. Xiaolu and Mengqi cried out, worried about what might have happened to their teacher. But Yansen rose up unharmed, and as if nothing had happened, he was once again ready to fight. The god of consciousness looked at Yansen with a perplexed look and swiftly flew somewhere. The students watched his actions and didn't understand what he was doing. And it flew through several planets and moved toward the sun and began to absorb its energy. Yansen's disciples couldn't believe that such a thing was possible, and Mengqi shouted that he was devouring the sun. After a while, there was almost nothing left of the sun. All around had gone dark. Xiaolu and Mengqi in one voice shouted that he had almost swallowed the sun. With the sun fully absorbed, the Earth's gravity disappeared and people in the city began to rise into the air, not realizing what was happening. As a result of his actions, the planets will go off their orbits. They will go off on a tangent orbit at a tremendous speed, and then the solar system will collapse. Eventually, the god of consciousness was easily able to completely absorb the sun. The cultivators cried out in horror, unable to imagine what might happen next, and he spat out the sun and directed it straight at teacher Yansen. But the man turned him around with one hand and sent him back toward the god. He received a powerful sunstroke and his visible body began to disintegrate. Yansen's disciples watched in astonishment and did not understand how this could happen. Then the light around them went out completely and they found themselves in darkness. They realized that the sun had disappeared and they asked for help without seeing anything. Teacher Yansen meanwhile applied his strength and a glow appeared in his hand. Yansen threw the glow he had created, which had already taken the form of a golden ball, into outer space. There was a very powerful nuclear-like explosion in outer space. The people in the city and even cars went up in the air after this powerful explosion, and the sun appeared in the sky again. The people who had their clothes blown off in the explosion blamed it on the Cultivator Academy. Mengqi was surprised that the sun had returned, and Lan Bin said that this was Mr. Yansen's spiritual power. And they thought it was a sun that would never go out again. Meanwhile, the god of consciousness restored his damaged body and said that Yansen was much more powerful than he had imagined. He said he had to try harder too, and his body began again, first to disintegrate and then to take on another form. After a while, the same god appeared in front of everyone, only in female form. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise, for they had not expected him to be capable of such a thing. And he said that being immortal, the greater the damage, the greater the increase in strength. He began to use the abilities of kings. Lan Binev, seeing this, said that he had started to use his Anzi Chao's strength. God, meanwhile, grabbed one of the planets in outer space with his huge hand and began to squeeze it. Yansen, seeing what he had grabbed the planet, headed straight for it. He flew through the entire planet at great speed and headed straight for the god of consciousness. Teacher Yansen flew even through the deity's hand that held the planet. Already approaching close, he raised his hand to strike the god. Just a second later, the god of consciousness received a powerful punch to the face from Yansen. Yansen's disciples shouted when they saw the deity start to fall down. The god of consciousness in female form fell to the ground with a clatter and thought it was impossible. Yansen, watching this, muttered that he was only slightly stronger than him. Then the god of consciousness opened his eyes wide and shouted to him that it was impossible. And then he saw that Yansen was in the palm of his hand in outer space. Strongly squeezing his palm, he said that he had absorbed his disciples' abilities and their immortality, and asked how Yansen could defeat him. He added that there is a whole universe inside of him he can't get out, and will stay there to meet his end. Yansen, being in outer space, was completely calm and only thought that he was crazy. Then he appeared right in front of the god's pupil of consciousness, and he didn't realize what he was doing. And teacher Yansen only asked him why gods have no brains at all. And saying that brains still need at least one twist, I stabbed him in the pupil. His pupil as well as his entire body began to collapse again. He shouted that it was impossible because he could repel any attack and replenish his energy. He asked how Yansen could even defeat him, how such a thing was possible. Teacher Yansen replied that he creates entire worlds with his brush, and added that this demon world was also drawn by him. He created everything in this world, including demon kings and ghosts. Yansen said that even the abilities of the two kings were his merit, and he used what he himself had created against him. And once again, looking angrily at the god, he asked if he was really that idiot or not. His disciples watching their conversation were surprised, and Mengqi said that she suddenly realized that Mr. Yansen was a creepy person. The body of the god of consciousness began to collapse again and then transform. Now a decrepit old man appeared in front of everyone instead of a god in the guise of a young woman. Mengqi shouted that he was a decrepit old man again. 001 said that it was not an old man, but an image of a real god. He explained that according to legend, the whole universe is hidden in the body of the gods. But that's not quite true because they are the universe itself. They can take on any human form of a man, woman, woman, child. And absolutely any stranger on the street can turn out to be a deity as the world is full of mysteries and coincidences. Xiaolu guessed that he was the real true immortal. The green robot said his body was the entire universe, so he was able to absorb the sun as easily as eating a candy bar. Mengxi said it was creepy, but the robots replied to her that their mentor was much scarier. At that moment, the consciousness could begin to absorb the energy that flowed into his eyes and mouth. Teacher Yansen silently watched as the god absorbed the energy. He began to consume the souls of all people on Earth and even divine ranked heroes. The world of chaos from this energy began to expand and grew larger and larger. Jansen's disciples began to rise into the air while the 5 robots tried to hold them back. And in an instant, all the world's consciousness was concentrated in one place. The god of consciousness laughed and asked Jansen what he was going to do now. He said that he now had the consciousness of the entire universe in his hands. Jansen angrily asked if he really wanted to be disappeared without a trace. God told him not to dare speak to him like that because he knows very well that Jansen is stronger than him. He told him to remember that he had the life of the entire universe in his hands. Jansen was finally angry, and his face lit up with the aura of an immortal emperor. He broke the tower of confinement in which he had once been imprisoned with a single movement of his hand. The true God consciousness body began to gradually collapse. He didn't understand how this was possible. He said that Jansen couldn't destroy him because his body contained the life of the universe and his disciple, and he would be guilty of making them disappear. But Teacher Jansen didn't listen to him and continued to use his force. He said that the immortal emperor's hand knows neither life nor death. Somewhere deep within Jansen's blood were hidden cosmic stars. The consciousness god's body was already almost destroyed by Jansen's strength, but his students in outer space realized they were still alive. The god of consciousness practically vanished, screamed that none of this made any sense at all. But immediately Jansen grabbed what was left of him and tightly clenched his hand into a fist. He said at first he just wanted to teach him a lesson, but he headed out on his own. And you only have yourself to blame for everything. Mengqi and Xiaolu looked at him with astonishment, not knowing that he was even capable of such a thing. Hooper was still near the hospital beds of her comrades and was surprised that they were all still alive. The Rainbow Rangers in Sister Land were also fine when it was over. She swallowed nervously. Jansen returned the 2 demonesses from the portal with one wave of his hand. Rapidly flying out of there, Ain and Ning fell to the ground with a clatter. They stood up and were very happy that they had been saved by Jansen's mentor. And he looked at them and thought about what he would take care of when he got back. Not understanding what he was going to do, the 2 demonesses looked fearfully at the teacher. Jansen made the 2 archmages leave the demonesses' bodies with a single hand movement. He now held in his hand 2 bottles that contained the white and black archmages. He told them not to pretend they'd gone to the afterlife, and it was stupid to think he didn't know, and asked if it was because of them that this mess was happening. The white and black archmages in tears began to beg for forgiveness and to spare them. They began to bow, saying that they had no idea when they came here and had just been swallowed up by 2 girls, and begging for mercy. They realized that this man was more powerful than the god who had sealed them. Jansen asked if they meant that his young demons were so unruly that they were the cause of all this chaos. The white and black archmages calmed down and said that this is exactly what happened. But when they realized that he didn't believe them, they started bowing again, apologizing and admitting that it was their fault. The black magician said he could do the law of the chaos world to them when they were immortal, and said he would not want his students' misdeeds to be known. Jansen told them he would only seal them for 5,000 years, but they invited him to share his expertise in alchemy. He thought about it for a while and decided it wasn't such a serious offense. And he told the archmages that they were free. They were surprised, and the black archmage asked how the law was in such a case. The white archmage told him it was his choice. The black archmage told him it was good to be powerful. Perhaps now everything was going to be fine because the main instigator among the gods was blown into the vastness of the universe by the breath of Mr. Jansen. Seeing the 2 demonesses sneaking off somewhere, Mengqi asked them where they were going. Both archmages were originally imprisoned within the walls of a magical academy. They were then brought to Jansen-san's world by a dwarf elf and an orc. In the aftermath of it, they were absorbed by the 2 demonesses and An and Ningning. All of these events led first to a clash between orcs and demons. Then the gnomes' ghost elves and demons started fighting among themselves, and as a result, it ended up in a clash between the gods and Jansen. The headmasters of the Superman and Ninja Magic Academies were still hiding, huddled on the ground thinking they were going on vacation here. With one wave of his hand, Jansen restored the world depicted on the scroll, and it was time to return. The warriors made sure that the troops invading this world all went through the portal. Troops of orc elves and dwarves were chained up, and the guards were telling them they shouldn't have come here in the first place. The process of their expulsion was overseen by the 2 kings Su Chao and Lan Bin. Seeing off Yukimi orc and dwarf Su Chao said that if it wasn't for the complacency of their mentor, they would have long ago become dust underfoot. Chen Kashan said it was time for them to go and gave the head of state Wu a whole basket of pills, thanking him for his concern. The host of the competition said goodbye to Xiaolu and asked if they could stay for a while. She replied that they still had to write an essay about their vacation. The daughter of the head of the family Mengqi had entered, sobbed on her shoulder, and begged her not to leave her. Jansen and the 2 delinquent demonesses he was holding by the scruff of their necks looked at all these goodbyes with astonishment. Saying goodbye to their king, the ghost reminded him that he had promised them prosperity and to take over the demon world, and asked if he had forgotten that. Lanbin replied that he hadn't forgotten, but they didn't belong here. He told them to protect this world and promised to visit them. Zichao's warriors bowed to him, and he said that after spending 600 years here, he was a little sad to leave. He told his warlord that after he left, they should conquer the ghost world. He replied that it would be done. Teacher Jansen opened the portal, and they all said goodbye to the inhabitants of this world once more. They all came together to say goodbye to them and asked to visit them. Jansen's senior disciples remaining in this world also looked sadly at their departing comrades. After returning, Janssen reported on the summer vacation of his students in the Superhero League. The league representative read that the trip was fun, but the students were quite scared. At this time, the headmen of the Ninja and Superman Magic Academies were crying still and hiding. After reading the document, the league representative was about to stamp the document with the grade. But then teacher Janssen raised a serious look at him but didn't say anything. The academy representative realized everything from the look on his face and his face covered with sweat. Then he stamped a document that said it was a credit. And Anne and Ning Ning were punished with a strict diet and knee-jerk punishment for 3 years because they had been pulling anything into their mouths while traveling. The two kings getting into fights had seriously broken the rules and were now sweeping the area at the entrance of the academy as much as they had burned up life resources. In the world created by Janssen, Tianlan sat for long periods of time looking at his picture. One of her sisters said she's had her eye on that picture for a year. Then someone called out to her, calling her sister. She looked at the front door and saw the figure of a man. There stood Meng Qi, who was smiling at Janssen's senior apprentice. Tianlan was first surprised by her appearance, but then greeted her with a smile. Xiaolu was playing Go with Tian Yuan. He said that since her eyes were covered with a blindfold, she had to use her intuition to anticipate her opponent's move. She said she understood. Then he invited her to act and said he believed that with her talent she could rise higher than the other novices. And far out in the universe, 1.5 deity was still alive and recovering. Crying, he realized that he was still alive, and Earth is a very horrible place. He reasoned that his father had abandoned them, his brothers had fallen, and he himself had almost been burned. And now he didn't know what to do. And then the question popped into his mind as to why he was even still alive. Then water appeared in the space he was in, and he couldn't understand where it came from. The water that appeared gradually turned into a whirlpool, and he didn't realize what was happening. In the midst of this whirlpool, the face of Poseidon appeared, and with a wave of his hand, he exerted his power. He separated his hand from the half-gods, and the half-god cried out in pain. The arm he had detached gradually began to transform into human form. Soon the god of consciousness appeared before them in human form, not realizing what had happened. He fell to his knees and addressed his majesty Poseidon, the god of the sea, thanking him for saving his life. Then Poseidon, the god of the sea, appeared before them out of the water holding his trident, and asked him if he had come from Earth. Still bowing, he said he had been in the chaos world and somehow ended up here. Poseidon said that the supreme god Zeus wishes to see the god of consciousness. The one was very surprised and scared at the same time by Poseidon's message. Meanwhile, the god Thor and his companion were in outer space looking for something. He said it was taken before they got here, and she said they'd find it, but he said it wasn't so easy to negotiate with Poseidon. He decided he had to hurry back and tell his father, so they flew off. Meanwhile, somewhere in an uncharted world, a spaceship was in ruins somewhere. There was a man with a lot of electrical impulses coming from him. 600 years have passed since then, and planet Earth has changed a lot. A young man walked the streets and offered newspapers with the latest news. They said that the once-in-a-100-year enrollment season was open again. Another young man saw this and thought with astonishment that someone was still reading newspapers at this time. The newspapers were thrown around saying that people should take a look for themselves, or they could wait their whole lives. At the Immortal Cultivator Academy, teacher Janssen was also reading the newspaper. The young disciples were discussing that Uncle Xiaolu and Uncle Lu Bo had finally managed to reach the QE refining stage, and they must have eaten a lot of life-giving pills. But the academy had a charter of rules about respecting your elders, but they hoped no one heard them. One of the students said she would love to meet their principal, but she was contradicted by her comrades saying that he is a legendary hero, and besides, it is almost impossible to determine the identity of their director. Janssen had been peeking out from behind the newspaper the entire time, watching the disciples and listening to their conversation. A little while later, both Lan Chi and Lan Chi were sitting and drinking tea at his academy. He told her to mind her decorum, for she was over 600 years old, and to stop fooling around and have tea with him. Then he added that she shouldn't come here anymore. Lan Chi thought he was selfish. She said the Rainbow Rangers had already retired. She asked why he gave them so many life-extending pills if he cared more about them than her. Janssen pointed his finger to the side and told Sister Lan to look over there. He pointed at the ancient mechs and said he rewarded them for it with pills. Lan Chi said to herself that she would definitely ask his disciples about it. And then remembering them, she asked Janssen where his 4 disciples were. He replied that they were recruiting new students at this time. Chen Kojan told that alchemist is a profession that helps others become more powerful. She told this to her young students, explaining that alchemists were devoid of any combat skills, and added that they could find a group of strong warriors for protection. She asked the students not to forget the effectiveness of different herbs because they can help them develop skills faster. And Anne and Ninning, meanwhile, were having fun and eating and being served by monster kings and little monsters. One of the young students ducked down and served tea to his teacher. This teacher was Xiaolu, who was sitting in a chair at this time and looking at her student. Taking a mug of tea, she told him he shouldn't address her so formally. He apologized and thought to himself that she was beautiful and much prettier than they paint in books. In her heart, she was glad to have her own student who even noted her beauty and thought it was very nice. At that moment, a student came to another teacher and said he was here to make tea. This young disciple possessed the same weapon as headmaster Meng Qi. His teacher, Meng Qi, was pleased to see him arrive and told him to drop the formalities and begin their first weapons class. The two young female students were upset that they had failed the exam. They didn't understand how the strongest students of the Immortal Academy had been beaten by someone else. They were overtaken by two disciples, Xiaoming and Xiaohua, whom they called assholes. One of them said that when he was a kid, he said he liked her and was willing to share her hardships. But as he got older, he changed his mind. Another student said that as far as talent is concerned, they are no worse but still completely failed the test. The last question was who Mr. Yansen was like. But they had never met a great master in their lives and couldn't know who he was like. One of them replied that he looked like Meng Qi's disciple, and the other that he looked like Meng Qi himself. They didn't understand how the boys got the answer right, and they reasoned that he looked like his clan, which was the right answer. One of the disciples said that there was no point in discussing this topic now, and the two great masters of the Immortal Academy had found their disciples. Her friend asked frustratedly what they were going to do now. She said it was a pity they were left out like the other students. Those who were able to feel the power just by starting to practice can't find a mentor. And at the gate of the academy, Kings Lan Bin and Zichao were still sweeping up to do their duty, and they heard the words of the two young students. The students went on and decided to find another place because there was nothing to catch here. Zichao and Lan Bin appeared in front of them and offered to be their disciples. They added that the strong masters they were looking for were in front of them, but they passed by and decided to ignore these sweepers, saying that weaklings remain weaklings. So, no need to pretend to be strong. They said only the strong are allowed to sweep the courtyard, and they've lived for 1,000 years. And their academy is full of students who have been improving for 600 years. Then they reflected on the fact that they hadn't been involved in anything since the punishment, and it's no wonder they don't know about them. The disciples were about to move on, but Zichao grabbed one of them by the leg. She asked what he was doing. He asked them to become their apprentices, for it had been a century since they had been given the task. If they did not do it, they would not only be punished, but beaten. She asked if they really knew Grandmaster Yansen. They replied that they were his students, and asked if they had heard of the Elite Four. The students replied that they had not heard. One of them told them not to lie and that she could tell the class by their clothes. And judging by their clothes, they were only in their first year. Zichao and Lan Bin got angry and admitted that they were being punished for using the gate. One said what kind of teacher would punish students so severely for a little disregard for the rules. Another said she heard the master was kind. They turned around and walked on, saying that Mom didn't allow talking to strangers on the street. Lan Bin and Zichao didn't know how else to convince them, but then they had an idea. Zichao asked one of them if she knew that there was another world beyond the gate much bigger than this one. He said he could show it to her as an elder comrade. The young student was interested in his proposal and agreed. And all four of them went to see the other world that Zichao had promised to show them. On the way, the female students reasoned that they didn't really look like the strongest of the academy, but more like idiots. They reached the place and the apprentices didn't see the gate and were upset and regretted that they had relied on these two. They looked at the empty area and the students said that this was the backyard of the academy and they promised to show the gate. And they asked if they were cheating. Lan Bin said that they would go there later and then gave one of the female students a watch and asked her to take it for now. Then he told her to start winding that watch on his command. The frustrated student holding the watch agrees to do what he asks. She pressed the clock button and the earthquake started. She fell down, but Lan Bin held her by her clothes. Her friend looked on in amazement at what was happening and didn't understand what was wrong. Around Zichao, everything swirled and stones flew, and he asked who on earth is able to fight with the one who is subject to the heavens. The young apprentice grabbed her head in surprise and fear and screamed. And after a while, the Demon King Zichao appeared before them in his armor. He used his immortal energy. It was so powerful that some of the houses in the city shattered. The people of the town were very frightened, not realizing what could have happened again. When they heard the rumble, some of them lay down on the ground with their hands covering their heads. One of the students shrouded in a magnetic field couldn't lift her head. King Zichao decided to show another technique and ordered down. He used his powers to pull another planet to Earth. The student said that the two of them were idiots because if this thing fell, they would be hurt. She shouted that they had realized that the kings were very strong and it was time for them to stop already. Just then, King Lan Bin, dressed in his armor, appeared in outer space and asked Zichao how dare he underestimate him. One of the students looked at them, bewildered, not understanding why these two were acting like this. Both kings shouted with one voice that they had put up with each other for 600 years and decided to see which of them would strike the final blow. Meanwhile, Yanzen and Lan Qiqi were still sitting in the academy, quietly drinking tea. Hearing the strange sounds, Sister Lan raised her head and asked what was going on. Yanzen, getting up, said that he needed to go and check what was going on. One of the students was sitting on the ground when her friend fell nearby, enveloped in an energy aura. Demon kings and ghost kings prepared for battle, threatening to take each other down. They simultaneously punched each other in the face, shouting that there was no telling who would be sent to the other side. A fight ensued, and the two kings took turns throwing punches at each other. The two students watched the fight and wondered why it was happening at all, and why they had decided to show off to them in the first place. Zichao grabbed Lan Bin's head and sharply slammed his face into the ground at Mars. But Lan Bin got up, and just like that, he grabbed Zichao and put him face down on the ground of Mars. The president of the Superhero League asked what was going on. His assistant replied that those two jerks from the Immortal Academy were fighting again. He looked out the window and said there was nothing for them to do on Earth and let them finally leave. The two kings still on Mars continued to fight, and Lan Bin threw Zichao towards planet Earth. But King Zichao returned and struck Lan Bingyu in the face again. The Ghost King began to fall towards planet Earth after impact, but then he came to his senses and said that it was as if he had touched him with his finger and directed an energy beam in his direction, and King Zichao simultaneously aimed an energy beam at the enemy. They collided and there was a massive nuclear explosion over the city. The people on the streets were scared and realized that the Immortal Academy was to blame again. After the explosion, there was a powerful energy wave that lifted even the cars in the city into the air. The two female students now understood why these two were forced to sweep the academy's courtyard and felt that 1,000 years was not enough time to punish them. King Zichao attacked Lanbin with a multitude of energy beams, but King Lanbin easily managed to reflect the strikes of these beams. One boy in town was showing his terrified mom that a meteor shower had started. One of the townspeople started digging in the ground and then lay down there because he thought he was about to go to the next world. One of the students ran into the alchemist's classroom and shouted that there was a survival battle going on. At first, the students thought it was Meng Qi and Xiaolu practicing, but the apprentice said it was two sweepers having a duel with each other. Zichao and Lanbin did not calm down and calling each other names wanted to send their rival to hell. One of the townspeople thought his 300 years had been wasted, and he wondered how it could be stopped. King Zichao shouted to Lanbin that he was a third-rank immortal, but at this moment, Yansen appeared beside him and punched him in the face. From this blow, King Zichao flew far to the side before he realized it. When King Lanbin saw that Mr. Yansen had appeared, he immediately became quiet, but he also received a powerful punch in the face from his teacher Yansen. From this blow, Lanbin as well as Zichao flew far to the side, and both kings flew to the ground at breakneck speed and fell somewhere outside the city. The two young female students watching even jumped up in surprise. Yansen looked at them being in outer space with a serious expression on his face. Two students sat down on the ground and one of them asked what was going on. The other said she didn't know. They sat and looked at the two kings who had fallen beside them and whose heads had entered the ground as they fell. The two students stood up, still trying to figure out what had just happened. One of them said she thought she saw a figure in the sky. The other one tried to see it and asked where it was, but they didn't see anything there. Still lying on the ground, unable to get up, Zichao asked if they would now become their disciple. One of the students looked at him with bewilderment at first, but after thinking about it, she agreed. And so they became disciples of these strongest of them. Their teachers had given their students armor to change into. Seeing them in this armor, their comrades started laughing at them and asked what kind of clothes they were wearing. They shouted angrily that they weren't happy about it, but that their teachers had made them dress up like that. Then their comrades said their teachers had some strange fetishes. One of them explained that such robes were worn by warriors and the uniforms differed by level of strength. When they reach a different level, they will wear a special uniform. Her comrades said it was already interesting and then asked where their teachers were. She replied that their teachers are now behind bars for their misbehavior, and now they have to go to the dungeon to be trained and have food carried to them every day. They said they were sentenced to be imprisoned in a dungeon for 300 years, and when they come out, they will sweep the yard again. Their comrades had nothing to say. They said that this was not how they had imagined their teachers at all. One of the friends told the student not to be upset, and he had good news. At this moment, Yansen, who was watching them from behind the newspaper, heard a disciple ask if she knew about the secret world. She was very surprised since she didn't know there was a secret world. He told her that space explorers had found an unknown world, and there were no restrictions on getting there. And then he asked what she thought it was. She didn't know what kind of place it was and asked who lived there. The friend said that monsters lived there. One of them said that there was nothing wrong with the 4 monster kings teaching at their academy, but the other one said that's not the case. He said that these monsters have the superpowers of heroes from Earth and added that the League of Superheroes is going to deal with them by joining forces. The 2 female students were excited, and since they had been practicing for a long time, they were eager to try to deal with the monsters. One of the students said he'd like to try it too, but the Superhero League made it a condition that they could only be accompanied by teachers. In the morning, he asked his teacher Meng Qi, but she said no, and told him not to get distracted by various trivia. One of the students suggested asking uncles Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi to do it, but one of the students shouted that they were even worse than their idiot teachers. At the same time, another student noticed Yansen and asked him if he was a student of their academy, because she had never seen him before. She said in surprise that his uniform was different from theirs, and Yansen looked away from the newspaper and replied that they were the robes of the past era. The students had no idea who to ask for help. One of the students said it would be cool if a great master took them along. But the comrade replied that she is dreaming in vain because he is a legend who has gone down in history and no one knows where to look for him. But then they turned around and saw that their comrades were talking to Yansen. They asked him if he was one of the first disciples of the academy and belonged to the first rank. Yansen replied something like that. The young female student asked in surprise if it was true. Yansen thought to himself that he had received it 1,000 years earlier than all of their teachers. One of the students said it was cool and he had never seen clothes like that. They were looking at the Taoists' real black robes. One of the students said that Yansen was handsome, and she was asked not to react to handsome people like that. One of the students asked if he had heard about the secret world and if they could go there with him. Yansen looked at the young disciples in surprise, not knowing what to say to them. They started begging him, saying they had been practicing hard. Folding his paper, Janssen said that so-and-so he would take them with him. The young students were very happy about it, but then they thought that if they went quietly, the teachers would punish them, and they didn't want to sweep the yard. Janssen said that if they went with him, no one would punish them. He thought he should warn Meng-Chi and the others. The young students joyfully shouted that connections can solve everything. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Superhero League was talking to Xiao Guang, who was about to resign. Xiao Guang confirmed that he wanted to retire and said that Earth didn't need him anymore. The league chairman asked what will happen to the Superman Academy and what will happen to the competition between the worlds that are about to open. He replied that no one at the Superman Academy would help him, and he had already decided to leave. Then the league chairman asked him where he would go. Then Superman Xiao Guang replied that he was going to seek his destiny. One of the students came to teacher Meng-Chi and said that things were bad. She asked what was wrong. He said that her disciple Xiaoming had gone with other disciples to the secret world, breaking the rules. Angry, she said he was a bratty boy who hadn't even learned how to control his chi to avoid danger. So she decided to go after him. The apprentice who reported it said he couldn't get away with it this time. Meng-Chi walked over to where the disciples had come to be sent to the secret world and angrily looked over there in search of her disciple. But when she saw what was going on down there and who was downstairs, she wondered. Teacher Janssen stood there surrounded by young disciples. Her disciple Xiaoming was also there. She told the student who warned her to come back because there was no one here. He objected that it was very dangerous, but Meng-Chi said that the students were perfectly safe now. Just then, a note flew towards her and Meng-Chi wondered what it could be. She unfolded it and began to read. It was a note from Yan Sen, who wrote that her students were very busy and he decided to borrow them for a couple days. Teacher Xiaolu received the exact same note. She was surprised to read it. And at this time, the chairman of the Superhero League welcomed everyone to the meeting. He said it had been 600 years since everyone had witnessed one event. He said they learned of a neighboring unknown world, and the monsters inhabiting it have superhero powers, and there's an empty spaceship out front. Janssen and the young disciples of the academy were also present at this meeting, and they were startled by the chairman's message. The chairman said a team of superheroes will be sent there. Groups led by teachers will help. This is a chance for the younger generation. Vampire Huo Bo and his 4 young disciples were also present at the meeting, and he watched the chairman's speech with astonishment. Xiaoming told Jensen that he couldn't hear or see anything and asked them to come closer. The chairman said he was glad they were all there and began to read out the list of participants. Huo Bo's Vampire Academy opened the list of participants. The student sitting in his arms looked at her teacher with joy. The gods were flying in outer space. The god of consciousness asked Poseidon if they really had to go there, and he replied that it was Zeus's order. He said that Zeus ordered all gods capable of fighting not to use their powers within the earth. The god of consciousness wondered how big the earth was. They had been flying for 6 centuries and had never been able to fly around it, and he wondered what was beyond it. The half-god said that even if he was scared, it was just the vastness of space. And Poseidon said that once upon a time, gods and earthly superheroes fought here. He said that Zeus's father and the other gods met their end here. The half-god asked if there was anyone in this world as awesome. Poseidon replied that Zeus's father and his uncles didn't stand a chance against him, and he said that since this man disappeared, that they've been looking everywhere for him, but he thought they were almost there. The young vampires couldn't believe that Huo Bo himself would lead the team. They all thought that he was really interested in educating the students. Some people were discussing that Huo Bo was the most influential teacher of all today. They were just going to defeat the monsters. Xiao Ming greeted the vampires and reminded them that the last time there was a race at the school, they seemed to have mismanaged. He saw a frowning Huo Bo who was accompanying the young vampires. He was frightened and started whispering that it was Jindan Dacian Dingfeng. The young vampire said it was their director, a creator of the highest rank, and he would accompany them. And if they got in trouble, they could call them for help. And the young vampire added that they weren't so small-minded. Xiaoming asked how they had the nerve to ask to be escorted by the principal. He said that if his teacher had been with them, he wouldn't have behaved like this. The young vampire then began to look around and asked who was accompanying them then. Vampire Huo Bo clearly did not expect to see Janssen himself here and looked at him with consternation. Janssen, on the contrary, was completely calm, and upon seeing the vampire did not say a word. The young student led him by the hand past the vampires, telling him to ignore them, calling him brother. Here, the young vampire started to say that it was just their principal, but Huo Bo covered his mouth with his hand. When Janssen and Huo Bo got close to each other, they didn't say a word, but the vampire's face was covered in sweat. The disciple holding Janssen's hand saw the vampire's reaction and didn't understand why he was so tense. When they moved away a bit, she asked Janssen if he was familiar with the vampire. Mr. Janssen replied to her that it wasn't that they knew each other. A voice greeted everyone and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. And now Huo Bo was not the most powerful leader of the team. It was the Orc Elf and Dwarf Kings who arrived. The Dwarf King said that they too wanted to help with the research, and the best of the best were at their service. Janssen turned around and looked questioningly at the arriving kings, and the young disciples were very surprised. The elf kings of orcs and dwarves saw him and were very frightened. The dwarf king remembered that he had important things to do and he had to go. The dwarf who had accompanied him objected that they had settled things and reminded him that he himself had ordered to go here and send all the monsters to the other world. Riding away in his chair, the dwarf king told the servant that he knew nothing. Yansen's young disciples observed this situation and looked at each other without understanding. At this time, the chairman of the Superhero League said no more procrastination, and it was time to begin. Meanwhile, the three gods in the other dimension were already flying toward Mount Olympus. There were several people watching their approach, and the half-god asked his father who they were. He replied that they were all gods. But he told him not to worry, as there are 12 gods, but the true power is with Zeus alone. Then the demigod asked who Zeus was. His father replied that he was the supreme god of all the gods in the universe. The god of consciousness asked Poseidon if that man was so powerful, why they would risk so much to find him. Poseidon replied that of course it was for revenge, since this man had sent their father's family to the other world. And he confidently said that since Zeus's power now surpassed the level of a god, this time they would definitely be able to defeat him. Then the demigod asked what kind of power was this if he surpassed the level of a god. Poseidon replied that he did not know, because this is something that can only be experienced if one surpasses the level of a god. Not getting an answer to his question, the god of consciousness and the demigod only sighed. Soon they arrived on Olympus, and the demigod asked his father if Zeus was really as strong as Poseidon said. He replied that he didn't know that. Meanwhile, Poseidon came up to greet and bow to the Supreme Lord. The god of consciousness and his son stayed back at this time and were very nervous. Then Poseidon turned to them and said that they should come up and say hello to the Supreme Lord. The confused god of consciousness and half-god dared to approach, and stammering began to greet him. The supreme ruler of Olympus turned out to be a small child who sat on the throne in diapers and sucked a pacifier. The gods who came to greet him were surprised and their eyes bulged. They could not believe their eyes and began to speculate how this male could be the Supreme Lord. And then Zeus took the pacifier out of his mouth and asked them if they had brought him toys. The father and son were surprised and nervous even more since they knew nothing about toys. Then the Supreme Lord raised his hand and ordered the execution of the gods who had come. The god of consciousness and his son were very much frightened when they heard Zeus's order. But Poseidon whispered to the High Lord that these were not toy merchants, but those he himself had asked to be brought to tell him about the land. Then he said that everything was clear and turned to the gods and asked if they had ever been on Earth. The god of consciousness replied that he was on Earth and fighting someone there. Zeus said he had 2 questions and then, showing a picture of a superhero, asked if he beat him. In turn, the god of consciousness showed him the image of Jansen and said that they were beaten by him. Then Zeus asked who it was and he replied that he didn't know exactly, but someone from the world rulers. Poseidon whispered to Zeus that this was the man who suggested wearing underwear under your clothes, and he said that if he gave the order, he would find out. Zeus said they had done a good job and answered his questions honestly. He asked them to tell him about this man's strength and everything that was known about him. And they told the Supreme Lord everything they knew about Mr. Jansen. After their story, he took the pacifier out of his mouth and blew out a small cloud that contained the universe. The god of consciousness stared in wonder at the universe he now held in his hands, and the demigod didn't believe it would just appear. Zeus told them that this universe is much bigger than the one in their bodies, and he gives it to them for their service and following the rules. Poseidon said she was theirs now, and it was time for them to fall down and thank the Lord. Immediately the gods fell down and began to bow, telling the Lord that they were very grateful. The god of consciousness raised his head, asking how they would be able to engage in battle with this man if he was so powerful. Poseidon said they asked too many questions, and Zeus said it was a long time ago. He said he wasn't the only supreme god, there was something bigger than him, and his name was Odin. Zeus rules Olympus and Odin rules Asgard. They were never friendly and often had battles, until they fought against a small planet called Earth. They thought that a planet with an undeveloped civilization could not withstand them for long. Then came the man who could defeat all the gods with one blow. He said they couldn't even fight back, and the god of consciousness was scared when he heard that. Zeus said that their fathers had fallen in battle, and then the Earthmen disappeared. Olympus and Asgard were destroyed, and it took 2 billion years to rebuild. The god of consciousness said it was the result of a battle and asked why they were still looking for him. Then Poseidon asked what he was afraid of, because now Zeus is able to reach such power, and he added that the ancient god's blow was no joke. Zeus finished this conversation and told them to leave as he and Poseidon had something to discuss. The gods bowed to the Supreme Lord before leaving and bade him farewell. Left alone with Poseidon, Zeus said that now they needed to talk. Poseidon asked which of the gods would be better to send to Earth to get information about this man. After all, they would immediately risk being discovered. Zeus then, after a little thought, asked him where Athena was now. Poseidon replied to the Supreme Lord that his daughter was at the top of Olympus and had not yet returned. Meanwhile, the goddess Athena was on top of Olympus having fun. She forced the young men who accompanied her to drink with her. Zeus thought it best to send a god who had no fighting skills. He thought Aphrodite, the goddess of love and pleasure, would be perfect. Poseidon left and said he would inform Eros. Zeus told Athena to go with them. He thought it was time for her to stop dabbling and get involved in affairs of state, and if Eros was in danger, her wisdom would help them. When the god of consciousness and the half-god came out, they finally breathed a sigh of relief because they were very much afraid. Then they were blocked from Olympus by 2 gods who had come from nowhere. The god of consciousness and his son looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was going on. and they grabbed them, put them in sacks, and flew away with them from Olympus. Meanwhile, the team sent to the secret world from Earth encountered the monster Nebula. The superheroes, as well as the teachers and their young students, looked at him in amazement. Nebula told the Dwarf King that their power had reached the limit for this place. He shouted that they had really come all this way to hear that. He replied that they had left Earth and held no malice, and agreed to help the heroes explore. But rules are rules, and the monsters are afraid of them, and asked them not to be cruel because monsters are civilized people. The disciples told Janssen that according to the rules, he wouldn't be able to enter either, and they wouldn't be let in either, and didn't know what to do now. Nebula pointed to a device that measured everyone's age in case anyone tried to sneak in. Huobo got angry at the monsters, and his young disciple asked what they should do. Janssen pondered for a while his disciples awaited his answer. Here he began to transform, and after a while, Janssen appeared in front of them in the guise of a young man. He asked them if that would work, and he said that the ability to conceal power was taught at the academy as a compulsory discipline, and he was a professional at it. His young students opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding what had happened. The vampires were also surprised and said their brother was a genius. And Huobo thought, why hadn't he thought of doing that? Everyone had already started to approach the age measuring machine, and Nebula commanded them not to crowd in and to approach one at a time. When Janssen came over, the device showed his mentor's card, and that he was in the superhero league at the Immortal Academy, and his training is 9 years. Nebula looked at him and said that he looked very much like a man in dark clothes, but Janssen lied that he had decided to return. When Huobo, who had also turned into a young man, approached the machine, he showed his Vampire Academy Superhero League student card. One of the students asked Janssen what rank he was. He replied that it was just a trick and he didn't have any rank. Then she asked if he was really strong. He replied that he was very strong indeed. The other disciples began to whisper that their elder brother had powerful strength, and they wondered how they with low rank could determine his strength. The monster Nebula said that this land used to be a battleground for the gods, but now that they are gone, they live here. He said that every planet is home to a different kind of monster, and since their ancestors were driven from Earth, they decided to settle here. But they did not know why the portal to their land had opened. The disciples listened to his story and wondered. Wanting to be civilized and polite monsters, they agreed to let them into the territory to explore for 7 days. The young student of the Magic Academy told her sister to look at the other students. Judging from their clothes, they were from the Immortal Academy. It was Lan Chi-Chi and looked where the young disciple pointed her. She saw the representatives of the Immortal Academy and was glad that they were here too, and maybe they would meet someone they knew. She said that the Immortal Academy had gained immense power from their predecessors, and if they were with them, they were guaranteed success. Yilan Chichi joyfully greeted the Immortal Academy disciples. Janssen saw her tensed up and thought that it seemed like this maiden should be retired. Xiaoming recognized her and said she was Lan's sister who liked to eat at their house, and she asked if they were alone here. She said she thought it was impossible to get here without a mentor, and asked where their mentor was. The young disciples said that they would come here with their brother and pointed at Janssen in the guise of a young man. Sister Lan thought that his gaze looked familiar to her. She asked if they were the new students of the Immortal Academy. The young student replied that it was so, and Xiaolu Mengxi, Zichao, and Lan Bin were their teachers, and her companion added that they were their students. She was very excited to hear that they were disciples of the top 4 strongest from the academy. And grabbing Janssen in the guise of a young man, she said that she had taken their exam and therefore knew them well. Hugging Janssen, she said that she wouldn't have thought that after 600 years they would have disciples, and the 4 of them were able to find worthy disciples. She was still hugging Janssen happily while he looked very dissatisfied. The young disciples watched them in surprise. Janssen, released from Lan Chi-Chi's embrace, said that he was not among them since he was a final-year student. Then he asked her if she was retired. She said she was retired, but decided to accompany the younger generation. Janssen, in the guise of a young man, thought about her words and thought that there was no arguing with it. They went on together, and Janssen's disciples asked her when she had come. Sister Lan replied that they had come early because they only had 7 days. She said that there are more kinds of monsters on this planet than fleas on a dog. Janssen's student asked where they should start. Lan Chi-Ti replied to her that one should start with their ancestral graves, and together all of the arriving explorers and students traveled to the city. They flew on special buses, and the students really enjoyed the flight. During the flight, Nebula told us that they would be conducting research in the Keita Nebula. Then he told them to fasten their seatbelts as they were about to land. A short time later, they were on site, and the explorers got off the bus. Looking around upon arrival, one of the students said it was some kind of disappointment. Then she asked Nabul's monster if he was definitely a good monster or if it was all a trap. He asked her to calm down since they had dug up all the graves of their ancestors and didn't understand what else they wanted from them. Xiaohua was asked what he was doing, and the disciple replied that he was studying feng shui. He said his mentor taught him feng shui and explained that grave digging has a close connection to geomancy. His classmate screamed that it was another planet, but he said he thought he'd found something. She was surprised but said that feng shui doesn't work across the galaxy. But he said the entrance is right underneath him, but there's no way to get in. Lan Chi-Chi then decided to open the entrance using her abilities. A powerful explosion rang out and all the students of the academies flew into the air. Remaining calmly standing on the ground, Janssen held his disciples back. Falling to the ground, Xiaohua told Sister Lan that she was very cool, and Teacher Janssen said that's how she became immortal. There was a huge hole at the site of the explosion, and everyone decided they had to go down there. Nabila said he'd taken them as far as he could, and warned that since they had never been here before, there might be traps waiting for them. He told them to be more careful and that he was leaving them and wished them a good time. He turned around and walked towards the exit, but Janssen noticed that Nabila was very nervous. As the students looked around the room, they noticed that there were many murals. On one of the walls, the Immortal Academy student saw a picture of Superman and thought about where it could have come from. Lan Qiqi said that this seems to describe the history of heroes and monsters. The students asked her if she could read what was written on the wall. She replied that she had studied the writings and many of the words are still used by the characters. Janssen stood looking at the drawing on the stone while the disciples begged Sister Lan to read the inscriptions aloud. She began to read. It said that he was born into a farmer's family on Earth, and like all Earthlings, he was born with a special gift. She said that according to the writing, both the monsters and the heroes were from Earth. One of the students asked what that meant. Sister Lan said to wait as it was a bit confusing and promised to look into it. She started to read the text again with the words of his name, but something distracted her attention. The image of the superhero began to glow with some strange light. Vampire Huo Bo realized that something was wrong and shouted for everyone to be careful. Janssen barely had time to move Sister Lan away from this image as an energy wave formed. The wave was so strong that Huo Bo flew off to the side, receiving minor injuries. Janssen used his abilities to try to stop this while covering for Sister Lan, but this energy wave accompanied by a bright light was very strong. The academy students couldn't keep their feet on the ground and flew into the air. Lan Qiqi, sitting behind Janssen, didn't understand where this young man got so much strength from. After a while, he was able to stop the energy wave that had appeared so suddenly. The disciples fell to the ground. One of the vampires asked Huo Bo if he was okay, and he said it was close. Yanxing's disciples tried to understand what it was and asked him, thinking that he would explain. After Janssen struggled to stop the energy surge, he looked at his hand that he had burned and said that it was interesting. His disciples said that the huge release of energy was caused by the name alone, and they asked how he could stop it with his bare hands. Climbing up, Sister Lan said that the boy was really strong and thanked him for saving her. She approached the young man and whispered that he was Janssen and asked if that was the case. But he went on to say he didn't know anyone by that name. Sister Lan shouted after him that stop pretending, and that he was the only one with such power, and she recognized him. Then he showed her his hand and asked her if he was so strong, why there was a burn on his hand. She said that guy really wasn't that easy to hurt. He said that as far as he could see, she was wrong and he was just student 599. She paused and wondered if she was mistaken, but then his power was too strong for a student. The students jumped on Janssen and started saying that he was very strong and that he was even stronger than their teachers. They asked him to teach them a secret technique. He said he'd teach them, of course, but a little later, and he said they could take it easy and they would learn the technique. They started jumping for joy and shouting that it was cool. Lan Qiqi watched them from the side. She thought about what he had said about the secret technique and how they would soon master it. She was completely confused and started repeating that it was impossible, and no one but Janssen, whose powers were beyond the realm of possibility, could teach it. Janssen told Lan Qiqi to continue reading the writing on the wall. At this time, the monster nebula came running to the others and told the great ancestors that things were bad, and that something strange was going on. He stopped in front of them to catch his breath, and the great monster ancestors asked what happened. They asked if the so-called future heroes of Earth are really scared in our dungeons. Nabila said he doesn't know if they are scared, but there is both good and bad news. Then the ancestors of all monsters told him to start with the bad news. He said that the so-called future heroes of Earth were able to withstand the energy flow in the dungeon, and they are still alive. The ancestors of all the monsters asked then what good news he brought. He said that the barrier that was holding them back here is finally gone. It was the kids themselves who broke it. They said there was no such thing and asked who he was. Nabila pointed to the screen with Janssen on it and said it was him. The ancestors said that it was impossible as it was the power flow of that man, and is there another like him in this world? Meanwhile, Lan Qiqi read that this man's name was William Henry Force, and he was born into an ordinary farmer's family. At that time, the earth was plunged into chaos. It was inhabited not only by humans, but also by half-human monsters and other strange creatures. Humans were the weakest of them all and struggled to survive in this world using their insignificant technology. The struggle for survival took place until the birth of William Henry Force. William Henry Force might well have lived an ordinary human life, but from the moment he was born, a different fate awaited him than the others. One day, his father's tractor broke down. Something was wrong with its wheels, but he didn't have the right parts. He was mending when he was called out by William's mother, who was sitting with him on the terrace. His father asked her what was going on. She was sitting on the grass next to a recently born infant who had somehow gotten up out of the cradle. His eyes glowed with a strange red light. An hour after he was born, he understood human speech, and an hour later, he could walk and run. Little William walked over to the tractor and lifted it with one hand in front of his astonished father. No one knew why, but he was gifted from birth with unimaginable power. He had no idea where this power came from or why he was so different from the others. His parents knew that a great power lurked within him. He always thought his parents would tell him that more power meant more responsibility. But they said that with that kind of power, he could rule the whole world. But ruling the world wasn't interesting to him. He just wanted to be an ordinary man. One day at the age of 6, he was playing with his friends and they asked why he took and put on his teacher's tablecloth. He thought he looked cool and thought his friends thought so too. But his friends said it was ridiculous and asked if he was going to fight monsters like that. He said not only to fight, he could destroy their race with a snap of his fingers. His friends kept laughing, saying he was a storyteller. His friends said that when he grows up, he wants to join the technological squad because only they are able to fight back against monsters. Young Henry took offense then at the words of his friends and the fact that they didn't believe him. One day, an alarm sounded for a technology alliance, and their chairman asked an aide what was going on. He replied that Earth was under attack from another planet, and they were close and ready to strike. They don't have the powerful technology to strike back. The planet Terrestra that was going to attack them was 1,300 light years away from Earth. The king of the planet said that humans dare not stand up to them with their pathetic technology. His subject asked His Majesty how he did it. He said it was simply a matter of changing the star's orbit with a gravity control device. His subject said he was very wise. People on Earth were in a panic and didn't know where to hide and run. The chairman of the alliance thought it was over, and his assistant ran away and told him to run home and save the child. Watching the alien attack, Henry's friends asked him what they should do. He used his powers after a little thought and flew to the scene. It flew from Earth to a star that had shifted out of orbit and was already very close. This star was approaching Earth faster and faster, and people were panicking when they saw it. Young William approaching swung around and hit the star with all his might. Its impact was strong enough to turn the approaching star away from Earth. The aliens couldn't believe the star was starting to come back. The star crashed into the planet Terrestra at tremendous speed after William's impact. The aliens didn't understand how humans could launch back a star thousands of times bigger than Earth, and they shouted to the Earthlings that this wasn't the end. When Lan Chi finished reading the writings, she still looked at them for a while and pondered how one could possess such strength at the age of 6. Jansen, in the guise of a young man who was cooking food on the fire at this time, turned around and looked at her. Lan Chi smelled the scent of food cooking, and it distracted her from her thoughts. She pounced on Jansen, yelling that she was crucifying herself while he decided to fry some fish, and told her to show some respect. He told her he was listening carefully, and she said it was a lie. Jansen said that she talked about the history of growing up, and it was interesting. She told him he was a fraud and asked him where he got the fish here in the first place. Jansen showed Lan Chi a small ball in his hands and said that he had a whole ocean hidden in his head. She couldn't believe her eyes. She thought about the unfathomable power and arrogant character. This is definitely Jansen. These thoughts made her nervous, so she began to chew on her handkerchief. Lan Chi approached him again and asked what he was doing. Meanwhile, he was training the young disciples. He told them to raise their hands a little higher to feel the spiritual energy and then transform it into a dragon. She finally got angry and started yelling for him to stop playing around and admit that he was Jansen. To get Lan Chi to stop screaming, he gagged her mouth with the already cooked fish. But the young disciples of the Immortal Academy had already heard that she had called him Jansen, and were now looking at him in surprise. Sister Lan was angry with him and said that he continued to have fun with young people, even though he was old enough to be their grandfather. He criticized her for it at the time. He left saying that the story she had read to them was quite interesting and she should continue. She went on to read that Henry, because of his unusual ability, hadn't noticed himself leaving Earth, and he himself had not yet fully realized what the limits of his power might be. The assistant chairman of the Technology Alliance reported to him that they had been rescued. The chairman asked him who helped them, and the helper said it was a child. He was very surprised that it was a child, and so Henry became the very first superhero on Earth, and the Technology Alliance became the League of Superheroes. Young Henry started saving people in trouble, and he did it more than once and even lost count. He founded a superhero academy on Earth, and as he grew, his strength and speed reached unprecedented power, and there was nothing he couldn't handle. His academy was at its peak, and it was much better at running the world. And then he met Egon, the great ancestor of all monsters. He called him a monster with the power of the gods. Then Henry thought he had reached his power limit. He began to fight the great ancestor of monsters and defeated him with a single blow. The monster said he's smart enough to realize he needs to back off now. He said they would meet next year and spit a huge egg out of his mouth. But Henry was strong enough to stop that flying egg. The monster's great ancestor screamed in terror and begged Henry to let him go. But he had sent a monster that could destroy the human race to the next world. The huge egg that the monster spit out was kept at his house. Neither gods nor titans could withstand his blows. He thought they were his creators, but he was just an ordinary man. After that, there was peace on Earth. But Henry's soul was empty, and he was sad that there was no worthy opponent. And he still hadn't found out what the limit of his power was. When he got older, this feeling reached its peak, and he couldn't drown it out. Then he decided to end it all. He changed the Earth's magnetic field and made sure that all children born after him got his abilities. Because of his immortality, he decided to go into a sleep pod. He set the date and removed the battery. The only one who can wake him up is himself. Lan Chi realized that he was the one they all owed their strength to and that he was their progenitor. Yan Sen, who was eating the cooked fish at this time, said that he had long gone to the other world and it was somehow not fun. Xiaohua shouted that he was able to master the technique that Yan Sen had shown him. His companions were surprised that it was so fast. The young disciples were about to launch the dragon, but Lan Chi shouted for them not to do so. She grabbed Yan Sen and shouted that he was saying that this forbidden technique could destroy the earth. Children should not be allowed to play with such power. The students of the Immortal Academy were very surprised that this technique was so dangerous that it could destroy the earth. Yan Sen told her that he was confident that the young disciples wouldn't start anything. All this was watched by the ancestor of all the monsters and Nabula, who asked what they should do next. The ancestor said he wanted to send superhero kids to the afterlife to kill off future generations of Earth heroes. But this is a chance to return to Earth. Monster Nabula, calling him a great king, asked how they would do it. He said that boy was amazing, referring to Yan Sen, and if he could get his energy, he could return to Earth. Nabula tried to talk him out of it because that boy was able to stop Henry's energy flow, and if their ancestor goes to the next world, so do they. And he added that other strong heroes had also arrived here. Then the ancestor of all monsters said that nothing should be done for now and everything should be well thought out. Nabula said he had a bad feeling, but their ancestor told him not to worry, and when they got their strength, the boys would come up with a further plan. The ancestor of all the monsters took out his cell phone and looked at the screen and asked how the kids were doing. Then he told them to wait a little while because they would be back soon. And the ancestor of all monsters spoke to the 4 monster kings. At this time, all the explorers came to a wall with a huge number of passageways and they decided to split up. Yan Sen showed Lan Chi where she should go, but she replied that she would go with him. The team split up and they set off through the gloomy corridors while Lan Chi had a bad feeling. The ancestor of all monsters and Nabula decided it was time to act and activated the power of illusion. The monster Nabula asked the king if these illusions would work on them. He replied that it was no mere illusion, and though his powers were now inferior to those of his creators, he had been born with the power of the gods, and he decided they needed to deal with the vampires first. He used the power of illusion on them, which worked on everyone except Huo Bo in the guise of a young man. The dwarf king saw that they had applied the illusion and said it was funny believing they were bluffing like that. And then he fell into his illusion in which the kings of orcs and elves bowed before him and said that they would serve him faithfully. And even though the Dwarf King knew it was an illusion, he liked it very much. Nabel's monster was very surprised that their illusion plan worked, and the great ancestor of the monsters explained to him that the illusion showed their desires. In the illusion of the Elf Queen, the Dwarf and Orc Kings worshipped and promised to serve her for the rest of their lives. The same illusion occurred to the Orc King, and he was very happy to fall into it. Vampire Huo Bo realized that it was an illusion based on desires, and was glad that he didn't have many desires. Then in his illusion, someone called out to him. He turned around and screamed in surprise and fear. He was in his castle in a huge hall, and on his throne sat Yan Sen. Huo Bo himself, without wanting to and without realizing how it was happening, knelt down in front of Yan Sen. Yan Sen asked him, after calling him a vampire, if he wished to serve him. In his illusion, Huo Bo replied that it was an honor to serve him. The ancestor of all monsters rejoiced and laughed as his strength began to return. Meanwhile, Nabula reasoned that the Vampire King had a very strange desire. The ancestor of all the monsters said that he didn't realize these creatures were so powerful, and this way he can quickly regain his power, and he said that the next one to face his illusion would be him, meaning Yan Sen, and once he gets his energy, there's nothing anyone can do to stop him. Yan Sen observed that everyone who had come with him was now lying on the floor immersed in their illusions, and only it had not worked on him yet, and the ancestor of all monsters was already about to show him the strongest illusion. In his illusion, Yan Sen saw his clan, which owed its success and prosperity to him alone and had many disciples from all over the world. Then the ancestor of all monsters showed Yan Sen his favorite disciple. In his illusion, Yan Sen stood and looked at the ball in his hand in which was his academy. The ancestor of all monsters blew with all his might and suddenly realized that he was not what he seemed to be, since he was able to create a miniature world in the palm of his hand. He yelled out whether Yan Sen was even human, since this was already an overkill. Shaking with fear, the monster Nabula begged the great king to abandon the idea. But the latter couldn't believe that Yan Sen didn't have any desires and said that he would deal with him himself. He tried to create an illusion where money and gold bars were raining down on him, but Yan Sen showed no interest in them. Realizing that it didn't work either, the ancestor of all monsters decided to try another way, and created an illusion where Yan Sen was being hugged by two charming girls, but he continued to stand motionless with a serious expression. The ancestor of all monsters created this illusion and observed that the most beautiful girls are specially for him. Just then, Yan Sen punched one of the girls in the face and told her not to touch him. Nabel's monster couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that it didn't work either. And the ancestor of all monsters became even more angry and questioningly shouted out whether he really didn't have any desires. And then Yan Sen, in the guise of a young man, began to use his abilities against him. He created for the ancestor of all monsters his own illusion in which he defeats his enemy. In his illusion, he stepped on the defeated Henry and shouted that he had defeated him. But after a while, the ancestor of the monsters came to his senses and thought that he should be the one to cast illusions. Janssen realized that the cemetery and the journey itself were just an excuse, and the only real thing here was the seal. So he lured them here to destroy it, and he added that in that case he would have to forget about good manners. The ancestor of all the monsters was surprised to realize that their plan had been revealed. The terrified Nabal monster and its ancestor began to beg for mercy from Janssen. But Janssen, without listening to them, had already started to activate his abilities. With a single hand movement, Janssen created a powerful energy wave. In the middle of the planet where the monsters lived, there was a very strong explosion, and it began to crack. The blast wave lifted Nabul's monster and his ancestor into the air. He shouted out if he was really a child. His young students, who had already come to their senses, were now watching their principal's actions. The rest of the team also woke up from their illusions and didn't understand what was going on. The wave of energy created by Janssen hit them as well. They all rose into the air. The Dwarf King, not realizing what was going on, thought he was still asleep. Meanwhile, Janssen, standing calmly amidst this chaos, closed his hand into a fist. Monsters on the streets of the city felt something wrong but did not understand what it was. An earthquake started, accompanied by a powerful energy release, and houses in the monster cities began to collapse. The young apprentices fell screaming to the ground of one of the planets nearby. Realizing that Janssen's power was destroying not just one planet, but several at once, they thought it was too much. And Janssen still stood calmly and used his abilities against all the monster planets. The young disciples of the academy were amazed at how strong he was. One of the young vampires supporting Huobo's teacher asked what was wrong with him. He replied that he had almost no energy left. The ancestor of all the monster and Nebula lay defeated on one of the meteorites. The ancestor of the monsters couldn't believe his defeat and shouted that he was the great king of all monsters. He said he accepted Henry's defeat, but there was no way he could lose to him. And by creating a huge black hole, he was going to use it to defeat Janssen. The young student saw the black hole and cried out in fear that it was moving. And teacher Janssen was already standing in front of the impenetrable black hole and looking at it. A few seconds passed and he assumed his true form again. Lying on the ground, Lanchiki told him that he could think about the others first since they were still here. Hearing her call him Janssen, all 4 young disciples turned around and stared at him in surprise. Finally, they realized that the one in front of them was that great mentor, Janssen. Janssen, realizing that he had been recognized, only stood modestly and remained silent. And then he sped toward the black hole that loomed over them. The young disciples of the academy remained standing still not believing that it was the same Janssen. Lan Chi finally got up from the ground and realized that this monster's ability was to suck the energy and strength out of his opponent. Meanwhile, Nabal's monster called out to the others to grab the Earthlings, whose energy and strength were already running low. The furious Sister Lan told him that they would check it out now. Janssen was near the black hole when he heard a voice asking him how he dared to go there because he knew it was an alien territory. And then a huge number of monsters flew out of this huge black hole. The young disciples of the Immortal Academy looked up and didn't know what to do. The team members were approached by a wide variety of monsters. Monster Nebula commanded everyone to prepare for battle and told them to send him to the other side while he was weak. Vampire Huobo was still without strength and his disciple didn't know what to do. Lan Qiti also realized that she didn't have enough energy to fight the monsters. One of Janssen's female disciples fearfully asked what they should do now. Meanwhile, the monsters were approaching them, knowing that the king had taken their powers and were about to send them to the other world. But then Xiaohua began to activate a technique he had learned from Janssen, saying that they would not stand silently waiting to be sent to the other world. And telling them to taste it, he launched upwards the golden dragon he had created. One of the monsters smirked and called them babies and said that they too wanted to go to the other world. Lan Qi, seeing that the disciple had used such a powerful technique, screamed in horror. Jumping up to Xiaohua, she shouted that he was crazy and that you couldn't conduct this technique so close. One of the monsters saw what was approaching them and darted its eyes around in fright. And then all the monsters that were about to attack the team saw a huge golden dragon in front of them. The student who was supporting the teacher cried out in horror, trying to understand what it was. Huobo tried to use his strength, but he had little energy. There was a powerful explosion that created a very strong energy wave. This wave hit the Immortal Academy disciples and Lan Qi, who was trying to protect them. The monsters that were about to attack the team scattered in different directions. The team members also flew into the air and then fell to the ground with a clatter. Now they all stood and watched the beam of light that illuminated outer space. The young vampire thought Huobo had saved them. Meanwhile, the vampire was completely exhausted. Watching what was happening, Xiaohua didn't realize whether he had done it since he thought it was a harmless technique. The young vampire reasoned that they were peers but students of the Immortal Academy, a level above the rest. Janssen was inside a huge black hole with a voice calling him to surrender. He said that he would not be able to resist him in his world. He said that inside a black hole, no matter how powerful he is, somehow the hole will absorb his energy. That's what a black hole is, a black hole that absorbs everything. Janssen, shrouded in a blue aura, remained silent, but seemed to have already begun to lose his strength. And the ancestor of all monsters, on the other hand, was gaining power. He said he could feel the gods themselves falling down before him. So powerful was he. Janssen said that since he liked sucking energy so much, he would give it all away, and began to transfer his power. and he began to transfer all his colossal energy to the ancestor of all monsters. This proved to be too much for the ancestor of monsters, and he began to ask him to stop. All the team members saw rays of light begin to appear from the huge black hole, and the ancestor of the monsters asked them to stop and stop. There was a very powerful release of energy and rocks started flying around. The students of the Immortal Academy, struggling to stay on their feet, asked what it was. After all, it was much stronger than the recent explosion. Sister Lan, also barely standing on her feet, answered them that it was their great mentor's energy. The ancestor of all monsters shouted to Yansen that he wasn't human. After all, a human is not capable of destroying a black hole. And in the spaceship at that time, a powerful energy release was recorded. Its power was phenomenal. The system that was to awaken Henry from his slumber has begun. The system reported that the activation was successful and the superhero opened his eyes. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, Poseidon came to Zeus with a report. He said that Eros and Athena were already here, and since the man wasn't Henry, he asked when they were going to attack Earth. He replied that we should attack immediately and ordered all the other gods to prepare for battle. Zeus thought for a while about the fact that for some reason he had a bad feeling about it. The team members saw that the beams piercing the black hole were getting larger and larger. Trying to close himself off from the energy wave, Xiaohua said that the black hole had given a crack. The ancestor of all monsters shouted that Yansen and Henry were both lowlifes, and then he spit out a huge egg and said that monsters will always find a way to survive, and added that they'd meet in battle next year. Janssen managed to fly towards the huge egg that the monster spat out and stopped it. The precursor of all the monsters screamed, not expecting that he would be able to intercept the egg in time. The energy wave subsided and the disciples of the Immortal Academy joyfully looked at what was happening. Just then, a huge egg landed not far from them, and along with it, Yansen. The young disciples of the Immortal Academy ran to meet him with shouts of joy. They started hugging the uncomprehending Yansen and asking if he was really that great mentor. They thought it was cool, but said he was a trickster who led them on by pretending to be an apprentice. The rest of the team watched their adventure come to a safe end. Thanks to Yansen, he managed to destroy the monster's plans, and he put the egg of the great Monster King in his house for decoration. The new generation monsters were given permission to come and worship him. It was peaceful days at the academy, and Zichao and Lanbin were still behind bars. Mengqi was angry that she wasn't on this adventure with everyone else. Xiaolu communicated with the Intergalactic Planetary Security Service. The gods who kidnapped the two gods finally let the god of consciousness and his son out of the sack. One of them asked what the god of consciousness was looking at and hitting him, told him to worship his god Odin. The god of consciousness looked at the god Odin in fear and with a huge bump on his head. He sat on his throne, was huge with a patch over one eye and inspired fear. The god of consciousness bowed before him, and he said that since he had already been on Olympus, he should now tell how things were on Earth, leaving out details. The god of consciousness told the god Odin everything and then said it was just the way it was. The god who had brought them here whispered to his father that it didn't look like they were lying as much as that this man wasn't Henry. And his companion added that it had been many years and Henry had probably already gone to the other side of the world. She asked her father what it might cost them to team up with Zeus. He said it's nonsense and he won't team up with someone who only wears underwear. At this time on Olympus, Poseidon asked Zeus that since they didn't know if Henry was alive, maybe they should team up with the gods of Odin. He replied that he didn't think so and wasn't going to team up with someone who put 2 chicken feathers in his helmet. The only problem they had to solve was who would take over Earth, and which of them, after this conquest, will command the whole world. Meanwhile, a phone call rang in the office of the director of the Cultivator Academy, and Yansen picked up the phone. He received a call from the Alliance president to discuss an issue that concerned intergalactic security policy. He said that his students had developed their powers to such an extent that the solar system could not withstand their power, and he asked him to create a magical union. Principal Janssen told him that he understood everything and would try to arrange everything since it was only a magical association. After this conversation, the Alliance president hung up the phone and exhaled tensely, and Janssen reasoned that he had lived for 100 years and it was not comical to do it himself. So he decided to entrust Xiaolu with such an easy task. And he wanted to hide temporarily, but then he thought he might destroy it. And standing up from his chair, he decided that he would form the association himself. Then after more thought, he realized that he needed to gather the right resources to do so. Meanwhile, on an ordinary earthly street, all the men turned around and looked after the 2 charming young girls. One of the girls who attracted the eyes of men and fell in love with them was Aphrodite. She grinned and said that men in this world are horny and very easy to fall for. Her companion Athena told her to stop flirting because they were under orders to behave with restraint, and reminded her that they were here on a mission. Aphrodite replied that she wasn't flirting with anyone and thought Athena was joking. She looked at her seriously and asked what she thought she must be blind. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, had the ability to make everyone around her fall in love with her. Afflicted with love arrows, men bowed before her and presented her with flowers. When once again she applied her powers, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, said that these charms are silly when on alone. Aphrodite, who was surrounded by amorous admirers, asked Athena to wait for her. Athena said they're here for 2 reasons this time. The first is to make sure the man in the picture isn't Henry. If it turns out to be him, they'll have to take revenge. Otherwise, they'll have to do battle with Odin. She said that if you believe the description given by the god of consciousness, this guy wears dark clothes and has dark hair. Athena saw a new bar being advertised. The callers were offering to try all 798 unique drinks. And since she liked to drink and have fun, her eyes lit up at the suggestion. She quickly disappeared from sight, and Aphrodite didn't realize where she had gone. A few minutes later, Athena was already at the new bar, forcing some stranger to have a drink with her. Aphrodite thought she was reprimanding her some more and dragged herself to the bar. And she decided that if Athena was having her own fun, so was she. And she began to launch her love arrows at men all over the city. She was once again followed by a crowd of amorous admirers, and Aphrodite thought it would be fun. But then one of her arrows hit one man and broke against him. He walked past the goddess of love without even paying any attention to her. Not understanding how it was possible that her charms didn't work, she looked at him in surprise. That man was Yansen. She continued to stare after Yansen, not understanding what was wrong with this guy and why Eros's arrows didn't work on him. She wondered if he was from Earth, but even if he wasn't, he still couldn't ignore the effects of her arrows capable of charming even the gods. Thinking about it, she was so nervous she even started chewing on her handkerchief. She is the goddess of love and couldn't believe he didn't succumb to her charms. Janssen was getting farther away, and Aphrodite decided to deal with the situation and ran in the other direction. She rounded a few streets and found herself ahead of Janssen, peeking out from around a corner. He was about to level with her soon, and she decided to walk towards him. Aphrodite pretended to stumble and started to fall, hoping he would catch her. But Janssen did nothing, and the goddess of love fell face first into the asphalt. She stretched out on the pavement, and Janssen stood beside her and looked at her. Then he decided to be courteous after all and asked if she was okay. Aphrodite replied that she was fine but seemed to have hurt her leg. She began to shoot love arrows at Janssen again, but in large quantities. But every arrow Eros fired at her flew away from him and none hit. He told her that if she was all right, then she could stand up on her own and went on his way. Aphrodite got angry and shouted out exactly if he was human. After all, any fool knows how to act in such a situation. She began to chew on her handkerchief again with excitement, and thought that perhaps he was stranger to the feeling of love, and Janssen still calmly continued to walk his way. Aphrodite decided that since he wasn't paying attention to her, she had to act differently. Meanwhile, Janssen had already arrived at the entrance of the mall where he was headed. He went to the counter and asked the clerk to weigh him some fruit. He wanted oranges, bananas, apples, and something else. Aphrodite, who was chasing him, pulled out a huge weapon, saying that she is the goddess of love and love itself, and doesn't believe he can ignore her power. She began fiercely firing projectiles at Janssen with her love weapon, but not a single projectile was able to hit Janssen, so impenetrable was he. But Aphrodite was still at it, continuing her attacks with various love weapons. But he walked out of the mall with his purchases as if nothing had happened. Aphrodite looked at him with her mouth hanging open in surprise, not understanding why even powerful weapons wouldn't take him. In the end, she decided to do something differently, approached Janssen and asked him to stop and wait. After blocking his path, she mustered up the courage to ask him his name. He politely replied that his name was Janssen and then asked what her name was. Aphrodite said she was the new reporter for the morning paper and asked permission to interview him. She asked if he had ever been in love. He replied that he had not and had not dated anyone for over 1,000 years. She thought he was joking because Earthlings couldn't live that long. Thousands of years without love seemed like a long time. She asked him if he had been lonely all these years. He replied that he hadn't because women are very noisy and don't let him rest properly. Aphrodite stopped and looked at him with surprise, clearly not expecting such an answer. But then she continued the conversation by asking what he was doing. Janssen replied that he was starving and needed to form an alliance at the request of the alliance. And he added that this association would specialize in fighting gods. He explained that his disciples had become powerful and were threatening the existence of their world, and he needed to create an alliance that could limit the powers of the gods. Aphrodite couldn't believe what he said about fighting the gods, her face covered with sweat. Not understanding why she reacted so strangely, Janssen asked what was wrong with her. Aphrodite laughed and said that she was fine. Then she calmed down and asked him if she could watch. He said that if she wanted to, no problem. Janssen went on and she looked at him and thought that he had very simply agreed. Meanwhile, in outer space, 2 more were approaching Earth. They landed on the ground with a clatter, thereby scaring the man who was working nearby. Loki said this is their 5th descent to Earth. Why not just start a battle, and why all this research? Thor replied that if their father asked them to do it, then there was a reason. He said there's no one on Earth to fear but Henry, and besides Poseidon and Apollo, there's no one on Earth as powerful as him. When he came home with Aphrodite, Janssen spread the fruit he had bought on the table. She asked if it was the same association. He said it was, and then he showed me that an orange is the sun, an apple is the Earth, a grape is the moon, and a watermelon is Mars. He said it's a medium level of defense, and if no one destroys it, the Earth will be safe. And so after placing the fruits in their places, Janssen began to activate his power. Magic flags appeared and a powerful energy wave made the fruit rise into the air. Even Thor and Loki felt the powerful release of energy, but didn't understand what was happening. And Janssen had already placed magic flags around the planets in outer space. Thor and Loki screamed in horror that some idiot had sealed the galaxy. They're racing to get away from Earth or they'll never make it back. But the magic barrier was already activated and they couldn't fly away. Thor tried to break the barrier, screaming that this was crazy since they had just arrived. But this barrier proved to be very reliable, and the two of them were thrown far aside, and they flew back to where they landed the first time. The employee who was there for the first time again watched their landing with amazement. At the place of their fall, a huge pit was formed. They lay in it and reasoned that they were gods, and most likely it was not man who had done it. Coming to the city, they wondered who was even capable of sealing the galaxy, and there can't be a person with godlike powers on Earth. Thor said that since they couldn't get away, they should continue exploring, and he thought his father would surely come after them. And looking at the image of Janssen said that they only needed to make sure that this person was not Henry. Then Loki, seeing two students of the Immortal Academy, told Thor to look at them. Xiao Ming didn't understand why the teacher sent them here to get tea. This place made him feel uncomfortable. Xiao Hua said it was because they were the oldest. They hid in the bushes, and Dosi said they were wearing the same clothes as the man in the picture, and he thought they had completed the task very quickly. They decided they needed to hurry up and follow them. They led them to the place where the two demonesses lived, and Loki asked what it was. Xiaohua said he was scared, and what if the beast was really evil? Xiao Ming said that they should go and it won't eat them. The two gods watching them remained behind the fence the students had passed through. Loki read the sign that an angry beast was there and asked if it was dangerous. Thor didn't understand what she was afraid of because they were gods that only Henry could defeat because he was the strongest man on Earth. And they decided they needed to get in too, so they decided to go through the fence. When the disciples came to the abode of the two demonesses, Xiao Ming said that this was his first time here, and Xiaohua said that this sacred beast must be very strong. They were walking along the road, and one of the monster kings, the ancient Naka, came out to meet them. He realized that they were Meng Qi and Xiaolu's disciples, and saying that they were already waiting for them, he motioned for them to pass. At first, they were very amazed that there was a monster here, but then they were even more surprised by what they saw. Two demonesses were rocking on toy horses, and the monster kings were offering them candy. The two young students, seeing the two demonesses having fun, couldn't even find words from surprise. A little recovered, they began to reason that these were the main defenders of their clan. Just then, An and Ning Ning stopped chewing and turned their attention to the newcomers. They joyfully ran to meet them, wanting to hug those being trained by Meng Qi and Xiaolu. Xiao Ming and Xiaohua tried to pull away from them and didn't want to hug. But after a couple of seconds, Ning Ning was already rubbing Xiaohua's cheek, saying how soft his skin was. And An was already trying to feed Xiao Ming their delicious dessert. When he did try it, she asked if he liked it and told him they had plenty more food for him to enjoy. Ninin asked Ancient Nak why he was slow and told him to bring more goodies. She told the students not to worry and they wouldn't eat them. And An added that they were perfectly safe. Ninin said she too wished she had students, but their teachers were against it. She was sad because she thought that they were much stronger than their teachers. Xiaohua wondered if they were really sacred beasts guarding the clan. And then he thought they didn't look like much and more like the cranky sisters in the neighborhood. Ancient Naka was already returning to them, carrying a whole pig on a tray. The Monster King walked calmly with a tray in his hands and whistled a tune. Then he was grabbed from behind a huge rock that he was passing by, and brought the pig he was carrying flying off to the side. Thor pinned him to the ground and told him not to make a sound or he'd be in trouble. He asked his first question by asking Ancient Nak what this place was. The Monster King silently wrote his answer with his finger on the ground he was lying on. Thor had read that this was the Immortal Cultivator Academy, but didn't understand what it was. Then a powerful energy wave suddenly appeared in the sky, and a voice said that it was a stupid family. Thor and Loki could barely stay on their feet from this powerful energy wave. They sank to the ground, unable to handle the pressure, and marveled at such strength. Two demonesses and young apprentices appeared in front of them. Ninin asked that they thought they were mindless beasts who wouldn't sense their presence. Still feeling incredibly pressured, Thor said they were gods. Loki got angry and said that he said there were no gods on Earth. Xiao Ming and Xiaohua stood silently and watched the situation with astonishment. Thor said they're the children of Odin, god of the North, and they just came down to Earth, and he has no idea what kind of gods they are. Ninin said that she was not a god, and that this place was only allowed to be visited by clan members, and that outsiders should go to the other world. And then the weapon that Ninin had launched at the arriving gods flew at them. Thor barely managed to dodge it, and Loki ducked to the ground and it flew past. It crashed into the huge rock on which one of the houses was located and sliced it in half. Then the weapon flew back and Ninin grabbed it, already preparing to attack again. Her weapon still managed to hit Thor a little, and he had a wound on his cheek. He said it was impossible and that they had the power of a supreme god. The young disciples of the academy did not dare to move from their seats out of fright and silently swallowed. At this moment, Anand joined the battle and said that they should go to the other side. The gods of Asgard shouted that maybe they should listen to them first and at least introduce themselves before attacking. But Ninin, who had already rushed into action, said she would introduce herself. Thor realized with horror that the two demonesses just wanted to send them to the other world, but saying that they were wrong to think he would give up so easily began to activate his power. Ninin stopped and eyed the scene warily. Thor, engulfed in an energy field, shouted to Loki to spring into action. He said he understood and began to activate his power, abode of the gods. A barrier was formed around them within which the gods were completely invulnerable. Thor had already prepared for battle and pulled out his divine weapon, which emitted electric shocks. Loki shouted that her barrier might not be able to withstand his immense power. He asked Thor if he was going to destroy the galaxy. He said it doesn't matter anymore. Ninin had already flown up to attack him, but he had time to strike first, saying that since they were at the same strength level, he wasn't afraid, and added that she could taste his blow. This blow was very strong, and Ninin flew a great distance away. The young disciples of the Immortal Academy were startled by what they saw and began to scream. A portal to outer space opened before the gods of Asgard. Thor and Loki couldn't believe their eyes when they saw it and didn't understand what this place was. And then Ninin reappeared in front of them, grinning without a single injury. The gods were very surprised that she didn't have a scratch on her. Thor said that even Poseidon could not do that, and how they had such power. And Annihilate said that they are the demonic beasts strongest after their mentor. And enraged, An said she had had enough and now it was their turn to strike. Their opponents froze with surprise, not expecting such a development. An used her strength and pointed several of her guns towards them at once. Ninin too was already ready to launch another attack and bear her weapons. The young students of the academy realized that the demonesses were using a mystical form of darkness. Thor told Loki to go and relay what had happened, and to say that the earth is not what it used to be and that the gods dare not come here. But she didn't want to leave and told Thor she couldn't leave him here alone. And he shouted that he could handle himself and began to activate the power of his weapon again. Ninin appeared in front of Loki and blocked her path with her weapon, asking if she wanted to escape. And Anne added that once you're in, you can't get out, and tried to strike Toru, but he managed to dodge. He got angry and said he was a northern god of battles and could not be defeated. But before he could say that, he received a strong blow from Ninin. The blow was so powerful that Thor's eyes popped out of his orbits. Already in flight to the portal, Loki shouted to Thor to bear with her for a bit. And Anne turned around and saw that Loki was about to fly through the portal, and telling her not to even think about it, I followed her. Seeing that Anne was about to catch up with Loki, Thor shouted that he would not let that happen. And she flew faster and faster with a smirk on her face and was almost catching up with Loki. Realizing that she was about to be caught up, Loki tearfully cried out that she wanted to go home. And then Thor remembered how his father had given him some of his energy and told him to use it if he got into trouble. And with the words that they had asked for it, he threw this blob of Odin's energy at the young students standing on the ground below. Xiaoming and Xiaohua started screaming in terror and hugged each other. Ninin warned her sister that Thor had thrown an orb at the academy students. Two demonesses flew up to them in time and closed in from the attack. Thor watched as a very powerful explosion occurred where he threw the sphere. As the smoke began to clear, the two demonesses who had received minor bruises and the students they had saved were standing on the ground. Xiaohua asked Anne after calling her sister stranger if she was all right. She coughed a little and replied to the young apprentice that she was fine. She asked Ninin if she had seen it. She said that the sphere was a blob of energy from one of the gods of the parallel dimension. They realized that these gods were powerful and a higher level god was probably behind this, and they went down to Earth for some reason. They decided to report it to the head. Meanwhile, Henry had already arrived on Earth, awakened from his dream. He tore one of the leaflets off the wall and read it carefully. And the tense Aphrodite was now following Janssen everywhere, and he decided to ask if she was following him. She replied that she was interested in him and she decided to go after him, and thought that she was interested in him because she had never kept anyone in her heart. In her fantasies, she had already made a voodoo doll of him and poked her with needles, saying that thanks to him she had a home to return to. Janssen told her that if she wanted to, she could continue. Aphrodite laughed and thanked him. Just then he equaled Henry, who was passing them, and they both had some strange sensation. Aphrodite asked if the door was locked. There must be a key somewhere. She asked to see it, and then they could make a more detailed report. Janssen looked up and thought for a while, and then replied that it was so. He tossed a walnut in the air and said she could watch. She tried to catch the walnut. When she caught it, she was very surprised that it was only a walnut. As Henry walked past them, he started to sniff, and then realized that somewhere nearby the gods had turned around. He looked after the departing Janssen and Aphrodite, who was all musing on the way how a walnut could be the key. Then she did ask him how there could be such a primitive key for such a thing. He replied that it is the eye of the formation, and its existence is necessary in the creation of this formation. The main purpose is to preserve the path for the return. While he was telling all this, Aphrodite disappeared somewhere, and he turned around not realizing where she could have gone. Sometime later, on one of the roofs of the buildings, Aphrodite, kidnapped and bound, uttered that she did not love the gods. Henry, who had kidnapped her and stood before her in anger, said that it was he who disliked the gods, and then asked what she had forgotten on Earth. He peeled off the duct tape that was taped over her mouth, and Aphrodite grimaced in pain. He took a long look at the walnut that Janssen had given her, and then asked her what it was. She screamed that it was the key to getting home, but Henry grinned and threw that walnut down from the roof. The bound Aphrodite became angry and questioningly shouted who he even was. He just gave the kidnapped woman a serious look and said he was Henry. Aphrodite cried out in horror as she realized it was the same Henry everyone was so afraid of. Taking out a glowing golden planet, he said that Earth was not a place where the gods could just show up. She got even more scared and started asking what was this golden universe or black hole. Instead of answering, he said she would stay there for now, and Aphrodite was sucked into the golden planet in Henry's hands. After he had placed the goddess of love in confinement, Henry stood on the roof for a while longer, pondering his next steps. After a while, Janssen appeared on the already empty rooftop. He stood on that roof for a while and felt something and said it was entertaining. A street vendor selling sweet potatoes sat and beckoned to customers. Henry came over to him and showed him a flyer he had torn off the wall and asked him where the Superhero Academy was. He thought that at this time not many people were interested in the Superhero Academy, but he explained that he had to go straight ahead and then turn right next to the dumpster. Henry questioned him with great surprise, not expecting that a Superhero Academy could be in such a place. He went where the potato merchant had told him to go. As he walked into this part of town where there was a lot of garbage and cobwebs, he wondered what had become of his academy. When he found the building, which was obviously in need of repair and cleaning, he went in and asked if anyone was there. The man sitting at the desk told him to go in. Without taking his eyes off the newspaper he was reading, the man asked who had come. Henry said hello and pulled out a flyer and said he'd like to be a teacher at the Superhero Academy. The man sitting at the table was very surprised to hear this. He was the headmaster of the Superman Academy. He got up from his seat and ran somewhere fast, shouting that he'd only be a second. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. And just a second later, the headman of the Superman Academy was already kneading Henry's shoulders, brought tea and papers to sign. Quickly signing all the papers, he showed Henry where he was to put the seal. When it was done, he cheerfully said that starting today, Henry was a member of the Superhero Academy. Henry was so surprised that he asked him why so immediately. And didn't he have to take a test first? The headman of the Superman Academy replied that to hell with the test, and showing him the document he had signed, said that everything was written there and nothing could be canceled. Henry agreed, and the Superman Academy headman started jumping for joy. And shouting that after 600 years someone had appeared in the academy, the headman joyfully headed for the window. Continuing to shout and laugh joyfully, he jumped out the window right through the glass. Henry stood still and wondered if the boy who had said 600 years was crazy. Superman Academy students were playing cards instead of studying. One of them shouted to the other that his Ghost King could not defeat the Demon King. And they started arguing over who was stronger, the Demon King or the Ghost King. The third student told them it was time to stop, and added that if these kings met in a duel, the world would be destroyed. So they both lost. But those instead of stopping got angry and pounced on him and asked him what he said. Another student said that An and Ning Ning are a couple and they might want them. And he tossed 2 playing cards on the table with images of demonesses on them. His companions stopped swearing but turned away from each other and pouted their lips in silence. And he once again asked if they wanted to or not while holding playing cards. Without waiting for their response, he threw down the cards and thought he had won. Another student asked him what he was whining about and threw a great king card on the table. Not surprisingly, the map that the young man threw was a picture of Yan-sen. His opponent goggled in amazement, not believing that he had lost. Just then, Henry came up to the students playing cards and asked what they were doing. The students at the Superman Academy took a break from the game and asked him who he was. He said he was their new teacher. One of the students was surprised that there were still teachers at their academy. Another said that he had not had lessons for 2 years. Henry wondered why there were so few people here. One of the students told the new teacher that it was good to be here. The students said they were here because the Superhero Academy was out of classes, and since they would be starting now, they left and headed for the exit. Henry said they could learn a lot of interesting things about superpowers and asked if they weren't interested. The students replied that they should be. The new teacher thought for a moment, but then thought of something to do. He began to activate his superpowers and the students stopped at the exit. Henry flew up and a hole appeared underneath him, revealing outer space. It almost hit the students who were huddled against the wall, but they were unable to escape from this hole and fell into outer space. They were in space with Henry, who said it wasn't just an open universe, it was a transference of part of the galaxy into the space they had created. He moved the moon with a snap of his fingers and said that here they could do whatever they wanted, and like God, they could make a difference in a person's life. The moon moved and became visible in the daytime. One boy showed his mom the moon in the light of day. When Henry did this, the fruit spread out on Yan-sen's table as an association also moved. Yan-sen sensed that something had happened, surprised, but did not say anything. The students of the Superman Academy shouted that all was well and asked to be brought back. They were still in their classroom, but got in and their new teacher stood in front of them. One of the students, shaking with fear, asked what that had just been. Henry replied that it was only a fraction of what superhero powers could do. He was only showing them a fraction of the divine power. They fell on their knees before him and began to ask their teacher to accept them as his disciple. He embarrassedly said he didn't need those bows and told them to get up. The students of the Superhero Academy greeted Henry's teacher, and so began their training. He told me that superpowers are a kind of magnetic field that can be felt from birth, and the more this gift is understood, the stronger it is. One of the Academy students said they can't feel anything at all. To this, Henry said that there is another type of ability that is acquired. Some people can discover their superpowers even at the age of 30. He explained that their acquired powers were no worse than their innate powers, and if they practiced hard, they could develop many abilities. The student thought about the different abilities and said that he thought a person could only have one ability. Henry decided to set an example for his students, and red and blue flames appeared in his hands. His students jumped up from their seats in surprise and shouted that they were opposing forces. So Henry began teaching at his own academy. By demonstrating his power, he was able to interest the disobedient students. And now the Superhero Academy that lost its reputation 600 years ago was ready to be reborn again. With the arrival of Henry's teacher there, the number of students in his classes began to increase markedly. His new students studied their teacher's lessons carefully and with interest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Janssen was trying to stop a cab. Finally, a cab car pulled up in front of him and he set off. The cab driver greeted him and asked him where to go. Janssen replied that it was to the Superhero Academy. The driver turned around and looked at his passenger in amazement for a while. And then he asked if he was Mr. Janssen, the founder of the Immortal Academy, and was glad that he had met him in person. Janssen smilingly replied to the cab driver that it was indeed him. Then he said he was curious, since he was so powerful. Why didn't he just fly to the Superhero Academy? Mr. Janssen replied to the cab driver that such behavior was not polite. While he was on his way to the Superhero Academy, the goddess Athena was walking down the street trying to find the missing Aphrodite. She screamed and called out for Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and tried to figure out where she was. After searching fruitlessly, she stopped and thought it was strange. Athena thought about the fact that she had been gone for a week or two, and where Aphrodite might have gone in that time. And then she heard her voice Aphrodite say she was right in front of her. She screamed that she was kidding because she hadn't seen her. Aphrodite said she was trapped in Henry's 12-dimensional space. When Athena heard that she was imprisoned, she asked how it happened, but Aphrodite only asked for help. Athena realized what she'd just said about Henry, and then added that she should warn people about it. Aphrodite asked to be rescued first, but she said Henry was a hero and wouldn't do anything to her and would eventually just let her go. Then she screamed for Athena to warn the gods not to come down to Earth, but she didn't understand why. Aphrodite said that Earth was no longer the same and she had met someone very powerful here, and most likely this man is even stronger than Henry himself, meaning Janssen. Athena was very surprised that such a person existed on Earth. With tears in her eyes, Aphrodite said that Earth was too dangerous now and families needed to be warned about it. Answering her that she was already running, Athena rushed to the payphone located on the street. Quickly dialing the right digits of the number, she put the payphone receiver to her ear, waiting for an answer. She was answered by an operator saying she had reached the Divine Helpline and asked how he could help. She shouted to hell with the formalities and introduced herself. The operator asked if there was any news. She said that Earth was dangerous and that fathers should not come down. The operator replied to Her Highness that she was a little late with such news. He said that they put the god of consciousness into a mind-reading machine and found that the man in black robes was not Henry, and the gods of Olympus have already traveled in their spaceships to Earth. At the same time, the gods Thor and Loki were also standing at another payphone. All bruised and torn, they tried to call Odin. Thor whimpered that he couldn't come back and asked his father to answer. Finally, they were able to reach Odin's reception desk, and the operator asked how he could help. They replied that it was Thor and Loki, and that they had just arrived on Earth, and they had already been beaten up. They asked him to tell their father that the Earth was dangerous, and that he should not dare to come here, or they would all go to the other world. The cameraman was surprised by their words. Thor said they have an academy of immortals, and a simple defender has the powers of the gods. And they also found out that there's a Janssen who lives here, and he's stronger than Henry. The cameraman told Lord Thor that he was a little late, and everyone was already on their way. He said his father brought his uncle and aunt, sister-in-law and sister-in-law, great-uncle and grandfather. And now they're all on their way to Zeus to do battle. The gods already ready to unleash the battle confidently headed towards the ground, unaware of the latest news. Still standing at the payphone, Athena tried to figure out what they should do now. Just then a fist flew past in front of her eyes and slammed into the wall beside her. The man said he'd been looking for her for a long time because she'd been drinking and partying in their bar for a week, and asked if they looked like a charitable organization. She told him that she gave them the gold, but he said no one wanted her gold. And then he asked if she could read because it says they accept payment in soul stones. She asked what soul stones were. He replied angrily that it was a type of gemstone, and clarified that she didn't seem to have any. He asked if she wanted to go to the other world or if she didn't know that this place belonged to the Immortal Academy. Athena said she didn't have any stones and asked what she should do now. The man finally became furious, his countenance darkened, and he had already thought of a punishment for her. He gave her a broom and a bucket and sent her to clean the grounds of the Immortal Academy. Once there, surprised by what she saw, she asked where they were. The man replied that they were there. He led her to the celestial dungeon and told her that she would clean it, but he warned her not to touch anything or she would be responsible for the consequences. She went into the room. It was dark and there were many bars around. Athena thought it was very creepy and she wanted to go home. Here she saw a grate that was sealed and nothing could be seen inside. As she got a little closer, she heard some sounds and screamed in fear. A little calmer but still apprehensive, she realized that someone was crying. And once again coming closer to the room with the sealed grate, I realized that the crying was coming from there. Looking inside and taking a closer look, she could see two girls sitting on the floor crying. Athena looked at them in surprise and the girls continued to cry. She thought about what the man had said about there being real villains in here, but she didn't understand how two young girls could be villains. One of the girls said they were kidnapped. They were just picking mushrooms in the mountains and then they ended up in this place. Athena said that this academy only looks right, but behind its doors, women are abused. Wiping away her tears, the girl said that this was not all, and she had heard that they were selling women as slaves to aliens. Enraged, Athena shouted that this was terrible, they dare not do this, and that the gods would not allow it. She asked the girl how to help them, and she said she just had to break the seal that was outside. Athena walked over to the sealed grate and scrutinized the seal once more. Then she made up her mind and started breaking the seal, saying she would set them free. Even though she wanted to help the girls, she still had a bad feeling about it. They started crying even harder, saying they didn't want to be given to the aliens, and it's so scary to be abducted and then sold to aliens. Athena finally made up her mind and broke the seal, saying that mistreatment of women is inexcusable. She then moved closer to the bars and told the girls they were free to go. Suddenly, one of the girls' hands came out from behind the bars and grabbed Athena's face. The girl said she had a lot of power in her and started laughing, still holding Athena. The girl's eyes turned red. A wicked smirk appeared on her face, and her face took on masculine features. Another girl came up to the grate and turned into a man, saying it was too good to be true. Athena, finally realizing that these were men in female form, thought that they were strong, but she also had divine power. The man holding her said she's wrong to think they're average creatures. He, for example, gets stronger when he meets someone strong. He told Athena, still holding her, to say how many of them had arrived on this planet. She said she didn't know and wanted to warn them to stay away. And just seconds later, Athena was imprisoned in a cell and the men were free. They said she was more suited to the goddess of stupidity than wisdom. These men turned out to be Zichao and Lan Bin, who came out smirking and said that the battle was getting closer. In Janssen's office, the ancient mechs were still standing there, and they could sense that something was happening. Xiaolu entered Principal Janssen's office, stopped beside 001, and looked at him. 000, the first person to see her, asked what she was doing in the principal's office. She replied that a bunch of pests were near Earth and they were heading towards them. And she added that they were omnipotent, referring to the gods flying to Earth in their spaceships. They are 100 times more powerful than the god of consciousness, and what's more, there are many of them. Meanwhile, Poseidon reasoned that although there were many of them, they would not be able to resist the gods. She said that the gods plan to unleash a battle among themselves, but their goal is still Earth, so she came to ask for the robot's help. 001 asked what about her mentor, Janssen. She replied that he was searching for the limit of his own strength. Xiaolu said that being his student, she would never dare to disturb the teacher, but must stop any enemy. He said that after hundreds of years of research, they were able to become an aggregate of aura and nuclear energy because of the Academy, and would do their best. They may not be able to send them to the afterlife, but they guarantee to prevent an invasion of Earth. His Highness Poseidon was told that they were already moving towards the Milky Way, and he said it was good. Meanwhile, in the vampire castle, the first elder asked Huo Bo if he could sense what was happening on Earth. He replied that he did. The first elder said that he did not expect that the gods they had been searching for so long were themselves heading toward Earth in a large army. But the vampire Huo Bo told the first elder that he was wrong, and he added that the god in his heart was now the only one. The elder asked what they should do, and he said they should help. The Alliance president has already given instructions to hide all data and notify the heroes that they must help the civilians find shelter and take care of them. He asked on the radio if they had been able to contact Janssen yet, and was told that they hadn't yet. The president didn't expect them not to be able to contact him because it didn't bode well. And in the world of chaos, the kings of dwarves, elves, and orcs have gathered to play cards. They were discussing what was happening on Earth, and shouldn't they, as honored guests, be of assistance. The dwarf king said that the three great rulers are silent for now and it's better to talk after the game. But then his phone rang and the black and white archmages started shouting into the receiver that he was playing poker, forgetting that the Earth was their home. The dwarf king replied to the archmages that they were on their way. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Academy, two young female disciples were walking near one of the caves. One of them noticed something strange upstairs and told her friend to look up there. She glanced up and they both stared up at the top of the stairs, unaware of what was going on. Above one of the huge mountains, a portal opened up around which a vortex formed. The young female disciples of the Immortal Academy were frightened and began to scream. Above this mountain, two huge glowing dragons appeared out of the portal. One dragon began to change shape and human-looking features appeared. The young female disciples were surprised and frightened even more when they recognized this figure as Miss Meng Qi. But then a dragon flew swiftly into the place where they were. There was a powerful energy blast and the two female students barely had time to bounce back. Inside the huge whirlpool where lightning flashed instead of the dragon, Meng Qi was now the dragon. She hovered in the air, her eyes glowing and lightning bolts streaming through her entire body. The two young female students of the academy bowed to her and greeted the mistress. They said that after overcoming the golden stage, she had finally managed to enter the Yuanying world. The apprentices thought it was fortunate they were on the border, otherwise they would have faced difficulties. And their clan now has a Yuanying mentor. King Tzu Chao and Lan Bin, who had escaped from imprisonment, saw everything that was happening. Lan Bin said that this was their headman, and it seems like she became a goddess in the first in Yuanying. Zichao smirked and told him not to hurry after all, they hadn't gone far either. And the academy principal Janssen was still riding in the cab toward the Superman Academy. 000 was the first to draw Xiaolu's attention to what was happening outside. She turned her head and told him that she knew everything. She said that Yuanying is a man-made immortal realm, and the headman doesn't seem to be wasting any time. And the president of the Alliance at that time commanded the heroes to send all the inhabitants to the Academy of Immortals. He decided that from that day forward, everyone would live there. His assistant on the radio asked if he was kidding, because it's 1 billion people and they can't all fit in there. The president yelled that this is nonsense, and there are multiple universes out there and everyone will fit in no problem. He threw his radio to the floor and said that it was time to move out. And in outer space, many spaceships were already moving toward Earth from different directions. Meng-Chi was still practicing, and now there were many glowing weapons around her. The god of exposure looked strange, and the other asked him if he was all right. He said he didn't know, but he had a bad feeling. Then he said that Earth is nothing, so what's this fight for? Especially they are just working on the divine line. Poseidon was informed that their ships were entering the Nebula. He said it's great, and the locals call it the battlefield of the gods and the tomb of the gods. And he thought that if Henry hadn't intervened then, they might have decided the winner in their skirmish with Odin. And a little sad to think that my mother's father's father's uncles, aunts, and grandfathers would be alive now. He gathered everyone and said that the great Lord Zeus had given him the title of Commander-in-Chief, and all they needed now was to deal with Odin's gang. One of the gods asked him what about Earth because they were going to conquer the galaxy. Poseidon replied that if they could defeat Odin's gang, they would take over the galaxy, and to prevent their attack it was necessary to send the god of battles there. And it was decided to send there Apollo the sun god, one of the 12 chief gods. Serving Apollo tea, the young god said it was an order from Poseidon and asked what they would do. The young god asked what if they came across Odin's men. Apollo replied that they would show what they could do. In the meantime, His Majesty Odin was also informed of Nebula's arrival at Polaris. At this time, Odin's wife was telling him that they hadn't seen each other for years, and now he was suddenly asking for her help. She didn't want to sacrifice her life for them. She called him a dishonorable god and said that they only used brute force and she was only doing it for their son. One thanked her. He said they sent Apollo to Earth, and the sun god is one of those who is good at martial arts and should not be underestimated. Freya said he's really worthless since he can't even manage his subordinates. She said that since their son was a prisoner on Earth, it was worth sending their daughter-in-law there because if they met, at least they could unite. As their spaceship moved on, she said that being a great lord, he should show these ignoramuses all his power. And in the end, they did decide to send Sif, who was Thor's bride, to Earth. The young maid brought her tea and told her that her mother-in-law had ordered her to go to Earth, and their opponent seemed to be the god Apollo. Sif said that dealing with a young sun god is not a difficult thing, and she said that Thor was as foolish as his father because he'd managed to get captured. Freya asked the pilot in charge of their spaceship if he had managed to contact Thor. He replied that he still couldn't contact him because he couldn't locate him. Meanwhile on Earth, Thor and Loki were trying to hide from two demonesses who were looking for them everywhere. They searched everywhere but couldn't find them. Ninnin said it was strange because she felt they were somewhere near. Ninnin said how dare they sneak into their clan's territory and threatened to cut them to pieces, pulling her weapon from its sheath. Meanwhile, the gods' spaceships were already very close to Earth. Watching them approach, Apollo's servant told his master that they were almost there. He replied that it seemed they were ahead of Sif's bitch. His servant asked what they were going to do next. Apollo reiterated that he wasn't interested in people, only territory. He began to use his abilities, saying that the light and the sun were in his power. And Anne and Ning Ning saw a strange glow coming from the sun in the distance, but they didn't understand what it could mean. The escaped kings Lanbin and Zhu Chao also observed a strange solar phenomenon. Then the sun went out and darkness fell. The people did not understand what this darkness was and asked for someone to help them. One man turned on a flashlight and told another that it was turning black and white. He looked down at himself and seeing that he was indeed losing colors, screamed in horror. The president of the alliance said it wasn't just the disappearance of the sun. His aide said that according to the book, only the god Apollo could have done it. Meanwhile, Apollo thought this tiny planet didn't deserve sunlight. Meanwhile, Xiaolu decided to use her abilities and a small sun appeared in her hands. And with a shriek, she threw that sun far out into outer space. Apollo, saying everything was ready, asked to send a squad to take over the planet. But then behind Apollo's back, the sun thrown by Xiaolu once again shone. He turned around and seeing him couldn't understand how this could have happened. His servant asked in surprise, "That is there anyone here with the same strength as Henry?" The sun god thought for a moment and then looked around, seeing a figure in the distance. It was Xiaolu, who was also already in outer space. She moved closer and said that now that he'd shown up, he'd better get the hell out. His servant told her to watch her words and added that she was only capable of creating small worlds and how dare she threaten a real god. An aide to the alliance president looking through binoculars said that the sun god Apollo was really there. The president of the alliance asked the aide where he found the book. He showed the book and said it was a true story of the Immortal Academy and only cost 25 cents at the bookstore. Apollo looked at Xiaolu and said that she was only a creator of the highest level of power and also very talkative. And he had already prepared to activate his abilities to show her his real power. But Xiaolu was ahead of him by applying the tagless formation to create a new universe. The assistant to the Alliance president looking through the binoculars told him that Xiaolu from the Immortal Academy was there. Zi Chao and Lanbin discussed that she was applying a tagless formation, and although they are on the same level, they still have to put a tag to create it. The young students of the academy were also watching and worried about their teacher. Many people in the city looked at them with their mouths open in amazement. At this time, water appeared from somewhere under the feet of Apollo, the sun god. He was very surprised that an ordinary creator had this kind of power. The young students of the academy started hugging each other happily, saying that their teacher was cool. In an instant, the sun god was in another universe created by Xiaolu. Zi Chao and Lan Bin were surprised that she was able to do this in just a mere second. Lan Bin asked if Zi Chao could create a universe the size of the Milky Way in a second. He replied that he could only destroy something in a second. Apollo was furious, saying it was insolent that a pathetic creator wanted to fight the gods. But before he could say that, Xiaolu attacked him and grabbed his throat. He didn't have time to realize how it could happen so fast and couldn't even fight back, and Xiaolu had already dipped the sun god Apollo's face into the water and began to drown. Holding him in the water, she said that since he was a sun god, he should drink water and cool off. Being in the water, the sun god began to become even more enraged. Just then, Apollo's hand appeared from the water and grabbed Xiaolu's hand. He gathered his strength and pushed her away, saying she thought too highly of herself. He called her a pathetic creator and said he was one of the strongest gods and she was forcing him to fight at full strength, and added that his uncle might make fun of him for it. But he recognized that she was capable and it was a pity she was all alone. Suddenly, Zichao appeared behind him and said hello. Zichao grabbed Apollo, and at this time, Lanbin also appeared in front of them. Holding the rope, Lanbin said that they are not the creatures he is talking about at all. They are the golden level mentors of the Immortal Academy. Xiaolu was happy to see them. She took a breath and said that she had put in too much effort. Meanwhile, the goddess Sif was watching everything from one of the spaceships. Her servant said that the princess had just seen one of the strongest gods just sent flying by 3 creators, and asked what they should do. Princess Sif said the Earth is not so simple and they need a shakeup. Meanwhile, Zichao and Lanbin holding Apollo were trying to deal with him. Suchao wrapped a rope around his neck and Apollo tried to scream, but nothing came out. For a while, the goddess Sif and her maid watched this spectacle in silence. Her maid said that it was very unexpected that 3 creators could capture a real god, and told Princess Sif that since she could handle it, maybe she should help him. She replied that she wasn't even going to, and they are not simple gods of consciousness. Sif told her to look closely at Suchao, who was holding Apollo, and explained that even in a relaxed state, the sun god's body temperature could reach 10,000 trillion degrees, and he could burn them. Apollo didn't understand why Suchao was getting stronger and stronger. Since he was the sun god, the creatures opposing him should have turned to ashes by now. Sif said to look at his hands, he must have been seriously injured. The maid looked and saw that there was smoke coming from his clothes, and perhaps there were burns on his body underneath. She said it's been proven that the more severe the injury, the more power becomes involved, and sometimes even activate limitless power. Thinking briefly, her maid finally realized what Sif meant. Sif said they can still use the Force, but she never enters a fight where there might be a surprise waiting. She added that especially since there's another one there and they don't know what he's capable of. Meanwhile, at the Superhero Academy, Henry was still teaching his students. The students were sitting around writing something, but they really wanted to watch the fight too. One of them recalled that Henry's teacher said that no matter what happens outside the walls of the academy, they should follow the rules and wait for the end of class. Another student looked at his watch and said there was still half an hour left of class. Just then, Henry's teacher rose from his seat and told the students to stand up. The students stood up but didn't understand why the teacher told them to get up. After all the students had risen from their seats, Henry said the lesson was over. One of the students asked the teacher in surprise if it wasn't too early to end class. But Henry's teacher said seriously that they could go rest. All the students of the Superhero Academy gathered and joyfully walked out of the classroom. One of them said on the way out that it was very strange because Henry's teacher usually finishes his lesson 1 minute to the minute. Just then, one of the students turned around before leaving opened his mouth in surprise. He saw Mr. Janssen sitting at one of the desks in their class. The sun was already setting and Janssen and Henry were still silently sitting across from each other in the classroom. Henry was the first to break the silence and apologize for keeping him waiting. Janssen replied that it was fine since it was a lesson and he could wait. The students who didn't leave after class only swallowed nervously watching them. Janssen said that Henry took the core of the universe he created and now it's malfunctioning, and he came to ask for it back. Henry said he didn't know it was his and just threw it away, but he promised to send someone out to find it and bring it back. He thanked Janssen for understanding and said that he must have caused him trouble. One of the students said they were very polite. Another said that they are, but for some reason he feels like something big is about to happen. Since there was nothing more for them to discuss, Janssen asked for permission to leave. Henry asked him to wait and asked that he didn't come here for a key that could defeat a god. Janssen agreed that he didn't come for him and asked Henry if he wanted anything else. Henry then asked Mr. Janssen if he wanted to fight him. The disciples of the academy who heard this conversation cried out in surprise and fear. Janssen said he read about him on the cave wall. He had already lived for 2,800 years and finally found someone with a history similar to his. He told how he had practiced hard since he was a child. It was the so-called wind-like cultivation. The only thing holding him back was his own potential. People who thought they were worthy opponents to him couldn't stand a fight with him. Because he could do anything, Janssen didn't feel lonely. Immortals can't do evil or put up fights. But now he wanted to show his full potential and fight to his full potential. Janssen asked Henry if he had ever been defeated. He said he hadn't. He recalled his childhood and said that fighting was the easiest way for them. They don't have any goals between them, there's no hatred between them, but if Janssen wants to fight, he'll do it. And then Henry told his opponent that he could start attacking. The students of the Superhero Academy screamed in fear in anticipation of the upcoming battle. They ran away from the academy screaming that they knew they were in trouble. Then Zichao, who was still holding the Apollo god frozen, looked at something. Xiaolu also turned around as she sensed something amiss. People on Earth watching what was happening in outer space did not understand why they had stopped. Princess Sif also felt something and realized that it was a stream of immense power. It was going to be a huge battle between two people with unknown strength. At this moment, Teacher Henry's fist was already flying at Yan Sen's face.